What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5 Mount Chapter 101 Fusion Hogyoku. Recently, Ron has been thinking about what to exchange points for. If not Aizen, he forgot there was such a thing as Hogyoku. This is an idealistic artifact, once merged with it. It can develop what the host wishes in his heart according to what he thinks in his heart. Certainly, this also has a prerequisite. In order to realize the wish, the host must have the strength to realize the wish. Like getting Rayleigh to fuse, the Hogyoku can bring his waist back to its prime. But not as brave as Ron, and at this moment, Aizen looked at the complete Hogyoku in front of him, his pupils shrank suddenly, his heart beat faster, and his breathing gradually became heavy. Isn't this the power I've always wanted? Do you want to give it a go and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle? Driven by inner desire, Aizen stretched out his hand unconsciously. But immediately, he forcibly suppressed his inner desire. He pondered for a moment. Aizen took a deep breath and said with a smile still on his face. Congratulations, you managed to disturb my thoughts. I only had 2 thoughts in my heart just now, one is to watch you merge with Hogyoku. And the other, at the risk of the unknown, snatches Hogyoku. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying aura burst out suddenly, raging in every corner of the tavern. Aizen's body froze immediately, and he slowly turned his head to look. I saw Thor looking at him kindly. That kind of posture, as if there is any change in oneself, it will be torn into pieces. See. Yujie couldn't help becoming excited, with a fight up expression written all over his face. Don't get excited. I said it was just an idea and I didn't know how to do it. Aizen smiled, picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the fine wine in the glass, feeling very grateful in his heart. Fortunately, no hands. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out of this tavern today. Here, the scariest thing is not the blonde girl. It's the squinting woman, as well as the father and son of the lord and the sisters who are not in harmony. We can talk it over. I want to buy this Hogyoku, whatever it takes. Aizen looked into the bar and continued. Advertisement. You can't afford it. Ron shook his head slightly, letting go of Hogyoku's right hand. Hogyoku didn't fall to the ground either, just floating in midair as if gravity had disappeared. The next moment, the scene that broke Aizen's heart happened. I saw Hogyoku flying towards Ron's chest, like nothingness, directly through the clothes. Recognize. Recognized? Hogyoku actually recognized him? Aizen's expression changed suddenly. But his face quickly returned to normal. Not only is my heart very peaceful, but I feel that I have earned it. After all, this Hogyoku was not originally planned. Now you can watch the process of fusing Hogyoku, it's very profitable. And there is an incomplete Hogyoku in reality, although it will take a long time to find traces of Urahara Kazuki. But what Shinigami lacks most is time, at this time. Yujie, who was curled up on the bar, felt the huge Ryotsu in Ron's body and said in shock. Protect the tavern immediately. He is like a bomb right now. Once Ryotsu breaks out, the tavern will be wiped out in an instant. Heard the words. After Thor and Lakoa looked at each other, they immediately cast an enchantment around Ron. This is to prevent Ryotsu from leaking out, this moment. The moment Hogyoku melted into Ron's chest, a new power surged into his body. It's Ryotsu. A large amount of Ryotsu grows rapidly in the body like a blowout. Buzz buzz. The 2 barriers under Thor and Lukyob were constantly shaking. Just the Ryotsu overflowing from Ron made the expressions of Yujie and Aizen extremely shocking. This feeling, it's like looking up at a higher dimensional creature. It also made these 2 captain-level characters feel so weak for the first time. However, it also strengthened Aizen's desire to acquire Hogyoku. What he wants is this kind of power that can allow him to evolve infinitely. Break away from the boundaries of human and Shinigami. So as to gain the power to defeat the King of Souls, stand on the top, and revolutionize the new world. As time passed by every minute and every second, the influence of merging with Hogyoku also gradually dissipated, completely merging with Ron. Advertisement, finished. Aizen's gaze was fixed on Ron's body. The gigantic Ryotsu, visible to the naked eye, lingered around Ron's body as if rhythmically. As the creator of Hogyoku, Aizen knew it. That is, Hogyoku is constantly deepening integration with Ron, thus achieving a new evolution again. Is this the power of Hogyoku? After Ron's fusion was completed, it was obvious that Hogyoku had greatly strengthened himself. It's not just a new Ryotsu added to the body. Strength, endurance, speed, and even vitality have all made a qualitative leap. Not only that, and this is just the first stage of Hogyoku fusion. Ron knew that in the near future, Hogyoku would achieve the second evolution again. Because Hogyoku can protect the characteristics of host. With the addition of the divine body and dragon physique, it is almost impossible to kill Ron now. This also made Ron feel once again the peace of mind of stuffing long johns into long johns and long johns into socks. Aizen, is this the power you want from Urahara Kazuki? Yujie spoke out again, and the mature female voice was full of shock. Talking. Yujie, who turned into a black cat, skillfully jumped into Ron's arms, and licked his lower body with his soft, barbed tongue. It's a cat's traditional performing arts, that's right. This is what I want to pursue and dream of. Urahara Kazuki is the only person I recognize in Soul Society. Pity. His abilities and ideals do not match his intelligence, it is really a waste. Aizen pushed the black-rimmed glasses and said without haste. He has obviously jumped out of the well-behaved and corrupt circle. But you still have to obey that kind of thing. Why don't you break through those damn constraints? Aizen's voice was still gentle, but there was a faint hint of contempt. He despises Urahara Kazuki, a guy who has a brain but can't use it. You won't succeed, Yoruichi said, frowning. Let's wait and see. After taking the last sip of wine in the glass, Aizen put down a wad of money and slowly got up to leave. When he was about to walk out the door of the tavern, Ron's lazy voice sounded behind him. Actually, you don't need to find the Hogyoku from Urahara Kazuki. I have a guest here who might be able to help you make a complete Hogyoku. Aizen. Chapter 102 Big Wolf's Bug-like Ability. After hearing Ron's words, Aizen's just raised right foot was hanging in the air. In this instant, he denied the existence of this person. This is not consistent with the experimental argument for so long. Aizen also didn't believe that he couldn't complete Hogyoku, but others could. However, the loneliness in his heart raised a glimmer of expectation in his heart. He was a genius from birth, feeling lonely because no one can compare to oneself. He actively looked for someone who could stand at the same height as himself, but he never found it. Could it be that this person appeared? Of course, Ron doesn't count. Therefore, driven by his heart, although Aizen didn't believe it, he turned around slowly and asked. Who is he? Ron smiled and pointed to the scattered platform ahead. That's him, Big Wolf. Big Wolf, who was gnawing at the sheep in retaliation, suddenly raised his head. Boss, did you call me? Aizen looked at the creature that looked like a wolf, and couldn't help feeling that his IQ had been insulted. I feel that my personality has been contempt. What the hell are you asking a wolf to complete Hogyoku? Are you kidding me? Boss, it's a bad habit to lie to others. Are you taking me for a fool? Aizen took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. You can show Big Wolf the Hogyoku in your hand. If successful, you have to do 3 things for me. Ron said with a smile. Aizen didn't respond, but fell into deep thought. To give or not to give? These 2 questions lingered in his mind. Given it, Aizen felt insulted. No, but what if the wolf really makes a complete silence? For a while, Aizen was caught in a dilemma. During this time, Ron picked up a cat teaser and started teasing the black cat in his arms. As the feathers kept flashing before his eyes, the black cat instinctively wanted to grab them. But after a few grabs, the mature, slightly hoarse voice sounded again. Are you kidding me? Yoruichi wanted to strangle Ron? To let a lady do such a shameful thing in front of so many people. No, I'm just teasing the cat. How can it be called teasing? Ron said seriously. Okay. Advertisement, it's so boring to be funny with cats, wouldn't it be more fun for me to change back to my original form? Yoruichi said viciously while holding the cat teaser. Heard the words. Ron froze for a moment, and the last time Yoruichi changed from a cat to a real body flashed through his mind. Doesn't seem to be wearing it. Hiss, it's over the top. Sister Hype U is indeed the best. After thinking about it, Ron immediately put down the cat teaser and said with a straight face. Wait until night, there are many people here. The voice just fell. Aizen's voice sounded. Forget it, let him try. If it succeeds, I will do 3 things for you. My lord is not in the mood now, let's talk about it another day. After waiting for a long time, Big Wolf muttered angrily, then continued to gnaw on the sheep. Who do you think this king is? You let me try it, so I will try it. That king is too embarrassing. Aizen suddenly looked confused, and the right hand he handed over was also hanging in the air. What's the situation? Am I rejected by a wolf? What is wrong with this world? Boy, you can buy him some sheep, Rayleigh reminded with a smile. Aizen asked in a daze, so simple? Rayleigh nodded. Yes, it's that simple. Aizen smiled wryly after getting the answer. I didn't expect that one day I would actually please a wolf. Rem, roast 3 sheep for Big Wolf. Ron yelled at the kitchen, then smiled at Aizen. Remember to pay this money later. Okay. Aizen squeezed out a word through his teeth with some difficulty. The reason why Ron helps with the sheep, it's not just asking Aizen to do 3 things for yourself. At one point, I just want to see where the upper limit of Big Wolf is. If only a full Hogyoku could be made. Wouldn't fairy beans, infinite gems, steel battle armor, and the like be no problem? Soon. Thor, Rem, and Ram each carried a roasted whole lamb and placed it in front of Big Wolf. Big Wolf's eyes brightened immediately, but he still made a valuable suggestion. Boss. Can sheep whip and sheep treasure not be wasted in the future? Don't roast them together, just pack them for me. I don't need to go out to catch sheep anymore, I'm going to practice a trumpet, so I have to make up for it in advance. Okay. Ron nodded with a smile. The eyelids of Aizen, who was standing aside, twitched a few times. Bring something. For the sake of giving me the sheep, my lord reluctantly shows it to you. Big Wolf tugged Aizen with Yu's paws. Advertisement. Watching the oil stains on the white Captain Howery, Aizen felt that his life seemed to be stained. Here, he handed the Hogyoku to Big Grey Wolf. In the next time, except for the sound of sparks and electric drills, there was no other sound in the tavern. Everyone looked at Big Wolf in shock, this moment. They also finally know what the hell is a hand-rubbing rocket. Bitcha, what kind of creature is this? Liang Bing asked with a wry smile. Is there any information about this kind of creature in your knowledge treasure house? Geisha was also so shocked that she didn't pay attention to the bicha in front of her. She shook her head. The calculated information is that he is just an ordinary wolf. In regards to other information, could not be parsed. In just now, the two try to dissect the power of Hogyoku. Parsable progress is unusually slow. It may even take nearly 100 or thousands of years before a conclusion can be drawn. And the big wolf in front of him can actually make up for this power with his bare hands? This has completely exceeded Gai Sha and Liang Bing's cognition. Yoruichi in Ron's arms and Aizen standing aside felt a huge wave in their hearts. It turns out, it really works. Judging from the breadth of foreign cooperation in Hogyoku, it is being completed little by little. This moment, Aizen seemed to hear a bang in his heart. It seemed to be the sound of my own worldview being shattered. He didn't expect that a wolf could do what he couldn't even do. And it's not rubbing by hand, it's using an electric drill. As time slowly passed, the night will come. Big Wolf glanced at the time, stopped what he was doing, and said slowly. You just said that this thing can provide a power called Ryatsu. And Hogyoku. Like a Ryatsu reactor, there's one important thing missing to get it fixed, and I have to look for it, and it's an excruciatingly slow process. Aizen took Hogyoku back and asked softly, how long will it take? If it's short, half a month will do. If it takes a long time, 1 year or 2 years, I won't tell you anymore. I'm going home to take care of my wife and children. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After Big Wolf said hello, he got up slowly. Aizen hurriedly made way sideways and watched Big Wolf walk out of the tavern until his back disappeared into the world. It was not too early for the other guests to see the sky. They also left one after another. Only one Aizen who doubted his life was left standing there blankly. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. P.S. Readers, if you have any characters or characteristics you want to see, please leave a comment at the end of the chapter. Finally, thank you for your reminders. Feed. The more you remind and feed, the more motivated I am to write down. Whispering in a low voice, the daily income is getting lower and lower, I really can't stand it. Chapter 103 Living in darkness, but yearning for light in my heart. Jingle. The crisp doorbell brought Aizen's messy thoughts back to reality. He and Ron looked towards the door of the tavern together. With a creak, the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in. Pale skin, black pupils, wearing a green sportswear. He has a slender figure, with a big back hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. No matter how you look at it, he looks like a warm-hearted big brother. Or, like a beater. I kill in my heart, but I suppress this seemingly instinctive desire. What an interesting man. Boss, I'm leaving, come back tomorrow. Aizen looked at the man who just came in, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Interested though, but he has no interest in staying any longer. After putting down the money for roasting the lamb, Aizen walked out of the tavern slowly. His mind is in a mess right now. Everything that happened today was beyond expectations, so I must hurry back and digest it. After collecting the money, Ron smiled and looked forward. Welcome. Mr. Xiao Zizai. Xiao Zizai, from the world of Under One Man. A temporary worker who knows everything, a former Buddhist student. He is extremely powerful, fond of killing, and has a unique set of killing aesthetics and philosophy. He is not a guest with characteristics, but a guest randomly invited by the tavern every day. I hurt you, but I laughed it off. At this moment, Xiao Zizai was humming a song and looking at the tavern with great interest. When he heard Ron calling out his name, he was not surprised, and came to the bar with a smile to sit down. It seems you know me. Right, this place doesn't seem to belong to my world. Since you can invite me, it's reasonable to call me by my name. Ron smiled. My name is Ron, and I'm the owner of this tavern. What do you want to drink? Xiao Zizai waved his hand. Whatever, I'm not very interested in wine. The reason for accepting the invitation. Totally, I just killed someone who deserved to be killed, and that needs wine to celebrate. As he spoke, his eyes faintly glowed with a trace of scarlet, and his face showed the satisfaction after his desire was released. Yes, you are only interested in killing people, especially sheep scorpions. After making some complaints, Ron turned around and handed over a bottle of Modai. Advertisement: take the wine. Xiao Zizai didn't use a cup either, but directly unscrewed the bottle cap and took a gulp into his mouth. Feel the unique delicacy and smoothness of Modai. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but then he smiled lightly and said, it looks like the Modai I drank before was fake wine. Compared to your place, it's too rubbish. I have to think of a legitimate reason to kill some counterfeit alcohol sellers. It's okay to break my limbs and give a warning. Speaking of which, he put down the wine bottle and patted his cheeks vigorously with both hands. Not calm. You can't stretch your appetite, you must restrain your desire to eat. Seeing Xiao Zizai's morbid demeanor, Ron knew clearly. Although he is bloodthirsty, but he never takes pleasure in killing. To him, killing is like an appetite. It's not just needed, but it's an inseparable part. Ron simply changed the subject and asked, you said you just killed someone who deserved to be killed. Is it Zhao Guizhen? Xiao Zizai nodded silently. That's right, it's that idiot with water in his head. He killed 7 children. I don't appreciate the passing moments of such fragile and bright lives like the morning dew, but care about life shit spells. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his expression gradually became ferocious. So, in order to let him experience the feeling of losing his life, I gave him glucose and oxygen to keep him awake, and then slowly, bit by bit, I killed him, first Ling Kai, and finally took out a complete spine. This is a wonderful process, just like tasting the most exquisite delicacies. After speaking, Xiaozi calmed down, clasped his hands together, and began to recite Buddhist scriptures. It was like chanting and praying for the dead child. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed from a murderous evil spirit into a compassionate monk. He is in darkness, but he yearns for light in his heart. He reincarnated between the Buddha nature and the demonic nature, struggling between the killing in his heart and the rule of law. This is the truest portrayal of Xiao Zizai's heart. A few minutes later, Xiao Zizai stopped chanting and drank in silence. Ron lit a cigarette and whispered, "You are really a contradictory person." Xiao Zizai said calmly, "I just killed a few heinous people through a relatively correct procedure. In this way, it can not only balance my mind, advertisement. At the same time, he can also restrain his desire to kill. This is the agreement between Xiao Zizai and his master. He will never kill anyone except in self-defense. This trace of Buddha nature is why he can stay anywhere. He is a heinous person." An idea flashed in Ron's mind, and he said with a smile, "Going anywhere is obviously not for you. How about you stay in this world and join Marine? Pirates are rampant in this world, and people are in dire straits. You have countless evil people to kill here. You don't have to worry, the inner demon's desire to kill will completely get out of control. Come to the tavern every 3 to 5 and I can help you suppress it. Tomorrow is the day when Sengoku comes to negotiate terms. Ron can take the opportunity to make an introduction." Certainly. Ron's main purpose is to take a look. With Xiao Zizi's character and strength, what kind of waves will he make in this sea? If he takes the top job at Marine, will he hit it off with a Kainu and completely reorganize Marine, thereby accelerating the plan to clean the sea? If that happens, this sea will definitely become more interesting. And at this moment, Xiao Zizi fell silent after hearing this suggestion. Although it was my first time meeting Ron, but this proposal was too tempting for him. The desire to kill in his heart forced him to nod in agreement immediately. But the remaining trace of Buddha nature told Xiao Zizai not to be dominated by desire. Think for a long time. When the bottle of wine bottomed out, Xiao Zizai said slowly, "I want to think about it. To be honest, your words really moved me. Occasionally, I kill a few and smash them. I just want to eat bread to satisfy my hunger." Ron smiled and said, "You only have one night to think about it. I'll get an answer tomorrow." Xiao Zizai nodded, put down a few bills and left the tavern. Looking at his retreating back, Ron smiled. In this world of thousands, maybe everyone is Xiao Zizai. That pathological desire to kill, it is an exaggerated expression of the various desires of all living beings. Aren't the temptations of beauty, power, money, etc. to people the same as Xiao Zizi's inner demons? Just when Ron was about to close the door and end his business for the day, the system's mechanical beep sounded in my mind. Advertisement chapter 104. Remember, call me Big Wolf. Ding, customer Aizen Sosuke has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Aizen Sosuke. Hado, Bakudo, Hollow Technology, Soul Foreign Body Extraction Technology. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Xiao Zizai has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Xiao Zizai. Great Merciful Hand, Flower Finger, Dragon Hand. Host can choose one ability. After thinking for a while, Ron said softly, Hado fused with Aizen. After making Xiao Zizai's Merciful Hand into a skillbook, put it into the system warehouse. Ding, the system warehouse has been placed. Close black lens bracket, ding, start to fuse Hado, close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, sequences of complex, tongue-in-cheek chant flooded Ron's mind. But, since fusing with Hogyoku, the Ryatsu within Ron has grown to the point of exaggeration. It can be used even without chanting. After merging, Ron closed the door of the tavern, ending the day's business. After some washing, Ron was about to open the door and enter his room to sleep when he keenly noticed that something was wrong. Several pairs of eyes were staring at him nearby. Come out, Ron said softly, with the voice down. The doors of several rooms in the backyard were opened simultaneously, and the figures of Thor, Rem, and Ram came into Ron's eyes. Negligible. Ron was picked up by the waist, carried on his shoulders, and quickly rushed into a room not far away. Next second, that room was cast with a barrier that not even Thor could break. Lukia. Thor gritted his silver teeth, clenched his fists and said viciously. At dinner, Lukia accidentally slipped her mouth and said that she would go to Ron's room to discuss life at night. Thor, Ram and the others waited in their room, trying to pull Ron into their room first. But it's still too late, within a few minutes. There was a faint, high-speed and flat voice in their ears. Early morning, Ron's eyes snapped open. This is not waking up naturally, but waking up with a sense of suffocation. After breaking free from that piece of cotton, Ron got dressed immediately, ready to go out and wash. And Lukia continued to lie on the bed, not intending to get up. It's clear that I want to fish during work, advertisement. After washing up, he came to the tavern from the backyard. Ron saw Thor, Rem, and Ram sitting obediently on a table with breakfast on it. Breakfast today is very simple, just white porridge, buns, and pickles. As usual, Ron read the newspaper while eating his breakfast. Congratulations to Marine for winning the Sabaody Archipelago and successfully killing Blackbeard, close black lens bracket. Shocked, the red hair pirates defeated the Beast's pirates yesterday, and now the red hair pirates have disappeared from sight, close black lens bracket. Just as Ron was watching with excitement, just listen to, creak. The door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, Aizen walked in slowly and greeted with a smile. Morning, boss. Way, Big Wolf hasn't come yet? Ron smiled and said, not necessarily, maybe later, maybe not today. Drink first. Aizen came to the bar and sat down, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. On last night, he thought hard all night. I also didn't want to understand how Big Wolf complimented Hogyoku. What is the principle behind it? Where is the basis? Why can you just get started without any data? This question is too difficult, Aizen really can't figure it out. Soon. Thor held a bottle of wine and put it in front of Aizen. Your wine, use it slowly. Aizen put a warm smile on his face. Thank you. After speaking, he drank silently, one cup after another. But even so, his thoughts were not on the wine, but his attention was always on the door, looking forward to the appearance of this Big Wolf. As time passed by every minute and every second, Rayleigh, the father and son of the Lord, Liang Bing, Gai Shaw and other regular customers came to the tavern one after another. Every time the door closes, it is opened again. Aizen's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to take a look. Carefully, without leaving a trace. It's like a young boy waiting for a girl he has a crush on. Strike out the whole paragraph. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Before the person came in, he heard Tu Shan Yaya's childish laughter. Ron, I'm coming for a drink. I've been locked up by my sister in the library pavilion for the past few days to learn ice spells, and I'm almost suffocating. Xiao Doubting came to the bar and sat down bouncing around. When he spoke, his mouth shrunk, looking aggrieved. Ron rubbed her head. Your sister is also for your own good. I know. Advertisement. Tu Shan Yaya sighed lightly, but something came to mind again, and said in a low voice. I've already told my sister what you said. She didn't say anything, but I could still tell she was a little sad. Some things have to be taken one step at a time to pass, Ron said softly. Although Tu Shan Yaya didn't understand, she still nodded obediently. Not long after, under Ron's instruction, Thor, Rem, and Ram carried the three alders to the bar. See. Tu Shan Yaya's eyes suddenly lit up, and regardless of Ron, she picked up a jar and poured it into her mouth. This heroic drinking posture let the Lord and Son and Rayleigh on the side feel a little ashamed. Immediately, the Holy Lord and his son also called several jars of Nirhong, and they joined forces with Tu Shan Yaya to drink together silently. Finally, Devil Xiaolong was the first to get drunk, and even without the soft-hearted spray, he hugged his old father and cried loudly. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't pee into the bugs you eat, let alone pour corrosive potions into the succubus body. I shouldn't bother you when you're practicing the trumpet. The Holy Master was furious immediately after hearing this. What the hell? No wonder I always feel weird every time I eat. When using the succubus body, the lower body will always rot for no reason. If it weren't for the horse and dog spells, the grass on Laozi's grave is so long that you can't even see the grave. Without any hesitation, the Holy Master directly carried the devil dragon out of the tavern to give some love education. As time passed by every minute and every second, when hitting the clubhead that day, Xiao Zizai walked into the tavern silently and said to Ron, I promise you. But the premise is that you give me a week to sell down. It is impossible to just let go of the company's affairs. If I suddenly disappear, my person in charge will definitely be held accountable by the company. Ron nodded. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't expose yourself to other worlds. The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was pushed open again. I saw Big Wolf stroking his chubby belly, picking his teeth, and walking in with his head held high. See this familiar figure? Aizen, who was about to become a watching husband stone, moved his eyes slightly and said softly. Why did you come here? Big Grey Wolf glanced at him. What do you mean I'm here? When do I need to report to you? Remember, call me Big Wolf, chapter 105 before the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Big Wolf King. Aizen's face twitched when he heard this title. Do you really want to called, Hogyoku will be perfected in a short time. But this is simply throwing his self-esteem on the ground and being rubbed wildly with his feet. The pride and ego inside will never allow Aizen to do this. He hesitated for a moment. Aizen took a deep breath and said slowly, King Big Wolf, I have been waiting for a long time. Just wait until you come to the tavern and help me complete the Hogyoku. However, Big Wolf didn't agree, but put on glasses with circles on the lenses. He looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the window. That's the real you, right? This pair of glasses is intelligence glasses, which can not only develop my intelligence to the maximum. You can even see the future. The future I see is that in a few minutes, you will walk up to me from there and hand me the Hogyoku. So, come here quickly, stand at attention, and shout my name, King Big Wolf. With the voice down, the tavern suddenly became silent. That's right. The dignity of Aizen is not to be trampled on. Specially use open black lens bracket Kyoka Suigetsu close black lens bracket to hypnosis the Grey Wolf. Make him think he has called. But the fact is cruel, who knows that Big Wolf can take out a pair of glasses that can predict the future? And at this moment, Everyone present was also shocked. Is that a lie? It is understandable to improve intelligence, but is it too buggy to be able to see the future? Liang Bing and Gai Sha looked at each other. Although the surface was calm, there was already a huge wave in their hearts. As the technology boss in the tavern, they can predict the next step through a huge amount of calculation based on the trajectory and characteristics of a thing, so as to realize the foreseeable future. But like Big Big Wolf, he can directly see the future with just a pair of glasses. Even if it is to let the demon civilization and the angel civilization develop for 10,000 years, it is impossible to do it. At this time, Aizen standing in front of Big Big Wolf disappeared out of thin air. The main body sitting by the window appeared, stepped forward slowly, and said with a trembling voice. Big Big Wolf King. It's too quiet, I can't hear it. It's not over, right? Aizen looked at Big Big Wolf's smug face, his eyelids twitched wildly, wishing he could just kill this B***************. D. But in the end he held back, took a deep breath, and said loudly. Big Big Wolf King. The sound was so loud that it not only spread to every corner of the tavern. Advertisement. Even Lucia, who was sleeping in the backyard, frowned and turned over in dissatisfaction. Big Big Wolf nodded in satisfaction. Yes, let's start. Go and help me roast a sheep, go there yourself, remember the sheep whip, don't throw away the sheep treasure, it must be born. Taking Hogyoku from Aizen, he handed the glasses to Ron, and said with a flattering expression. Boss, you heard about the purpose just now, so I won't introduce you too much. After Ron took the glasses, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay, go get busy. Don't just eat sheep in the future, I'll ask Ram and the others to cook you some fish. That's hard work. Big Big Wolf rubbed his hands, turned around and found a remote place to sit down, and began to rub Hogyoku with his hands. Aizen, on the other hand, stood there for a long time, his eyes glazed over, and his face twitched from time to time while the veins on his forehead bulged. What a bully. You wait for Hogyoku to complete, you see Laozi will kill you or you will be finished. Why are you still standing there, hurry up, Big Big Wolf's full voice sounded. Good. Aizen came back to his senses and immediately ran all the way to the kitchen. Under the guidance of Ram began to roast the sheep. See this scene. Yoruichi, who turned into a black cat, couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. The captain of the 5th division of the dignified Gote 13 roasted a sheep to a wolf. If this matter is passed back, your name will definitely be left in history. Liangzi, who was silently cutting sheep treasures, did not respond, but a murderous look appeared in his eyes. No snowflake is innocent before an avalanche. Wait for Hogyoku to complete. Laozi killed you all. At this time, Liang Bing asked softly, can you show me those glasses? As a scholar, there is an instinctive curiosity about this kind of things beyond cognition. You're not going to take it and run away, are you? Ron looked wary. I'm that kind of person. Liang Bing stepped on high-heeled shoes, ran into the bar with her long legs covered in black nylon, and shook Ron's arm coquettishly. Cut. Gai Sha glanced at her mouth disdainfully. Sure enough, it's BCH. The smell is too strong. It's so choking that I can't open my eyes. Liang Bing sneered and said, I dislike the upright bitcha. I'm too embarrassed to open my mouth if I want to see it, do you think I don't know? Seeing that the sisters were going to scold the street again. Ron sighed helplessly. Oh, stop arguing. Take the things, don't ruin them. As he spoke, he handed the glasses to Liang Bing. Go back to the bar and sit down. The two sisters started analyzing the glasses at the same time. But, advertisement. Under the analysis of the core computing engine of the Devil's Wings and the Treasure House of Sacred Knowledge. Gai Sha and Liang Bing were surprised to find out. Intellectual glasses turned out to be only composed of iron, glass, and plastic. How is it possible? Shock was written on Liang Bing's delicate face. I'll try it on. After Geisha put on the intellectual glasses, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. This feeling. My head is itchy, as if I'm going to grow my brain. UBCH will say it in a second. I look so ugly with these glasses on, I'd better take them off quickly. Geisha took off her glasses and said calmly. Heard the words. As soon as the cold words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. The appreciation is over. Ron took the glasses back with a smile, and put them into the system warehouse. This time, surprisingly, Geisha and Liangbing did not want to sell, but looked at Big Big Wolf at the same time. Intellectual glasses are certainly important. But the person who made the eyes, oh no, the wolf is the most important thing. As long as you master this talent, the level of science and technology will usher in explosive growth in a short period of time. Think about it. The two got up at the same time and walked slowly towards Big Big Wolf. After pondering for a while, Liang Bing began to draw big cakes. Are you interested in hanging out with me? I can give you the most cutting-edge equipment to make you the greatest scholar in the known universe. Big Big Wolf said lightly, not interested. Geisha found a place to sit down, and said softly. Come to Merlot Heaven. I can meet any requirements you have for equipment and personnel. Not only that, I can give you eternal life. Big Big Wolf has already refused. Not interested. I went to your world, what about my wife and children? Even if we go together, what if we are not acclimatized? Besides, the people here speak nicely and have many talents. I really like this place. The most important thing is, what you give me, Ron seems to be able to give me. Just when Geisha and Liangbing wanted to fight for it. A strong aroma came from the kitchen, and everyone's appetite was instantly aroused. I saw that Aizen was holding a roasted whole lamb, and put it in front of Big Big Wolf. The sheep is roasted, let's taste it. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing and said. This little boy is really good at cooking, and he looks good, suitable for eating soft rice. The lord who had just educated the silly son said lightly. A man needs to rely on hard skills to eat soft food. Do you think he's hard? Chapter 106. I am coming to the pub. Hard. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. Suddenly I felt like something was pressing on my face. Good guy. I'm such a straightforward guy. I couldn't keep up with the speed of the Holy Lord. Rayleigh, who was at a loss for words, could only respond with a smile. Probably not as tough as you. This answer made the Holy Master nod with satisfaction. The demon dragon on the side curled his lips disdainfully. It's really shameless. I don't know who it is, but every time I use witchcraft and horse charms to practice the trumpet. The Holy Lord was furious and slapped Nizi away with one claw. Then outside the tavern, some love education was conducted. And at this moment, Big Big Wolf was busy while nibbling the sheep. As the sharp teeth bite the sheep tail oil, the oil overflows from the corner of the mouth and slowly drips onto Hogyoku. Big Big Wolf didn't pay attention. After a while, the entire Hogyoku couldn't help but become more and more crystal clear. Aizen's eyelids twitched wildly when he saw this. This is my own hard work. It's not clean now. Big Big Wolf waved his hand. You cooked well, I like it very much. Aizen twitched the corner of his mouth and was about to say something when Big Big Wolf's voice echoed in his ears again. In that case, please go roast a few more. Aizen. You've had enough. At this time, jingle. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. As the door was slowly pushed open, Sengoku and Akainu strode in. Not waiting to say hello. Akainu quickly walked up to Geisha and said with great respect. Queen Geisha, let Doflamingo run away yesterday. If there was a flaming sword. Yesterday, Akainu was about to seriously injure Doflamingo. But suddenly, the flaming sword in his hand popped and was gone. At this time, not only was Akainu's happiness gone, but his heart was broken. Geisha stretched out her jade finger and pointed at Liang Bing beside her. The reason why I gave you the flaming sword is because the devil in front of you gave Doflamingo the silver dagger. In the end, we made an agreement not to interfere in anything in this world. Advertisement. The weapons were recovered at the same time. Akainu nodded silently and said nothing. See this scene. Everyone in Sengoku was dumbfounded. What the hell? Lousy usually says a few words to you, and you either slap the table or stare. Why are you so honest now? Wages will be deducted and you will have to have your wages deducted and suspended for self-reflection when you return. As for the crime, just write that I went to be popular during work. After thinking about it, Sengoku slowly came to the bar and sat down, and asked with a wry smile. Boss, the killing of celestial dragons is not pursued by marine and world government. And if you have any requests, we can discuss them. The strength Ron showed last time was too strong, and his attitude was also very tough. Plus the news that peeked into everyone's heart. This made the five elders and I am scared. Otherwise, this time it's not just Sengoku who comes to the tavern, but all the Marines and the Knights of God. Ron lit a cigarette and said calmly. It's your fault if you don't pursue it, but I will pursue my losses. The celestial dragon scared me that day. And after killing him, the ground was covered with blood. Ram, and Thor were also affected. I want 3 devil fruits, it shouldn't be too much for mental damage, right? When Sengoku heard this, the wine he just drank directly sprayed Rayleigh in the face. Puff. Mental damage fee. How dare you say it out loud? How come the celestial dragons didn't scare you to death? At this time, Rayleigh, who was sprayed on the face, scolded, old thing. Are you too old to clamp your sphincter? Sengoku ignored him, but nodded in agreement with a dark face. No problem. This afternoon, I will have the dolphin bring it to you. Ron nodded. Okay, now that we've finished talking about losses, let's talk about requirements. From now on, Sabaody Archipelago areas 1 to 30 belong to me. All civilians have been moved to other areas, and the cost will be borne by the world government. Celestial dragons are not allowed to approach this place, and Marine still has to send troops to garrison here to maintain order. Puff. After hearing this, Sengoku sprayed Rayleigh's face with another sip of wine. Ron wanted such a big place. It's about creating an arena. Advertisement. If there is a conflict between the guests in the tavern in the future, there is nowhere to go to solve it. For example, like the Holy Lord who is educating his son outside the door. This will not only save a lot of trouble, it can also create a lot of income. You will be charged once to play once, and you will also need to charge tickets to watch the game. I need to discuss it. Hold on. Sengoku didn't dare to agree immediately, took out a phone bug and walked out the door. To know, the Sabaody Archipelago isn't just the celestial dragon's backyard. It is the only way to the new world. Ron's important area also covers many high-level industries of the world government. The interests involved are too great, even Sengoku dare not agree directly. A few minutes later, Sengoku returned to the bar and sat down, said in a deep voice. The 5 elders promised. Ron said with a smile. It's a pleasant cooperation. By the way, who will visit the tavern in 3 days? I hope you will entertain me well. Sengoku sighed, feeling mixed feelings inside. 10 days ago, I also thought about inviting Ron to join the Marine. But who knows? After more than 10 days, the world government and Marine will have to act according to his face. Even I had to make a trip for himself. It's the same as a visitor. Ron smiled disapprovingly. You can figure it out, I'll go first. Sengoku drank the wine in the glass, lifted the flagon and was about to leave. Don't be in a hurry. Ron smiled, and pointed to Xiao Zizai who was silently drinking beside him. I'll introduce you to a talent to join Marine. This is Xiao Zizai, don't ask him where he is from, and don't doubt his identity. You just need to know that the people he killed were all heinous. Xiao Zizai raised his hand. Hi. Heard the words. Sengoku froze for a moment. Akainu, who was drinking, unconsciously looked at the middle-aged man in green sportswear. The four eyes are facing each other. Xiao Zizai and Akainu seemed to see themselves. Similar. How is his strength? Sengoku asked softly. Ron touched it, and said slowly. I don't know. The specific strength is still to be known after a fight. Shall Mr. Rayleigh suffer? P.S. Dear readers, I have read all your messages, and I will try to arrange everything I can. Finally, thank you for your reminders and feeds, thank you. Chapter 107 Unsolvable Proposition. It's so boring to bully children. Let Sengoku come. Rayleigh looked up at the middle-aged man beside him, and waved his hands boredly. Although Xiao Zizai's breath is calm and restrained. Looks very strong. But, if there is a fight, Rayleigh is absolutely sure to end the fight with 3 moves. You don't need conquerors, just take a look at Xiao Zizai's strength. Ron touched his chin and said softly. Rayleigh was right. His beating Xiao Zizai was indeed a bit of a bully. The combat power of One Piece world is much higher than that of the one-man world. Of course, if it was replaced by an old heavenly master, it would be a different matter. After all, that old man is a cultivator. I will pay for everything you spend here today. If you don't come, I'll find someone else. Sengoku raised his stake and said with a smile. Please let me come. Young man, the old man will practice with you. Rayleigh patted Xiao Zizai on the shoulder, slowly got up and walked out the door. As soon as he walked to the door, he turned his head and added. Correct. Help me pack 5 bottles of Tiger P*** wine and 10 bottles of Wolfberry wine. Tonight, the old man will fight until dawn. Sengoku's face suddenly turned black, and he only felt 3 large characters written on his head. Great wrong. Careful. Akainu enjoined softly. It's okay, this is considered an exam. A blush flashed across Xiao Zizai's eyes, and he walked out of the tavern with a smile. If placed before, Xiao Zizai would definitely reject this kind of meaningless fight. But now it's another strange world. Whether we can win or not is another matter. It is still necessary to find out what the average combat power of this world is. Seeing that they had fun watching, the other guests also walked out of the tavern to watch the battle. Tushan Yaya didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement, raised her small fist, and yelled bouncingly. Fight, fight, I like watching people fight. Outside the pub, Xiao Zizai asked softly, Uncle, do you need to start? Rayleigh shook his head slightly. No, the game has started now. The voice just fell. A huge palm-shaped pressure suddenly appeared. Great mercy and great compassion palm. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Not talking about martial arts. Rayleigh's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously wrapped his arms around, and crossed his arms in defense. Next second, Rayleigh suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a boulder. The tyrannical force exploded on his body. Boom. Immediately, Xiao Zizai launched several palms in succession. Dozens of palm-shaped impacts hit Rayleigh one after another. Under this continuous bombardment, the place where Rayleigh was standing just now was filled with smoke and dust. Akainu, who was watching the match, raised his eyebrows. So brutal, but, I really like. Sengoku touched his chin and said softly. It's not enough, that's not enough force to seriously injure Rayleigh. Although the movement is loud and noisy, the lethality is enough. Good for clearing out mobs. But facing a legendary pirate like Rayleigh is still not enough. At this time, a figure rushed out of the smoke, flew close to the ground, and arrived in front of Xiao Zizai in the blink of an eye. Boy, did you have fun just now? The disheartened Rayleigh grinned, but made no move. Whether you're happy or not depends on whether you can pick it up next time. A blush flashed across Xiao Zizai's eyes, and he scratched lightly with his right hand. Next second, a strong suction suddenly appeared, making Rayleigh involuntarily close to him. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Zizai's right hand clawed towards Rayleigh's neck. Too anxious. Rayleigh sighed, wrapped the emission hockey around his index finger, and tapped lightly. Boom. Accompanied by a slight muffled sound. Xiao Zizai's dragon claw was actually stopped by Shengsheng. No matter how hard you try, you can't advance half a point. Just when Xiao Zizai was about to continue his attack, Sengoku's voice suddenly sounded, stopping the contest. Stop it. You didn't use your full strength from the beginning, it was more like a temptation. Can you tell me why? Xiao Zizai withdrew his right hand and stroked the eyes on the bridge of his nose. That's right, I'm just trying to figure out how strong this uncle's combat power is. At the same time, I am also observing your reactions. After a few tricks, I knew in my heart that even if I tried my best, I couldn't defeat this uncle. Speaking of this, he paused, his black eyes turned scarlet. As for other reasons, advertisement. It's because I'm afraid that I can't control the desire to kill in my heart. So, I agreed with Ron's proposal to join Marine so as not to suppress this desire. Sengoku frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice, will your desire accidentally hurt civilians? Pervert. Xiao Zizai read between the lines. It made Sengoku feel that this is definitely a hopeless pervert. Xiao Zizai spread his hands and said seriously, I will only kill those who deserve to be killed who are full of evil. The death penalty is too cheap for them. This is a bit unfair to the victim. From the perspective of common people's values, it is necessary to have someone like me appear. It is not impossible to give those villains the ultimate punishment, even torment. For a while, Sengoku was also a little speechless. Really, in a way, sometimes, Marine's system does protect those pirates to a certain extent. And those civilians killed by pirates, why don't their family members and friends want to take revenge in Xiao Zizai's way? This is an unsolvable proposition. Is Xiao Zizai wrong, or Marine's system is right? No matter who it is, there is no way to give a correct answer. Don't worry, since I can't get rid of my murderous nature. So, I will point the butcher knife at the person who deserves to be killed. Xiao Zi opened his arms, as if embracing this brand new world. Also like a devil singing the Bible. Want to tempt all things in the world, and pull them all into that boundless hell. Black eats black. It was the only ray of light left in Xiao Zizai's heart. It is also his Buddha nature. And at this moment, Akainu, who had been listening silently, seemed to have found a bosom friend, stepped forward quickly, and stretched out his right hand. Welcome to the Marine. I got a feeling, with you in Marine, the world will see real peace soon. And you will also become a hero in their eyes. Sengoku on the side frowned. As a superior, he knew it very well. Xiao Zizai is a monster, but he is also a good knife at the same time. It depends on how Marine uses it. Once it is not used properly, it will be a double-edged sword, hurting others and hurting yourself. Xiao Zizai stepped forward slowly and held the big hand that was stretched out, looked up at Akainu, and said with a smile. I never thought of being a hero. That thing has nothing to do with me. I am a patient. I'm only interested in killing people. That's the condiment of my life. Only by adding it can there be flavor. Chapter 108 Empress. Hancock. Xiao Zizi is a pitiful person. Certainly, this is the case for him who lives in the world of one person. A guy who was born wrong, a world that has always been difficult for him to integrate into. This is undoubtedly torture for Xiao Zizi, even if he has a heart that yearns for light and a job that can temporarily vent his instincts. But, now the situation has changed. Xiao Zizai feels like a lucky person again. Joining Marine can not only satisfy your instinctive need to kill. The people killed were doing harm to the people. Supreme delicacies like Zhao Guijun are everywhere in this world. The key is, my current boss, Akainu. It seems that he agrees with his ideas and supports them unconditionally. This may also be due to Akainu's absolute and almost ultimate justice. Now, since the battle was suspended, the Holy Lord and other guests had no fun watching and returned to the tavern. Tushin Yaya curled her lips not too far away. It's boring. Is this the end? Uncle Rayleigh won't fight you, I will fight you. Just when she rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush forward, Ron quickly put it on his shoulders and threw it into the tavern. Xiao Zizai, Sengoku and Akainu stood at the door and chatted for a while. At last, Sengoku decided to take action and give Xiao Zizai the position of Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. And is governed by Akainu. If you have any questions, you can report them directly to Sengoku. This is also for Ron's sake. Otherwise, the conditions will be extremely harsh. After all, if a Vice Admiral is parachuted into the headquarters, he must also take care of the feelings of other generals. After finishing the chat, after Sengoku reluctantly paid for Rayleigh's drinks, Akainu and Akainu left the tavern. They gave me the position of Vice Admiral in the headquarters. Xiao Zizai walked back to his original position, took a sip of wine and said softly. Not bad. However, with your current strength, it's okay to deal with ordinary pirates. But if you encounter a hard problem, you may suffer a loss. We can make a deal, and I'll give you a power that belongs only to this world. What do you think about giving me a devil fruit within 1 month of taking office? Advertisement. Ron asked with a smile. After redeeming Hogyoku last time. There is still a copy of Doflamingo's armament hockey left in the system warehouse. Trade an unused weapon color for a devil fruit. Although the cycle is a bit long, this transaction is still very profitable. After some brief thought, Xiao Zizai nodded. Okay. Immediately, Ron put his hand on his shoulder, and an undetectable light penetrated his body. The next moment, Xiao Zizai only felt a force pouring into his body in an arrogant manner. In the slightest thought, a layer of black armor quickly wrapped around his arms like water. What a powerful force. After Xiao Zi murmured something in a low voice, he couldn't help but wonder. The armed color greatly improves one's strength and defense. What if we add a golden bell? Will it be stronger? Before Xiao Zizai could experiment, Rayleigh on the side smiled and patted his shoulder. Young man, do a good job. Don't forget to treat me to a drink after you pay me. Your tricks are really weird. Especially the last move, it can actually suck me in. What's the point of this move? Xiao Zizai said calmly. A dragon sucks water. The old man still likes to shepherd Sinai. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, and gave a thumbs up with a righteous face. Good name, I like it. Tushan Yaya asked curiously. Uncle, your expression is not quite right. Does the name have another meaning? Children are like this, always have endless curiosity about the world. Rayleigh was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer for a while. Although Tushan Yaya is very old, Kexingsing is still a child after all. If you accidentally get on the expressway after explaining it, it will definitely teach the children badly. Ron stepped forward to make a rescue, and touched Yaya's head with a smile. Dragon absorbs water, just literally. It's the same as a fox drinking water by the river when it's thirsty. Xiaoduding nodded half understanding. Rayleigh understood in seconds, and the corners of his mouth could not help but crazily rise. Seeing this, Ron's face turned black. Lousy is very serious, okay. Don't think of anything else, you old B*****************. D. At this time, the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. Carrying a suitcase, Doflamingo came to the bar and sat down with figure of sight steps. Advertisement. Seeing Liang Bing swearing at Gai Sha. He didn't bother, but handed the box to Ron. Boss, this is the latest batch of devil fruit, check it out. After opening the box, dozens of man-made devil fruits are neatly arranged inside. Ron first exchanged the man-made devil fruit for credits, and then replaced it with ancient species, then handed it over. Transaction complete. The volume of this transaction is high. A whole 1,000-point difference was earned. In the words of several transactions. It is almost possible to change Dragon Ball, Deviant Sword, Death Note and other bug-level artifacts. At this time, after Doflamingo carefully put the fruit into the box, he suddenly remembered something and said. By the way, boss, Empress Hancock asked me where your tavern is. She will leave naval headquarters the day after tomorrow, and it is estimated that she will visit in a few days. Ron nodded. I see. With the voice down, a high-pitched dragon chant sounded in the sky. Everyone chopped towards the window in unison. I saw a huge green dragon rolling in the sky stepping on the flames. Kaido. Doflamingo's pupils suddenly shrank. For a while. He couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by Kaido before. Just fight him. Don't tell me that you are afraid when you have the second-generation divine body. Then I really misjudged this time, and took such a waste like you as my subordinate. Ryobi folded his arms around his chest and couldn't help cursing. Foo foo foo. Queen, I'm not afraid, I'm trembling with excitement. Today, I will let him know that the weak cannot even choose how to die. With a gloomy face, Doflamingo said very stiffly. Yes, the queen is right, she has already broken through the two gods. It's over. During the conversation, Kaido has fallen from the sky, regained his human form, and shouted at the tavern. Who's Ron? Hurry up and get Lousy out. Ron. Chapter 109 Kaido, have you ever been defeated? Listen to the roar from outside. A handsome guy with sunglasses was ecstatic. That's right, Kaido continues to shout, you will be the most beautiful boy in Sabaody Archipelago today. Everyone present was also dumbfounded. They all looked out of the window, at the man who was walking slowly. I have seen death. I've never seen such a death. The Lord said indifferently. Boss, do you need to get rid of it? My silly son can do it for me. The devil Xiaolong is about to stage a father's kindness and son's filial piety. But he saw Thor walking out while rolling up his sleeves, his pretty face was full of murderous intent. Behind him was Tushan Yaya who wanted to sneak out to watch the excitement. Don't worry. Ron got up and stopped the two, then smiled and looked at Doflamingo. This should be the reason for your last call. Not so long ago. After Doflamingo and Ron made a deal. Not only that and Kaido explained everything. I also emphasized on working with Ron. At that time Kaido knew that Doflamingo was in Sabaody Archipelago. So just do some research and you will know that Ron is the owner of a tavern in the 13th area. This is how the current scene came about. Foo foo foo. Boss, I'll take care of it. Doflamingo stood up with a gloomy face, as if he was about to go out and FK Kaido hard. No, just let him come. Ron smiled and waved his hand. Kaido is the four emperors. Not to mention the standard rich people, after talking, they can get a phantom beast. Now if he was beaten away or killed, it would be a big loss. And at this moment, Kaido was less than 100 meters away from the tavern. See, no one has come out. He was walking with a mace in his hand, and shouted angrily. Ron, since you don't come out, wait for me to go in, not just Doflamingo will die. Lousy will definitely arrest you and send you to rabbit prison for moving bricks. Although Kaido cherishes talent, he hates betrayal. And Doflamingo's betrayal this time. It makes him feel like. After marrying his wife for many years, he suddenly discovered that she was someone else's mount. If only that's the case. Kaido wanted to lead the pirates to Sabaody Archipelago. Thus launching the world's top war. Unexpectedly, the red hair pirates stopped me halfway. In a fit of anger, Kaido came to Sabaody Archipelago alone to settle accounts with Ron. Advertisement. Who are you, Ron? Get out. Otherwise. You all want to. Kaido yelled loudly, pushed the door and walked into the tavern. But when he saw the scene inside the tavern, the last word, death, can't be said anyway. The first to catch the eye. It was a little girl with long blonde hair, and she looked delicate and cute. It can be next second. A Tyrannosaurus roar suddenly exploded in Kaido's heart. Is it a real dragon? Can you repeat what you just said? I didn't catch it. Thor raised his head and asked with a murderous look. This moment, the whole tavern was filled with a horrible atmosphere. I'm here for Ron, it's none of your business. Kaido pushed hard, looking around while responding. Immediately, he exchanged a glance with the Holy Master's scarlet eyes. The four eyes are facing each other. The cold, terrifying, and evil aura emanating from the Holy Master made Kaido's body tremble uncontrollably. Demon. Immediately afterwards, a long and narrow blade was suddenly placed on Kaido's neck. Because your arrival scared King Big Big Wolf. Tell me, how do you want to die? Although it doesn't take much effort to trample an ant to death, you still have to give the ant the final respect. Aizen's eyes were calm, but his gentle voice contained murderous intent. What the hell? With great difficulty, he asked Grey Wolf to help complete Hogyoku. He's called King, again, and he's roasting sheep again. But now, because of the coming of this slaughter, the Holy Master, his son, and Thor's auras were fully activated, and Big Grey Wolf was so frightened that he trembled. The work of completing Hogyoku also stopped. To be honest, Aizen is really angry. As he spoke, the strength in his hands gradually increased. Kyoka Suigetsu cut open Kaido's skin and flesh bit by bit. Now, Kaido, who was still murderous at first, was stunned. Dragons, demons, and fur tribes. Bridge bean sacks. Why did the woman sitting at the bar suddenly have wings on her back? Are there even angels? Could it be any more outrageous? Advertisement. If it weren't for the pain in his neck, Kaido would have thought he was living in a dream. At this time, a lazy, mature voice mixed with murderous intent came from the backyard. I just want to take a nap, are you done yet? First I called you King Big Big Wolf and I couldn't bear it. Who was shouting outside the door to kill Ron? With the voice down. An unprecedented pressure hangs on everyone's mind. Under this pressure, everyone even felt that a god was slowly coming from not far away. Kaido, who was at the center of the pressure, knelt on the ground and gasped for air. Pressure. This is an oppressive feeling that transcends the level of life. Immediately, Lukoa appeared in everyone's sight wearing pink cotton pajamas and slippers on her feet. Her eyes were half closed, her hair was messy, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. Isn't it you who was yelling outside just now? Lukoa came to the bar and sat down, threw off her slippers, and put her long legs directly on Ron's legs. No wonder you were so calm, it turns out you have eaten top-quality rice. Kaido looked up at Ron with some difficulty, and then said in a deep voice. Yes, it's me. It is impossible to beg for mercy. If begging for mercy is the only way to survive, then Kaido would rather die. Only, failure to commit suicide and launching a top-notch war are really the two biggest regrets in life. Lukoa looked at Ron with a smile. What do you think we should do? She is not the owner of this tavern. So there is no right of life or death. What if Ron gets upset and hangs himself up? This seems very exciting. A little bit of expectation. Ron smiled and said, how about you fight Doflamingo? If you lose, you have to apologize to everyone in the tavern, plus 2 devil fruits. If you win, you can leave. Kaido's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. Is this such a good thing? Just make it clear that you want to let me go. There is no need to go around in such a circle. Pretty boy, Lousy is very optimistic about you. Immediately, Kaido nodded directly and agreed without a trace of hesitation. No problem. He looked at Doflamingo sitting at the bar. Betray me, I will smash your head with a stick. Ha! Doflamingo smiled gloomily. A weak guy who persists in the suffering of others will only bring about his own destruction in the end. Kaido, have you ever been defeated? Have you ever seen true power? Chapter 110 The former serf sings. Kaido's eyes widened and his face was filled with surprise. Crazy. Doflamingo must be crazy. That must be it. Otherwise, how dare he say such things to himself? Or, are you crazy? Or is it because he hasn't sobered up yet, so he's hallucinating? From entering the tavern to now, everything that happened was completely beyond Kaido's imagination. As one of the 4 emperors, the most powerful person in this world. In this tavern, except for the wolf, Rayleigh, Doflamingo, the B***************, D, and Ron, the freeloader. The strength of other people far surpassed my own. Unreasonable, really unreasonable. Kaido, you are still young. Young people should suffer a little. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Kaido was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding the meaning. Language fall. Doflamingo suddenly got angry, grabbed the horn on Kaido's head and walked out of the tavern. Now, although Kaido has already reacted, want to resist. But he found that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not shake Doflamingo in the slightest. Till the end, the huge body was thrown directly, and it stopped after breaking several large trees. How about it? Do you still want to smash my head with your Bajijia? Doflamingo threw the iron rod Kaido left in the tavern and grinned. Foo 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 foo. Kaido, as a person from the old era, you should have withdrawn from the stage of history long ago. Of course, after we have cooperated for so many years, I can give you 2 choices. Either I kill you today. Either you become my subordinate and work with me to overthrow the world. After finishing some impassioned speeches, Doflamingo's whole body trembled unconsciously, which was a manifestation of the surge of adrenaline. Before, he is extremely cautious when facing Kaido. But now the serfs have finally turned over and started singing. How could Doflamingo not be excited? Ha. Let Lousy be your subordinate. You didn't wake up, did you? Doflamingo, you are just a clown in my eyes from beginning to end. Kaido smiled instead of being angry, grabbed the Hachisai on the ground, and slowly stood up. Having said that, but the strength Doflamingo showed just now really shocked Kaido. Be it strength, speed, or physical strength, there has been a qualitative improvement. What happened to Doflamingo? Could it be? Is it because of this pub? Advertisement. After thinking about it, Kaido didn't dare to be careless. While releasing conquerors, he directly transformed into a human animal. For a while, the aura of terror spread crazily around. Bring it on. Let me see how strong the four emperors are today. Doflamingo opened his arms, ready to face Kaido's wrath with no defense. I hope you won't regret it. Kaido leapt into the air, held up the Hachiji with both hands, and drew countless red and black lightning bolts. Under the gaze of everyone in the tavern, thunder struck Doflamingo on the head like a disaster, along with the Bazai wrapped around conquerors. Zhang Sanshi, Yin, Naraku, facing this horrific attack. Doflamingo was unmoved, but the aura exuding from his body was rising steadily. Finally, with a trace of scarlet flashing through his eyes under his sunglasses, Doflamingo just wrapped his arms around him and charged at him. Boom! The moment the two collided with each other, the huge impact caused the ground beneath their feet to collapse. Conqueror's haki surges wildly. This is the top power in the world. However, Kaido's attack at this moment was actually in midair, and he looked intently. Doflamingo actually blocked the attack with one hand. Is it my turn? Doflamingo grinned and let out a mouthful of white fang. What? Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly, and subconsciously wanted to retreat. But, it's too late. Doflamingo grabbed, ate fasts, and slammed down. Boom. With a muffled sound, Kaido was directly smashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Doflamingo's stormy offensive followed. Every punch goes down. A cloud of blood will burst out from Kaido's body. He wanted to struggle and fight back, but found that it was all futile. Only passive defense. This is the absolute crush after fusing the second-generation divine body. A few minutes later, Kaido, known as the strongest creature, has been beaten beyond recognition by Doflamingo. All the muscles collapsed, and most of the bones were broken. How is it possible? Poof. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood and muttered in disbelief. He also didn't expect that one day he would be beaten so embarrassingly by the clown he thought. Even that clown didn't use the fruit ability. It's just using physical strength and armed color. You shouldn't be in this tavern. Let alone me, the boss's strength is unimaginable even for the queen. After Doflamingo sneered, he said slowly. There are only two paths before you. Death, or be my subordinate. Advertisement. Kaido didn't respond, just took out the wine gourd pinned to his waist and took a sip into his mouth. See, Doflamingo's face immediately turned ferocious, and he wanted to punch his head off, but he finally endured it. He said softly, our cooperation is also possible. Don't you want to start the world's top war? I can help you. But you're going to help me overthrow the world government. After being hunted down by Akainu, Doflamingo realized. With the strength of the Don Quixote family alone, it is simply impossible to compete with the two behemoths of world government and marine. While expanding the sphere of influence, it is necessary to find powerful allies. And Kaido in front of him is the best partner right now. After hearing this, Kaido swallowed the wine in his mouth with difficulty, and couldn't help thinking. Do you want to die, or live to fulfill your dreams? Finally, Kaido said slowly, let's cooperate. Foo. Let's turn the world upside down together. Let's go in, you should apologize to the boss. Doflamingo grinned, then turned and walked towards the tavern. Looking at his back, Kaido's face gradually darkened. When Lousy finds out the source of your power, your G dead. After returning to the tavern, Kaido first said to Ron, I'm sorry, boss. Ron nodded with a smile. This is not an example. Immediately, Kaido apologized again to everyone in the tavern. The voice was full of unwillingness, and there was a hint of trembling. If you don't look at the face, change your voice to a woman's words. It will definitely make people think that she has suffered inhuman abuse. Everyone was also very satisfied with his attitude. Especially Big Wolf stood on the chair and patted Kaido on the shoulder, saying, young man, don't be so hostile. Learn from this great king, keep a low profile and please boss Ron more, you will definitely reap a lot of benefits. Look at me, now I have enough sheep to eat, and I have a younger brother. The veins on Kaido's forehead popped out. Aizen clenched his fists tightly, his face twitching. The two looked at each other and saw what the other was thinking. That is, the slaughter must be knifed. At this time, Ron reminded with a smile, remember to repair the grass outside. Without waiting for Kaido to respond, Doflamingo tried it first. Boss, tomorrow will be back to normal. Cut. This face is really disgusting. Kaido muttered in a low voice with disdain. Doflamingo's face suddenly darkened. He was about to pull the seriously injured Kaido to go out to continue the duel, but was stopped by Liang Bing. Kid Kaido, the queen likes your stubborn little personality. Are you interested in hanging out with me? I can give you the same power as him. Kaido. Doflamingo. Chapter 111. Where is your pride as 4 emperors and your dignity as a strong man? Doflamingo was confused. Queen, you don't play like this. This would also give Kaido the second generation divine body. New grudges add up to old scores. I will definitely not survive today. Kaido, on the other hand, looked ecstatic and turned to grin at Doflamingo. The meaning is obvious. You're going to die today. But then, he suddenly calmed down and asked, what's the price? Kaido knew in his heart that gaining power must come at a price. Just like when Big Mom gave herself a devil fruit. To this day, he still owed her a favor. Liang Bing said with a smile. It's very simple. Honor me as your king and preach the ideals of depravity and freedom in this world. That's it, isn't it simple? Kaido did not agree immediately after hearing this, but fell into deep thought. If you agree, you will submit to a woman. Then what's the point of living by yourself? And, when rocks attacked the Valley of the Gods, he, Golden Lion and others were unwilling to succumb to others. In the end, he backstabbed rocks and made a fool of himself. Just when Kaido was about to refuse, Liang Bing said calmly, being inferior to others. Haha, the person sitting in front of you is the king of the demonic civilization, a god. I will not interfere with what you are fighting for, the Pirate King. A very childish title. Okay, you call me queen, promote your ideas, and I will give you power. The problem is that simple. Heard the words, Kaido didn't hesitate this time and nodded directly in agreement. Okay, queen. Queen Morgana. At this time, a handsome guy wearing sunglasses in the pub was heartbroken. Is that a promise? Kaido, where is your pride as a four emperors and your dignity as a strong man? Were they all eaten by dogs? But, it's probably not too late to run now, right? Get along well with Doflamingo from now on. Although I am a devil, I really don't like companions killing each other. Liang Bing instructed softly. Kaido hugged Doflamingo's neck and said with a gloomy smile. Don't worry, Queen, we have a cooperative relationship, and I can't bear to kill him. Don't you think so, Dover? Doflamingo nodded with a wry smile. However, advertisement. Just when Liang Bing was about to give Kaido the second generation divine body. Geisha, who had been silent all this time, said lightly. No, it is enough to have two second generation divine bodies in this world. A few more will only make the agreement between us unbalanced. Since Doflamingo merged with the second generation divine body. Its power, it has far exceeded the level of four emperors. If the number of second generation divine bodies continues to increase, things are bound to develop in unpredictable directions. By then, civilians will be affected and order will completely collapse. This is not what Geisha wants to see. Liang Bing thought about it and said with a smile. Otherwise, each of us will give 3 first-generation divine bodies. The war that breaks out will definitely be more interesting. Just like when we were kids and played chess. Liang Bing's voice stopped abruptly when he mentioned his childhood. Geisha didn't respond. She lowered her head and drank the wine silently, which was considered to be her agreement to the proposal. That was a very good memory. But that is now a thing of the past. Like holding sand, no matter how hard you apply force, it will still flow out from between your fingers. At last, all that is left is the dust on my hands and the disappointment and helplessness in the cool breeze. There was a moment of silence. Liang Bing said slowly, let's get started, then I will give you a divine body. A certain handsome guy couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded inexplicably in Kaido's mind. Unlocking the secret ban, the password is being transferred. Close black lens bracket. Starting to fuse the first generation divine body, the current progress is 50%. In this instant, a surge of power surged into Kaido's body with a brute force. This power is very strange. It does not directly strengthen itself, but disrupts and reorganizes the body's structure. In a short period of time, Kaido's life level has undergone a qualitative transformation. When the integration is complete, Kaido was surprised to find that the body that had been seriously injured just now healed faster. The power in the body is constantly flowing out. It's an amazing feeling. Kaido even once thought that he could punch a redhead now. Doflamingo was still stepping on his feet and he shouted loudly, Kaido old god tier is unparalleled. Okay, let Doflamingo explain my philosophy. I'm a little tired. Liang Bing held his forehead slightly and waved his hand impatiently. Okay queen. Kaido nodded. Can be ignored. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly noticed that Doflamingo's eyes had changed. No longer as fearful as before. Advertisement. Instead, he had a look of disdain on his face, with words written all over his eyebrows, you are trash. Bah, what are you looking at? Listen to me honestly about the ideas of depravity and freedom. Doflamingo sneered and slapped Kaido on the head. Boom. With a muffled sound, Kaido stumbled, almost losing his seat and falling to the ground, and his head was buzzing. After coming back to his senses, he was confused. What's the situation? After integrating this power, shouldn't it be similar to Doflamingo's strength? Why is there still so much difference? What you fused is the first generation divine body, and what I fused is the second generation divine body. The gap is naturally huge. You still want to sit on my head and shit? Stop dreaming. Doflamingo spilled a mouthful of white fang and said with a smile. In the next few minutes we will explain fall and freedom. Doflamingo would either hit or scold Kaido, and occasionally even give Kaido a hard blow. It can be regarded as venting out all the grievances I have suffered in the past few years. Kaido silently gritted his teeth and endured it. Although he dared to be angry but dared not speak out, he secretly swore in his heart. What the hell? You must not let Lousy find a chance. Otherwise, you will suffer the same consequences. After the explanation is completed, Doflamingo left the tavern. It's called helping Ron tidy up the grass outside the pub. As for Kaido, he was sitting at the bar, looking a little restless. No way. It's okay if you don't know the people sitting at the bar. The key is that you can't beat them. The only person I know, Rayleigh, still ignores Kaido. At this time, Ron took out 2 bottles of Neolinshin from the wine cabinet and handed them over. When can I bring my 2 devil fruits? Devil fruit is on Ghost Island. I have to go back. Kaido took the wine, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a swig of it. Gulu. The moment the wine entered my throat, the burning high that was not light suddenly overflowed in the mouth. This made Kaido, who was already a heavy drinker, suddenly light up. Good wine. Available immediately. His eyes couldn't help but fall again. Alas. I'll come out this time. My useless son still doesn't know what will happen on Ghost Island. After hearing this, the Holy Lord sitting aside immediately came to sit down next to Kaido with a glass of wine and let out a long sigh. You also have a son. How do you usually educate him? Can you share your experience? Chapter 112. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Looking at the monster approaching, Kaido's face suddenly twitched. Does the contrast have to be so big? Just now he looked like he was going to eat me alive. Why is he now an old father worried about his son? Do not be afraid. The Holy Lord is very kind. After Ron explained with a smile, he leaned on the chair and picked up the cat. He likes this state of affairs. There is no need to deliberately guide guests to talk. There are so many guests now. Sit together and chat for a few words, then drink 2 glasses of wine, and you will always find the same topic. In the end, just lie down and wait for the reward to arrive. After hearing this, Kaido's face twitched again. Kind. How do you see that he is kind? After laughing bitterly in his heart, he took a sip of wine and said softly. In fact, education is out of the question. Just fight. But in the end I gave up and had no choice but to tie him up and imprison him on a ghost island. The Holy Lord's eyes suddenly lit up. Will tying it up work? Kaido nodded. It doesn't really work, I can only make him be more honest. I'll put handcuffs on him that will explode if he leaves the island. If he tries to break free, the bomb will blow up his whole body and leave nothing behind. Of course, he doesn't know this yet. If he knew, he would probably kill me. Everyone in the tavern was stunned for a moment after hearing this. How wonderful. What a loving father and filial son. The Holy Lord, as if he was enlightened, unconsciously tilted his head and glanced at the silly son. When the demon dragon saw this, he tensed up instantly and asked with a vigilant look. Old man, what do you want to do? If you do this, I would rather die. The Holy Master smiled and reassured. Don't get excited, don't worry, I won't do this. The devil dragon was relieved. But looking at the meaningful smile of the old father, there was a faint feeling of discomfort in his heart, and he always felt that he would suffer a big loss that day. No, we must guard against this old guy. Actually, your son is already very good. My son and I couldn't even say more than 2 words before we started fighting. Kaido took a sip of wine and sighed softly. What's even more outrageous is, he didn't know where he picked up a diary of my former dead opponent. From then on, he called himself the name of my rival, Kazuki Oden. I'm so hard. Advertisement. I don't know whether it was because he was depressed or because of his emotions. Kaido burst into tears as he spoke. The Holy Lord patted his shoulder and comforted him. Do not be sad. I'm no better than you. My stupid son has only talked to me in the past few days. Before this, we fought for 2.5 years, without sleep or rest, with deadly attacks. The more he spoke, the more the Holy Lord felt a sense of bitterness, and tears fell unconsciously from the corners of his eyes. At last, the 2 tall men actually hugged each other and cried loudly, telling each other how hard they had been over the years. That picture is so beautiful. Beautiful. Ron and others couldn't bear to look at her. Snapped. Devil Xiaolong even slapped his face. It's so embarrassing. If it is possible, Laozi really wants to become an orphan without this father. Looking at the 2 people hugging each other and crying, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Well, being a father isn't easy either. Ron asked curiously. Do you know who Kaido had the child with? Rayleigh shook his head. I don't know. I haven't seen him since the battle in the Valley of Gods. Maybe it's Linlin's. Linlin. Ron raised his eyebrows. You're calling her so close, so you can't have an affair, right? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Rayleigh said bitterly. It's okay not to mention it. Linlin back then was perfect. Not just me, many famous big pirates went astray. Ron, I seem to know something incredible. At this time, the Lord let go of Kaido, took out a bottle of spray, and handed it over. Brother, this thing can help you temporarily ease the relationship between father and son. Just spit on your son and act pathetic. No matter what you ask, he will listen to you. The devil dragon's eyes suddenly lit up, and he subconsciously reached out to grab it. Just when he was about to touch the soft heart spray, he was slapped out of the tavern by the old father. Kaido wiped away the tears on his face, and asked with some doubts. Does this thing really work? I haven't waited for the Holy Master to explain. But Big Wolf put down his work, strode to the bar, jumped up and patted Kaido's head with his paw. Are you questioning what the king did? Kaido turned around and looked down at Big Wolf with his hands on his hips, questioning him. For a while, unprecedented anger suddenly welled up in my heart. What the hell? Advertisement. Doflamingo's arrogance is fine, why are you a fur tribe here to join in the fun? Then, before he could make a move, a familiar long knife was placed around his neck. Aizen said lightly, it's best to think about the consequences before doing it. Otherwise, you may not even know how you died. With an idea, Kaido quickly twisted the cap of the soft heart spray and sprayed it on Aizen's face. Puff. Feel the mist hitting your face. Aizen frowned suddenly, and subconsciously raised his sword. Kaido cried out quickly, I am too miserable. It's fine if the son at home is disobedient. Outside, Doflamingo betrayed me, and now even a wolf dares to beat me. With the voice down, with only a click, the purified water moon was still on the ground by Aizen. Immediately, he said softly, you are so pitiful. Forget it this time, let's not make an example next time. See this scene. Kaido's eyes widened suddenly, his face was full of shock. Is this stuff so fragrant? With this thing, is it possible that Doflamingo can't do anything to me? Big Wolf snorted coldly, isn't this great king's invention very powerful? Kaido nodded quickly, amazing. Big Wolf snorted coldly, took out the antidote he made last time, and sprayed it on Aizen. The next moment, Aizen returned to normal, and asked with a surprised face. What did you spray on me just now? The way I looked just now was really disgusting. Big Wolf looked proud, and then explained the function of the softening spray again. After listening, Aizen suddenly felt disgusted. Can this thing be invented by man? It's even more outrageous than hand-rubbing Hogyoku. Go back to work, you go and help me find a hammer and a chainsaw. Big Wolf pulled Aizen back to the original position. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Kaido said sincerely. Thank you. The Lord smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome, just send it back to me after you've had enough fun. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle, as the door was slowly pushed open. A terrifying atmosphere instantly spread wantonly in the tavern. Ron at the bar looked up. A man in black armor came into view, his gaze and expression extremely stern. Chapter 113 Pluton. When this new guest enters the tavern, the breath of terror is spreading wantonly. This is not deliberate, more like its own temperament. But in Geis's cold eyes, a huge wave of dark energy is lingering around this man. For a while, the pressure of everyone in the tavern suddenly doubled. Big Wolf was so frightened that he got under the table and shivered. The person who came was Pluton from the Super Beast Armed World. Ruler of the 5th Parallel Universe. The leader of the Wolf Clan. He is one of the 4 nebula powerhouses in the 7 parallel universes. At the same time, he is also the last guest of the tavern with villain characteristics. Ron greeted with a smile, welcome, Mr. Pluton. I'm the owner of this tavern, Ron. Pluton came to the bar and sat down, nodded. Almost 10,000 years. I didn't expect that it was not the key of Schwanming that helped me get out of the coffin of Schwanming, but an invitation from a tavern. 10,000 years. Liang Bing and Gai Sha were startled at the same time. Since he was sealed for 10,000 years, how far has this person's civilization developed? Although not the same world. But the essence of some problems is the same. The two were not in a hurry to ask. Instead, while observing Pluton silently, and analyze it. At this time, Ron turned around and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, and handed it to Pluton. Try it, this wine is called Gujing Tribute Wine. It is different from conventional glass wine bottles. The wine is packed in white porcelain. The blue pattern on the body of the bottle is elegant, just like a man who experienced high spirits when he was young, but now he is low-key and majestic. Pluton took the bottle, opened it and sniffed it lightly. Moment. The fresh and elegant aroma of wine flooded into the nostrils. Not bad. Pluton nodded, and after taking a sip, his eyes lit up. The aroma is as mellow as an orchid, and the entrance is sweet and mellow. The aftertaste is lasting. Pluton, who has never drank alcohol for 10,000 years, can't help but linger. As long as you like it. Ron smiled and then asked. By the way, when you lift the seal, will you continue your conquest until you rule the 7 parallel universes? Advertisement. Questions you will face after hearing this. Pluton took a sip of wine and said calmly. I have grown from weak to strong, and I have seen all kinds of things in the universe. 10,000 years ago, when the Wolf clan was so weak that it was about to be exterminated, I understood a truth. Living in harmony is just a self-deceptive idea of the weak. Only rule after conquest can lead to permanent peace. There was endless loneliness and coldness in his voice. This is his belief. It is also the absolute class mentality of being a wolf. Ron lit a cigarette and said with a smile. You have gone from being a weakling to being like this step by step. Then you should know, in the face of absolute rule, those oppressed people will often rise up. Just like now, the Snow Emperor led the White Tiger clan to invade the underworld and finally sealed you. After hearing this, Pluton's eyes remained calm and he sighed softly. This is the law of the universe. The strong should rule the weak. Only in this way will the world progress. Speaking of this, he took a sip of wine, with a hint of murderous intent in his voice. And the Snow Emperor in your mouth. He talks about benevolence, justice and morality, saying that love can create everything, and that nothing is impossible in the world of love. But actually, I promised not to enter the underworld, but when I saw my men going in, I didn't stop them and let them kill the underworld soldiers. If this is what is called love, then it means there is nothing wrong with my rule. Everyone in the tavern listened. 3 big words suddenly appeared in my heart. Holy Mother BCH. Ron also smiled and shook his head. If Pluton started from scratch, he understands that the world is dominated by the jungle. The Snow Emperor inherited the family business. I can only draw a pie, talk about dreams, and talk about life. Maybe this is the difference. Actually, use a relatively strong force to move the world and make as few mistakes as possible. Although Pluton's approach is absolute, the general direction is not wrong. But he used the words, conquer, and rule. It will make those who consider themselves righteous uncomfortable. Or, no one is wrong, the final destination of protection and conquest is peace. After Pluton drank the wine in the bottle, he continued. The Snow Emperor's love can create everything and destroy everything. When you use love to protect sheep from wolves, then for the wolf, this love is equivalent to destruction. Advertisement. Because they will starve to death. The same is true in the world. Either wolves starve to death, or weak sheep are bitten to death. It's because this world is too cruel, but it's beautiful because of it. With the voice down, Big Wolf emerged from under the table and walked towards Pluton with red eyes. Even though Aizen stepped forward to stop him, he still glared back. Under the gaze of everyone, Big Wolf actually hugged Pluton from behind and cried loudly. Woo woo woo. After all these years, someone finally has a word of conscience. The wolf deserves to be eaten by the sheep. What's wrong with this? When Aizen saw this, he slapped him in the face. Snapped. It's over. No one can save Big Grey Wolf now. It's not good for you to hug anyone, but you have to hug this one. The breath that Pluton exuded when he came in just now made even Aizen find it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, an unexpected scene happened. After Pluton glanced at Big Wolf, he just touched his head and said in a vicissitudes of voice. I understand you. You and I are both from the wolf tribe, and we are hostile and rejected by other tribes because of our bloodthirsty nature. I have also always looked for ways to peacefully coexist with other ethnic groups. But the facts prove it. I was totally wrong. That's our instinct, it's innate. After Big Wolf let go of Pluton, he sat down next to him and nodded vigorously. I will. These days, although there is no need to catch sheep, there are sheep to eat. But, Big Wolf always felt like he was missing something. And what was missing was awakened by Pluton today. That is the wild and bloodthirsty hunting instinct of a wolf. From now on, as soon as you finish drinking in the tavern, you have to pick up the job of catching sheep again when you return to the grassland. At this time, Geisha, who had been silent all this time, slowly raised her eyes and opened her teeth slightly. I heard you say so much. What you call rule is just conquest, conquest, conquest. Then it's just a meaningless arms race. You feel. Is there any point at the end of the rain? Chapter 114. After being exposed to the rain, I wanted to break some water on others. Pluton is very strong. At least, the current Geisha cannot be read and parsed by Liang Bing. But this does not mean that Geisha agrees with his philosophy of governance. Angels never conquer demons except demons. But it will bring hope to weak civilizations and drive away evil. Even so, Geisha still will not directly intervene in the management of civilization. And those lower civilizations who are helped will believe in angels crazily. Thus, we can find the meaning of life and enjoy happiness under the order of justice. Or, angel civilization is the god of lower civilizations. Pluton turned to look at Geisha. Instantly, tension spread in the tavern. Tushin Yaya, who likes to watch the excitement, holds the black cat in one hand and makes a fist in the other, with words written all over her face. Let's fight. Rayleigh looked disappointed. What he likes to see is the scene of 2 women tearing their hair and pulling their clothes. Not this tone. Bad review. Just when the tavern fell into silence. Suddenly, in the calm space, Pluton's sneer sounded. The word meaning in your mouth has no meaning in itself. You and I are in different worlds. You haven't experienced what I have experienced, so what's the point? Liang Bing's eyes suddenly brightened. She could feel that the man in front of her could defeat Geisha. But somehow, Liang Bing didn't seem very happy. When the image of Geisha being beaten and speechless appeared in her mind, she felt a surge of anger in her heart. This feeling was very contradictory, making her beautiful eyebrows darken unconsciously. Geisha frowned slightly and said in a lazy tone. The world is different, but the feeling when a civilization is invaded and conquered is the same. Yes, I can't understand how you feel. But by conquering everywhere like this, the rule and evil that you ultimately establish will undoubtedly come. In the world I live in, weak civilizations live beautifully under the order of justice. Ha ha ha. Pluton laughed, and the laughter echoed throughout the tavern. He lives in a world where the jungle is strong and full of hypocrisy. Evil. It has no boundaries and cannot be defined. At least that's how it seems to Pluton. The wolf tribe, or Pluton's idea is very simple, they just want to survive. If you don't conquer it, others will conquer you. Why are you laughing? Geisha asked with a frown. It's too naive to laugh at you. Pluton said lightly. If I stop the pace of conquest, then the scene of the strong defeating the weak and dominating them will happen again. In this case, are you condoning the emergence of another ruler again? And what you call order doesn't mean that you use the identity of a ruler or a strong person to set the rules. When I reach high places, I find that I am always alone. No one talks to me. The lonely winter makes me tremble. What do I want to do in high places? After hearing this, a handsome guy wearing black-rimmed glasses resisted the urge to pull out the purifying water moon. How can this person be so good at pretending? What to do? My hands feel so itchy, I really want to kill him. At this moment, Pluton was questioned. Advertisement. Geisha's brows furrowed even more. Step by step, my mind fell into the logical chaos set by Pluton. She knows. Pluton is sophistry. His idea of justice is not his so-called absolute rule. Immediately, Geisha leaned on the chair and said slowly. The right to freedom belongs to all living beings. All living beings will not be ruled by you, nor will they be ruled by you. The wolves and sheep you just mentioned, haha, they are all just excuses for invasion. Good excuses cannot hide the true nature of aggression. Pluton did not explain, but smiled and said, I do not deny the fact of aggression. Because the wolf tribe I belong to also suffered from this kind of treatment. So, after I rule the 7 parallel universes, I will judge disputes in the universe from an objective perspective. Geisha continued to retort. Then you. The debate continued into the afternoon. There is no winner or lose between the two, or in other words, everyone is the winner. Because the end point of their debate is peace. It's just that the process is completely different. Everyone in the tavern saw that they couldn't start a fight, so they didn't listen carefully. To sum it up, Pluton's life experience was miserable. Not only was he born in a cruel environment, he was almost exterminated. So, after getting soaked in the rain, I wanted to soak some water in others. In other words, Pluton's approach is rather extreme. Standard extreme realist. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, the customer Pluton has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Pluton. Philosophical theory, nebula. The host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Pluton confides in the involved object. Snow Emperor, will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Kaido confides in the involved parties. Yamato, will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Goddamn philosophical theory, Ron said softly after complaining. Select the nebular body of Pluton and merge it at night. As for the others, Ron chose Kaido's fish fruit, phantom beast species, and blue dragon form. Holy masters, electric eyes are compelling, and Geisha's sacred field. But, what made Ron a little puzzled was, can Pluton's nebular body crush the 4th generation's divine body? That can burst out 6 to 8 black hole level energy. When the time comes tonight, the guests also left one after another. Until there were only Geisha and Pluton left in the tavern. The debate just came to a halt. Although I don't agree with your philosophy. But it has also benefited me a lot. I will come here tomorrow and hope to continue. After Pluton took the last sip of wine, he said lightly. Geisha nodded. Okay. Just when the two were about to leave. Ron's lazy voice sounded from inside the bar. You two, you haven't paid yet. Instantly, Ming Akoku froze in place. Advertisement. I was sealed for 10,000 years, not to mention money, except for this armor. I didn't even have anything on my body that I could sell. Geisha turned her head with a smile, came to the bar in a lot of steps, and lightly pulled Ron's mouth. Immediately afterwards, she took out another flaming sword and handed it to Ron. This sword should be enough for several days of drinking money, right? Then why are you still taking advantage of me? And since you want to take advantage, why not? Oh. Ron vented a little in his heart, then smiled and said. Okay, welcome to visit next time. Geisha nodded with a smile, and left the tavern slowly. Just before leaving, she smiled and said to Pluton, isn't your sophistry very strong? Try it. Can you argue with Ron and let him save the drink in the end? Looking at the figure that disappeared into the night. The face under Pluton's mask suddenly went dark. What to do? You can't go kiss Ron like that woman, can you? Eating overlord meal, I can't do this kind of thing myself. At last, Pluton promised to bring a power lock tomorrow as wine money. Only then did Ron let him go, wrapping up his business for the day. Finished washing, Ron returned to his room and began to fuse the nebula body and the sacred domain at the same time. Instantly, a terrifying force surged into Ron's body in an instant. The overflowing breath surged wantonly in the room, if it wasn't for the enchantment set up in advance. I'm afraid that the entire backyard will be annihilated under this force. Soon, the fusion of the nebular body and the sacred realm is complete. Before Ron could experiment, the door was suddenly opened a little. Immediately afterwards, a thick and silky voice sounded. Ron, I've come to talk to you about my life. Ron knows. This time it's not just, oh, but, ka. Early the next morning, even after a night of exhaustion, Ron still got up early and came to the tavern. As usual, still eating breakfast while reading the newspaper. At this time, the door of the tavern was suddenly opened. Rayleigh strode in. Little brat, serve the wine, serve the tiger whip wine. Ron froze for a moment. The guests who suddenly recalled the characteristics of the villain have come. After Rayleigh is the first guest to enter the tavern, the system will analyze his characteristics and invite guests from other worlds. This can't be the characteristic of kidney deficiency. Immediately, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, guests enter the tavern and start testing. Close black lens bracket. After the test, the system analysis shows that this guest has the characteristic of teacher, and the following 4 guests from other worlds will also have the characteristic of teacher. Close black lens bracket. P.S. Guests from other worlds that are invited immediately every day are not counted. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 115. Put down the knife, you can't kill this octopus sister. Hearing the system prompt, Ron couldn't help grinning. Teacher, are you sure the system is not a bug? Rayleigh taught Luffy for 2 full years. Whether it is knowledge color or armed color, they have only taught a little bit of superficiality. In contrast to other people, Luffy and Katakuri had a fight, and they raised the color of knowledge to a new stage. The armed color is even worse. Leopard Guro just taught a few words, and Luffy learned emission. Finally there is Conquerors. Rayleigh only taught how to control, but did not teach the correct way to use it. And Mr. Guy went down with a stick, and Luffy quickly mastered Conqueror's winding. Compared with the above 3, Rayleigh is simply a mediocre teacher. Pure misleading son. His characteristics should be old-fashioned. Little ghost, how does this old man feel? Your eyes look like trash. Rayleigh asked suspiciously while drinking the wine Rem brought. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. You're too sensitive. It's not a feeling, it's trash, at least that's how Shaki feels. Ron came to the bar and sat down, teasing with a smile. Little devil, don't talk nonsense. Rayleigh was about to poke his neck to retort, but then he froze again. Fine, and it is. But, can you be euphemistic? Hurt my self-esteem as an old man in his 70s, okay. Alas, Rayleigh sighed, not joking, and said in a vicissitudes tone. Old man, there is no way. Speaking of this, he suddenly changed the subject, and the corners of his mouth rose wildly. However, I have changed my mind now. A woman. There are 70 ways to make them happy, one is to buy a bag, and the remaining 69 ways. Ron, good guy, I understand all these words, why can't I understand them together? At this time, the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, and the T-Dolphin strode in. Ron raised his eyes and took a look, feeling extremely grateful in his heart. Thanks to Rayleigh for coming early. Otherwise, Ron really can't stand the guests who come to the dog-licking feature again. The T-Dolphin came to the bar and sat down. After he handed the box in his hand to Ron, he scratched his head apologetically. Advertisement. I'm sorry, Boss Luo. This is the devil fruit Mr. Sengoku asked me to give you. I was really busy yesterday afternoon. I either bought hard hats for those girls, or bought meals for their boyfriends, and was handed over by a teacher to discuss life at night. You mustn't say that to Mr. Sengoku. Ron and Rayleigh's faces darkened. What the hell? This licking dog is hopeless. Fortunately, Akainu is not here, otherwise the T-Dolphin's leg would be broken. Don't worry, my mouth is very strict. Ron took the box with a smile, and after opening it, the system also gave a detailed description of the variety. Among the 3 devil fruits, one is ancient, one is phantom, and one is paramesha. I have to say that the world government is really rich. Suddenly, there was a buzzing of phone bugs. Pulu pulu pulu. The T-Dolphin's face suddenly became happy, and he didn't even bother to drink, so he quickly took out the phone bug. Baby, are you awake? You shouted all night, your throat must be very sore, I'll give you Sydney pork lung soup. Ah, your boyfriend is tired, and he also wants to make up. Then I'll bring him a bottle of tonic later, it will definitely be a great tonic. By the way, did you use the lipstick I sold you last night? I also want to have a sense of participation. What? You're coming to my house tonight, so let me use this bottle of tonic. For the next half hour. The T-Dolphin rang several phone bugs again, and one set of dog-licking quotations came out. During this time, father and son of the Lord, Doflamingo, Sister Guy Shaw, Tushan Yaya and other regular customers of the tavern also came to the tavern one after another. This time, they didn't talk and laugh like they used to. Instead, he looked at the T-Dolphin with a surprised face. Talent. This is definitely a talent. Seeing this, Rayleigh immediately began to liven up the atmosphere. He stood up, held up the wine glass in his hand, and said loudly. Here's to the most affectionate man in this tavern. With the voice down, everyone in the tavern raised their glasses at the same time, colliding with each other. The crisp and pleasant sound echoed continuously in the tavern. Thank you everyone. The T-Dolphin drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, feeling unprecedentedly happy. He is very happy. After all, can go from being a licking dog to being a Poseidon now. Only he knows the bitterness and setbacks he has gone through. But now, the T-Dolphin has succeeded and sublimated. Advertisement. But, there was one person in the tavern who was not in the mood to toast. Instead, he was sitting alone at the bar, drinking dull wine. This person is Aizen. He is the 3rd guest to come to the tavern today, and he hasn't seen Big Wolf until now. Sudden, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Big Wolf hammered his head to the bar dejectedly, found a bottle of wine and started to drink it. Ron asked curiously, what's the matter, you seem a little unhappy. Aizen also looked concerned. Big Grey Wolf said with a wry smile. After listening to Pluton's words yesterday, I rekindled my fighting spirit and prepared to go back to catch sheep. But, I have been busy all night, but I still haven't caught it. Sometimes I really wonder, am I a wolf? After hearing this, Aizen's eyelids jumped wildly. You can literally rub Hogyoku with your hands. Can't even catch a sheep. After thinking about it, Aizen couldn't help sighing softly. Since you can't catch it, then give up. Big Wolf glanced at him, jumped up and patted his head with a paw. What do you know? My lord must catch the sheep and never give up. If you keep saying things like this in the future, Hogyoku, you should figure it out yourself. The strength of this claw is not light. Even knocked Aizen's glasses crooked. No more Big Wolf. Let us start. Aizen's forehead was bulging with veins, and his fists were tightly clenched. Even so, his voice was still gentle, with a hint of murderous intent in his tone of respect. HMPH. Big Wolf curled his lips, turned and walked towards the Sante beside him. Aizen followed immediately, watching the two fighting. Yoruichi, who turned into a black cat, rolled happily in Ron's arms. This time, Aizen seems to be patient, but in fact he is being manipulated to death. At this time, the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. As the door was slowly pushed open, a man in a tight green sleeveless uniform strode in, looking at the tavern curiously. But suddenly, his footsteps froze suddenly, he stared blankly at the kitchen, and shouted loudly. Wait. Oh my gosh. Put down the knife, you can't kill this octopus sister. No. Chapter 116 Bald Man. Octopus sister. When these 4 words lingered in everyone's ears, a look of disgust appeared on their faces. What the hell? Another pervert. Ron raised his eyebrows. Oh. Deep Sea. The person who came was none other than the Deep Sea of the Black Robe Picket World. The vice captain of the Super 7. His superpower is that he can understand the speech of marine creatures. Do you know him? Liang Bing blinked curiously. Ron smiled and explained. The men of the motherland can be considered your men. Heard the words. Liang Bing suddenly felt a headache, held his forehead slightly and said. Grass asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't tell me, there are no normal people in the world where our motherland lives. Ron nodded. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Next second, telegraph operator Liang Bing opened his mouth and immediately sent out a series of telegrams. Pluton, who was arguing with Geisha, couldn't help but feel happy after hearing this. Fortunately, the woman he was arguing with was not this woman. Otherwise, I would definitely be tempted to take action directly. The scolding was so unpleasant. At the same time. Under the gaze of everyone in the tavern, Luffy ran to the kitchen. When he saw Thor raising his sword and dropping it, he stretched out his hand and shouted, no. Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. With a flash of sword light, Thor directly chopped off the heads of several octopuses at the same time. Then skillfully cut it into thin strips, arrange it on the plate, and make a sashimi platter. This moment, time seemed to have stood still. Deep Sea knelt on the ground, with only the octopus's tentacles twisting in the air. A series of screams and calls for help lingered in my ears. As if complaining about why I didn't save them. Do you want to eat? Thor thought Deep Sea was hungry, so he handed him the sashimi platter. Shenhai didn't respond, and left the kitchen with a disappointed look on his face, silently came to the bar and sat down. He couldn't understand why humans must eat fish. They are obviously so cute and considerate. Sometimes, it can even help you relieve loneliness. Compared to girlfriend, the Deep Sea prefers friendly and in-depth communication with marine life. And at this moment, advertisement. Ron, Liang Bing was silently probing his inner thoughts. Next second, the two of them slapped each other in the face at the same time. Too pervert. They are almost on par with the people of the motherland. At this time, Thor and Rem walked over from the kitchen. One person was holding wine, and the other was holding the octopus sashimi platter just now. After placing things in front of the Deep Sea, Thor smiled and said, "This is your wine, use it slowly." As she said that, she looked at Ron and said, "I saw that this guest had been staring at this plate of octopus just now, so I gave it to him. I'm going to kill some fresh ones for you." Before Ron could respond, Deep Sea smiled bitterly and said, "Can you take them away? Now that I see the dead octopus sister, I feel sick to my stomach." What a weirdo. Thor frowned and took the octopus down. Ron asked curiously, "Did something happen? You didn't seem to have such a big reaction when you saw dead sea creatures before." Heard the words. Shanghai didn't care about the fact that Ron knew him. After taking a sip of wine, he said with a sad face. "That's something God would say FK when he sees it. The people of the motherland told me that day to watch the heroes exchange meeting. But, when I first laid eyes on Timothy, we fell in love and had a deep conversation. Just as the progress was going on, the Homelander and the soldier boy fought at the hero exchange meeting. In order to punish me for not completing what he promised. People from the motherland eat seafood in front of me, and even force me to eat Sister Timothy. You don't know. She prayed in my mouth, begging for mercy." When the story ended, Shenhai lay down on the table and burst into tears. Big Wolf, Rayleigh, Holy Master and others who didn't know why immediately cast pitiful eyes. Certainly, now they still think that Timothy is Shenhai's wife or girlfriend. Big Wolf patted Aizen beside him. "Can't you control other people's 5 senses? Can you let him meet Timothy in hallucinations?" Aizen nodded silently. The next moment, Deep Sea, who was crying, felt as if something was crawling on his face. There was also a familiar voice. He looked up, and an octopus appeared in his field of vision. This is Timothy. Shen Hai's face was suddenly ecstatic, and he stretched out his hand to gently stroke the octopus' head. That look, as if he was stroking his lover. In the eyes of the deep sea, this octopus is like the most beautiful woman in the world. The mouthparts, the 8 sexy tentacles, and the chubby head all touched his heart deeply. See this scene. Advertisement. Big Wolf said proudly. I have done a good deed. Aizen. So it wasn't lousy who did it. It can be in a few minutes. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Something is so wrong. Shen Hai said intoxicatedly, oh, Timothy. Yes, use the suction cups of the 8 tentacles to suck my waist. Big Wolf, Rayleigh, the Lord and his son were dumbfounded when they saw this. Timothy is AF ******* G octopus. Immediately afterwards. They recalled that the native said that he had a pervert who played with octopus. Grass. It turned out to be this shit. He was just now. Rayleigh and the others didn't dare to continue thinking about it, they just felt a chill all over their bodies. Of course, the most desperate is Aizen. He feels that his Kyoka Suigetsu is not clean now. It was used to dare such a thing. Now, Aizen really wants to die. The next moment, Kyoka Suigetsu's effect was removed, and Timothy in front of Fukami also disappeared. Timothy, where have you been? Deep Sea murmured in pain. Everything just now was an illusion. Ron sighed softly, then recounted what had just happened. I see. After hearing this, Shen Hai slowly got up and walked to Aizen's side, asking with a pleading face. Can I take a look at her? Just one glance. The veins on Aizen's forehead suddenly popped, and a cold syllable squeezed out from between his teeth. Roll. The voice just fell. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. As the door was slowly pushed open. A bald man in a khaki Superman suit and a white cloak walked in slowly. Before the gate closed, people from the motherland walked into the tavern while enjoying the freshly squeezed milk. Feel the familiar breath. Shen Hai turned his head to look blankly. The 4 eyes are facing each other. It was deathly silence. The motherland immediately put away the milk bottle, with a characteristic smile on his face. Did you see it all? Give you a chance, what did you say I was drinking just now? P.S. I read everyone's comments, thank you. Those who can appear will appear as much as possible, and those that cannot appear will be arranged in the future. Finally, thank you for your reminders, feed. There is less and less feeding now, whisper BB. Chapter 117 Saitama. Old man, use your strength, use your full strength. Facing the persecution of the motherland. The brain of the deep sea began to run crazily. The CPU is almost smoking. Etc. The color of this milk is wrong. And there is a faint smell of stench from far away. Are you sure this is real milk? However, just when the deep sea was about to answer, I didn't see it, I didn't know it. A handsome guy with black-rimmed glasses and a Kyoka Suigetsu in his hand grinned grimly. Taking advantage of the goodwill of the big wolf king, he is the butcher of the pickle in the hallucination. Dai Yu. Open black lens bracket blurred, Kyoka Suigetsu. Close black lens bracket. Immediately, the deep sea was instantly hypnosis, and said with a dull face. That's fresh milk, right? That's right. That's definitely fresh milk, you are so pervert from the motherland. It looks quite fragrant, why don't you give me a bite too? With the voice down, simultaneously when the hypnosis effect of purifying Suigetsu is released. After Shen Hai briefly recalled what he said just now, his mind went blank for an instant. Who am I? Where am I? What did I just say? This time it's really over. The people of the motherland will not kill me here, will they? Deep Sea, you are amazing. Yes, just stand there and don't move, kneel down and pray to God devoutly. Pray that you can go to heaven after death. The eyes of the people from the motherland are red, and the corners of their mouths are raised wildly. As he approached the deep sea step by step, he suddenly recalled the rules of this tavern in his mind. All fighting is forbidden. If it's just Ron's singles, it's just a lesson. In case the queen gets interested, think of a mixed doubles. Then go directly to the first 7. He still vividly remembers the scene of being beaten to death with a steel whip. Pain. It hurts so much. Thinking of this, the motherlander suddenly stopped and said with a gloomy face. It's not too late to kill you when I go back. After leaving this sentence. The motherlander then turned and walked towards the bar. But suddenly, a bald man also wearing a Superman uniform happened to stroll up to the front, looking up and down the tavern with a curious expression. The motherlander frowned slightly, and stretched out his hand to push it away. It is impossible to walk around. This doesn't fit my Azu's character. But after a little push. Advertisement. The pupils of the motherland suddenly shrank. This bald man turned out to be like a huge mountain, which could not be shaken at all. Immediately, he tried his best, but the result was still the same. Do you want me to get out of the way? The bald man turned around to look at the native, and asked with a dull expression. The people of the motherland nodded silently. Please let me go. The bald man didn't talk nonsense, and immediately moved sideways to make way. The people of the motherland secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But before he rushed to the deep sea, the bald man beside him asked curiously. Look at your outfit. Aren't you a hero too? The people from the motherland nodded silently. That's right. The bald man's eyes suddenly lit up. Great, let's chat later. This doesn't seem to be my world. I also want to see what heroes in other worlds look like. Talking, he took the arm of the Motherlander and came to the bar. Actually, the heart of the people of the Motherland is rejection. Don't suffer from Lousy, Lousy can walk. But the bald man's strength was too strong, and he couldn't resist at all. In a blink, the two came to the bar and sat down at the same time. Ron greeted with a smile, "Welcome, Mr. Saitama. My name is Ron, and I'm the owner of this tavern." The person who came was Saitama from that One Punch world. Bald-caped man, aka One Punch Man, possesses immeasurable strength. At the same time, he is also the first guest from another world with the characteristics of teacher in the tavern. Saitama's expression was dull, but the corners of his mouth were still upturned. "Hello. The voice that invited me said there was a match for me in this tavern. I don't know if this is true." Ron felt a little embarrassed when he heard it. The setting about Saitama is actually very vague. Fly ash and annihilate with a punch. It is the same reason to rub rockets and spaceships with Big Big Wolf. But, what if you fight with the Holy Master? The same as the rule class setting. The undeath of the dog charm, the absolute power of the cow charm. The speed of the rabbit charm can even travel through time and space, going to the past and the future. I don't know if the Lord can compete with Saitama under these blessings. Thinking of this, Ron said softly, there must be a few. Advertisement. However, if there is a fight, this world will definitely be destroyed by you. When my arena is repaired, I will give you a pleasant battle. Yesterday, Ron asked Doflamingo, ask him to build a large arena covering the entire area from 14th to 30th. Until the day it is fixed. Just the ticket price for the first day alone, it is estimated that they can earn a lot of money. Certainly, tickets cost not money, but props, weapons and the like. At this time, Thor held a bottle of wine and put it in front of Saitama. Please use your wine slowly. On the label of the white glass wine bottle, there were 3 large characters written impressively. Ergwotu. Thank you. Saitama nodded, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a sip. Gulu. The moment the wine entered his throat, Saitama's pupils trembled suddenly. This is much better than the sake in my own world. The tastes of sweet, sour, bitter and spicy are balanced to the point of ultimate. The sweet and mellow taste made Saitama, who usually doesn't drink much, linger for a while. Boss, I am looking forward to that battle. I wish. This fight won't end with one punch from me. Saitama sighed softly while pouring wine into his mouth. Ever since it has an absolutely powerful force. For exchange. At the same time as the hair fell out, feelings such as fear were dissipating in Saitama's heart little by little. In addition, there has never been an opponent who can match it. The passionate blood in Kyu's heart was also completely cooled. So, he is looking forward to a strong opponent who can arouse the blood of when he was not a hero. And at this moment, after hearing Kyu's words, everyone present couldn't help being stunned. Do you want to be so crazy? Punch over. Young man, don't talk too wildly. Since Ron said you can't fight in the tavern, let's have an arm wrestling. Although the old man is old. But how does a small match compare to a thick and long fire stick? Although Rayleigh has passed the age with his hands in his pockets, he doesn't know what an opponent is. But still maintained a heart unwilling to admit defeat. It's as if Shaki scolded him for not being able to do it, and he refuted with a stiff neck. You are full of jingles. Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Shouldn't it be the little flying stick and the old sausage? After Ron complained in his heart, he said softly. Let's play then. Saitama nodded silently, walked slowly to Rayleigh and stretched out his right hand. Old man, use your strength, use your strength. Chapter 118. You have said so much, are you just teasing me? For a while, everyone in the tavern stopped what they were doing and looked over together. Especially Tushan Yaya, even more eager to try. Under the gaze of everyone, Rayleigh put his hand on it proudly. Of course, I won't let you. The next moment, he exerted himself suddenly. But he found that he couldn't move Saitama a bit. After a few minutes of stalemate, Rayleigh's old face was flushed with suffocation, and bean-sized sweat kept sliding from his forehead. The young man is really strong. After Rayleigh snorted coldly, he wrapped his right hand around Conqueror's hockey immediately. Overlord Black Thunder flashed. The relentless pressure pervaded wantonly in every corner of the tavern. Is it my turn? Saitama still looked calm, and exerted a slight force on his wrist. Just listen to, pop. There are no gorgeous special effects, and no crazy statements. Rayleigh's arm was snapped off, hitting the bar. See this scene. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. This bald guy obviously doesn't look too strong. How did Rayleigh get killed in seconds? Immediately afterwards. Big Big Wolf, T-Dolphin, Homelander, Demon Dragon, and Tushan Yaya stepped forward to compete. Without exception, all were killed in seconds. As for Liang Bing, Geisha, Lukia, Pluton and other bigwigs expressed no interest. Rayleigh rubbed his sore arm and asked curiously. The old man sees you as an ordinary person. Why is it so strong? Tushan Yaya and others who were killed by the motherland were also full of curiosity on their faces. Saitama took a sip of wine and said lightly. Adhere to 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10-kilometer long distance running every day. Heard the words. Everyone in the tavern suddenly twitched their faces. Is it a bit too sloppy? Fools can't be fooled like this, can they? At this time, Saitama seemed to remember something, and said softly. Oh, right, and the most important point. Rayleigh, who was instantly killed by Saitama, rekindled hope in their hearts, and asked at the same time. What? Saitama said solemnly, that is. Advertisement. After doing what I just said, no matter how hot it is, don't turn on the air conditioner. Everyone, you've had enough. Do you think you are very humorous? If this is not in a tavern, you will know what a black hand is. For a while, the faces of Rayleigh and the others were gloomy, as if dripping water. Seeing that they looked like they were going to eat Saitama alive. After Ron swallowed the goji berry water in his mouth, he explained with a smile. It's all true. Equals, V equals underscore equals hash. That's how he got his strength. Heard the words. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of them rely on technology, some rely on hockey, some rely on blood, talent. But what the hell knows? Today, a person can jump out and become a strong person by doing push-ups. Tushan Yaya held up her fist, with determination written all over her face. Starting today, I'm going to stick to this too. After finishing speaking, she clapped her hands and practiced on the floor of the tavern. However, within a few minutes, Xiao Doubting felt that it was too boring, so he got up and went to play with the cat without saying anything. At this time, the Holy Lord, who had been silent all this time, slowly said. I hope I will be the first to fight you when the arena is established. The stupid son lost face outside. As a father, I must get this place back. Devil Dragon, Dad loves you. After Saitama raised his eyes and took a look, he suddenly became energetic. You are strong. It's stronger than the weirdos I've encountered before. I'm looking forward to fighting you. The four eyes are facing each other. A hint of fighting spirit spread in the tavern. Immediately, the two of them shifted their gaze. The Holy Lord comforted his stupid son who was hurt in his heart with a big C*K fight. Saitama, on the other hand, looked at the people from his motherland sitting aside. Excuse me, what do heroes look like in your world? After a brief thought, the motherland man stood up slowly and said loudly. The word hero is as the name suggests. It is admirable and respected. We punish our **** and eliminate evil, love the common people, and perform in public performances when we have nothing to do to show the world our success. The moment I became a hero, I ceased to be myself. But I belong to the world. Whenever people need me, I will stand up immediately. The people of the motherland walked back and forth in the tavern, constantly trying to whitewash their image in front of this bald man who didn't look very smart. His voice was loud and clear, as if he was singing his own, legendary, voice. Advertisement. After hearing this, the faces of the guests who knew the character and actual situation of the motherland suddenly darkened. Did you get the wrong script? Ron also raised his eyebrows. Deep Sea, who was sitting in the corner, laughed out loud, PFF'd. Huh, the motherland man glared at him. Die you. Don't talk about eating octopus when you go back. Lousy will let you eat all the creatures in the ocean. But, Saitama believed it and said with envy, you are so great. I didn't expect that in the world you live in, the heroes are so great and have such high ideological consciousness. The people of the motherland looked proud. Certainly. Since you become a hero, you must have a clear conscience. Otherwise, you will be ashamed of the people who trust and love you. Heard the words, Liang Bing finally couldn't help but cursed. FK, I'm a **** from the motherland. Speak English. As a spreader of depravity and freedom, there is no need to make your image so disgusting. The motherland trembled all over and immediately reversed what she had just said. Actually, we punish our **** and eliminate evil, but we are just showing off on camera. It's not that I belong to the world, but that the world belongs to me. Performing a public performance and showing a kind and righteous face is also a way to win votes. The false side of me makes me sick to my stomach. You know, I can't wait to kill all those who don't support me. After the motherland man finished speaking, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise crazily, revealing a sickly smile. My whole body felt relaxed. Really, the queen's fall and freedom is so right. Saitama on the side was dumbfounded, and his originally dull facial features became even more dull. Grass, you said all this, are you just teasing me? You're not so much a hero. It's better to say he's a weirdo. Twisted, evil, sick, you have all these weird characteristics. Saitama sighed in disappointment. Pity, this is not in its own world. Otherwise, let's punch him first. Sudden, Saitama's eyes lit up and he asked Ron curiously. Boss, since you have someone strong here who can fight me, is there anyone or a method that can help me grow my hair? In addition to finding opponents, growing hair again is also the purpose of Saitama coming to the tavern. Ron touched it and asked, if you were allowed to grow hair, your current power would disappear. What would you choose? Is it the hair, or is it the strength? Chapter 119 Turn on the Limiter. According to Dr. Kinos of Evolution House, the reason why Saitama is so strong, it's because the limiter is turned on. In layman's terms, it is to limit one's own limits. Saitama broke this limit and gained absolute power. Certainly, there is also a corresponding price to pay. What Saitama paid for was losing feelings like fear and all his hair. So, Ron wasn't sure either. If dragon magic or witchcraft is used to make Saitama's hair grow back, will this power be lost? For a while, Saitama also fell into deep thought. Isn't this power what I always wanted to have before I became a hero? If you lose this power, then how can you become a hero? How to protect people hurt by weirdos? But, hair is also very important. Just as Saitama was making decisions, the people from the motherland on the side snorted coldly. If I were you, I'd choose power. Losing power means losing everything. This sentence is equally applicable to a person, an organization, and a country. Even if there is no God in your world. But when you have absolutely powerful power, you are God. This is a multiple choice question about fate. Saitama simply couldn't make a choice in a short time. Immediately, Saitama sighed softly. Let me think about it. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he lowered his head and glanced at the time, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Saitama stood up suddenly, put down some money, and ran outside, shouting. Boss, I'll come back for a drink tomorrow. There are discounted eggs in the supermarket today, but you won't be able to buy them at night. Heard the words. Everyone in the tavern couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Their eyes invariably looked at the bald head that was getting further away. Egg, or on sale. You are so strong, why do you still have to think about this? You must have heard it wrong. Yes, that's right, that must be the case. The people from the motherland couldn't help but twitch their lips. What a weirdo. You are so powerful, yet you act so low-key. In my words. Advertisement. I have the final say in the whole world. After hearing this, everyone surprisingly did not refute. After all, when an ordinary person suddenly possesses great power. Day 1. I want to protect the world. The next day. Laozi is an ancestor, and the world is mine. What comes with greater ability and greater responsibility? This is all nonsense. That kind of thing only happens in fairy tales. From this point of view, although the people of the motherland have perverted a little, they are still restrained. After all, only if this guy is loved by people will his life be full of meaning. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been thinking about how to improve public support. At this time, the system's mechanical beep sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Saitama has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer. Deep sea, the people of the motherland have finished speaking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Saitama. Limiter, water gun seriously, table flipping seriously, you can choose one of the abilities. Customer's motherland. Ron whispered. Select the limiter, and merge with the motherland's super defense. The ability to communicate with marine animals is put into the system warehouse. Ding, we are optimizing capabilities and completing missing capabilities. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the limiter is being turned on. Close black lens bracket. With the voice down. Some kind of switch inside Ron seemed to be flipped. The tyrannical power is like a flood breaking a bank, constantly washing every part of his body. Even with so many abilities integrated, Ron could still feel that his strength was getting a qualitative improvement again. Bridge bean sacks. Suddenly, Ron realized that something was wrong. The Hogyoku in his body seemed to be evolving again. This moment, strength, defense, and even Reiatsu and life levels are all in rapid leaps. Genes, cells seem to be breaking and recombining. The next moment, boom, the mighty Reiatsu gushes out like a fountain. The strange lines radiated in all directions. Seeing this, Lukoya and Thor quickly set up a barrier to prevent this force from crushing the tavern into powder. Not long after, all the Reiatsu were then coalesced and poured into Ron again. After seeing this scene, everyone in the tavern was also stunned. What's the situation? How did Ron's strength suddenly increase? As this Hogyoku evolved, advertisement. Aizen's eyes widened immediately after feeling this force. Yes, entering the second phase of Hogyoku. After Ron nodded, he immediately looked around himself. Call. Fortunately, it did not enter the pupation state. But what makes Ron wonder is why Hogyoku suddenly evolved. According to the setting of Hogyoku, Hogyoku will evolve only when the host's ability reaches its limit, or when his life is dying. Thereby protecting the host's body from death to immortality. Could it be, is fusion, and the price of lifting the limiter, is death? That's why Hogyoku evolved and protected itself. This is the only reason that can explain it. After all, Saitama unlocked the limiter as an ordinary person. But Ron is different. With so many abilities and strengths integrated, he has already far exceeded the strength that the limiter can give. The price paid is naturally higher. Even without Hogyoku, though, the price of the limiter simply wouldn't kill Ron. The sacred body can instantly reorganize the body and consciousness. It's a blessing in disguise. Ron muttered in a low voice, and when he raised his eyes, he found that everyone was staring at him, as if looking at another monster. Especially a handsome guy with black-rimmed glasses. The eyes that looked at him were fiery with a hint of affection and greed. It's like looking at a peerless beauty, and I can't wait to keep it for myself. At this time, there was only a muffled sound of bang. A paw slapped directly on Aizen's head with such force that the eyes on the bridge of the nose were slapped crookedly. Big Wolf frowned and said, I asked you to find a hammer and a chainsaw, why are you so dazed? After witnessing the power of Hogyoku evolution, Aizen, who had suffered a big fight, not only did not have the slightest resentment in his eyes, but put on his glasses, and trotted all the way to ask Rem where those tools were. Seeing this, Big Wolf couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this little brother is becoming more and more obedient. ... Inside the bar, after Lukia removed the barrier, she came to Ron's side step by step. This power is really strange. It can actually raise your strength to a higher level in an instant. Now if the two of us fight, it's really hard to say who will win. If you say you fight on the bed, you have to win even if you grit your teeth, the rest doesn't matter. After complaining inwardly, Ron said with a smile. If the two of us fight freely, the world will collapse. Wait a little longer. There will be a chance to try. Lukia's bright mouth shrugged. Okay then. The voice just fell. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. Chapter 120. If you are not satisfied, I will change it. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Jingle. With the crisp doorbell ringing, the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, and a one-armed man walked in slowly. The man had red hair, a well-proportioned figure, and was under 40 years old. He was wearing a black cloak, as if he had just met someone. The only remaining right arm was resting on the long sword at the waist, looking unusually haughty. Rayleigh, who heard the movement, turned his head and glanced, with an unconscious smile on his face. Shanks, long time no see. How did you find this place? The visitor is one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks. Former crew member of the Roger Pirates. Shanks smiled and said, Vice Captain, long time no see. It was Shaki who said you might stay here while I try my luck. Just saying. He walked slowly towards the bar. But when I saw the Holy Lord and his son. Shanks, progress suddenly stopped. Demon. There was also a man and a woman sitting aside, arguing about something, and the breath leaking from time to time made his heart tremble violently. So many years have passed. As a member of the four emperors, he had forgotten the last time he felt this way. Just when he was about to ask, Rayleigh immediately stood up and pushed Shanks down on the chair on the bar. Don't inquire about social affairs. And don't try to use observation hockey to detect the strength of these people. Knowing too much will do you no good now. This is entirely Shanks' consideration for the future. In case this affects your mood, the age that is in the period of rising strength will completely stagnate. Shanks nodded silently. Okay. The voice just fell. Then he saw Ron at the bar placing a bottle of wine in front of him. I heard you just had a fight with Kaido. Try this golden bar. It's soft in the mouth and has a smooth throat. Maybe it can relieve your fatigue, but the price is a bit expensive. This wine is golden in color. Even through the bottle, you can still smell the rich aroma of the wine. Price is not an issue. Shanks nodded, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, and took a swig of it. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, Shanks' eyes suddenly lit up. Same as Ron said, it's soft in the mouth, fragrant on the teeth, and refreshing like blue when exhaled. There is still a slight sweetness in the mouth, and it exudes complex aromas such as portrait and fruity aroma. Not only that, Shanks suddenly felt a warm current flowing through his body. The fatigue after the battle with Kaido is gone. Shanks couldn't help but admired. This wine is really good. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be here every day. Rayleigh smiled and then asked curiously. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit this time? Don't say you came to see me, a bad old man, that's too false. Shanks didn't hide anything, and looked at Ron slowly with sharp eyes. Advertisement. The purpose of my coming here is for him. On this morning, Shanks meets the five elders, and learned from their mouths what happened in the past few days. Not to mention killing the celestial dragons. World government actually gave up the Sabaody archipelago. That's all. Even IM will visit this tavern in a few days. If he hadn't heard this information from the five elders, Shanks would have thought it was all false. That's too special. So after Shanks met the five elders, driven by curiosity, he came to the tavern alone. Ron smiled and said, I'm just a tavern owner. The faces of the guests in the tavern suddenly darkened when they heard this. Fart. Do you dare to touch your conscience and say this? That's all. It really deserves a beating. On the other hand, Rayleigh's whole body became tense instantly. I'm afraid Shanks is here to cause trouble. Shanks whispered. No. The sea I've been to in the past few days has changed a bit. Marine's justice has become more extreme, and pirates' freedom has become more depraved. For example, Doflamingo, since he came to this tavern, his strength has skyrocketed, and his name as Shichibukai has also been abolished by the world government. Besides, Kaido seems to have been here yesterday. All this points to this pub. Ron didn't hide it either, and pointed at Liang Bing with a smile. They have become stronger, and what happens in the sea has nothing to do with me. You can ask her. If she's in a good mood, she might tell you everything you want to know. Heard the words, Shanks looked in the direction of Ron's finger. It was a woman wearing a black sleeveless cheongsam. She was very beautiful, and her facial features were so delicate that she seemed to have never belonged to this world. It happened at this time. Liang Bing also looked at Shanks and frowned. Do you want to gain power too? I can give you the same power as Kaido. Otherwise, when you meet him next time, you may end up in a miserable situation. Shanks' pupils suddenly shrank and asked in a deep voice. What's the meaning? Liang Bing said with a smile. Call me queen and spread the thoughts of depravity and freedom into the world. I can tell you everything. Heard the words, Shanks suddenly understood. It turns out, the root of everything is here. If this kind of thinking cannot be curbed in time, his sea will become even more chaotic. So it's you. Shanks frowned slightly and slowly unsheathed the griffin on his waist. Instantly, a dazzling sword light flashed in front of everyone in the tavern. See this scene. Rayleigh slapped Shanks on the head with a big DK and scolded loudly. Are you crazy? Put the knife away quickly. Don't be embarrassed here. Advertisement. This time the force was very strong. Even Shanks was staggered by the slap. Vice Captain. Shanks looked confused. In his mind, no matter how much trouble he caused on the pirate ship, Rayleigh never even touched it. Of course, except for bothering him to check and fill in the gaps. Rayleigh snorted coldly. If you had swung the knife just now, you would never have seen the sun tomorrow. Sit down, this matter is over. Shanks immediately became alert after hearing this and looked around. All the eyes of everyone in the tavern were focused on him. It's like looking at a fool. The people from the motherland sitting at the bar had a murderous look on their faces, ready to take action at any time. When would you wait if you don't express your sincerity to the Ice Queen now? But he was disappointing. After Shanks stood up slowly, he sat back quietly and drank in silence. Liang Bing didn't pay attention and continued to laugh as he watched his sister argue with Pluten. After all, who would care about this with someone weaker than themselves? Don't blame me for hitting you. Rayleigh couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. I know, Shanks grinned. Tell me about your daughter Yuta, I haven't heard you talk about it in the past few years. Rayleigh said softly. Then, Shanks was discovered in a treasure chest by the Roger pirates during the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. It just so happened, Yuta was also found by Shanks from the treasure chest. Upon hearing the name, Shanks fell silent again. A long time. Then he slowly said, when Yuta was 10 years old, I took her to Elegia to learn singing. Where we are happy. For some unknown reason, Yuta saw a chapter of music that contained the key to releasing the demon. Yuta didn't know it, so she sang the song above and finally released the devil. Despite our efforts, the demons destroyed the island and slaughtered all its inhabitants. In order to save Yuta from the guilt of destroying the island, I publicly bear all the blame. In order not to let Yuta find out, I left her in Elegia. Also for Yuta to become a real singer. Tell it all. Shanks took out a radio phone, and a cheerful song sounded from it. Rayleigh couldn't help crying secretly after hearing this. Getting older. Can't stand hearing these stories. Everyone in the tavern also stopped talking and listened quietly to the song coming from the phone bug. Suddenly, the cries of the devil dragon sounded in the tavern. Old thing, look at his father, and then at you. Sometimes, I really suspect that I am not your biological child, but my mother is having an affair behind your back. The Holy Lord was also surprisingly lifeless. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, if you are dissatisfied as a father, I will change it. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. The demon dragon cried and stretched out his big hand. I want the dog charm. Holy Lord. Chapter 121. One step to heaven, one step to hell, there is no third situation. To be honest, the Lord is very angry. What the hell? If you want my life, you rebellious son, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. If you hand over the dog charm, let alone dare not sleep with your eyes closed at night. Even if you occasionally use charm stone maiden to relieve stress. It is also necessary to check it carefully in advance to prevent being cast bug-level witchcraft. At that time, don't say that the lower body will rot, even if the horse charm can't save him. Think of this. Without the slightest hesitation, the Holy Master urged the bull talisman, and slapped him directly. Accompanied by a muffled sound of, bang. The tall body of the devil dragon flew straight out of the tavern. The Holy Master grinned and said with a smile, excuse me, I have to educate my rebellious son. Talking. The rabbit charm was activated instantly, and the Holy Master rushed out of the tavern in an instant, and educated the silly son about love. Listening to the muffled noise and screams from outside from time to time, Shanks asked with a wry smile, is it always this lively here? Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and said with a smile. Certainly. It's a lot of fun and a lot of talent here. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't leave his tavern alone and come here to drink. Certainly. There is one more important reason. That's what Rayleigh hopes to come to a big boss to bring his waist back to the top. Even at this age, the old man still wanted to experience the madness of his youth. Shanks nodded slightly and chatted briefly with Rayleigh. When the music stops in radio phone bug, after putting down a pack of berry, he slowly got up and said, it's getting late, I should go, and the vice captain will meet again. Speaking of which, Shanks looked at Ron again. Boss. Whether it's the absolute justice of the Marines, or the depravity and freedom of the pirates. When the world pursues a belief to the ultimate, an unprecedented disaster will befall this sea. Ron raised his eyes slowly, and said softly, you mean? Before this, the pirates were rampant, and the four emperors tried their best to check and balance with the marine. Is the falsely balanced sea presented perfect? Just boil the frog in warm water. You should be clear in your heart, unless the strength of the pirates or marine completely rises. Otherwise, the era of great pirates will continue forever. Advertisement. And the current sea just speeds up the process. Heard the words. Shanks froze in place as he was about to leave. Ron's words may be right, or they may be wrong. If absolute justice and depravity and liberty, these two ideas go to war. No matter who wins, this sea will enter a brand new situation. One step to heaven, one step to hell, no third. Thinking of this, Shanks' resolute face leaked solemnity. Speeding up the process will only cause more casualties. No matter what, I will find a way to check and balance the current situation. Say it. He turned and walked outside. The pace was slow but firm, leaving everyone in the tavern with a tall and straight back. Rayleigh looked out of the window, looking at the figure that was fading away, and couldn't help sighing softly. I really don't know what's going on in this kid's mind. Ron lit a cigarette, smiled and said, whenever he wants to go to Raftel. Think about how to make this sea truly peaceful. Pity. If Shanks hadn't been taken away from the Valley of the Gods by you back then, he wouldn't be the Four Emperors' redhead now. Instead, he serves as a high-level member of the world government as Celestial Dragons. Rayleigh was suddenly shocked and said in surprise, do you know he is a Celestial Dragons? Regarding this matter, even in the Roger Pirates, only you and Roger know. But then I thought about it. Since Geisha can analyze the hearts of everyone in this world. Of course Ron is no problem either. Before Ron could respond, Rayleigh changed the subject and asked coquettishly. Kid, that day, Sengoku's wine was almost gone. How about you give me some? Ron was stunned for a moment and took a breath of cold air. You don't want your life. Those are 5 bottles of Tiger Whip wine and 10 bottles of Wolfberry wine. Do you drink them as water? The little turtle is a perpetual motion machine. For a while, a scene suddenly appeared in Ron's mind. As an assassin, Rayleigh poured Wolfberry wine into his mouth while using the full strength of an assassin on Shaki, a veteran meat-suited warrior. Wrong. It was such an all-out blow all night long. No wonder Rayleigh's face has turned yellower in the past 2 days and her figure has become thinner. Rayleigh's old face turned red and she scratched her neck and yelled. Advertisement. Just tell me whether to give it or not. 1 devil fruit, 1 week's worth of tonic, no, 2 weeks. Hear the words. Ron immediately took 2 bottles of Tiger Whip wine from the wine cabinet and handed them over. Make a deal. Seeing the promise was so happy. Rayleigh suddenly felt that he had lost money. It is conceivable that when the 2 armies confront each other at night, the enemy general can be killed and dismounted. The old man happily untied the bottle cap of Tiger P*** wine and drank it in big gulps. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw the Holy Lord walking in slowly carrying the demon dragon covered in blood. Look, it was really a deadly move just now. But he is his biological son after all. Holy Lord, you immediately cast a spell to heal the demon dragon's injuries. When the injury is almost recovered, the Holy Lord wiped away his tears while choking and said, silly son, don't make such silly requests in the future. Hitting you hurts my heart. The demon dragon was also frightened and said with a dull expression, Father, I won't do it again. You swear. Okay, I swear, if I ask for a dog charm from now on, my whole family will die. Quote question mark. After hearing this, the Holy Master's brain suddenly shut down. The whole family died. Doesn't that mean you want me to die? Grass. Think of this. The Holy Master immediately stopped the treatment and dragged the demon dragon's body out of the tavern with a murderous look on his face. Obviously the education I just loved will be staged again. Faced with this dark scene of fatherly kindness and filial piety. Everyone in the tavern has long been accustomed to it. If one day the devil dragon really becomes filial, everyone will still feel shortcomings. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. As the door was slowly pushed open, a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and vest walked in. The man is thin, with glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a mustache that adds to his gentlemanly aura. But somehow, his face was full of caution. Especially when he saw the Holy Lord and his son fighting outside the tavern, his thin body trembled along with his voice. Hello. Excuse me, when I passed out just now, was it this pub that invited me? Chapter 122. This is his sin, I will put him to death. At the same time, Kaido spent the whole night flying back to Ghost Island. This is also due to the fact that after merging a generation of gods, he was able to come back so quickly. The reason why I am in such a hurry, not just to get devil fruit for Ron. I want to give my good son, Yamato, spray the soft heart spray. I can finally see the filial side of my son. With excitement, Kaido came to the room where Yamato was held, and said in a deep voice. Yamato, are you still going to continue to be willful? In a room where you can't see your fingers. A slightly cold female voice sounded. Call me Kazuki Odin. You Minotaur. The voice did not fall. Kaido stepped forward quickly and gave Yamato a big fight. After a muffled sound, the servant who took care of Yamato couldn't stand it anymore, grabbed Kaido's arm and cried loudly. My lord, stop hitting, if you hit again, Yamato will die soon. Tears wet Kaido's arms, and also dripped on the soft heart spray nozzle. Snort. Kaido threw the servant aside and snorted coldly. I hope you will be so stubborn later. Talking. He raised his arm, aimed the softening spray at Yamato's face and pressed it down. Bark. The softening potion mixed with a little servant's tears turned into mist and sprayed in the air. Feeling the moisture on his face, Yamato couldn't help cursing. Old thing, what are you doing? You can kill me if you have the ability. However, to the surprise of Yamato, facing his own provocation, Kaido was not only not angry, but even untied the chain while crying. Son, it's not easy for me either. Why can't you understand and understand me? The crying lasted for several minutes. When Kaido is ready to accept the results, the mace at hand has disappeared. The next moment, Then I saw Yamato was about halfway in the air, with the 8 fasts of Conqueror's Haki wrapped around his hand, and suddenly waved towards Kaido's head. Stop being hypocritical, you look disgusting. Go to hell, one day I, Kazuki Oden, will kill Wano Kuni. Kaido. In the next few minutes. Under Yamato's Conqueror's entanglement, fruit ability, and a series of silky little combos like Thunder 8 trigrams. Unprepared Kaido was directly knocked to the ground. Advertisement. Yamato also knew that he couldn't beat him, so he didn't love to fight, and chose to run away after dropping the 8 fasts. Watching the figure of his son leaving, Kaido's heart is broken. What about being soft-hearted? Why did Yamato start today, even more ruthless than before? Immediately, he took out a phone bug. Soon, Doflamingo's voice sounded. What's the matter? Kaido asked in a deep voice. Why is the soft heart spray not working? Help me to the tavern and ask. Doflamingo said with a smile. Don't ask, the big wolf once said it. Soft heart spray turns into hard heart spray when it's stained with the tears of the weak. Heard the words. Kaido didn't respond. After hanging up the phone bug, he lay on the ground sprawled and murmured. It's too difficult for me. I just want a good son. In the next few days, Wano Kuni ushered in the largest manhunt. At this moment, in the Wanjie Tavern. Look at this thin man standing at the door. Really, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the people from the motherland. Ordinary people, it seems very timid. It was the first time they had seen ordinary people in the tavern for so many days. But Liang Bing and Gai Sha raised their eyebrows. Parsed. They discovered that this man's strength seemed to be exponentially increasing. Welcome, Mr. Ace Kano. After looking up, Ron greeted with a smile. Ace Kano, a strong man from the world of the 7 deadly sins. One of the knights of the 7 deadly sins, sin of pride. They are also guests from other worlds randomly invited by the tavern every day, without any characteristics. Now, although Ace Kano looked cringe-worthy, but powerful. When it came to noon, even the Holy Master had to suffer 2 big blows. Although it is almost noon now, it is a bit cloudy today. Otherwise, Ace Kano never entered the tavern in this state. Do you know me? Oh, that's right, since you can invite me over, you will definitely know me. The voice that invited me said, your wine here is very good, so I came over. Ace Kano looked at the tavern, and walked forward slowly, came to the bar and sat down. You and I are also colleagues. Advertisement. If the wine makes you dissatisfied, you can say it, and we can ask each other for advice. Ron said with a smile. Before Ace Kano could respond, Rem came over with a bottle of wine. This is sweet potato burnt, please use it slowly. With the voice down, the faint aroma of wine slowly floated into Ace Kano's nostrils. Although haven't tried it yet. But he's a little drunk. Immediately, Ace Kano couldn't wait to unscrew the bottle cap, pour it into a cup, and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat. The refreshing taste immediately exploded in the cavity and spread out quickly. The dryness of the sweet potato burn is not as strong as that of red wine. Instead, there is another faint fragrance, the wine tastes mellow, and the taste is as clear as spring water. Good wine. I've never had such a good drink. A flash of light flashed in front of Ace Kano's eyes, and he asked softly. The raw material of this wine is made from sweet potatoes, right? Ron nodded. That's right. In my hometown, sweet potato simmering is a wine that makes me feel nostalgic. During the conversation, a ray of sunlight passed through the dark clouds, through the window, and sprinkled on the bar. Immediately, Ace Kano's size has undergone some subtle changes. The thin body became extremely muscular, and the white shirt was burst, revealing a piece of fast knotted muscle. He leaned back on the chair, his face lost the timidity just now, and said in an arrogant tone. No wonder I tasted a hint of sweet potato. I like the wine here. Ron smiled and said, you can come here often if you like. Correct. Just now when you entered the door, you said that you passed out. Did you encounter any trouble? Ace Kano raised his chin slightly, and said in a calm tone. Nothing. Just a dirty bug. Threatening my partner. This is his sin, I will put him to death. Heard the words. Sitting on the side of Rayleigh, the motherlander unconsciously glanced at Ace Kano. Immediately, their eyes widened. Become a living person. Just now, I was just a human being, and I was sorry. But now, why is there such an arrogant attitude that I am the only one in the world? Rayleigh asked blankly. What's the situation? It won't be another pervert like the people from the motherland. People from the motherland. Chapter 123. Look straight at me, Slaughter. The people of the motherland are very aggrieved. Why did lousy pervert? Isn't it just a matter of drinking some fresh milk when you have nothing to do, occasionally having a crescent moon attack, and accidentally killing civilians who don't support me? All right. Lousy is pervert, but can you not say it in front of so many people? It hurts people's self-esteem, okay. That is, in the tavern, otherwise lousy will just pick off the kidneys for you. But before the people of the motherland could speak, Ace Kano's arrogant voice sounded. Old man, you should apologize for what you just said. It is sinful to compare me with a pervert. People of the motherland. Enough. It's so bullying. Just as he was about to take Rayleigh and Ace Kano out for a duel. Sudden, the dark clouds in the sky cleared. The midday sun shines through the windows into the tavern, coating everything with a layer of pale gold. The next moment, Ace Kano's figure has skyrocketed again, and his powerful aura is also rising. If the Ace Kano just now was a teenager, then he is now. He is a man in his prime. The muscles on his body are comparable to those of a bodybuilder, and each one seems to contain powerful strength. But the people of the motherland disagreed and stood up and came to Ace Kano. If guilty, that's me judging sin, not you. Lousy is a native of the motherland. Look directly at me, kill me. Only people who are weak at heart will say arrogant words to show that they look strong. So, I see weakness in your eyes. Ace Kano raised his eyes slowly, and said in a calm tone. Hear this. The people of the motherland were stunned in place. A picture from a few days ago appeared in my mind. The old father soldier boy patted his shoulder and said disdainfully. You'd be a better person if I raised you. Instead of being a weakling who cries all day long and craves attention. That's right. He is just weak, so weak that even his own father feels disappointed. And Ace Kano's words. It's like tearing apart the last disguise of the motherland, and then throwing it on the street to be laughed at. Think of this. Anger, unwillingness, pain, and all kinds of emotions burst out in the hearts of the people of the motherland. No. FK. His low roar echoed in the tavern, and his powerful aura locked Ace Kano tightly. As if he was about to start in the next second. Advertisement. Ace Kano's expression remained the same, but he slowly stood up and looked down at the people of his motherland. I saw the two of them about to take action. Rayleigh, the one who caused the trouble, immediately rolled onto his side and came to Ron's side. The skill is vigorous and the speed is fast. It is completely impossible to see that he is a 70-year-old man. Everyone in the tavern also looked over with interest, wondering if the two men would fight. It can be next second. The motherlander unconsciously took a step back. Although the man in front of him is extremely arrogant. But, his eyes were very pure, without any so-called murderous intent. Just sympathy for yourself, or sympathy for the weak. Instantly, the minds of the people of the motherland were in a daze, and they felt a little helpless in their hearts. Is it really what this man and his father said? I am very weak, a hopelessly cowardly. But he never dared to face it. Sudden, a small white hand slapped the head of the motherland. So powerful, he even patted him directly on the ground. Motherland, you are such a waste. I really regret accepting you as a subordinate. Why the hell don't you dare to fight with him? Even if you lose the fight, I will take care of you. What are you afraid of? Liang Bing put his hands on his hips and cursed loudly. Immediately, she turned to look at Ace Kano again. Kid, are you interested in showing signs with me? This moment, in the eyes of the people of the motherland. Liang Bing is not like a devil, but more like an angel with shining light. Pull yourself out of the endless abyss. The queen is so handsome, I cried to death. Faced with Liang Bing's provocation, Ace Kano raised his chin and said calmly. Pointless fighting will only waste each other's time. I don't want to waste my energy here, and I don't want to ruin such a beautiful tavern. Certainly, if you insist, I have no problem with it. Heard the words. The faces of everyone present suddenly twitched slightly. Too pretentious. Tushin Yaya on the side was even more eager to give it a try, but for Thor, Ram who stopped her. This little dudin has already rolled up his sleeves and started working. TCH, Liang Bing curled his lips. Due to the rules of the tavern, let's forget it for now. Wait until Ron's dueling arena is built. Advertisement. I hope the two of us can have a friendly discussion. The men were bullied. As his queen, Liang Bing must get her place back sooner or later. It's all this damn rule. Otherwise, we will definitely get started without saying anything. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and then she glanced at Ron sadly. Ace Kano said proudly, I am looking forward to this battle. Liang Bing ignored him and turned around, pulling the motherland man's hair and pulling him up from the ground. It's so embarrassing. I really want to kill you with one knife. The people of the motherland knew that these were angry words and quickly echoed. Queen, if there is another time, you don't have to do anything. I will commit suicide immediately. Liang Bing ignored this complaint and slowly returned to his original position to sit down, watching his sister beat Pluton hard with excitement. Suddenly, a figure slipped from the corner of the tavern and knelt down in front of Liang Bing. It's the deep sea. He knew this was his only chance to survive. Otherwise, once back to your own world, the people of the motherland will definitely use the most cruel method to kill themselves. Queen, I also want to follow you. The deep sea crouched at the feet of the cold ice, its voice full of pleading. You want to live, well, even though you're a pervert, the fallen and the free don't look at these things. Okay, I allow you to be my subordinate. Liang Bing touched her pointed chin and said with a smile. Teach the people of the motherland what depravity and freedom are. Apart from killing each other, you can do whatever you want with the rest. Heard the words. Thank you, Queen. Deep Sea was relieved. Although we still have to eat those sexy octopus, lobster sister. But you have to survive first. As for the rest, I'm trying to figure it out. You are really smart. It's really hard for me to kill you. The motherland said through clenched teeth. Shanghai didn't respond. He just leaned on his chair and stared blankly at the ceiling of the tavern. I already looked like I was ruined. As long as a dog lives, it doesn't matter how you torture me. Seeing that he did not resist, the people of the motherland lost interest and quietly talked about the ideas of depravity and freedom. Somehow, the more Deep Sea listened, the more excited he became. When the Motherland's narration is finished, Deep Sea actually jumped up excitedly. Freedom, that's right. Since I believe in this philosophy, then I am free to play with Octopus and be intimate with Sister Big Lobster. Whoever dares to say something bad is blatantly discriminating against an animal protection lover like me. After Liang Bing heard this, he couldn't hold back the wine he just drank and sprayed it on Geisha's face. Grass asterisk 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 asterisk. I should have killed him just now. This is damn pervert. Chapter 124. The cat is talking about me, Shihuan Yoruichi. Liang Bing screamed regret in her heart. Why? I have already taken a pervert as my subordinate. Why take the second one? The key is, this one seems to be more pervert. Negligible. A faint murderous aura spread from beside him. Liang Bing tilted his head and glanced, and his heart suddenly sank. Grass. I also forgot that I just sprayed this bitch all over her face. Now, Geisha wiped the drink from her face and raised her eyebrows. As expected, bitcha is bitcha, and she is full of nonsense. I should have strangled you when you were a kid. Liang Bing simply shook his head and stretched his head over. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Would you believe it? If you do it here, Ron can hang you up and beat you. Heard the words. The murderous look on Geisha's face couldn't help but become stronger. After looking at each other, regardless of arguing with Pluton, he directly connected to the dark communication and began to curse. The words are filthy and the words used are vicious. It was simply unpalatable. When Pluton saw this, he secretly smiled bitterly. Fortunately, I didn't reason with Liang Bing at first. Because this woman is unreasonable at all. Here. After Shanghai finished talking about the brand new term animal protection enthusiast, a series of rare and unique hobbies or some other ideologies emerged. After hearing this, the people of the motherland broke into cold sweat. Good guy. If this becomes known to the public, let alone kill you. Even if he touches you, Lousy's approval rating will plummet. Horrible. Ron also raised his eyebrows. Good guy. I'm straight up good guy. Is Deep Sea stacking buffs? Looking at the people fighting in the tavern. Advertisement. Ace Kano said with a smile. The atmosphere here is really good. I like here. Ron said softly. You can come here as often as you like, any guest is welcome here. The premise is not to fight here. Ace Kano nodded, and after finishing the last sip of wine, he stood up slowly. Speaking of fighting, it's time for me to go back, otherwise when Jolin finds out that I'm gone, my friends will definitely be in danger. As he spoke, he slowly walked out of the tavern. Everyone glanced at the man's leaving figure. I don't know if it's an illusion. As noon approached, the harsh sunlight shone on Ace Kano's body, making him look even stronger and taller. Not only that, the aura leaking from Ace Kano's body actually gave people an illusion. He is a sun. Wherever you go, flowers and grass instantly turned into charcoal. The black cat lying in Ron's arms said in surprise. It's wired. This man gives me a similar feeling to old man Yamamoto. I just don't know which one of them is stronger and which one is weaker. Ron smiled and said, if there is a chance, wouldn't it be better to let the two of them fight? Yoruichi's heart suddenly sank after hearing this. Now that Aizen is here, then old man Yamamoto basically can't run away. If that stubborn old guy sees me, he will definitely be taken back to Soul Society. Resist. No, I can't resist at all. Ron touched the black cat's soft belly and teased. Are you scared? It shouldn't be. Aren't you black cats very powerful? At that time, I remember a black cat with a short black stick on his waist and a pistol in his right hand. He killed many mice with a snap. There was also a mouse that had one of its ears knocked off. It was really cruel. Quote. Yoruichi's face suddenly darkened. Are you talking about a serious black cat? Although Yoruichi wanted to curse, he finally felt relieved, and even felt a little hopeful. Mr. Yamamoto heard that you are very powerful. If you spar with Ron, you'll be finished if he doesn't. As for the bunch of miscellaneous fish in Gote 13. Come on, I'll let Ron kill one. Cats rely on human power. Advertisement. That's me, Shihuan Yoruichi. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Shanks has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Customer Shanks. Observation color, conquerors, armed color. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Shanks confided in the person involved. Yuta, will be visiting the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Ace Kano has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Ace Kano. The grace of the sun, in the sky and the world, I am the only one. Host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Ron whispered. Choose Shanks Conquerors, Ace Kano's sun's grace. Ding, Conqueror's hockey starts to stack. Close black lens bracket. Ding, start integrating the grace of the sun and make up for the lack of ability. Complete. Close black lens bracket. Maybe it's because it's too strong now. When blending from beginning to end. I didn't feel any strange feeling during this period. Ron felt a wave of warmth pass through his body, and under the sun's rays, his strength became even stronger. Bridge bean sacks. Ron suddenly heard something and asked the system. After merging the grace of the sun, I won't be like Ace Kano and willed at night, right? If so, this ability must be eliminated by all means. No matter what the cost. Ding, no, this defect has been made up for. Close black lens bracket. After getting the answer he wanted, Ron suddenly felt relieved. As time passes little by little, it was late at night in a blink of an eye. During this time, the tavern did not welcome any new customers. Holy Master and his son, Liang Bing, Rayleigh and others also left in twos and threes. Just as Ron was about to get up and close the door, the doorbell of the tavern suddenly rang. Jingle. As the door was slowly pushed open, a woman with a cold temperament slowly walked into the tavern. The woman is extremely beautiful, with delicate features and long, smooth black hair that flows down her back like a waterfall. The skin is as white and tender as snow. A bright red cheongsam outlines the curves of the figure to the ultimate. Any man who sees her will probably go crazy for her. She came to the bar and sat down, leaning on the chair, crossing her legs and biting her fingers with a sad look on her face. Ron smiled and said hello. Welcome, Miss Hancock. Chapter 125. What is this operation? Empress Hancock. 7 warlords of the sea, the current emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Her peerless appearance has been rated as the most beautiful woman in the world, by the world. Only, his personality is really bad, and he is still a love brain. Before this, Doflamingo also said that Hancock asked him about the location of the tavern. But Ron didn't expect Hancock to come over so late at night. And she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Face to face Ron said hello. Hancock didn't respond. A blush appeared on his tight pretty face, as if he was thinking about something. The nails were also bitten and full of white marks. Ron didn't pay attention. After placing a bottle of wine in front of Hancock, he quietly read the newspaper. In this silent environment, only the sound of the waves could be heard. After rushing up to the beach, they stopped back again. As the phone rolled, the waves shot into the air. Certainly, this was also mixed with the sound of construction of the dueling arena. It's been a long time. Hancock then released his thumb from his mouth and slowly said. I heard that the world government has divided areas 1 to 30 of the Sabaody archipelago for you. I need 2 areas. This was not Hancock's intention. It was my mother-in-law's request. Marine's behavior has been strangely tough lately. As long as the pirates are listed as targets, basically no one will survive. Plus Doflamingo was deposed as Shichibukai. This made Grandma Yi feel an inexplicable chill in her heart. So, Amazon Lily must find a shelter. And the Sabaody archipelago in Ron's hands will be the best place to go. Originally, Grandma Yi just mentioned it briefly. Unexpectedly, Hancock actually agreed. The reason. A few days ago, Ron threw the corpses of celestial dragons in front of Sengoku. This scene replayed countless times in Hancock's mind. The heart wrapped in a hard shell seemed to have been cracked open with a hammer. After hearing this, Ron couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What is this operation? Sabaody archipelago is a place where land is at a premium. Are there 2 areas when you open your mouth? Why? Although she is very beautiful and has a very willful figure. After thinking about it, Ron smiled and asked, why should I give it to you? Hancock smiled slightly, put down his legs and stood up. Immediately, she pointed at Ron sitting at the bar, with his upper body tilted back 135 degrees, so arrogant. Advertisement. Because I am as beautiful as a fairy. No matter what request I make, others must agree to it. Snapped. Ron slapped him in the face. Do you want to be so narcissistic? Although you have the capital to be narcissistic, is this gesture really possible for humans? Fortunately Geisha and Liang Bing are not here. Otherwise. The 2 sisters must have said in unison, bitcha. Ron didn't react. Hancock thought he had been obsessed with him, so he stood up and said coquettishly. You will give it to me, right? No one can resist my beauty and coquettishness. This is Hancock's absolute confidence in himself. Even if the man sitting opposite is very strong. But after all, he is just a little boy. Fall down under my pomegranate skirt. Then he and his concubine gave birth to a bunch of monkeys in the Sabaody archipelago. However, at this moment, Ron seemed to be possessed by morality, intelligence, body, beauty, and benevolence, justice, etiquette, wisdom, and trust, and he refused directly. No, you'd better hurry up and drink. After drinking, I have to close up and go to bed. With the voice down, Hancock couldn't help but lost consciousness for a while and sat down on the ground. A short sentence. It was as if her psychological defense had been completely shattered. Hancock bit Sakura's lip, lowered his head, and murmured in pain. I can't accept. Ron actually doesn't have feelings for me. Say it. She stood up, picked up the wine bottle on the bar and poured it into her mouth. This is a way to vent your frustration. Ron sighed softly. Have you ever thought about it? Even if I say yes. Once Amazon Lily's people are sent to Sabaody archipelago in large quantities, even if you are Shichibukai, Marine will definitely intercept them. Once a fight breaks out, there will be countless casualties. Heard the words. Hancock froze as he drank. Ron was right. Let's not talk about whether Amazon Lily has so many ships. In case the Marine and world government find out about it. The Shichibukai agreement may even be torn up unilaterally. From then on, Amazon Lily will be attacked endlessly by Marine. Think of this. Hancock's delicate face couldn't help turning redder. I didn't expect Ron to think of this step for himself. No wonder he kept refusing. Advertisement. And she still resisted my concubine's coquettishness. Think of this. Hancock held his hot cheeks in his hands, his delicate body trembling. I have no regrets in this life. Looking at her, she looked like a young girl pregnant with spring. Ron looked confused and immediately used the dragon to explore Hancock's memories and thoughts. After the exploration is completed, Ron knew immediately. It turns out that the celestial dragons are to blame again. And Hancock's love brain is much more serious than expected. From entering the tavern to now, she even thought about the names of her future children. As for the middle part, it made Ron blush even more. It can only be said that Hancock is indifferent to everyone in the world, but he keeps the warmest place for himself. At this time, Hancock broke away from his love brain, blinked at Ron, and asked curiously. Correct. Do you know why Doflamingo was revoked Shichibukai? Ron smiled and said, it's very simple. World governments feel threatened, and so does Marine. During the battle a few days ago, he declared war on the world government in the name of the Don Quixote family in front of Akainu. Hancock's eyes widened immediately after hearing this, and he asked in shock. Is he crazy? None of the 4 emperors dared to declare war on the world government. Doflamingo, why? Where did he get the courage to become so brave? Available immediately, Hancock had a rude awakening. We had a fight at the amusement park that day. The strength shown by Doflamingo seems to have far exceeded that of 4 emperors. No wonder, Hancock couldn't help but continue to ask, where did he get the ability? If you're interested, you can ask Doflamingo tomorrow. As soon as Ron finished speaking, he felt a little regretful. If Hancock and Liang Bing meet, these 2 women won't fight, right? No, judging from their personalities and tempers, they will definitely fight. Ron was about to say, don't come tomorrow. But before I could say anything, a sweet voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Interested in, but if I leave tonight, I will have to rush over tomorrow. It's really too much trouble. How about, I can sleep here with you tonight? With the voice down, several murderous auras struck from the backyard instantly. 6 Mount Chapter 126. Find the bottom of the truth and find out the hidden truth? A strong murderous aura swept from the backyard, permeated throughout the tavern. Hancock frowned slightly and his whole body tensed up, ready for war. Soon, several girls with different styles came from the backyard. When Hancock looked at Lukoa, as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Isn't she tired? Immediately, Hancock's eyes stayed on Thor again. Not to mention her exquisite appearance, which is not inferior to her own, and the sweetness of this girl. The key is, thin branches bear fruit, quenching thirst and quenching fire. As for Ram, Hancock glanced at them, just a little girl. Bridge bean sacks. Only then did Hancock realize that there was a woman in Ron's pub. And there are still 4, almost instantly. Hancock then imagined the scene where Ron abandoned him. Ron hugged the 4 women in front of him and turned their backs to him. You are really a woman who refuses to give up. Hancock lay on the ground and stretched out his hand to hold on with tears on his face. What is it about me that is not good enough? Tell me, Ron. At last, Ron didn't respond, leaving Hancock crying desperately. Looking at Hancock with a sad expression. Ron knows. This woman must be thinking again. Lukoa sighed deeply. Forget it, go back to sleep. This woman has a big brain. With her intelligence, she shouldn't be in Ron's bed. Thor, Ram breathed a sigh of relief. Call. Fortunately, there was another bullet left in the gun. But suddenly, a smile appeared on Lukoa's lips, and she came to Ron's side in an instant, pulling him and running to the backyard. Then set up a barrier. The movements can be described as smooth, done in one go. Hesitating too quickly, Ram, who didn't know what was going on, asked with a puzzled look on his face. Did something fly past just now? Ram's face was also filled with question marks. Thor gritted his teeth and said, Lukoa, that old fox. When I let my guard down, I'll strike immediately without giving us a chance. Heard the words. Ram, who had just been happy for a while, suddenly became stunned. No way. Advertisement in the end, only Thor and the other 3 could help close the door. Then he tidied up the room for a confused Hancock. Early morning. Ron opened his eyes drowsily. Just about to take a nap. Lukoa's lazy voice sounded in his ears. Ron. You pressed my hair. For a while, Ron was completely sleepless and could only get dressed and get up. After some washing, as soon as they arrived at the tavern, they saw that Ram, and Thor had already filled the table with breakfast. Only, there's an extra Hancock on the table today. She yawned and asked, where did you go last night? Ron took a bite of the fried dough sticks and said casually, treasure hunting adventure. The voice just fell. Thor came over and asked with a smile. Do you mean to explore somewhere in Lukoa? Find out the truth and find out the hidden truth? Ron froze for a moment. Where did you learn this from? If Rayleigh heard it, he would definitely shout, so wet, so wet. Immediately afterwards, Rem stepped forward to make another stab. Master, eat the fried dough sticks first, and the soy milk will be ready soon. Ron. Enough? Wasn't Lukia taking the lead last night? If you have the ability to reason with her. Seeing that Ron's expression was wrong, Thor, Ram hurried to the kitchen. It is worth mentioning that Hancock is not picky eaters, maybe it's because Rem's skills are too good. It was also rare for Ron to be clean, eating while reading the newspaper that had just been delivered. Doflamingo is removed from the name of Shichibukai. Will Dressrosa become Marine's next target? close black lens bracket. According to reliable sources, Kaido's key criminals have escaped, and Wano Kuni is now in a state of chaos. Can Marine make a move? Close black lens bracket. Shocked, no pirates have survived wherever the Marine Hawk generals have passed. The next crusade target. Big Mom pirates, close black lens bracket. Ron raised his eyebrows as he looked at the newspapers full of reports on Marine. Good guy. Marine is feeling stressed. In just a few days, nearly 10,000 pirates were killed. Or, Sengoku ready to abdicate, Akainu is eager to express himself. Just as Ron was thinking, the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. I saw Doflamingo walking in with dark circles under his eyes. Come to the bar and sit down. Advertisement. He flattered him with excitement, boss. After 2 days of non-stop construction, 1/5 of the duel field has been completed. Ron got up from the dining table to the bar, took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and handed it over. Thanks for your hard work. After the completion of the project, I will give you a corresponding reward. Heard the words. The fatigue on Doflamingo's body was swept away immediately, and he grinned and said, no hard work, no hard work. At that time, the boss will just look at it and give it. He knew it. The reward Ron was referring to would definitely not be money, such a vulgar thing. At this time, Hancock also finished his breakfast, came to the bar to sit down, and asked, how do you get your strength? Doflamingo said with a smile, foo. How? Will the Empress, who has always been proud and disdains men, have a day to ask for help? Hancock covered his nose, frowned and said, I can't bear the smell on your body anymore. Speak quickly if you can, don't waste time. Doflamingo's face suddenly turned black. What the hell? You ask me a question, and the attitude is still so arrogant. If it wasn't for being in a tavern, Lousy would let you know what a black hand is. But suddenly, Doflamingo realizes that something is not quite right. Just now, Hancock was having breakfast with Ron? In other words, she slept here last night? Grass. Sure enough, women have an advantage when they are beautiful. Bridge bean sacks. Thinking about it, Doflamingo realized that there was a loophole in this logic. Since what happened to Ron, why didn't Ron tell the Empress himself? Could it be a little love between the two? Yes, it must be so. After thinking about it, Doflamingo changed his arrogant attitude just now and said with a smile. It is the power bestowed upon me by Queen Morgana. You'll see her later. Once Hancock got the answer, he ignored Doflamingo. She dragged her cheek with one hand, looked at Ron with winking eyes, and made up a series of pictures in her mind. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw Rayleigh striding in proudly. One look, it was last night that the enemy was beheaded under the horse and won a battle. But before he closed the door, a tall man with a forehead protector on his forehead and long white hair followed him into the tavern. Chapter 127 Swimming Dragon Angelica Sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. After Rayleigh heard the movement behind her, she subconsciously turned her head and glanced at the man. The four eyes are facing each other, for a while. The two of them seem to have seen another version of themselves. No, to be more precise, they are like-minded people. Immediately, the two said at the same time, I'm staring at my crotch cat, I'm glad to see you. Look down at people's cracks and look up at them for a long time. Look at each other and smile. Rayleigh and the man walked together in perfect harmony and came to the bar to sit down at the same time. Ron raised his eyes and said with a smile, welcome. Mr. Jiraiya, my name is Ron, I am the owner of this tavern. Jiraiya. A strong man from the world of Hokage. Not just one of the legendary Sannin, he is also the second guest from another world with the characteristics of teacher. But, his life was full of regrets, almost caught up with Tsunade. Almost got his friend Orochimaru back, almost persuaded Nagato to return. We almost saw Naruto taking over as Hokage, marrying a wife and having children. He is always just a little bit worse. The wandering dragon returns to the sea, but the sea will not welcome me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya was not surprised when his name was called, but smiled and said, hello. This tavern is really nice. It faces the sea. In addition to the aroma of wine, you can also smell the salty humidity of the sea. I wonder how the wine here is. Before he finished speaking, he was attracted by the beautiful figures. Especially Hancock, who was sitting not far away. That proud figure and beautiful face, he was stunned for a while. Driven by almost instinct, Jiraiya was about to get up and strike up a conversation. But the aura of keeping strangers away made him give up the idea. Really, the girls in custom shops are better. As long as the money is available, they will be very enthusiastic. At this time, Ram held 2 bottles of wine and placed them in front of Jiraiya and Rayleigh. Please use your wine slowly at this time. Thank you, little girl. Jiraiya smiled, opened the bottle cap, and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, the rich aroma of wine instantly fills your entire mouth. Advertisement, boss, the wine here is good. Jiraiya couldn't help but admire. A few more bottles, I have to drink them, but halfway through, he glanced at his empty wallet and shook his head in disappointment. Forget it, just 1 bottle. Drinking too much will definitely delay Naruto's training tomorrow. When Rayleigh heard this, he immediately waved his hand, let go and drink. Today, all your drinking money will be on my head. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up, as expected of everyone in the channel. That's all. The two old perverts were drinking and chatting about the customs of their respective worlds. Ron, who was sitting at the bar, also learned from this. Jiraiya is in the timeline of training with Naruto on his journey. It seems to be almost over. The battle with Pain will be in the near future. As the 2 bottles of wine bottomed out, Jiraiya was obviously a little drunk. He raised his glass high and shouted to Rayleigh. Brother, all you need to do in life is to live a free and unrestrained life. I have a crush, and she's the hottest woman in the village. I have a friend who is very strong, but he is a bit pervert. I have several apprentices, either with outstanding talents or who have become Hokage and are famous throughout the ninja world. It's just that the apprentices I teach now are a bit stupid. Although when he said this, his face was full of pride. But there was a hint of pain in his eyes. As the saying goes, wine does not intoxicate people, people get drunk on themselves. Jiraiya was not drunk, he was just immersed in the world made of alcohol. Ron, who was listening quietly, shook his head helplessly. The woman he likes has never confessed to her until now. Friends also betrayed the village and even killed their own teachers. Although several apprentices have outstanding talents. But during Jiraiya's journey, he received news that his beloved disciple had died in battle again and again. The heart was also scratched one after another, but he was hurt and had no one to comfort him. He could only lick his wounds alone like a wild beast. Unsure, Rayleigh smiled and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Young man, you should confess your love to the woman you like right away while you were young. Jiraiya smiled bitterly. I'm hesitating. Why don't you wait until the intimacy series of novels is finished before you confess your love? The voice just fell. Rayleigh slapped him on the head and scolded. What a hesitation. It's spring, the season of reproduction, the season of dopamine secretion. Why don't you confess your feelings in such a good season? Are you writing a crappy novel? Don't let your life leave regrets. Advertisement. I don't know if it was because he was drunk or because Rayleigh was too strong. Jiraiya was slapped to the ground, and the books in his arms fell out. There are 4 big words written on the cover of the book. Make out in heaven. Jiraiya touched his painful head, and then placed the fallen books on the bar. When this journey is over, I will confess my love. I'm waiting for your good news. Rayleigh smiled, picked up a book, and took a look at it casually. However, when Rayleigh saw the contents inside, she was immediately immersed in it. He asked while flipping through the pages, can you show me these books for a few days? Jiraiya did not refuse. Take it and read it. Just don't lose it. These are all original manuscripts. See. Ron also picked up a copy out of curiosity. The book Kissing Heaven is a hit in the Hokage world. Hitaki 50/50 can even keep the book in hand all day long. And now, Ron was finally able to satisfy his childhood curiosity. When you open the cover and see the content inside. This moment, Ron seemed to see a light, divine book. An absolute divine book, within the next half hour. Regular guests such as the Holy Lord and his son, Tushan Yaya, Wei Tailong, Aizen, etc. also came to the tavern one after another. Just when Ron was looking excited, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Liang Bing and Geisha walked in one after another, cursing. My dear sister, can you not come with me? The sight of you makes me sick to my stomach. You are afraid of me. Only angels feel sick to their stomachs when they see demons. During the conversation, the 2 sisters came to the pub and sat down one after another. When Doflamingo saw the queen coming, he whispered, that's Queen Morgana. She is the one who gives me strength. Hancock looked in the direction of his finger. That is a woman who is exquisite in both body and appearance. That woman can't help but feel ashamed when she sees him. Of course, Hancock doesn't think so, she would just feel it. I am the most beautiful in the world. Hancock stood up slowly, walked slowly to Liang Bing and sat down next to him. Before she could speak, Liang Bing dragged her cheek with one hand and said with a smile. I don't like your arrogant attitude and what you are going to say. If you can lower your profile and call me queen, I may still give you power. If you don't scream, I will let Doflamingo spread the little secret in your heart to the whole world. Chapter 128 This life is really unbearable. Looking at Liang Bing's teasing eyes, Hancock was dumbfounded. As soon as the words came to his lips, they were even swallowed back abruptly. The woman in front of her actually knew what she was going to say. And the secret that Liang Bing said, it is the past that Hancock and his 2 sisters are unwilling to recall for the rest of their lives. Whenever I inadvertently think of it, there will be fear and despair in my heart. However, the pride in his heart would never allow Hancock to call another woman a queen. Think of this. Hancock took a step back subconsciously, as if looking at a demon, looking at Liang Bing. How do you know my secret? Liang Bing didn't answer, but the interest in his eyes grew stronger. You still have 2 minutes to think. 2 minutes later, Doflamingo's phone bug will ring and spread the word. She likes to tame this kind of rebellious and arrogant person. It not only satisfies one's own bad taste, but also has one more subordinate. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Doflamingo's face darkened immediately after hearing this. Queen, don't make trouble. Ron will beat me to death if I do this. Hancock seems to be his woman, right? Geisha couldn't help scolding. Pure B******ch behavior, it's disgusting to watch. Liang Bing did not refute, but said with a smile. You should know what she was going to say just now. I just want her to call me queen, if it were you. I'm afraid the punishment for her will only be heavier? Geisha no longer responds, which is regarded as acquiescing. Just. Hancock actually wanted to say, woman, give me the same strength as Doflamingo. The arrogance of the attitude, the rampant tone. Even Liang Bing, who was more tolerant, couldn't help being a little angry. Otherwise, this scene would never have happened, if the secret is revealed. You can't tell others with this face. I can't go back home, and I can only be a lonely ghost on the sea in the end. It's a pity that this has a long face, tisk tisk tisk. Liang Bing stood up, gently stroking Hancock's delicate and pretty face with her white and tender fingers. Feel the warm touch. Hancock's delicate body couldn't help trembling, and the blood all over his body seemed to be cooling down at this moment. Liang Bing's lazy voice sounded like a devil whispering, luring Hancock into a bottomless hell. For a while, everyone in the tavern looked over one after another, their eyes full of horror. Doflamingo, Shanghai and the people of the motherland felt even more afraid for a while. Fortunately, I knew the current affairs at that time. Otherwise, advertisement the end will definitely not be better than Hancock. But for Cold Ice, being a demon is compared to physical punishment. She prefers to manipulate psychic breakdowns. Only by completely breaking the defense line of the opponent's heart can it be considered a victory in the true sense. No, don't want. Hancock's eyes were gradually filled with fear and despair. Call me queen, you're not bad. I can give you the power to kill all celestial dragons, including overthrowing that ridiculous world government. Such a simple multiple-choice question, but still be swayed by inner pride? It seems, you don't even have the right to call me queen. Liang Bing is persuasive and seductive, and his lazy sentences seem to be full of fatal temptation. At this time, Ron closed the intimate paradise helplessly and said lightly, it's almost there. Liang Bing glanced at him sadly and sighed softly. What? Does this hurt? I haven't used my strength yet. The voice just fell. Hancock said in a deep voice, Queen. This moment, her body no longer trembled, and the fear and timidity in her eyes were replaced by murderous aura. Cool Bing was right, compared to the meaningless pride and self-esteem inside. Gaining power and killing celestial dragons is the most correct choice. Heard the words. The corner of Liang Bing's mouth could not help but raise a beautiful arc. Congratulations. The best choice was made. During the conversation, there was a glimmer of light in the cold little hand and then sank into Hancock's body. Instantly, Hancock could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a qualitative transformation. The strength is increased geometrically. I still like your rebellious look. Liang Bing sighed softly, then waved his hands. Let Doflamingo and the others tell you what corruption and freedom are. After finishing speaking, she ignored Hancock and looked at her sister angry with Pluton with a look of excitement. However, before Doflamingo could speak, the people from the motherland on the side said first, oh, beautiful lady. Damn God must be eccentric to give you such a pretty face. Let's have a drink, and then I, the Queen's most loyal follower, will explain to you about corruption and freedom. At this time, a handsome boy in a green battlesuit cast a disdainful look. Women are boring, but octopuses are fun. Smelly man, get out. Get closer, and I will kill you. Advertisement, Doflamingo, you help me write a specific meaning of depravity and freedom. Hancock cast a disdainful glance at the native. She trotted all the way to Ron and began to beep. Ron, why didn't you help the concubine just now? Once the secret of my concubine's identity is exposed, I will never see you again in this life. Ron said lightly. Liang Bing never had any killing intent from the beginning to the end. She just wants to satisfy her little hobby. Call me queen, in exchange for a generation of gods. This deal is not a loss. Actually, Ron was also difficult. Helping that is not enough, it is better to say something at a critical moment and stop the farce. The dissatisfaction in Hancock's eyes disappeared after hearing this, and he continued to whine, seeking comfort. But Liang Bing cast a look of dissatisfaction. Gone. That's all for Gai Sha, the B****ch spying on my memory. Ron, are you coming too? This day is really unbearable? And on the bar, Jiraiya said with a disappointed face, it's a pity that there was no fight. Women fighting or something. The best look. Rayleigh, who is a fellow man, also had a smirk on the corner of his mouth. It's a pity, however, if you come to the tavern often, you will always see it. In a few days, the arena will be built. There will definitely be female guests at that time. This is pouring a jug of wine in the stands, watching women fight. Life is nothing more than that. Suddenly, Rayleigh changed the subject and asked softly. Listen to you, the current teaching disciples are a bit stupid. What if it doesn't work? Jiraiya took a sip of wine and smiled freely. No, I saw my childhood in Naruto. The same as a crane tail, but never admit defeat. And, it's fun to block the success or failure of the story at the end, even if it's a failure. Just like the protagonist in my novel, I firmly believe that those hardships are the tests given by God, and try to survive. Finally, he achieved a glorious cause that could erase all previous failures, and finally died as a great ninja. This moment, the lust and vanity in Jiraiya's eyes completely dissipated, replaced by an indomitable determination. In Rayleigh's eyes, he is worthy of the name of a hero. Just at this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Jiraiya finished talking. Close black lens bracket, ding, customer Jiraiya confides in the person involved. Vortex. Naruto will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 129. If he wants to die, no one can save him. Vortex Naruto. Ron couldn't help but sighed softly when he heard the familiar name. As the son of a fourth Hokage who died for Hokage village. Because of the 9 tails sealed in the body, not only did she not receive special care since she was a child. Even isolated, even if the village supplies, there is only enough bread and expired milk. At this time, the mechanical sound of the system brought Ron back to his thoughts. Ding, customer Jiraiya. All throwing skills, fairy mode, fire style ninjutsu, earth style ninjutsu. Host can choose one of the abilities. What the hell is this all thrown out? Ron smiled and then said softly. Select Jiraiya's Senjutsu mode, start to merge. Ding, the ability defect is being optimized, and the ability to make up for the lack of ability has been completed. Close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, Ron suddenly felt like a water pump. A strange force came to him from all directions and quickly absorbed it. This is to create Shienju chakra, with natural energy combined with its own chakra. Not long after, this state is over. Ron's eyes also showed a touch of eyeshadow, and red lines appeared on both sides of his cheeks. Seeing this, Jiraiya at the bar couldn't help asking in surprise. Sage mode. Boss, how did you learn? Don't people in this world cultivate a power called Haki? Likewise, Rayleigh's old, wrinkled face was filled with curiosity. Faced with this series of questions, Ron explained softly, you should know. The so-called Sage mode is Shienju chakra, created with the help of natural energy. And natural energy can also be interpreted as dark energy, aura, or magical power. Although the ideology of cultivation is different, as long as you change it a little, you can change into any kind of power. This series of nouns, it directly confused Rayleigh and Jiraiya. I know all the words you said, but why can't I understand it? And, the more you think about it, the more you feel that you are fooling lousy, but there is no evidence. Seeing the two of them lost their minds for a while. After Ron lifted Sage mode, he couldn't help but tease. How about I continue to talk about the specific source of this power? Rayleigh quickly shook his head and refused. Forget it, the old man is already dizzy. I really suffered from being uneducated. If I hadn't been on Roger's pirate ship at that time, I'm afraid my house would have been full of children and grandchildren. Advertisement. This road is too dark, there are dead people along the way, it's really bottomless. Ron. Old stuff. You better say the way. I don't know if Jiraiya understands the deep meaning. After he took a sip of wine into his mouth, he said lightly. As long as you choose this path, you will never give up. This is my way of ninja. Ron asked softly, I spent my whole life looking for the child of the illusory prophecy. Is it really worth it? Jiraiya shook her head, the drunkenness in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. That's my goal. For a ninja, how to live is not important, how to die is the most important. But looking back, my life was a failure. Then, when Jiraiya was studying Senjutsu at Mount Myoboku, Toad Sage once told him that he would travel thousands of miles and write thousands of books. Not only that, I will go all the way and accept apprentices all the way. And one of the apprentices will be the son of the prophecy that will bring about changes to the world, either destruction or peace. In fact, Jiraiya's original idea was very simple. It's after learning ninja, flirting with the wildest girls. But, the moment when Jiraiya is reverse summoned to Mount Myoboku. The gears of fate have already begun to turn. Although God sent an opportunity, it has already been marked up. So far, he can only embark on a journey after learning the art of immortality at Mount Myoboku. Is it all just failure? Ron took a sip of his wine and said slowly. Not necessarily. As a crane tail with no blood, no family inheritance, and no talent, he has the opportunity that the world is so greedy for. Chasing the wildest girls, making the most pervert friends, taking the best apprentices, and living the most chic life. The most proud disciple is fourth Hokage. The will of fire that persists in the heart is endless. And your ending. Having said that, Ron stopped and didn't continue talking. After hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help flashing a hint of relief in his eyes. It seems. I'm also very good. At this point, Rayleigh urged, what about the ending? Hurry up, kid. Those who speak half of their words will have their legs broken. Advertisement on the side, Tu Shan Yaya, the people from the motherland, Big Wolf and others also came over with curious expressions. Ron shook his head helplessly. In front of Jiraiya himself, is it really a good ending for him? Immediately, he said lightly, the ending can be summed up in one paragraph. Walking Dragon Angelica Sea, the sea does not welcome me Jiraiya. The tiger will return to the mountain, but the mountain will not welcome my hero. Yunyi will return to heaven, but heaven will not welcome me, immortal Miaomu. Neither welcome, I'm Jiraiya. This passage is full of momentum and also covers Jiraiya's experience. Even if Tu Shan Yaya and the others couldn't understand, they were shocked. Jiraiya shines even more. This passage is wonderful. I want to write this passage at the end of Hero Story. Boss, I have to go back to write a book first, and come to drink tomorrow. Brother Rayleigh, thanks for buying me a drink. Finished. After he finished his last sip of wine, he got up straight and walked out of the tavern. Sea, mountains, sky, neither welcome, I'm Jiraiya. The ending you never said should be death, right? And still died in the sea. Rayleigh, a jovial man who has spent his life at sea, hits the point. Ron didn't respond. His eyes unconsciously looked at the back that was fading away outside the window. Perhaps Jiraiya already understood the meaning of this passage. But he is still calm. Perhaps Jiraiya's life is a failure. But he warmed up a lot of people, gave Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko the skills to live, and gave Naruto fatherly care. It gave the most solid backing to the woman who loved her all her life but failed to catch up. Konoha-sanin, one is not old, one is not dead, only Jiraiya became immortal. Can you save him? Rayleigh continued. He didn't want the fellow man he had just met to die so soon. At least, you have to wait until you have finished watching the whole series of Intimate Paradise, right? Ron shook his head slightly and said softly, whether you save it or not, I say it doesn't count. If he wants to die, no one can save him. Chapter 130 Yoriichi. I can't see my old lady, I can't see my old lady. Jiraiya once said, the protagonist of his novel has achieved great success. At last, will die a great ninja, perhaps, there are already hints here. For Jiraiya, the value of a ninja's life is not determined by how he lives. It depends on what role it plays before death, and Jiraiya risked his life to sneak into Rain Shinobi village, risking his life to fight pain, 6 paths. Finally, the information was sent back to Konoha. This was his role before death, and it was also the way of tolerance he insisted on. And at this moment, Rayleigh also fell silent because of Ron's words. Yes, Jiraiya's thoughts were the same as when Roger surrendered. One is to start the Great Pirate Era, one, for the village. Ron smiled and comforted, old man, everyone has his own destiny. Maybe you will die on the battlefield tonight, because it was about the dignity of men. Rayleigh was furious. Kid, can't you just hope for me? It seems that I made a mistake in selling you the devil fruit and giving you the ace. Ron smiled and said, the way you look now, it's like Roger put a hat on you. Not to mention that the child is not your biological child, and the coffin was deceived in the end. Seeing that you were so sad, I will give you a glass of wine. When hearing the first half of the sentence, Rayleigh's original anger had turned to murderous intent, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, his wrinkled old face was instantly filled with smiles. No way. After all, he has been a pirate for so many years. You must have a flexible bottom line, immediately. Ron turned around and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet. After filling a glass, he handed it to Rayleigh. Rejuvenating wine, great tonic. Drink this cup slowly, you will not be able to make up for it. Don't make your body explode with this line. Looking at the brown-yellow glass of wine, Rayleigh immediately took a sip. Gulu. The moment the wine entered my throat, a trace of warmth slowly rose from the abdomen. Immediately afterwards, the 2 kidneys seemed to be rejuvenated. The irritability, depression, and anxiety caused by kidney deficiency are also gone. The yellowish complexion gradually turned red. Okay, this wine is good, even better than Tiger Whip wine, Rayleigh said with a surprised look on his face. You'd better drink less, otherwise the resistance will gradually decrease. Ron sighed. Advertisement rejuvenating wine. But it is made from a series of traditional Chinese medicines that nourish yin and nourish yang, such as sheepweed, angelica root, acanthopanax bark, poria cocos, root bark, and atractylodes. Coupled with the blessing of the system, the effect is doubled. However, Ron's words went in one ear and out the other, and Rayleigh drank the wine in one gulp. After putting down Jiraiya's drink money, he rushed out of the tavern. That posture was as if he was determined to kill the enemy general today. Thus, one blood and shame. The guests in the tavern saw this and gathered around him. Big Wolf ignored Aizen's sad eyes, trotted all the way to Ron, and said with a flattering look on his face. Boss, sell me a drink and I'll bring you a new prop tomorrow. I'm going home to practice trumpet tonight. Take care of yourself. Ron smiled, got a glass of rejuvenation wine and handed it over. Immediately afterwards, I also gave the 4 people of the motherland, Deep Sea, Dolphin, and Ace Kano a cup each. As for Doflamingo, he was very disdainful to him. If you have the energy and time, you might as well study how to overthrow the world government. The same is true for Aizen. Sudden. Seeing the Holy Master's ready-to-move expression, Demon Xiaolong couldn't help but sneered. My stupid father. Why insist on practicing the trumpet? You might as well just pass the position to me. The Holy Lord snorted coldly. You are already useless. You think about how to kill your father every day. I must give birth to one quickly to balance you. After teaching my silly son a lesson yesterday, the Holy Master originally wanted to vent his anger. It can be calculated by thousands of calculations. I still missed that the demon dragon's revenge would come so quickly. This guy put a witchcraft on that female devil, once touched. Whether it is psychologically or physically, it will wither directly. This also made the Holy Lord very angry, and he gave his silly son some love education all night long. And at this moment, after the Holy Master took the rejuvenation wine from Ron, he drank it in one gulp. See. The corners of the devil dragon's mouth were slightly raised, and his smile was full of gloom. Lao Deng, you are dead. Laozi spent a lot of money tonight to let the wizards in hell cast witchcraft on all the female demons. Want a smaller size? Go ahead and dream, the other side. Aizen frowned as he watched Big Wolf sipping the rejuvenation wine and chewing on the leg of lamb. Advertisement, King Big Wolf. According to the current progress, when will Hogyoku be completed? Big Wolf thought for a while, grinned and said. Let's see how this drink works, if I could practice the trumpet. I definitely have to take care of my wife at home, and naturally I have to put aside the work of completing Hogyoku. 2 months to give birth to a child, 2 years to take care of the child. Calculating, it will take about 5 years to complete Hogyoku. After hearing this, Aizen's face twitched unconsciously. What the hell? It was originally said that it would take several months to complete. Now it has been postponed to 5 years, bridge beansacks. Aizen suddenly realized something was wrong. King Big Wolf. Bah, he's called Shunsui. Does Grey Wolf know that once Hogyoku is completed, he will kill him immediately? Is that why he keeps putting it off? Gone? Thinking of this, Aizen had a vague urge to draw his sword. But in the end he gave up. After all, the last thing Shinigami needs is time, and he has a lot of time to waste. But, Aizen felt a knot in his chest when he thought that he would be called Big Wolf King for another 5 years. At this time, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. The moment the door was pushed open. A tyrannical force swept in from outside the tavern. Instantly, Aizen's heart suddenly sank, and he quickly took the Hogyoku back from Grey Wolf's hands. Yoruichi, who was sleeping in Ron's arms, suddenly woke up, feeling scared and helpless at the same time. It's really what you say. Next second, ta, da, da, da. As steady footsteps sounded, a bald old man walked in slowly. The old man has a solemn demeanor, with a hint of kindness between his eyebrows and eyes. He is wearing a white feather fabric with Beijing purple lining. After seeing the visitor, Yoruichi quickly covered his face with the cat's paw, thinking silently, I can't see you, you can't see me. Can be ignored. An old, rich voice sounded. Yoruichi, I didn't want to meet here anymore. Well, and Aizen? Haha. It seems that the drinking party in this tavern is very good. Yoruichi jumped onto the bar and said in a deep voice, Captain Yamamoto, the good wine is gone. This old man is the ceiling of combat power in the Shinigami world. Yamamoto Genryu Sai Shigekuni. Chapter 131 Hairspray Hand Name Scene. Yamamoto Genryu Sai. A guest from another world randomly invited by the tavern today. The captain of Gode 13, founder of Spiritual Arts Academy, known as the strongest Shinigami for thousands of years. A person with a bunch of outrageous auras, it was the little old man in front of him. Now, faced with Yoruichi's greetings, Mr. Yamamoto said dissatisfiedly. It turned into a cat. Yoruichi, how can you still look like a captain? With the voice down, a tyrannical aura permeated the entire tavern. Instantly, Yoruichi's slender body jumped down and threw himself into Ron's arms, a hint of provocation flashed in his golden vertical pupils. As if to say again, old man, if you have the ability, you can fight with him. However, the weaker guests such as the people from the motherland and Shanghai immediately lowered their heads after feeling this momentum. He couldn't even muster up the courage to meet Mr. Yamamoto's eyes. Blue. Aizen. What's the matter with this old man? My king's little heart is about to jump out. Big Wolf was so frightened that he got under the table and asked in a trembling voice. Don't worry about Big Wolf. Captain Yamamoto is still very kind, but a bit strict. After Aizen comforted him, he turned his head to look at Mr. Yamamoto, with a gentle smile on his face. Captain, don't be angry, please sit down. The wine in this tavern is still very good. Mr. Yamamoto nodded, then restrained his breath, and walked slowly to the bar to sit down. But what puzzled him was, what did Aizen call that wolf just now? King? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Mr. Yamamoto would feel that he heard it wrong. Welcome, Mr. Yamamoto. I, Ron, am the owner of this tavern. After Ron greeted him with a smile, he suddenly remembered the famous story before time travel. Yamamoto, I Ryu Sage, hello, lad. After Mr. Yamamoto replied, his old eyes fixed on Yoruichi. Robbing the court is a felony. Don't think that you can live in peace if you stay here. Sitting in Ron's arms, Yoruichi said arrogantly, come on, old man. My old lady is here, if you have the ability, come and catch me. If only this were in Soul Society. Don't even think about it, just run when you meet Mr. Yamamoto. It is impossible to do it by hand. Once you do it, the end will be even worse. But now it is different. The rules of the tavern are here. Advertisement Mr. Yamamoto, if you dare to do something, you will be finished if Ron kills you. Let Gode 13's group of miscellaneous fish come and fight? That doesn't exist anymore. My mother lives in Duado Garden. My mother's name is Zhang Xiaoli. My father is Hu Yingjun, and my mother's name is Hu Tutu. Come here, bridge bean sacks. Yoruichi was about to continue to speak harshly, but suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. You can't just allow yourself to bear the wrath of old man Yamamoto. Aizen has to be dragged in too. Thinking about it, Yoruichi continued. It's not just Urahara Kazuki who is studying the hollow experiment, Aizen is also doing it. Now, which wolf is he leaning on to complete Hogyoku? Once Hogyoku completes it, no one can guarantee what Aizen will do. After all, the charges against Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi should be Aizen's. About robbery field. And Urahara Kazuki, the thing about Tessai Tsukabishi being framed, it's not that Yoruichi doesn't want to say. But it's useless to say it. This old guy who is so stubborn as Ultimate can't believe it. Not to mention, at that time, Kyoraku Shunsui was also hypnosis and served as a witness, proving that Aizen did not step out of Soul Society that day. Is it true, Aizen? Mr. Yamamoto asked flatly. Aizen came to the bar and sat down, handed Mr. Yamamoto a pot of wine, and said lightly. The clean one cleans himself. And, Yoruichi, the sky is actually colorless, it doesn't deceive you. Or the captain, or everyone in the world. You are only being deceived by your own eyes. Heard the words, Yoruichi's face suddenly darkened. Isn't this just talking nonsense? What the hell? If my mother didn't know the truth, I would have believed your nonsense. Those who pay off will clear themselves. Just one word, disgusting. Mr. Yamamoto also frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in his cloudy old eyes. When I get back to Soul Society, I will investigate it myself. Aizen, don't let the old man find out that you have a problem. This is both a warning and a threat. In that accident, the deaths of several captains had already been caused. As the general captain, Mr. Yamamoto doesn't want to lose the top combat power of the Soul Society. Aizen nodded silently. I believe the captain will give me a clean slate. The voice just fell. I saw Big Wolf leaping high, paws with pads, directly hitting Aizen on the head. Boom, advertisement with a muffled sound, the glasses on the bridge of Aizen's nose were shot flying. For a while, Mr. Yamamoto was stunned, the hand holding the wine glass froze in midair. What's the situation? Who gave this wolf such courage? In his impression, Aizen has a good temper, but when it comes to swordsmen, he is not lenient at all, and his attacks are even darker. However, what was even more unexpected was Mr. Yamamoto. Not only did Aizen not draw his sword, he even asked gently. Great Big Wolf, what's the matter? Big Wolf put his hands on his hips and said proudly. What is cleared by itself. Hogyoku did it, he did it, my lord doesn't bother to lie with you. Of course. Except cheating sheep. After Aizen heard this, the veins on his forehead popped up instantly, and his face twitched for a while. What the hell, is it bad to eat your sheep honestly? Well now, it's all exposed. After Hogyoku completes, Laozi's first knife is you Big Wolf. Ron, who was sitting at the bar watching the excitement, couldn't help but smile too. Good guy. Isn't this the wolf version of Wanjie? Personality. Oh no, it's the wolf character that comes first. After Yoruichi was stunned for a moment, he laughed and rolled in Ron's arms. Old man Yamamoto, those who clean themselves will clean themselves. Who is the maker of that tragedy? You should understand in your heart now, right? Mr. Yamamoto ignored Yoruichi, but turned to look at Aizen. What do you have to explain? Aizen said lightly. I still say that, the clearer clears himself. Just because I make Hogyoku doesn't mean I'm the murderer. Mr. Yamamoto sighed softly. It's useless to say these things, come back with me to Soul Society for review. What if I don't? You have no room for bargaining. Mr. Yamamoto took a sip of his wine and lightly held the wooden stick with his left hand. For a while, the atmosphere in the tavern suddenly became weird. Captain, in this tavern, even if you and Gode 13 are all present, you won't be able to take me away. Aizen stood up slowly and walked straight to Ron. En route, the pair of black-rimmed glasses were crushed by a foot. Immediately, Aizen wiped his messy bangs upwards with his hand, and it instantly turned into a handsome back. The originally gentle eyes became extremely sharp, and hockey spontaneously appeared. P.S. Dear readers, today I will spend my birthday with my family. Today is only one chapter, and I will make up 2 chapters in the next few days. Finally, thank you readers, Grandpa, for your feed and reminders. Chapter 132 Wolf also has a conscience. Hairspray hands. Ron tilted his head and glanced at Aizen, feeling disappointed. No pretentious quotes. It's tasteless, bad review, must be bad review. And at this moment, everyone in the tavern couldn't help but froze for a moment. Good guy. This has directly changed the life. Just now, he looked gentle and elegant, harmless to humans and animals. How can you turn into a king standing between heaven and earth after you put your hair up? But, what do you mean by standing next to Ron? Ask for protection? Are you worthy of your current image like this? Aizen, it seems that this is your original appearance, right? But, do you know what it means to refuse censorship? Can the old man confirm that the crimes committed by Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi before were framed by you? Mr. Yamamoto lowered his head and took a sip of his wine, with a murderous look in his thick voice. Captain, everything I do is for change, and none of you know my true face. Aizen raised his chin, staring at the bald old man sitting on the bar. Wait until Hogyoku production ends. The empty window period of the Throne of Heaven will be completely over. From now on, let me stand on top, although the traces of the hollow experiment have been cleaned up by Aizen after learning that the Big Wolf. After learning that Big Wolf can complete Hogyoku. But, those Manos Grandes that were released into the present world can be easily found. So once I return to Soul Society with Mr. Yamamoto, everything before will also be completely exposed. At that time, waiting for Aizen will be the death penalty. So you can't learn Soul Society, what Aizen needs to do now is to wait. Wait for Big Wolf to complete Hogyoku, hee. Are you forcing the old man to do it? Mr. Yamamoto got up slowly and asked in a cold voice. This time, Aizen didn't respond, his eyes were full of provocation. It seems to say again, I am so old, if you have the ability, you can try to move Laozi's finger. Then there's no way. Mr. Yamamoto sighed softly and made a gesture to rush to the bar. Advertisement however, the moment he took a step. Thorbane's small hands and the Holy Master's huge claws rested on his shoulders at the same time. Push Mr. Yamamoto back on the chair, the Holy Master said indifferently. I hope you can appease your fighting spirit. I don't want this tavern, where I can chat quietly with my son, to be ruined by you just like that. Thor frowned and snorted coldly. All fighting is prohibited in the tavern. Otherwise, at your own peril, heard the words. Mr. Yamamoto finally understood why Aizen was so arrogant. It turns out that the root of everything is here. After thinking about it, he smiled softly. Do you think you can stop the old man? With the voice down, the wooden stick in his hand dissipated, revealing its original appearance. It was an ordinary sword with a dark purple handle and a brown sheath. This is the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto open black lens bracket Ryujin Jaka close black lens bracket of the Soul Society. See. Yoruichi hurriedly shouted, Old man Yamamoto, don't do it here. I don't want to eat. What does it mean to eat? Mr. Yamamoto froze for a moment, frowned and said. Give me a reason. Yoruichi sighed softly. Look at the people around you. Heard the words. Mr. Yamamoto looked around, and finally set his sights on Liang Bing, Gaisha, and Pluton. For a while, this old man, known as the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society, instantly tensed up all his muscles. Especially the man with the black mask. It gave him a feeling that was far better than that of Yuabak back then. Yoruichi, do you think I'm afraid of death? Mr. Yamamoto asked in a deep voice. But before Yoruichi could reply, Ron, who was watching the play, said softly, if you are not afraid of death, you are not afraid of death. But it also depends on whether death is worth it. If you get your hands dirty, you don't have a chance for Bankai Zanpakuto, and Aizen will be alive and well. You can take this sentence as advice or as a threat. But, rather than the meaningless death of Mr. Yamamoto, you might as well wait for the Soul Society to catch Aizen. Mr. Yamamoto is also very knowledgeable about current affairs, so he went down the slope and said. In that case, let's forget about today, Aizen. You're lucky today, and I hope to meet you at Soul Society. Say it. Grandpa Yamamoto sat down again, and Ryujin Jaka transformed into a walking stick again. See. Advertisement Yoruichi breathed a sigh of relief. If old man Yamamoto died today, the Soul Society would be in total chaos. One day won't be long. Also, Captain, don't speak wild words easily, that will only reveal your weakness. Aizen simply continued to fight, with an extremely aggressive tone. The dregs who only dare to hide behind other people's backs. What qualifications do you have to say that? Mr. Yamamoto clenched his fists tightly, and the blood on his arms burst out instantly. Negligible. He glanced out of the corner of his eye, and Big Wolf who was gnawing a whole lamb came into view. Bridge bean sacks. Hogyoku? Yes, this wolf completes Hogyoku? Thinking of this, Mr. Yamamoto ignored Aizen, got up slowly, and came to Big Wolf. Boy, at what price will you not give Aizen a full Hogyoku? Seeing this, Aizen's heart suddenly sank. What the hell? This old man doesn't talk about Wood, although his own plan is foolproof. But only Big Wolf is a great unstable factor. Aizen just wanted to step forward to stop him, but after thinking about it, he gave up. If Mr. Yamamoto caught him and threw him out of the tavern, it would be the end of his life. Therefore, now I can only pray that Big Wolf King will keep the bottom line. And at this moment, Big Wolf, who was eating the sheep, waved his hand impatiently. Old man, can you call me by honorific title before asking for help? These days Aizen has been serving my king very well, Wolf, he also has a conscience. Big Wolf said with a smile while picking his teeth with a bone. After a brief thought, Mr. Yamamoto squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Call me Big Wolf. My lord has professional ethics, and I can't just stop the project that Aizen entrusted to me. You want to ask someone to do something. I heard it this time, but I'm sorry, I can't agree to your business. Big Wolf said calmly. The voice is too low, I didn't hear it. Big Wolf saw that the old man looked like he was going to kill someone, and immediately became alert. Aizen. King Big Wolf, then you'd better obey the rules. Grandpa Yamamoto gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. Big Wolf. And, Mr. Yamamoto. Old man, I know you are very strong, but you are not allowed to do anything in the tavern. After hearing this, Mr. Yamamoto's face twitched unconsciously, and he instinctively wanted to kill this B*****************. Chapter 133 If you do this, how can I kill you in the future? When Big Wolf uttered the last word, everyone in the tavern was stunned. Aizen even spit out all the wine he just drank in his mouth. Some of the wine even spilled directly into the nose. Why are your eyes red, etc.? What's going on with these tears? Is it touching? No, King Grey Wolf, if you do this, how will I kill you after Hogyoku is completed? And at this moment, Mr. Yamamoto was stunned on the spot, his face was ashen, and veins popped out on his forehead. Nearly 1,000 years, no one can call himself king over others. But now, he actually called a wolf. It's okay to scream, the key is that the scream is in vain. Aren't you bullying honest people? Just when Mr. Yamamoto was holding the Zanpakuto, he couldn't help but take it out of its sheath. Big Wolf quickly sneaked up to Aizen and patted his arm heavily. How about Aizen? This king is very trustworthy, right? I saw the right person. No, it's a wolf. Aizen smiled and wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes without leaving any trace. Why don't you roast a lamb for me right away? What are you doing standing around here? Big Wolf urged angrily. This time, Aizen's eyes lost the murderous intent before. Without saying anything else, he ran all the way to the kitchen and started roasting the lamb. They even specially put sheep treasures, sheep whips and the like in sealed bags, so that Big Wolf can pack it up and take it away. Old man Yamamoto, I suggest that we immediately deploy an operation to capture Aizen. Once the Hogyoku is made, even all the captains of the Gode 13 will be broken by a single touch against Aizen. Yoruichi looked at the livid old man Yamamoto, licking his paws and said. Before this, she had seen the powerful Ryotsu that emerged when Ron fused with Hogyoku. Just overflowing efficaciousness, it makes people fearful, depressing, even so heavy that they can't breathe. This feeling is like looking directly at the gods. It makes people feel extremely weak and desperate. I will think about it, but the top priority is to replenish Gode 13's combat power immediately. Advertisement Mr. Yamamoto came to the bar and sat down and said in a deep voice. In that hollow experiment, in total, 8 captains and deputy captains were killed. This is an unbearable blow to Gode 13 as a whole and even Soul Society. In the opinion of Mr. Yamamoto, rather than wasting time on a traitor, it is better to make up for the fighting strength as soon as possible. After taking a sip of wine, Mr. Yamamoto continued. When I return, I will clear away all the grievances against you, Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukabishi, and return them to their original duties. Having said this, he paused and asked in a deep voice. What about you? When are you going to Soul Society? You're not going to continue to be lazy here, are you? Yoruichi stretched at Ron and said lazily, if I leave the pub. Then who's watching Aizen? I'd better stay here. If anything happens to Aizen, I will report it immediately. After briefly thinking about it, Mr. Yamamoto did not refuse. Also, it's getting late, I should go back to Soul Society and start preparations. Young man, the wine you have here is good. I will come again when I have time. Ron smiled and said, welcome to visit next time. Mr. Yamamoto nodded, put down a wad of money, and left the tavern slowly. Not long after, the system's mechanical notification sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Yamamoto Genryusai, shopping technique, white hits, Shunpo, Kaido. Host can choose one of the abilities. It's a pity that there is no Ryujin Jaka. A look of disappointment flashed in Ron's eyes, and then he said softly. Select Yamamoto's white hits, start to merge. Ding, the ability defect is being optimized, and the ability to make up for the lack of ability has been completed. Close black lens bracket. When the skills of white hits are integrated, the system beep sounds again. Ding, congratulations to host for completing a turnover of 2 billion, and the tavern will start upgrading after closing. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the authority of the tavern has been increased, and every day 100% will invite a guest from another world except a special guest. Close black lens bracket. Ding, Wanjie Tavern Mall system upgrade. Close black lens bracket. Ding, when the guest has finished talking, the host can choose to copy the guest's props or choose skills, and there is only one chance to choose between the two. Close black lens bracket. Ding, after host completes a turnover of 10 billion, the tavern will be upgraded again. At that time, host can break the dimensional wall and go to other worlds. Close black lens bracket. After hearing the system's prompt, Ron couldn't help sighing. Really, it's good to have a few rich regulars in the tavern. The Holy Lord and his son, Tu Shan Yaya and the others gave random gems every time they paid. The system can directly exchange these for corresponding money. But to Ron's surprise, the system didn't even make money this time. Earning 10 billion can directly lead to other worlds. Advertisement. Not only that, the items in the tavern shop are also updated and upgraded again. Like, Valkyria, World Artifacts, Fate, Treasures, Marvel, Infinite Gems, Infinite Gloves, Wuhun, etc. However, these items are expensive. Divine artifacts like the King's Treasure House even require hundreds of thousands of points to redeem. Just as Ron was looking through the tavern mall, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. As the door slowly opened, Maruam walked in slowly. It's different from before. Now he is stronger than before, and he has a little girl by his side. The girl has white hair tied in 2 braids, thick eyebrows, and a string of crystal snot hanging from her nose. And this girl is Wheat, the light that awakens the humanity of Meluam. Ron looked up and immediately knew the situation the two of them were in. The current Meruem was infected with the contagious poison of the poor man's rose and died soon. Wheat was also infected by him. It can be said that now is the last time for the two of them. Master Commander, this place is so lively. Where's this place? Mai pulled Ramluam's arm. Her voice was clear, but she seemed a little helpless. However, I'll take you for treatment. You can't die, Meluam said softly. Mai froze for a moment, then cried and said, Master Commander, I'm very happy now. Please allow me to spend this time with you. Throughout my life, playing chess with Mai is the happiest thing. In addition, dear readers, what do you think of the ending of The Ant King? Or, play the last game of chess with Mai here and then die quietly. Maruam hesitated, but, P.S. Thank you for your birthday wishes. The same may be true of Wheat, at this time. As a price, you will stay in the tavern as a security guard from now on, and Wheat can also stay. Perhaps, I was born for this day, or choose to live. I'll collect the corpses for you. Should I accept this fate of death? The hope of living is at hand. Ron's voice sounded slowly. Heard the words. Give you two choices. Chapter 134. The world is quiet, that's all. For Meruem, this condition is really tempting, but isn't it a little boring to live in a pub from now on? I was born in this world just to rule the world, just as Meruem was struggling in his heart. Xiaomai gently pulled his arm. Commander-in-Chief. If you can't make up your mind, it's better. Shall we play a game of military chess with Mai first? Okay, then you have to be prepared for a losing streak. Meruem did not refuse and agreed directly. What do you want if you win? A smile appeared on Xiaomai's face and he stretched out a finger. Please play another round with me, with the voice down. A chessboard filled with chess pieces appeared in front of them. Ron reminded softly. You don't have much time. The two nodded silently. Immediately, the chess game began. Everyone in the tavern also cooperated in keeping silent so as not to disturb the two of them. This moment, the timidity on Xiaomai's face turned into calmness and confidence. Although she is blind, she can still control the entire chessboard. As the chess game comes to an end, there is no doubt that Meruem still lost, but he did not make a decision, and the chess game continued. I don't know how many rounds I played. Meruem's body could not withstand the poison after all. This big C***K that kills humans. He felt a little tired, his vision gradually blurred, and he couldn't even see the girl in front of him clearly. He asked, Wheat, are you there? Yes, of course I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. 441 Vice Admiral, the General. He continued to ask, Wheat, are you still there? Yes, of course I'm here. If there's another round, the loser will go first. Wheat. Yes. What's wrong? Xiaomai responded tirelessly. This moment, the two of them seemed to have found their destination. The promise Ron had just made was completely forgotten. He only remembered military chess and each other. Mai, are you there? I'm a little tired. I want to take a nap. Can you hold my hand the whole time? Meruem's whole body had been eroded by the poison, and he could not even sit up. He could only lie in Xiaomai's arms, and his eyelids felt heavier than ever before. Wheat, are you there? I'll wake up soon. Until then, can you call me by my name? Advertisement. When Meruem received no response, his always cold voice trembled. I see. Mai gently stroked Meruem's face, as if remembering his appearance. At last, Mai held Meruem's hand. Please have a good rest, Meruem. I'll go back to find you right away. When hearing this sentence, Meruem, who originally wanted to die, gave up. He used up his last bit of strength and opened his mouth slightly. Boss, I agree. Meruem opened his eyes and saw Xiaomai's cheek. This moment, it was as if a beam of light illuminated everything in Meruem's heart. All darkness disappeared. There are only military chess, tavern and wheat in front of me. There was silence, that was all. There may not be love between the two, but it transcends all emotions. Everyone in the tavern breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them just acted as if they were going to die together. Although they have no regrets, but it will make the onlookers around you feel uncomfortable for a long, long time. If it's just a few seconds later, the banquet will really begin. Ron quickly stepped forward and put his hands on their shoulders. Next second, a magic circle engraved with countless complex inscriptions appeared, and at the same time a ray of light penetrated into the bodies of Meruem and Mai. This is the power of the horse talisman and the healing magic of the dragons. Soon, the two of them gradually woke up, their fatigue and injuries gone. This is. Mai blinked in disbelief. Can you actually see something? Immediately, Xiaomai quickly looked at Meruem standing aside. It just so happened, Meruem was also looking at Mai. The four eyes are facing each other. Xiaomai said, Wow, and threw herself into Meruem's arms and cried loudly. Snot and tears covered him. You guy. Although Meruem said he was disgusted, he still touched Xiaomai's hair, and a smile from the heart showed on his face. Now, he gave up everything, including his mission and race. Although born out of the most endless human malice, he was almost killed by human malice. But at this moment, Meruem embraced the brightest part of human nature. Advertisement. After the two separated, Ron then said softly, Since you agreed to the conditions, let's talk about the rules. As a security guard of the tavern in the future, you can play chess with Xiaomai when you are free, but once someone reneges on his debt or creates trouble, he will give you a warning the first time and kick him out the second time. If there is a third time, you should know what to do. No salary, food and accommodation, that's all. Meruem nodded silently. Okay, I'm fine. Mai also raised his fist. I have no problem either. Okay, you two can continue playing chess. Ron smiled, turned back to the bar and sat down. Maybe Meruem was the only one in the world who saw the light in Xiaomai and protected a weak person like this. It's almost only wheat. I saw the purity in Meruem in that beam of light. Time passed little by little, in a blink of an eye. As night fell, the guests also left in twos and threes. Meruem and Wheat seemed to be tired even now, certainly. During this period, Meruem never won a single round. Ram, and Thor, who were watching the excitement on the side, couldn't help but sigh. These two were truly in love. If I had replaced it with my own, I'm afraid I would have flipped the table and left. Early the next morning, Ron was still his usual self. After getting up, he went to the pub and had breakfast while reading the newspaper. Sudden. The door of the tavern was pushed open, and Rayleigh walked in with a high head. Looking at that posture, he must have won the battle last night. He came to the bar and sat down, grinning and saying, "Kid, the wine you drank yesterday was really good, I really liked it. I can only tell you whether it hurts or not, what I say is the final word." Ron's face suddenly darkened. "What the hell? You are so fast in the early morning, is it because you haven't woken up yet?" After finishing breakfast in 2 or 3 bites, Ron came to the bar and asked with a teasing look. "Don't be happy too early, did you feel a little out of fuel in the second half of the night?" Rayleigh looked shocked and asked quickly, "How do you know?" Ron smiled and said, "Nonsense, it's already late at night, it's weird that you can oil it up. Keep going like this. In half a year at most, I can have a meal." Chapter 135. This guy is really intolerable, seriously. When Rayleigh heard Ron's words, he panicked instantly. But as an old man, and also a legendary pirate, only sanity led him mater and not surprised, and even sneered, "Kid. Remember, even if you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost. When you reach the age of the old man, you will understand." Ron said lightly, "That's not a pink peony either, it must be a black peony. This variety seems to be called Mu Xiaoyao, bridge beansack." When the name of the flower was said, both Ron and Rayleigh froze for a moment. "Isn't Shocky called peony? Think of this." Rayleigh's old wrinkled face couldn't help turning dark again. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw the dolphin talking to the goddess while walking into the tavern, with heartache written all over her face. "Honey, I brought you 3 meals, remember to eat. Why bring 3 copies? I see that you have been tired all night and consumed a lot. I feel sorry for you, so I ordered an extra copy for you. His share is not spicy, I remember this." After hanging up the bug, the dolphin came to the bar and sat down. Rayleigh had just served him a bottle of wine, and before Rayleigh and Ron could speak, he was interrupted by the sound of a phone bug. Pulu pulu pulu. After the phone bug was connected, a female voice sounded. "When will you deliver the soup I want?" The dolphin quickly smiled and said, "Baby, don't worry, it will be delivered before you get up in the afternoon. I know you have a bad throat, pig lung pear soup specially made for you." After this call ended, the dolphin answered the phone bug 3 or 4 times in a row. Period. His tone, demeanor, and way of responding to each woman are also very different. Rayleigh looked dumbfounded, but the old man, who was almost half buried in the ground, still couldn't help babbling. "Young man, you remember, as a man, you will lose the moment the head sticks out. Men, learning to love yourself is the beginning of your lifelong romance. Don't lick this or that every day and dedicate your beautiful youth to women. In a few years, when you look back on the past, you will find that you have been bruised and bruised by women at that time, and you can't get out of that shadow. At that time, no matter your appearance or mental state, you are less and less worthy of a real relationship. Advertisement, at last, it's you who gets hurt." Listen to Rayleigh's Truths of Life. The dolphin immediately sat up straight and said seriously, "It doesn't matter if I get hurt, the most important. It is still necessary to give every girl a warm home. As a Marine, don't you want to give up your family for everyone?" "Ron, Rayleigh, this product is really oily and salty. Hopeless. Totally hopeless. Don't talk about Geisha now, even if Pluton teaches in person, he definitely won't be able to talk about dolphins." As time passes little by little, the dolphin left the tavern after drinking a bottle of wine. And usher in the sending room. The Lord and his son, Geisha, Big Wolf, Aizen and other regular guests visited the tavern one after another. For a while, the atmosphere of the tavern also began to liven up. At this time, the door was pushed open again, and Kaido and Doflamingo walked in one after the other. It is worth mentioning that Doflamingo walked in front, taking a figure-8 stride, his face full of joy. On the other hand, Kaido was following behind. The dark face was full of murderous intent, and the eyes were full of disgust. The two came to the bar. Doflamingo grinned and said, "Bah, bah, bah. Kaido, you are really regressing as you live. It's just that I couldn't bear to see my son, and he was beaten violently." Heard the words. After Ron used dragon magic to check Kaido's memory, he suddenly understood. Follow the system prompts. Soon, Yamato will be visiting the pub. Turn out to be. It depends on the opportunity given by the Holy Lord to Kaido, obedience potion. In the face of Doflamingo's ridicule, Kaido didn't pay attention to him, but angrily told Liang Bing what happened. Everyone in the tavern couldn't help laughing after hearing this. It's too abstract. Big Wolf even gnawed on the leg of Lamb while stepping forward and patting Kaido on the arm. Actually, this is also my fault. My son seems to have secretly peed in the obedience spray. This also caused some flaws in the obedience potion. Otherwise, just tears dripping on the nozzle will never turn into a hard-hearted spray in an instant. Advertisement. Kaido felt nothing when he heard it. But Aizen and the Devil Dragon on the side couldn't sit still. Especially Aizen. His right hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of the sword. In a few days ago, in order to test whether the softening spray works, Kaido sprayed it on Aizen's face. And at this moment, if only his only sense told Aizen to calm down. Everything has to wait until Hogyoku is finished. Otherwise, he has already slashed at Kaido and Big Wolf with his sword. Here. The demon dragon touched his face and couldn't help cursing. Old man, look me in the eyes and say it, do you know about this? The holy master turned his head and pretended not to hear. After a few minutes of stalemate, the demon dragon finally couldn't bear it anymore, grabbed his old father's head and threw him out of the tavern. Immediately afterwards, everyone's ears rang out with bursts of screams and deafening sounds of fighting. On the bar, Liang Bing relied on the core calculation engine of Devil's Wings to instantly read Yamato's location. She whispered, "Your son will be in a place called the Beehive. Pirate Paradise? Isn't that Ochiku's territory?" Kaido's heart sank and he quickly said, "Thank you, Queen. I'm going to catch Yamato and bring him back now." "Say it." He strode outside. "You should know how to do it, right?" Liang Bing glanced at Doflamingo. "Of course, Your Majesty. I will educate the pirates there and bring Ochiku to you." Doflamingo understood and immediately followed Kaido's footsteps. Not long after the two left, suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle. As the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open, a man wearing a mask, a hat, and a black outfit strode in. His eyes didn't stay on anyone for even a moment, and he went straight to the bar and sat down. Ron raised his eyes and said hello with a smile. "Welcome, Mr. Yuan Tiangong. My name is Ron, and I own this pub. Chapter 136. Whether it's the way of heaven or hegemony, it's all the same." Yuan Tiangong. The ceiling of combat power from the world of bad guys, a proper hexagonal warrior. The imperial master of the Tang dynasty, the supreme leader of bad people. Thanks to the elixir, he gained immortality and lived until the fall of the Tang dynasty, possessing more than 300 years of power. He is also the third alien guest in the tavern with the characteristics of teacher. Actually, rather than saying that Yuan Tiangong is a teacher, it is better to say that he is Li Xingyun's leader. And at this moment, facing Ron's greeting, Yuan Tiangong asked, "Do you know me?" "You and I are just passers-by in life." Ron smiled and asked. "Presumably even if you count people and things, and spend 300 years in the world, you still don't think you will come to another world, right? So, it doesn't matter whether you and I know each other, having a drink here is the main thing." Yuan Tiangong's brows frowned slightly under his mask, but they soon relaxed. For 300 years, I have disdained anyone to drink except for my close friend Li Chengfeng. Today, calm and an exception, with the voice down. Thor then put a bottle of wine in front of Yuan Tiangong and introduced with a smile. "This is Neolon Mountain, please use it with caution." Yuan Tiangong nodded, then reached out and took off the mask from his face. The moment the true face is revealed, sitting aside, Rayleigh, a native of the motherland, was stunned. This can no longer be called a face, more like a skeleton covered in human skin. Not only was there no hair, the lower eyelids, nose, and lips seemed to have been cut off. Just a glance. It makes people feel horrified. Yuan Tiangong asked calmly, "Are you frightened by this face?" I don't know if I have lived alone for 300 years, I am still a human being." Talking, he unscrewed the bottle cap, filled the wine glass, and took a sip. Gulu. As a sip of wine entered his throat, his body suddenly started to churn. There was a slight burning sensation that filled the mouth. Good wine. Spicy and overbearing, but just right. Yuan Tiangong nodded with satisfaction. This is the difference between ancient wine and modern wine. Ancient wine was brewed using a brewing method with low alcohol content. Advertisement modern liquor, on the other hand, is distilled and has a much higher alcohol content. "Are you overbearing?" Ron asked softly. "Then are you following the path of heaven or domination?" Yuan Tiangong took a sip of wine, his voice showing a hint of vicissitudes of life. "It's okay to be domineering, it's the way of heaven. Everything depends on human will. No matter which path I take, I can't end this troubled world by myself." Ron asked softly, "Aren't you tired? Live alone in this world for 300 years. Relatives, friends, and family members are leaving you one by one. The bad guys have been replaced one after another, and the bad guys have been sent away generation after generation. But you have been running to regain the Tang dynasty, and you don't dare to stop for a moment. Then, who will see you off in the end?" Yuan Tiangong did not respond this time, nor did he want to respond. He was afraid that once he told the true answer in his heart, the anger in his heart would completely dissipate. Yes, this bad guy is really tired, but there is no choice. The Tang dynasty collapsed and the world fell apart. Someone is needed to intimidate the powerful. There is such an organization to maintain the balance of the world. If Yuan Tiangong doesn't go, who will? And this pain and tiredness, Ron is also very clear in his heart. As long as there is someone who can replace Yuan Tiangong as a bad handsome man, he will not hesitate to take off his burden. Either die, or disarm and go home. Live the life you once talked about with your best friends. Pity. A full 300 years have passed, and this person has never appeared. It's been a long time, until the battle between the Holy Lord and his son came to an end. Only then did Yuan Tiangong slowly say, "I have been in charge of the troubled times for 300 years, and I am the only commander." When the last word is uttered, Yuan Tiangong's haki is unsurpassed, exuding an aura of looking down on the world from top to bottom. And this sentence, kind of in response to Ron's question. At the same time, it also expresses Yuan Tiangong's helplessness, exhaustion. He has no choice. Even if he died in the end, it was all to create momentum for Li Xingyun. Even the move that Li Xingyun needs his own heart after death is included. Yuan Tiangong had no choice, not even the right to choose how to die. 300 years in troubled times, you count 300 years. Advertisement, bad handsome. Have you finally figured out the person who can calm the troubled times and care about the common people? Ron lit a cigarette and asked softly. No, it is a matter of a country, and it is impossible to calculate it so easily. But Ben Shuai doesn't believe it. Li Xingyun is the existence that I figured out 300 years ago. In this troubled world, Li Tang and Li Xingyun's hexagrams are constantly changing amidst the constant heaven-defying changes. Yuan Tiangong smiled miserably and said slowly, but it depends on man's efforts, even if the commander-in-chief cannot support Li Xingyun to recover dating. But the person who can make the whole world clear must have a great relationship with Li Xingyun. This is the last move. It is also the situation that Yuan Tiangong does not want to see the most. Because he had seen the prosperous Tang dynasty. People live and work in peace and contentment, their minds are liberated, talents are abundant, the territory is vast, and all nations come to Korea. Therefore, he did not want this prosperous age to be submerged in the dust of history. I wish you success. Ron raised his glass of wine. It all depends on people's wishes, whether it's the way of heaven or domineering, it's all like this. Yuan Tiangong also toasted. Boom. As the two wine glasses collided, there was a crisp sound, and the two drank together. Your wine is very good. I know a lot, especially in this other world. Can this handsome think that you know who the person who ended the troubled times is? Yuan Tiangong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked slowly. You want to know? Ron asked back. Yuan Tiangong was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly and said. Ha ha ha. Whatever. I'm afraid I know, the hexagram is messed up again. As he spoke, he leaned on the chair, looked up at the roof, and couldn't help but recall the gambling game 300 years ago. Li Chengfeng. The Li family is exhausted, and the Tang dynasty has no hope of revival. Yuan Tiangong. No, I want to go heaven-defying. Two people, one whose heart is the world is the way of heaven, and the other whose heart is the Tang dynasty is the overbearing. It's a gamble. It is also the confrontation between the way of heaven and the overbearing. Li Chengfeng. Are you watching? Are you listening? Chapter 137 Wang Zai smiles. Life and death are unpredictable. Maybe it's because it's not the same world. In the next time. Yuan Tiangong and Ron chatted a lot. It can be said that he knows everything. From the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, when all nations came to court, until everything was destroyed and turned into nothingness. From the establishment of bad people, secretly planning everything, to the replacement of bad people, one after another died. The wine is also glass after glass, not long after. There were empty wine bottles in front of Yuan Tiangong. Although the wine is not intoxicating, but recalling the past 300 years, people are already drunk. Rayleigh, who had been listening quietly, asked softly. Haven't you thought about leaving a descendant? Yuan Tiangong shook his head slightly and asked. Do you want a white-haired person to send a black-haired person? After hearing this, Rayleigh suddenly understood and sighed softly. 2. It is already very painful to watch relatives and friends leave one by one. If offspring are left, then Yuan Tiangong will definitely watch his children and grandchildren grow old one by one. At last, it is up to him to hold a handful of Lois for his descendants. Of course, he also thought about giving birth to offspring and letting them eat the elixir of immortality, so as to succeed him as a bad handsome man. But as soon as this idea arises, it is instantly extinguished. Take the longevity pill. The price to pay is too heavy. Only by abandoning the 5 senses and the 6 senses can we gain longevity. Yuan Tiangong didn't want his descendants to become so inhuman and ghostly. Alright, drink the wine and talk. This commander should go back too, and watch Uncle Yang rescue his highness. Yuan Tiangong said lightly after drinking the last sip of wine. Does he have to die? Rayleigh, who knew the general situation, asked softly. If you force him to death, Li Xingyun will only fear you more and hate you even more. Yuan Tiangong showed a murderous look, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He died well, no wonder I, or anyone else, to blame. He can only blame himself. As he spoke, he slowly got up and stood with his hands behind his back. As the master of Li Xingyun, a descendant of the Tang royal family, he only taught some herbal medicine. If it wasn't for me secretly teaching the Tiangong-ju, then Li Xingyun would be embarrassed to use it. If not, Li Xingyun's final fate is not to die in that corner. It is to become the living Yuxi of various princes. You said, should Uncle Yang deserve to die? Ron said to Rayleigh flatly. Old thing, you have to understand. Advertisement. What Uncle Yang taught Li Xingyun in that world is completely harming him. It is precisely because of Yuan Tiangong's 8 years of teaching that Li Xingyun who can protect himself a little bit. No doubt. Uncle Yang is guilty. It is dereliction of duty to do the opposite of the instructions given by the bad guy. As the teacher of the emperor, let the emperor not even have the strength to protect himself in this troubled world. Fantasizing about letting the emperor live the life of ordinary people. This is the death of Li Xingyun, and it is the death penalty of the Juzu. And now, not only did Yuan Tiangong not secretly get rid of Uncle Yang, it also preserved his status as Li Xingyun's master, and preserved his dignity as a bad person. This is Yuan Tiangong's extrajudicial favor. Ron, the boss will come to drink some other day. Yuan Tiangong put down an ingot of gold and walked slowly towards the tavern. Look at his back. Ron suddenly remembered something, reminded with a smile. Do you want to count it as the heavenly sin star? Yuan Tiangong's footsteps froze suddenly, and he said slowly. Mirror demon? It's just a pawn, with the voice down. Yuan Tiangong's figure dissipated and disappeared from this world completely. The reason why Ron spoke up was to remind. I just want to see if the mirror heart demon can defeat the master. As the saying goes, Wang Zai smiled, life or death was unpredictable. Whoever you worship will come, whoever you kneel will die. One person is with third generation, even if they are gone, he will still be there. The main focus is the word, accompanying, look at the big picture. The mirror heart demon took 2 shots in total. Once he stabbed Li Kungsu to death, and once he stabbed Yuan Tiangong to death. A true high-end game player. Just as Ron was pondering, the system's mechanical prompt brought him back to reality. Ding, bad customer. Yuan Tiangong has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Customer Yuan Tiangong. Tiangong Ju, Huayang Acupuncture, Spirit Binding Ray. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer Yuan Tiangong. Huayang Needle, Immortality Pill. Host can choose one of the items to copy. Close black lens bracket. Ding, the person involved in customer Yuan Tiangong's confidant, Li Xingyun, will be visiting the tavern in the near future. Close black lens bracket. Ron did not rush to make a decision, but asked the system in his mind. How many points can I exchange for the immortality pill? Ding, because the side effects are too great, you can exchange for 5,000 points. Close black lens bracket. 5,000? If this had no side effects, would it still cost tens of thousands of points? Hitting the sack, Ron suddenly remembered someone. Advertisement to be precise, Big Wolf. Can he completely eliminate the side effects of the elixir of youth? Think about it. Ron said directly, choose the elixir of youth. Language fall. With a flash of light, a brown pill appeared in Ron's hand. Big Wolf, help me see if this pill can eliminate its side effects? Ron asked softly. After hearing this, Wei Tailong quickly put down the Hogyoku in his hand and came to the bar. I'll look into it. See this scene. Aizen's heart was broken. King Big Wolf, you can't do this. Studying Hogyoku is the most important thing now. Although he thought so in his heart, Aizen did not dare to say it out loud. No way. Now whether it's Soul Society or the world. Only Grey Wolf can complete Hogyoku, it's really tight. Here, Big Wolf took the elixir of immortality, and after looking up and down a lot, he said. Before I leave tonight, I will completely eliminate the side effects of the medicine. In Big Wolf's view, this elixir is just a medicine made from a series of substances kneaded together. Good guy, it's really good. Ron raised his eyebrows and patted his shoulder. Thanks a lot. Big Wolf waved his paws. Boss Luo, you're welcome. As he spoke, he looked at Aizen. Go and find a juicer for me. Jingle. At this time, as the door was slowly pushed open. A long, slender, white leg caught Ron's eyes. Aizen didn't dare to hesitate at all. He ran all the way to the kitchen and asked Rem and the others where they could find these things. Then find a microscope and a bottle of dissolving agent. Ron shook his head helplessly. I begged to be fed and reminded, I really can't eat anymore. Big Wolf sighed softly, his eyes full of pity. P.S. Hurry up, and it was sent out before 3 o'clock. It should be 10 years. My little brother is really good. It will definitely kill you directly. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Sigh. I told him it would take 5 years to complete Hogyoku, but that was too little. At last. If only Aizen knew what you just said. Chapter 138 What has been done must be done again, and what has been done must be done again. As the door slowly opened, when the visitor saw the scene in front of him, he immediately stopped where he was. 2 slender, round long legs that fit together tightly. Ron is not a leg control though, but I have to admit that these legs are really too high. The woman was wearing a white gilt dress, with her hands on her lower abdomen, standing like a lady. Although she is wearing a veil, she can still see her delicate cheeks, her eyes are like autumn water, and her eyebrows are like distant daisy. The only ones who can compete with him in the tavern are Geisha, Liang Bing, and Lukoa. Ram, and Thor still seem a little immature. The person coming is the ceiling of combat power in the world of Super Beast Arms. Snow Emperor. The ruler of the 7th parallel universe and one of the 4 nebular body powerhouses. It was also through Pluton's confession that he came to the tavern as a guest. Now, she stood in the doorway of the tavern, staring at Pluton, who was drinking. Just at this moment, feeling the familiar aura, Pluton looked over. The 4 eyes are facing each other. The Snow Emperor said slowly, Pluton, I didn't expect you to be here too. Pluton took a sip of wine, smiled and teased. I didn't expect that the noble Snow Emperor would also stay in this tavern. How? Isn't it comfortable to live in the whole new world created in the black hole of Xuanming? With the voice down, the Snow Emperor frowned slightly, and his aura suddenly burst out, covering Pluton. Feel this terrifying atmosphere. The nerves of everyone present were tense unconsciously, and they subconsciously wanted to take action. But what surprised the Snow Emperor was, Pluton didn't even make any move. At this time, Ron's lazy voice sounded from the bar. Snow Emperor, all fighting is prohibited here. I want to take action. it's best to wait a little longer. The duel field here will be completed tomorrow. Certainly. I don't have any objection if you want to do it, it's just that you have to pay some price. Liang Bing didn't mind watching the excitement and added. The price is to be hung up and beaten, heard the words. Snow Emperor suddenly understood. No wonder. Pluton surprisingly didn't make any moves this time. It turns out the problem lies here. Advertisement. Think of this. Snow Emperor quickly calmed down his breath, walked to the bar and sat down, and said softly. Hello, I'm here by invitation. Ron greeted with a smile. Hello, I am the owner of this pub. My name is Ron. What do you want to drink? After the Snow Emperor thought for a moment, he opened his teeth slightly and said, It's fine if you look at it. I don't usually drink. Language fall. Ram took out a bottle of plum wine from the wine cabinet and placed it in front of the Snow Emperor. Please use your wine slowly. Thank you. Snow Emperor nodded slightly, unscrewed the bottle cap, got a cup, and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, the fragrance of plums and the slight spiciness of alcohol fill your mouth. The wine you have here is very good, Snow Emperor said softly. At least, it's much better than the wine brewed in the Zonming black hole. 10,000 years ago, Yujie Yu sealed Pluton with Zonming's coffin. But finally, the entire White Tiger clan was also dragged into the Xuanming black hole. In the black hole of Xuanming, there is no time, no space, no dimensions. All I can feel is endless darkness. Even the Snow Emperor's life has completely lost its direction. Pluton snorted. If you hadn't attacked the underworld back then, this situation wouldn't have happened. What you call love, but he hasn't finished speaking yet. Snow Emperor interrupted directly. Let's make peace. The guests who knew about Pluton suddenly had question marks on their faces. What's the situation? Why did this sentence suddenly appear? Shouldn't it be a life or death situation? On the other hand, Pluton's expression was still suggestive and calm, as if this was something that was expected. After all, Snow Emperor's tricks are too many. Pluton is also used to it, Snow Emperor explained. I was sealed in the Xuanming Black Cave back then. I thought that the edge of a black hole would be endless darkness, destruction, and infinite silence. As she said that, she stood up slowly, put her hands on her abdomen, and walked slowly to Pluton. But I discovered something strange. Although this light is only a little bright, it is brighter than the sun. This singularity is the love in your heart. I used the singularity to create a brand new world in the dark abyss. Advertisement, finally. I realize that you clearly know that love can create everything, but you are unwilling to face it, or even deny it. To sum up, I have an idea of what to talk to you about. How about we put aside our hatred for each other and try to understand each other? Thus resolving all these years of hatred, facing the Snow Emperor standing in front of him, and these long speeches. Pluton just walked to another table holding the wine glass, his eyes full of disgust. There is no way for peace talks between you and me. Give up this ridiculous idea. Love can create everything and it can destroy everything. What has been will be again, what has been done will be done again. The love and peaceful coexistence in your eyes are full of class atmosphere. Is this love? That's ridiculous. When Ron's dueling arena is completed, we can complete the duel for 10,000 years. Resolving hatred is impossible for Pluton. This is 10,000 years of hatred. How could it possibly be resolved overnight, just by sitting down with a glass of wine and chatting? 10,000 years ago, the Snow Emperor attacked the underworld, resulting in the current situation. We must stop bleeding with blood and kill with killing. Or wait until the seal is broken. Or wait until Ron's dueling arena is completed. At this time, Geisha said calmly, Pluton, your idea is too extreme. I heard from the Snow Queen's mouth that what she wants is peace. Put down the conquest. Wouldn't it be better to put aside your stubbornness and inner prejudices and work together to create a peaceful universe? Actually, just when Geisha wanted to say something else, Liang Bing directly covered her mouth, then looked at the Snow Emperor with a smile. Since we want peace talks, then you were trapped in the Xuanming black hole by Pluton, and Pluton was trapped in the Xuanming coffin. After the peace talks are successful, should I lift your seal first, or Pluton's seal first? The Snow Emperor raised his pointed chin. Of course you have to lift my seal first. Then I'll go find the key to the mystical Ming. After hearing this, everyone present suddenly turned dark. What the hell? What if you break your promise after you are released? This is 10,000 years of hatred. Pluton's reaction was very calm, as if he was used to it. At this time, Liang Bing also let go of her sister's small mouth, and the two of them cursed in unison. Bitcha. Snow Emperor, Chapter 139 The Holy Glory Nebula. Although Snow Emperor didn't know what bitcha meant, but judging from Liang Bing and Geisha's tone, demeanor and expression, these two words must be curse words. Seriously, the Snow Emperor feels aggrieved. He just wants peace talks, so Pluton doesn't believe that he wants to start a war. Why did even the people watching the fun come up and curse? Moreover, didn't you just speak for me? Why did you suddenly change your tune? At this time, Ron said softly, Pluton is locked in Xuanming's coffin, and the seal can only be released with the Xuanming key. And the Snow Emperor is sealed in the Xuanming black hole, and only Pluton can lift it. So, this is a dead end for both of you. The game can only be broken through other people. Pluton took the words and said calmly, before leaving Zonming's coffin. I hope to be here to bring an end to the showdown 10,000 years ago. Heard the words. The eyes of everyone present who had learned about Pluton's deeds were full of expectations. I really want to see the scene where Pluton beats up the Snow Queen. No way. Snow Emperor is too double standard, she just wants to maintain her rule. So we set up the great banner of love, and love can create everything, is a slogan that resonates with people. Why do we have to compete? Why can't we coexist peacefully? The Snow Emperor frowned slightly, but his voice was still clear, and his voice contained the majesty of saving everything. Why, we can't compete, then the strong will rule all the universes. It's the law of the universe, the strong shall rule the weak. Pluton growled lowly, his voice full of murderous intent. No, Snow Emperor retorted. Love is everything, love is the law of the universe. Pluton sneered. This is your law. What you call love is sympathy for the weak and cruelty to the strong. It is not difficult to see from the behavior of your men that although you sympathize with the weak, you still adhere to the concept of the strong. Snow Emperor continued to retort. No, those are all appearances. Advertisement. This debate lasted for a long time. If not in the tavern, I'm afraid the two of them would have overturned the table, exploded into nebula bodies, and started fighting each other. Looking at the two people arguing, Liang Bing ran to the bar with high heels and asked, "What do you think of those two?" Ron touched his chin and whispered, "Both of them are wrong, and both are right. Pluton's wolf herd theory is just a gloss on aggression. The Snow Emperor's concept of protecting the sheep is just to maintain his hegemony. No matter what the Snow Emperor's real purpose is, his anti-invasion behavior is just like a famous example." But Ron hesitated to speak and did not continue. Liang Bing became anxious, stretched out his hand and shook Ron's arm and began to whisper. "But what, tell me?" Ron remained unmoved. Eyes and nose and heart, the mind seems to be distracted, not moved by beauty at all. Liang Bing pursed her lips and kissed Ron directly on the face. "Is this okay?" Ron said with a serious face. "Young man left home, I just want to kiss my hometown." Liang Bing. Is your hometown a serious hometown? Moreover, is it really okay to say this in front of so many people? Seeing Liang Bing looking like he was about to hit someone, Ron quickly said. "Okay," I said, "but the Snow Emperor's love does not love everyone without distinction. She is a powerful leader. Those who approve of her can get her protection, and those who oppose her will only be ruthlessly obliterated. What the Snow Emperor truly yearns for is a stable and peaceful order in the universe. Whoever tries to sabotage or provoke a war, even a war against slavery, is not allowed in the eyes of the Snow Emperor." Having said this, Ron took a sip of wine and looked at the two people arguing with a smile. So the Snow King punched Pluton hard. The final but decisive truce. Ultimately, the Snow Emperor is an extreme pacifist and guardian of order. Heard the words. Liang Bing covered her mouth and said with a smile. "The Snow Emperor in your mouth is too similar to Geisha's Bitcha? Theocracy is very different from this. No wonder I dislike the Snow Emperor so much, it turns out the root of the problem lies here." The voice just fell. A pair of slender hands stretched out and grabbed Liang Bing's ears. Immediately afterwards, Guy was lazy and his cold voice slowly sounded. "Tell me, where is the root cause? It hurts, you bitcha, let go." Advertisement. Liang Bing wanted to resist, but in the end they walked to a stage together under the power of her sister. Then, the two began to greet each other cordially and friendly. If it weren't for the fear of being hung up and beaten by Ron. Just now, Liang Bing was ready to stab Geisha in the back. Looking at the noisy people, Ron smiled and shook his head. Actually, the dispute between Snow Emperor and Pluton has already explained everything in Gigazi Tai Chi Wheel. One is the absolute white that holds the greatest violence and sanctions all violence. So Pluton's absolute blackness becomes the polar opposite of yin and yang. When these two extreme concepts merge, they form a complementary relationship. Only then will this universe show true peace. Just as Ron was thinking deeply, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, customer. Snow Emperor has finished his confession, close black lens bracket. Customer. Snow Emperor. Theory of love, nebula body, holy nebula. The host can choose an ability, close black lens bracket. The theory of how much God loves. Ron complained in his heart and then softly said. Choose the holy nebula. The fusion started after closing down the tavern business. Originally, Ron wanted to put this ability in the warehouse and wait for it to be traded with other guests of the tavern in the future. But then I thought about it. This is the extraordinary energy of 6 white holes. What would be the effect if it merged with the Xuanming Nebula? I'm afraid even the sacred body of the 4th generation god will be easily crushed. As time passes little by little, when lunch is over, the tavern has also reached its peak in terms of customer traffic. Guests like Two-Faced Turtle, Black Tiger, Saitama, Ace Kano, etc. who don't come often are rare in the tavern today. Surprisingly, Hei Xiaohu was actually able to chat with the Two-Faced Turtle. Maybe this is the mutual attraction between licking dogs. At this time, the doorbell of the tavern suddenly came to mind. Jingle, as the tavern door was slowly pushed open. An old man wearing a black suit and with curly hair appeared in everyone's sight. But he didn't rush in. Instead, he stepped back slightly and stood on one side of the door. Immediately afterwards, a woman wearing a black robe and a crown walked in slowly. She was a woman with ferret-shaped pupils and a cold and elegant temperament. Her facial features were flawless, and her long, smooth black hair fell down her back like a waterfall. It is both elegant and charming. Ron raised his eyes and said with a smile, "Welcome, I am." Chapter 140. I still like your unruly look just now. Ron looked at the woman in front of him with interest. This is the person who stands above the 5 elders and the commander-in-chief of the pirate world. He is also the master behind the world government and the master of the void throne. And standing behind I am, it is one of the 5 elders, Saint Jagalusha Satan. Hello, Ron. I am responded with a soft and cold voice. Only, she and Saint Satan walked slowly towards the bar. Even though I had received information from Sengoku before, I was mentally prepared. But when I saw the guests in the tavern, I still couldn't help but feel palpitations. The first to catch the eye, it was a blonde girl serving drinks. Only, she has horns on her head and a green tail trailing behind her. When the sight and color spread over, the two of them could even hear the roar of a wild dragon. Kaido? No, Kaido is almost like a younger brother to her. Immediately afterwards, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Pluton, the Snow Queen arguing, and Geisa, scolding each other coolly. The breaths that the 4 of them exuded inadvertently. Even Im's heart suddenly sank, just as he was about to sit down at the bar. Suddenly, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw the Holy Lord hurriedly walking in from outside, holding his stupid son who was about to be beaten to death under his armpit. Please give way. The Holy Master stretched out his hand to pull the two of them apart, then threw the demon dragon on the chair and immediately began to use the horse charm to treat him. Not long after, the demon dragon regained consciousness and all the injuries on his body were healed. The Holy Master hugged his silly son and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Silly son, if it weren't for the horse charm, you would have died here today. The devil dragon bit his back molars and said, "Isn't it the reason why you keep killing people? Etc. Why is the injury to my lower body not healed yet?" The Holy Master chuckled. "Isn't this because I'm afraid that you will delay my trumpet practice at night? Let me aggrieve you first, devil dragon." See this scene. I am and Satan Sheng, who were pulled aside, were also dumbfounded. But, the two recognized the Holy Lord and his son. Advertisement. It's the same monster that beat up Garp, Sengoku, and Kizaru a few days ago. Immediately, I am picked a seat at the bar and sat down. What a coincidence, I am happened to sit next to Rayleigh, who immediately sat upright. Saint Satan stood behind him, acting as a bodyguard. Want something to drink? Ron asked softly. Just keep an eye on it. I am put her legs together and put her hands on her lower abdomen, sitting like a lady, and her voice didn't overstep the mark. I came today mainly to visit here, I hope it won't bother you. Ron turned around and took a bottle of wine and handed it over. Everyone is a guest. No need to be restrained, just feel free to do whatever you want. Rayleigh and the dolphins are very relaxed here. Then it's up to you. I am smiled and nodded, then glanced at Rayleigh beside him. Rayleigh's heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously picked up the wineglass and left. Too scary. This is I am. What if this B****ch doesn't like me? Although it is safe in the tavern, once you leave the tavern, you are not allowed to be executed on the spot immediately? Take it easy. Can you tell me what you saw in Raftel back then? An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Im's mouth. Oops. The old man doesn't know what's going on. I've forgotten everything since I left that damn place with Roger. Tisk tisk, maybe it's old. Rayleigh was talking nonsense seriously, his old face was not red at all. Good, you are very smart. I am nodded in satisfaction. Everything about Raftel is taboo. If only Rayleigh had just told him everything he knew. On the surface, I am will definitely praise. You have a really good memory and you are really healthy and strong. Then, when he's full of wine and food, M might even hang out with Rayleigh himself outside the pub. Once out, do it directly. Unfortunately, your captain is not a wise man. Although he didn't say anything before he died, it also opened the era of grey pirates. Do you know how many people were indirectly killed by this? While talking, I am unscrewed the bottle cap, filled the wine glass, and took a sip. Gulu. Immediately, Im's eyes lit up as he took a sip of the wine into his throat. She likes the sweet, mellow and long aftertaste that is not choking, not spicy in the throat. However, before I am could feel the aftertaste of the wine too much, he noticed that Rayleigh's momentum had changed. Advertisement. His expression is no longer timid, and there is also a flash of determination in his eyes. It's the captain's decision. The old man has no qualifications to question, nor can he give any evaluation. All I can do is silently support. Compared to the number of people killed in the era of great pirates, I'm afraid it's far less than the number of people who starved to death because they couldn't afford the money in the sky. Don't talk about things that are half a caddy. Sa Tansheng rolled his eyes and reprimanded. Presumptuous. Do you know what it means to say that? Rayleigh was heartbroken and stretched his head over. Come on. If you have the ability, why are you beheading the old man here? If you don't dare, just stand there obediently and be your dog. Talking too much will only make people feel noisy. Although Rayleigh sometimes often talks about Roger's embarrassing things and some not so good pasts. But, that's only for me to say. If it's someone else, don't blame the old man for pulling the knife. Now, Sa Tansheng was very angry, the veins on his forehead were bulging, his eyes were bloodshot, he wanted to fight but he could only hold back. You are so dead, don't let Lousy catch you for a while. Otherwise, even if Roger is revived, he won't be able to save you, I mean it. I took a sip of the wine, and the smile on his face became even stronger. Very good. I didn't expect Pluton's style to remain the same. Rayleigh responded proudly, of course, don't mess with the old man. Otherwise, the old man's mouth is not as strict as imagined. After speaking, he whispered to Ron again, prepare a room for the old man. Sleep here tonight. Ron raised his brows and teased with a smile, okay. To be honest, I still like your rebellious look just now. Isn't that old dachshund from old times? Why are you cowardly now? Rayleigh ignored Ron's sarcasm, and Hockey confronted straight up. Here it is. Two figures fell from the sky above the tavern and then pushed the door open. Just listen to a crunch. Doflamingo walked in with an arrogant face. Kaido followed, carrying Yamato and a half-dead man on his shoulders. Just when Doflamingo was about to announce the good news to Liang Bing, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw 5 elders standing behind a woman. He murmured in disbelief, 5 elders, Saint Satan, is that woman I am? Chapter 141 Lord I Am, Queen Lily since the fusion of the second-generation divine body. Doflamingo is no longer afraid of the world government, even Akainu dares stay **L with him. But, the moment this handsome boy saw I Am, my heart was still inexplicably flustered. Not for any other reason. It's Doflamingo who knows most of the secrets of I Am, and even the world government. Among them, ancient weapon is included, that is the world's top power. Even with the fusion of the second-generation divine body, Doflamingo doesn't know if he can hold it. Doflamingo, you've been very active these days. I heard that you have declared war on the world government? Is Kaido in it too? I'm still carrying Ochaku on my shoulders, is this going to be recruited? Sa Tansheng turned his head and glanced, his tone was low, full of the arrogance of a superior. Having said that, but he still felt threatened, according to intelligence. Inexplicably, Doflamingo's subordinates have several ancient ability users. Not to mention that his own strength can compete with Akainu, Kaido and Ochaku are also recruited. Now this piece of sea. The threat of Doflamingo has far surpassed 4 emperors, and can even compete with the rocks of the year. Bah. No, the words, pull him into the gang, are too gentle. It is until he agrees to join, however, he is so weak that he can't even withstand my punch. Doflamingo grinned out a big white fang, his face full of arrogance. Punch. Sa Tansheng's heart sank suddenly. Ochaku is one of the oldest officers of the Rocks Pirate. Even Kaido was just an intern when he got on the ship. A trace of panic flashed across Sa Tansheng's eyes. Doflamingo felt better immediately. Then, originally thought that if he shot his father, he would be able to return to the Holy Land. But the fact is, being taunted mercilessly by this group of butchers and kicked out of Marijoy. At this time, I Am, who has been silent all this time, said lightly. If you want to overthrow the world government just because of those things back then. Forget it, I think. Advertisement, with your current power, it is simply not enough to do it. Give it up, I will restore the Don Quixote family's status as celestial dragons. And you will also succeed 5 elders in the future. Although Im's voice was cold, it also contained a fatal temptation. At least for Doflamingo, 5 elders. That is the person who holds the highest power in the world. Now, Liang Bing also looked over with great interest. She also wants to see how Doflamingo will choose in the face of this huge temptation. Yes, or no, however. Doflamingo laughed, ironically, bleakly. Foo. After so many years, you didn't say that until I had the strength. Why, are you afraid that your void throne will not be stable? Those things back then may not be worth mentioning to you I Am. But you haven't experienced it, no one else can have such a tortuous life as mine. Speaking of this, he suddenly changed the subject, and said with a murderous expression. The largest battle for supremacy in the history of pirates is about to begin. Who will support whom? Who will betray whom? Compared to countless forces that are just around the corner, there is always only one throne. Just sit quietly on the throne and watch, Lousy will pull you down bit by bit. After these impassioned words were spit out, Doflamingo suddenly felt more comfortable than ever. He wants revenge on the whole world, for a while. Sa Tansheng's face was extremely ugly. On the other hand, Im's beautiful face was still calm, he just smiled lightly and said. Hope you survive. Good luck. Doflamingo looked proud, of course. At this time, Kaido asked drunkenly, this old man looks familiar, isn't he 5 elders? Who is that woman? Pick up Yamato from Hive Island, on the way back to the tavern. Kaido has been drinking, almost never stopped, at this moment, he was 8 points drunk. Advertisement Doflamingo explained a few words casually. Heard the words. Kaido's eyes suddenly lit up, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Or, wait for him, besides the tavern, just kill him. Once and for all, Doflamingo's face darkened suddenly. Your plan is too orphan, if you don't want to die, you'd better sit down and drink. Kaido shrugged and didn't say much, watching Yamato who was knocked out while drinking. Liang Bing asked curiously, this is your son? Kaido nodded. Liang Bing continued to ask, is this a little fun between you father and son? Why is your son's pectoralis major so majestic? Kaido. What the hell, if he can't beat you, Lousy really wants to blow your head off. Here, Doflamingo's confrontation with IM continues. The two looked at each other. Their eyes were like a pool of calm lake water, but there was an undercurrent surging at the bottom of the lake. After a long time, when a pot of wine bottomed out, Doflamingo said slowly, "World government is an organization co-founded by 20 countries that year. The 20 countries that lost their royal family each elected a new king, and their royal descendants continue to rule until today. In order to maintain the system, the 20 kings deleted all the documents of the previous generation of rulers. But, speaking of this, Doflamingo paused, and his tone became sharper. Alabasta is an exception, when Neferutali's Queen Lily did not become celestial dragons. And the records that have been blank for 100 years all have one thing in common, that is, there is no Queen Lily's name. Later, the king of Alabasta was also held by Queen Lily's younger brother. You said I should call you Master IM, or Queen Lily." Heard the words. Rayleigh, Kaido was shocked. 800 years have passed since the 20 kings who started the war back then. And Sa Tansheng's face couldn't help becoming heavy. He was about to reprimand Doflamingo sharply, but was interrupted by IM's voice. "Is this important? Whether it's IM or Queen Lily? I am the master of the Void Throne, or maybe, you guessed wrong." Doflamingo froze for a moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 142 Less understanding, more abuse IM these few short words. Repeated countless times in Doflamingo's mind, not Queen Lily? Did you guess wrong? If you overthrow all the clues, sort them out again. First of all, it is certain. That is, IM must be one of the kings of the 20 countries. But, except for Queen Lily, there are no female kings in these 20 countries. Just as Doflamingo thought about it, he stared at IM. But watch and watch. His thoughts were gradually lost in those sickle-like pupils. The truth of the matter is like a whirlpool. Tear the flesh to pieces, crush the soul to powder. Immediately, Liang Bing's lazy voice brought him back to reality. Why bother so much? When this world government is overthrown, everything you want to know will be revealed. Come back to God. Doflamingo gasped and said, "Thank you, Queen." IM looked at Liang Bing thoughtfully, wanting to ask something, but finally gave up. Queen. This should be the one who empowers Doflamingo. Thinking of this, IM ignored Doflamingo, but got up slowly and said, "It's getting late, I should go back. Boss, the wine here is very good, I will visit you another day. I hope that if I have a chance, I can take you to Pangu City." Ron smiled and said, "There will be a chance, welcome to visit next time." IM nodded, dragging a black cloak, and walked out in lotus steps. After putting down a stack of Baileys behind him, Sa Tansheng hurriedly followed. Just when the two were about to leave the tavern, Doflamingo's laughter rang out again. Foo 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 foo. Giant straw hat, ancient weapon, Uranus Uranus, Pluton of Alabasta. 20 countries, a huge country that symbolizes freedom. Now there is only one missing point, and everything can be connected in series. Heard the words. IM's footsteps froze for a moment. He didn't expect Doflamingo to know so much. News such as Queen Lily can also be found through some documents. But, how did he know about the giant straw hat and Uranus Uranus? I look forward to seeing you find that spot. Advertisement. At the same time, I am also looking forward to seeing you standing under the Void Throne and declaring war on me. Although IM's voice was still calm, there was a hint of murderous intent. After finishing speaking, he left the tavern with Saint Satan and walked towards the port. Since I guessed wrong, then tell the public everything I know. Looking at the backs of the two, Doflamingo murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of madness. Rayleigh's heart sank when he heard this. Kaido was even smarter and sobered up. Original. The meaning of world government is an international organization that guards and manages the order of the judicial world. If out of the blue I am such a dictator, and it has been a dictatorship for 800 years. The whole sea will completely boil, when, people are definitely going to be outraged. The credibility of the world government will also suffer a major blow. Boss, I'm leaving first. Oh, by the way, the duel field will be completely completed tomorrow. Doflamingo put down a wad of money, said hello, and left the tavern straight away. Okay, welcome to visit next time. Ron nodded with a smile, as if he had already seen that tomorrow morning, this sea will set off huge waves. The extent of its explosion will be far better than Roger's execution. Crazy. This kid must be crazy. Rayleigh also shook her head repeatedly, her face full of shock. Available immediately. A glimmer of light flashed through his cloudy old eyes. I don't know if Morgans dares to break the news. Stop talking about money, even if you let that guy lick my slippers. Heard the words. Ron couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Are you sure? Good guy. If Morgans even dared to report this, he would be in danger. It's definitely no problem, kid, I'm sure I can make a lot of money this time. Wait until I get the money. I will take you to experience the local customs as soon as possible. I know there is a dark path. Even at my age, when passing by the first hut, I have to stop for love. A smirk appeared on Rayleigh's wrinkled old face. It can be next second. A hint of murderous aura spread over him, and Rayleigh didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and ran straight out of the tavern. Now, Ram, and Thor were looking at the figure running out with angry expressions. Advertisement, although I don't know what those words mean. But judging from Rayleigh's evil smile, he must be leading Ron to do dirty things. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. I am finished confiding. Close black lens bracket, customer. Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, observation hockey. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer I am. Uranus, the supreme large knife. Host can choose one of the items to copy. Close black lens bracket. Ron did not hesitate this time and said directly. Select Uranus. Uranus and place it in the system repository. Ding. The item has been copied and now placed in the system warehouse. Close black lens bracket. After Ron took a look, he suddenly understood. Uranus, actually this is a huge spaceship. There is a dark, long and narrow gun barrel underneath, occupying a full quarter of the size of the spacecraft. No wonder the kingdom of Lulusha was completely reduced to dust with just one attack. And at the same time, Ochaku also woke up. The legend from the old era looked at the tavern with a blank look on his face. Who I am? Where am I? What just happened on Beehive Island? Bridge bean sacks. Lousy really wanted to be punched by Doflamingo? Think of this. Ochaku slapped him in the face to confirm whether he was still dreaming. Snapped. There was a crisp sound on the face. Ochaku felt a sudden pain. He murmured with a look of despair, am I really old? I was actually killed instantly by a little butcher. Cannot accept, no one would be able to accept it. Kaido on the side saw the despair on his former companion's face, and pointed to Liang Bing with a smile. If you want the same power as Doflamingo, it's better to ask her. After Ochaku looked in the direction of his finger, a flash of surprise flashed before his eyes. So beautiful. After living for so many years, Ochaku can't think of any woman who can compare with him. It can be next second. This beautiful first impression was completely broken by Liang Bing's curse. Geisha, I asterisk, you bitcha, do you believe it or not, I asterisk. It's really 4 mothers in 3 sentences and 1 sentence of taking care of the whole family. In just a few minutes, Ochaku seems to have opened a new world. At the same time, a sentence came out of my mind for no reason, less understanding, more abuse. Chapter 143 I can't tell the difference, I really can't tell the difference. Ochaku looked at Liang Bing in confusion. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Kaido said this crazy woman can give him power? It was Kaido who went crazy, or has the world gone crazy? No. Maybe I am crazy. No, this is all fake. Dragons, demons, angels, talking green-headed bastards. How could these creatures appear in this world? Ochaku tore his hair, his eyes were red, and the worldview that took decades to build collapsed in an instant. In a daze, Ochaku seemed to see his former captain, Rocks. He wanted to describe the majestic waves of the sea and speak of grand ideals and ambitions. Lord Rocks. I can't tell, I really can't tell. Ochaku reached out and tried to grab Rock's cloak. But, the imaginary figure eventually disappeared from sight. For a while, Ochaku sat on the floor in a daze, his eyes extremely empty. See this scene? Ron said softly, there seems to be something wrong with him. Kaido took a sip of wine and explained softly, that year we fought in the Valley of the Gods. I, Lin, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion choose to backstab Rocks. And Ochaku was the most loyal one. We didn't tell him the plan and knocked him unconscious before taking action. When he wakes up and finds Captain Rocks dead, the Rocks pirate is disbanded. Ochaku. He's just a little crazy, so after all these years, I want to remember Captain Locke. He has been living in the Beehive Island, the base camp of Rocks pirate back then. As he spoke, Kaido's face was filled with melancholy. Then, each of these cadres had their own ambitions and did not want to be subordinate to others, so they chose to stab Rocks in the back. At last, the pirate group disbanded and its members went their separate ways. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Golden Lion, Whitebeard. These now famous pirates have arrived in the New World. 4 emperors were also born one after another. To use a proverb, when a whale falls, all things come into being. Ron asked softly. What, regret it? Kaido shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice. No, advertisement, now that I have made my choice, I will not regret it. And Captain Rocks and I have really different philosophies. What he wants to create is a world of hegemony. But I want to create the world, subvert the world, and bring equality and fairness to everyone. As he spoke, Kaido took a sip of wine and laughed at himself. Boss Luo, isn't it a little ridiculous for me, a pirate, to say this? Ron said calmly. Everyone has a utopia in his heart. What you have experienced has a lot to do with your childhood. Kaido nodded silently. That's why I chose to cooperate with Doflamingo. Waiting to overthrow the world government. Perhaps the utopia in my heart will come to this sea. Kaido's childhood was in a kingdom called Vodka. That country can neither be said to be rich nor poor. But he was crushed by the golden sky. If you fail to pay the stipulated share, you will suffer oppression and unequal treatment. So, Kaido had that idea, at the same time. Just as Ron was talking to Kaido, sitting on the floor, Ochaku recalled all the past with Rocks in the first half of his life. In addition to fighting, killing people, grabbing territory, and partying, every day is sleeping. Although the cycle goes back and forth, but it was fulfilling, allowing Ochaku to find someone to follow along. But, this beauty was completely shattered in the Battle of the Valley of Gods. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Ochaku and a lazy voice sounded. The loyalty in my heart is repeatedly trampled on the ground by Kaido, isn't it uncomfortable? I can help you. Ochaku came back to his senses, looked up at Liang Bing, and asked, what can you do for me? Liang Bing stroked her sharp chin, and after a brief thought, said with a smile. It's very simple. I'll take the DNA of the rocks and make a copy of the rocks. Ochaku said in a deep voice, what is the price? Liang Bing shrugged. Recognize me as the king, and spread my ideas in this sea. Heard the words. Ochaku hesitated. Once upon a time, Golden Lion, Big Mom, and Silver Axe also sent invitations to themselves. But without exception, they were all rejected by themselves. For the rest of my life, I just want to protect the base camp of the Rocks Pirate. But, advertisement the conditions offered by the woman in front of me are too tempting. Can revive Captain Rocks. Just when Ochaku was hesitating, Liang Bing turned and left. You only have 3 minutes to think about it. The patience of this queen is very limited, and she will not wait for the time. Looking at the bag in front of him, Ochaku didn't hesitate and knelt down on one knee. Her Majesty. With the voice down, a ray of light entered Ochaku's body. Almost instantly, Ochaku felt that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. A tyrannical force also spewed out from the body. Almost instantly, there has been a qualitative leap in strength. Okay, Kaido will tell you what to do next. Liang Bing sat in her original position and said softly. It's the queen. Ochaku nodded vigorously and strode to the bar to sit down. The thought of seeing Captain Rocks soon filled his heart with enthusiasm. Encountered the problem of not moving in concept. Ochaku even put down his posture and humbly asked Kaido for advice. See. Geisha shook her head helplessly. Is it really okay for you to lie to him like this? Though you do create a rocks. But, it seems to be tired from the noise, and it also seems to be recalling the past. It may be because of being in an unfamiliar environment. The doorbell of the tavern suddenly came to mind. Liang Bing rested his chin with one hand and murmured in a low voice. At this time, he asked cautiously, hello. At least he is more like a person than living in the dream of the past, isn't he? Jingle. A blond boy with blue eyes walked in slowly. Heard the words. The teenager is wearing an orange sportswear, Konoha forehead protector on his head, and 6 pads beard-like textures on his cheeks. I just gave him a drive to live. It's just a skin with a rock's mentality and a close personality. P.S. The electricity and internet at home were cut off today, so the update is a little late, sorry readers. Geisha just looked at Liangbing silently for a long time and didn't say anything. As the door was slowly pushed open, excuse me, is this tavern an invitation to me? Chapter 144. The first warmth. After Ron heard the boy's voice, he subconsciously looked up. This is Naruto? He and Jiraiya both come from the world of Hokage. The future 7th Hokage. Disciple of Jiraiya, reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, the legendary son of prophecy. Due to being 9 tails Jinchuriki, plus being an orphan, he has been discriminated against by the villagers since he was a child. At the moment, he is traveling with Jiraiya to practice. Ron responded with a smile. Yes, it's an invitation from the pub. My name is Ron, and I own this pub, welcome. Hello, my name is Naruto. Seeing that Ron meant no harm, Naruto finally felt relieved. Immediately, he came to the bar and sat down, specifically choosing a seat away from the Holy Master and his son, Hei Xiaohu. There is no other reason, it's just that simple children have a natural fear when they see demons and tigers. This made the Holy Master, his son and Hei Xiaohu feel very hurt. Want something to drink? Ron asked softly. Naruto shook his head vigorously. I'm not old enough to drink yet. Naruto was only 12 years old now. Just the smell of wine in the tavern made him a little drunk, let alone drinking. Can I have a bowl of ramen? I didn't eat much tonight. Naruto asked with a blush as he scratched his head. Okay. Ron nodded, turned to the kitchen and said. Rem, cook a bowl of noodles. Good master. A soft voice came from the kitchen. Not long after, the aroma of food slowly floated out from the kitchen, mixed with the aroma of wine, making people's index fingers twitch. Soon, Rem walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of ramen and placed it in front of Naruto. Please use your noodles slowly. Thanks. A hearty smile appeared on Naruto's face, and he couldn't wait to ask for help. Maybe it's because I'm hungry. The bowl of noodles was completely wiped out like a whirlwind. Comfortable. Naruto leaned on the back of the chair and let out a comfortable moan. Is practicing hard? Ron asked softly. Fortunately, Pervy Sage is not very strict. What he teaches is very interesting. Naruto smiled, but a trace of frustration flashed unconsciously in his eyes. But, advertisement, even if it's hard, you have to persevere. Not only must we catch up with that guy, but we must also bring him back to Konoha. Ron smiled and asked, you're talking about Sasuke, right? According to the timeline, now Naruto is training with Jiraiya. And Sasuke has left Konoha to train with Orochimaru. After 2.5 years of practice, the two will meet again. Now, after hearing this extremely familiar name, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, do you know that guy? Ron didn't hide anything and said softly, we know each other. Naruto crossed his arms and curled his lips. That guy Sasuke is too. That stinky fart. After all, he didn't say anything, but just lowered his head a little depressed. Ron comforted with a smile. Don't be sad, you will take Sasuke back to Konoha. Can you tell me about him? Heard the words. Naruto then raised his head, a smile appeared on his face again, and then he nodded heavily. Certainly, I was in ninja school. Whenever school is over and the other children are picked up by their parents, only Sasuke and I are left alone to share the loneliness. That's right, we haven't become friends yet, but knowing that there is someone similar to yourself around you, you won't have the peace of mind of being alone. This is the first bond I have established with nothing. In the next, Naruto said a lot more. For example, Naruto fainted in the fight with Bai back then, at this critical moment. It was Sasuke who laid the deadly needle for Naruto. He didn't even want his life, and he didn't even care about avenging his family. This is completely subconscious behavior. For example, in the battle with the bell, Naruto was tied to a pillar. Wisely feed Naruto and lose, but Sasuke still fed Naruto without hesitation. For example, Naruto's chatterbox seemed to be opened and he kept telling all kinds of past. But every sentence carries Sasuke. Possible, it's because Sasuke gave Naruto the first warmth. All efforts are the same as Hinata, regardless of return. His kindness to Naruto was unadulterated with any purpose. Be it the Fox Demon or Konoha hero, he regards Naruto as a friend. Advertisement soon. The story has come to an end. That is, Sasuke left Konoha and Naruto and Jiraiya embarked on a journey of practice. Naruto took a sip of water and said with a firm face. No matter what, I'm going to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Ron smiled and said, come on, you will succeed. Having said that, but Naruto pursued Sasuke for 700 episodes. At this time, the system's prompt sounded slowly in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Vortex. Naruto finished talking, close black lens bracket. Ding, customer. Ochaku, Kaido finished talking, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket customer Ochaku. Armament hockey, observation hockey, conqueror's hockey. Host can choose one ability, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket customer Kaido. Conquerors, knowledgeable. Close black lens bracket, customer Vortex Naruto. Resendon, harem technique, seduction reverse harem technique, 1000 years of death. The host can choose an ability, close black lens bracket. Ron said softly, let's make balls and play. Choose Resendon. As for Kaido and Ochaku, Ron chose Conqueror's hockey for both. As time passes little by little, the sun was setting, the sun was shining on the sea, and the entire sea was reflecting light. In the follow-up, Naruto chatted with Ron a lot more. Because he was going to pick up the drunk Jiraiya at the custom shop, Naruto got up slowly with some reluctance. Boss, it's a pleasure chatting with you, I'll come back when I have time. The doorbell of the tavern suddenly came to mind. Ron was sure to leave Naruto to do the dishes. Ron smiled and said, forget it this time, welcome to visit next time. But Jiraiya's book can't be read in vain. It must have been stolen by Jiraiya again, and then went to the custom shop to find the female bodhisattva. Next time I will pay double. Naruto rubbed his head in embarrassment and then ran out of the tavern. As the door was slowly pushed open a gap, a short leg stepped in. The tavern is not welcoming new guests either, after dinner. Change to normal. Shengzu father and son, Liang Bing, Gai Shaw and other regular guests also left one after another. After speaking, Naruto was about to give the money, but found that the wallet was missing. In the following time, the ramen is delicious too. Chapter 145 The Dual Field, Island officially completed. As the door was pushed open completely, a little Lolita with twin ponytails came into Ron's eyes. The girl has a pair of blue eyes, is petite and cute, and looks very cute. The calves were fleshy and covered with white nylon. Hello. Is Lord Thor here? The voice told me that she works in this tavern. The little Loli's voice is cute, with a milky voice unique to girls, which is very cute. However, that's what Ron was thinking, such a weird sound. If Lousy punched her, she would cry for a long time, right? Certainly, this is a casual mention. I, Ron, have absolutely no such bad taste. Absolutely not, yes, Thor is in this tavern. Are you Connor? Ron asked with a smile. This little Loli's name is Connor. Like Thor, he is a dragon and also comes from the world of Dragon Maid. She doesn't have teacher qualities. It was a guest from another world randomly invited to the tavern today. Connor's face darkened when he got the answer. He rushed to the bar with his short legs and stared at Ron with his blue eyes. You must have used your body as capital to seduce Lord Thor. Give Thor back to me. I. Let Lord Thor return to his original world. As he spoke, Connor's small fists fell on Ron like raindrops. Not painful, even a little comfortable, at this time. Thor's voice sounded. Connor, hear this familiar voice. Connor turned around and threw himself into Thor's arms, even arching towards the softest part. Lord Thor, I finally found you, come back with me. Connor's chin rested on the mountain peak, and his delicate little face was full of seriousness. No, I want to stay here. Thor shook his head and refused directly. It's a pleasure working in a pub. There is no need to participate in the war between dragons and gods. I can see many interesting people and things every day. Gradually, Thor found that he couldn't leave here. Hear the words Connor's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, as if he could drip water. After letting go of Thor's arms, she pointed at Ron and said, that guy must have seduced you. That's why Lord Thor doesn't want to go back. I'll kill him now. Advertisement, within the department. Connor pretended to have a fierce expression, clenched his small fists, and kept hitting Ron. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. B asterisk 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 D. After playing for a while, Connor was actually a little tired. He put his hands on his knees and breathed heavily. Seeing her so weak, Thor asked with a puzzled look on his face. You can't go back, can you? Tell me, what's going on? Connor looked shocked, then hesitantly said. Actually, I was banished because I made my father unhappy with my pranks. They asked me to come out and reflect on it. Thor slapped his face. What did you do again? Connor said timidly, I just broke a glass ball. Thor frowned slightly. The memory of this object kept coming back to me. At this time, Lukoa came over from the backyard, yawned and asked. Is it Dragon Ball? That room is a magic storage prop and a mythical war prop. I just saw it from Connor's memory after she broke the Dragon Ball. The magic power stored in it for hundreds of years has been absorbed by Connor. In a fit of anger, Kanekijin expelled Connor to the human world, and then he ended up in the tavern by accident. When Thor heard this, his golden vertical pupils suddenly shrank. No wonder he was expelled. That is to say, Connor is a genius, plus he is the daughter of Kaneki God and the stored magic power is absorbed by her. If it were another dragon, I'm afraid not even the dregs will be left. Not even Dad, they don't want to play with me, otherwise. I wouldn't touch those things either. Connor poked his finger, his mouth tightened, his face was full of grievances, and he almost cried. That's how the Dragon Clan is. Besides war, it's all about preparing for war. After Ron sighed softly, he reached out and touched Connor's head. Although he has lived for 1,000 years, but Connor's character and appearance are still the same as those of a child. Greedy, playful, and full of endless curiosity about the world. Otherwise, I won't always pester my parents to accompany me. Now that you have been exiled, even I can't take you back. Thor sighed softly. Where are you going next? Connor shook his head. I don't know either. She has always stayed in the Dragon Clan's territory since she was a child and has never gone out. Even after leaving the tavern, returning to the exiled human world, Connor was also homeless and could only wander around aimlessly. Seeing Connor looking aggrieved and pitiful, Ram couldn't help but said, Master, why don't you keep her? Ram on the side also nodded vigorously. Advertisement. Ron shrugged. No problem, raising 2 dragons is the same as raising 3 dragons anyway. It's just an extra mouth to eat. Connor turned his head and said with a look of disdain. Don't want. I don't trust humans. Ron didn't force it, but said with some regret, it's up to you. It's just a pity. Thor's cooking is still delicious, and there are creatures you haven't seen in the sea outside. Let's go. Out of that door, you can never come back to this world. Connor was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of hesitation. In case he leaves. If Lord Thor wants to stay here forever, won't he never see her again for the rest of his life? And, what creature is he talking about? Can it be eaten? You really like teasing her. Lukoa cooed, then held Connor in her arms and comforted her. Stay, don't be brave. It's normal not to trust anyone in an unfamiliar world. But isn't there me and Thor here? Connor didn't insist anymore, lowered his head and murmured, okay then. Just listen to Lukoa-sama. The voice just fell. Lukoa put down Connor at lightning speed and pulled Ron to the backyard. Connor asked with a confused look, where is Lord Lukoa? Did something fly by just now? After Thor reacted, he gritted his teeth and said, it's an old fox flying over. I asked why she was so kind to persuade you to stay. It turned out to be to make us relax our vigilance. Early the next morning, Ron was still reading the newspaper and eating breakfast as usual. At last. P.S. Dear readers, unfortunately, I have been tricked again, and I feel itchy again. It's very uncomfortable. I won't tell you how I feel. I understand. The door of the tavern was pushed open, but you can rest assured about the quality. It will definitely not be watery. Not only that, Doflamingo strode to the bar and sat down, smiling. The dual field has been built and is ready to start operation at any time. Shocking, it turns out that among the 5 elders there is a dictator who has lived for 800 years, close black lens bracket. Boss, until it gets better, I'll just do 1 chapter a day for the time being. At this time, the signature above is, a warm-hearted and good citizen. Today's newspapers only have 1 page, but the content is quite explosive. To convince the world of the accuracy of the news. Morgans also specifically noted that this will be the last issue of the World Economic News. I am here to kowtow to you and apologize, only. Chapter 146 Saitama vs. Holy Lord. In order to build this dual field, Doflamingo not only did it himself, but also monitored the progress late at night. Even the cadres of the Don Quixote family joined the battle. Coupled with Circa's stone fruit, he can freely control the rock ability, and his efficiency is greatly improved. In just a few days, a super-large dual arena spanning from Area 14 to Area 30 of the Sabaody Archipelago was created. It's been a hard time. Ron came to sit down at the bar and asked with a smile. What do you want in return? Heard the words. Doflamingo shook his head quickly. No, this is what I should do. Ron shrugged. Okay, then I'm not welcome. Doflamingo's face suddenly turned black. What the hell? Lousy is just trying to be polite to you. Are you serious? Co-author Lousy, has all his efforts been in vain these days? You really deserve to die. If I can't beat you, Lousy will let you know what a black hand is. Just when Doflamingo felt that his sincerity had fed the dog. Suddenly, with a flash of light, 3 devil fruit appeared on the bar. I'm teasing you, don't look like a fool, just smile. These 3 devil fruits are 1 paramecia and 2 ancient species. This is your reward for building the dueling arena. Ron asked with a smile. Why, do you think it's missing? Not a little, this is already a lot. Thank you, boss. Doflamingo quickly held the 3 devil fruits in his arms, fearing that Ron would regret it. Ron nodded, said nothing more, and continued reading the newspaper. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. Rayleigh strode in and said proudly, Kid, this time I am considered rich. Morgans gave me exactly 1 billion berry. Whenever you are free, I will take you to have a quick meal. Ron. Too stingy. You already have 1 billion berries, why are you still eating fast food? Is this what Pluton's potential is? At the very least, you have to go to the Golden City to have fun, right? Seeing that Ron ignored him, Advertisement Rayleigh whispered with another evil smile. Most men hated the color pink when they were kids. When I grow up, I care a lot about whether it is pink or not. Little devil, don't lose the chicken, it will never come back. If you don't go, you can only wish me a good pregnancy. After hearing this, Ron said seriously, please take me there. The 4 eyes are facing each other. The corners of their mouths began to rise crazily. At this time, a soft and waxy little voice sounded, please use your wine slowly. Rayleigh followed the direction of the sound and looked down. I saw a cute little girl placing a bottle of wine in front of her. Rayleigh asked with contempt. Child labor? Ron explained with a smile, she is over 1,000 years old. According to her age, you have to call her ancestor. Rayleigh. As time passes little by little. Regular customers such as the Holy Master and his son, Gai Sha, Liang Bing, Pluton, etc. also came to the tavern one after another. Maybe it's because he knew the construction of the dueling arena was completed. Guests like Hei Xiaohu, Boiling Yang Yang, Saitama, Ace Kano, and Jiraiya who don't come often also came over to watch the fun. For a while, the atmosphere in the tavern was extremely hot, and they were arguing over who would play one by one. Ace Kano held up the axe, glanced at everyone present, and said that he would hit 10. A handsome guy with a big back pulled out the Kyoka Suigetsu, silently. If Big Wolf hadn't ordered him to find a screwdriver, war might have been declared. The other side, Pluton wants to compete with Shui Huang and decide whether to live or die. But Zuowang said, why do these meaningless things? Love can affect everything, why can't you face the love in your heart? Pluton almost flipped the table when he heard it. On a scattered stage, Geisha asked with a smile while drinking wine. Want to fight? Although Liang Bing was timid in his heart, his momentum did not lose. Come on, bitcha, see if I beat you or not, it's over. Geisha smiled contemptuously. It's not interesting, I saw the fear in your heart. Liang Bing froze for a moment, immediately turned into a professional telegraph operator, outputting a burst of output to Geisha. At this time, the Lord stood up, pointed at Saitama and let out a trembling growl. I hope everyone can sell me face and let me fight this bald head. Advertisement, everything you spend in the tavern today. My holy lord pays for everything, not so long ago. After the devil Xiaolong and Saitama lost by arm wrestling. As the father, Holy Master naturally wanted to find his way back, so he directly declared war on him at that time. But the devil dragon was not moved at all, there was even a faint murderous look in the eyes looking at the Holy Master. The reason? It was also because the Holy Lord didn't treat him in time after breaking his leg yesterday, but waited until today. The Lord also took the opportunity to ask for a trumpet for one night. And at this moment, everyone in the tavern also stopped arguing and retorted surprisingly, agreeing to the Holy Master's proposal. Kiyu also stood up, raised his head, and stared directly at the Lord with those dead fish eyes. Hope you make me happy. The Holy Master looked down at him, his scarlet eyes filled with fighting intent. Little friend, don't talk big too early, just when the two were talking harshly. Ron also smiled and said, if you want to go in and watch the game, the ticket is 10 million a day. Finally pay at the tavern and get a bottle of Modai. Duelist, the loser pays the venue fee. The cost cannot be used in money, but props, weapons and other items. Is there any objection? The first rule is to take into account that the guests have gone to fight and there is no time to drink. That's why a bottle of wine is included as a gift. While making money, it can also increase the turnover and continue to upgrade the tavern. The second rule is to consider those guests who don't have props on them. In the arena, like Ace Kano, with the voice down. When everyone in the tavern found a place to sit down. That's why Ron stipulated that the loser pays the venue fee. No, everyone shook their heads one after another. In case the duel field is broken or affected outside. The moment when everyone steps in here. After Ron, Thor, and Lakoa glanced at each other, a magic circle rose under their respective feet at the same time. P.S. I have a razor blade in my throat, an uncomfortable batch. You can't just let him keep the divine axe as a venue fee before the battle begins. Immediately. This is enchantment. Ron also said softly, let's get started. Ron nodded with a smile. Let's go then. Saitama and Seiko rushed towards each other at the same time. The magic circle continued to expand, covering the entire duel arena, Chapter 147 Holy Master. Playing dirty, going back on what you say, and keeping promises is Laozi's motto. Whoosh! The moment Shendu and Saitama rushed towards each other. The ground beneath their feet shattered, and the air along the way fluctuated violently. There are no noisy harsh words, and there are no flashy moves. Saitama and Shendu simply punched each other, in a blink. Two fists collided. Bang! Sonic booms mixed with violent roars echoed throughout the duel field. The strong air pressure spread across the entire venue, whipping up a strong wind that made everyone's cheeks hurt. Not only that, even the entire Sabaody archipelago experienced a strong tremor. As the smoke disperses, when everyone saw the current situation of Saitama and Holy Master, their pupils could not help but shrink suddenly. The Holy Lord's arm was blown away by a punch. A large amount of blood dripped to the ground, reflecting the hideous wound. Saitama, on the other hand, was intact, except for a little dust on his yellow uniform. Just when everyone was secretly shocked, the demon dragon roared excitedly. "Hello, bald man, have you not eaten? Can you use a little more force? And why didn't you hit him on the head with that punch just now?" When everyone heard this, their faces twitched involuntarily. Filial piety. It's so filial. It is true that filial piety brings strength, and filial piety brings confidence. At this time, Yamato on the side blinked and looked at his old father. "Kaido, why don't you go up and fight? Aren't you known as the strongest creature?" "Kaido. What the hell? The only ones present were Rayleigh and the little girl with fox ears. Who can Laozi beat? Go up and have a fight. If you want Laozi to die, just say so." And at this moment, the Holy Lord also suppressed the urge in his heart to beat his stupid son violently and said in a deep voice. "You are very powerful. I don't know how fast it is." Finished. He activated the horse charm, dog charm and some kind of witchcraft to regenerate the broken arm. "Okay." Saitama nodded silently, with the dead fish-eyed expression on his face. With the voice down, the two rushed towards each other again. The speed is fast. Among the people present, only Geisha, Liang Bing, Pluton and other big guys could barely see the action clearly. In contrast, Rayleigh, Kaido et al. Advertisement. All that could be seen was the two black shadows flashing across the duel field and the deafening sound of collision. Rayleigh rubbed her dry old eyes and murmured in shock. Is this the true strength of the Holy Lord? It seems that the fight against the Devil Dragon is just to educate his son, and not to kill him. Heard the words. The Devil Dragon couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's exactly what Rayleigh said. In previous fights, the Holy Master always stopped and would not harm his own life. Looking back at myself, it is a deadly attack, focusing on the third party in the head without leaving any mercy. And now the reason why my father comes on stage. The reason isn't it just to gain a reputation for yourself? Think of this. The excitement on Devil Xiaolong's face was gradually replaced by regret. Now, the Lord uses the speed of the rabbit charm to crush Saitama all the way. The explosion of the dragon talisman and the electric eyes of the pig talisman hit Saitama several times. However, what shocked the Holy Lord? Nearly hundreds of attacks. Apart from the damage to Saitama's uniform, he had no injuries at all. The bald head still reflects brightly. From the beginning to the end, his expression remained dull, as if he was numb. I can feel that you have never taken it seriously. Are you looking down on me? The Holy Master let out a low growl, and punched Saitama on the head. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Saitama's bald head only tilted slightly. No, you are strong. I'm just afraid that one punch will end the fight. Saitama shook his head and said sincerely, I can't die, let go of the fight. In the past 2 years, I have been playing around with my stupid son every day. I've never had a better fight. The Holy Lord stopped attacking and said slowly. Then come on. Kyu narrowed his eyes, language fall. The two rushed towards each other again, this time. The Holy Lord didn't have a **LS**X with him. First, the rat charm was used to give life to dead things such as stone lions and tigers standing on the duel field. Then it turned into an ant and hid in the dark, silently observing Saitama's weakness. Just now I said, let go of the fight, and have fun, or something. It's all to bluff Saitama. Insidious, vicious, insidious, contradictory, revenge is the motto of my Holy Master. Now, advertisement faced dozens of creatures that suddenly appear. Saitama's face remained calm, and he punched him directly. Ready to play a game? Seeing that the Holy Lord had lost his figure, Kyu immediately inserted his hands into the ground and lifted it upwards forcefully. Seriously flipped the table, instantly. There were cracks in the ground of the entire duel field, and then they were lifted up. The ground shattered into stones and was thrown away until it hit the barrier in the sky above before falling back again. See this scene. A handsome guy wearing sunglasses felt pain in his stomach. That's all money. The daily maintenance of the duel field will be a big expense. Never mind. Anyway, with Tezulo's rooster that lays golden eggs, Laozi is not short of money. Everyone present also widened their eyes. This is tens of kilometers of ground. Was it blown away like that? Just how strong is this bald cloaked man? The Holy Master, who turned into an ant and lay on the rock, frowned even more. Too strong. Face this attack of the same power if the dog is spelled. It is absolutely impossible for me to take it hard. You must run as far as you can, otherwise, you will definitely die. Most importantly, this guy doesn't seem to have any weaknesses. Just as the Holy Lord was meditating, the figure of Saitama suddenly appeared, and stretched out 2 fingers, ready to crush the ant. It's really interesting, it can even turn into an ant. See. The Holy Master didn't have time to think too much, and quickly released the power of the monkey charm, and punched him. At the same time, hot breath spewed from his mouth, and 2 laser beams shot out from his eyes. Bang! Accompanied by a violent roar, the huge figure of the Holy Lord broke through the smoke and flew upside down, and his right arm was blasted into powder again by Saitama. For a while, blood splattered everywhere, and the nerves that hadn't died yet squirmed in the Holy Master's wound. But in the next moment, the arms grew back again. It seems that you are not talking big. Even in a tavern, there are very few people who can withstand a punch from you. At least my stupid son can't bear it, the Lord said softly. Thank you for the compliment, but this battle should also be over. Saitama's expression gradually became serious, his body sank slightly, and he opened his posture. Consecutive ordinary punches. Chapter 148 Serious Punch. Continuous. Ordinary punch. When everyone heard these words, their faces were immediately filled with question marks. That is, the few punches Saitama threw just now were just simple punches? Isn't this too ridiculous? Rayleigh asked blankly. If he is serious, who here can withstand it? A serious punch? Ron thought for a moment and said softly. It is estimated that there are only the 4th generation divine bodies of Geisha and Liang Bing, and the nebula bodies of Pluton and Snow Emperor. Oh, right, and Big Wolf, he can definitely do it. This is a concept level, immortal existence. Aizen, who was watching the battle, was shocked when he heard this. Is King Big Wolf so strong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ron must be bluffing me, yes, that must be the case. Aizen isn't the only one who doesn't believe it. Even Rayleigh and others on the side looked at the Grey Wolf who was gnawing on the sheep in a bewildered manner. Really? Seeing so many eyes focused on him, Big Grey Wolf raised his chin and said proudly. Boss, please don't tell me big words now, we still have to play on the field to know exactly how it will be. Having said that, but now, Big Wolf was panicking. He could feel that there was obviously more fighting spirit in the eyes of everyone. Especially Aizen, that butcher. What the hell? This king is just pretending to be a B****ch, but don't let anyone challenge you if you are short-sighted. At this time, Saitama has already rushed towards the Holy Lord. In an instant, dozens of punches were thrown in succession. Consecutive ordinary punches. Bang 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 bang. Under a series of muffled sounds, every punch from Saitama will leave a hole in the Lord's body. For a while, a large amount of blood was mixed with minced meat, and the internal organs dripped from the Holy Lord's body to the ground. It looked miserable. Saw this scene, the demon dragon in the stands could no longer hold back and roared. No, father, admit defeat and stop fighting. Shall we go back and have a drink? The Holy Master did not look back at him, but said lightly. Silly son. With your words, dying for my father is worth it. Advertisement win or lose, this battle was worth it for the Holy Lord. At least, my stupid son knows that his heart aches for his old father. Immediately, the Holy Master looked at Saitama and sneered. Is this the only way you can do it? With the voice down, while the Holy Lord's injuries were healed, an extremely cold and evil aura burst out. I can still recover. Saitama's eyes suddenly lit up. You are much better than the weirdos I met. Dragon-level monsters such as the Vaccine Man, the Giant Blade Brother, and Ashura the One-Horned Fairy encountered before can all be killed instantly with one move. This made Saitama unable to enjoy the fun of fighting at all. And the feeling that the Holy Lord gave him was far superior to those of those weirdos. At least, he can resist his continuous normal punches. You can't kill me, so if you want to beat me, you'd better use all your strength. The Holy Lord's scarlet eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his voice became more and more terrifying. As you wish, I will use my trump card to show my respect for you. Saitama nodded, and there was a hint of interest in the dead fish's eyes. Bring it on, the Holy Lord roared and rushed towards Saitama. At the same time, his eyes glowed with golden light, and his right claw brewed supreme power. It is impressively the power of the pig talisman and the dragon talisman. Saitama, however, remained unmoved. He just leaned his body slightly and sank slightly, and then punched without any fancy. Punch seriously. Boom, when the fist collided with the Holy Lord's attack. The airwaves visible to the naked eye spread crazily outward with Saitama as the center. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying ravine blasted by the fist wind appeared, instantly spreading to the duel ground. If it weren't for the barriers set up by Ron, Thor, and Lukoa, I'm afraid that the pirate world will also be divided. And at this moment, the ground of the duel ground completely collapsed. The Holy Lord's huge body was even torn apart by the fist wind. Everyone in the stands took a breath when they saw this scene. Too strong. If that punch just hit him, he would definitely die. Big Wolf was even more frightened. What the hell? Is this something that this great king can withstand? Ron, you might as well just let me die. Just when everyone was shocked, a figure jumped down from the stands and quickly rushed to the Holy Lord's side. Father, no. You have the dog charm. You won't die, old man. Don't scare me. Advertisement. The demon dragon's eyes were filled with tears and he shook the Holy Lord's body vigorously. Now, Under the serious punch, the Holy Master's vitality seemed to be completely overdrawn, and his whole body was shriveled. Although there were wounds, there was no trace of bloodline. Still looking like he's dying. Ahem, am I still losing? The Holy Lord coughed dryly and murmured extremely weakly. No, you can't die. As long as you don't die, I will listen to you no matter what you say from now on. Demon Xiaolong cried out with choked sobs while wiping his tears. Will you listen to me from now on? Holy Master's eyes suddenly lit up. Listen to you. Do I want a small one? I do not care. I want to pass the position to the trumpet, no problem. What if I leave the 12 talismans and my family fortune to the trumpet? Old guy, you'd better die. Demon Xiaolong realized that something was wrong and cursed directly. At the same time, countless thunderbolts fell from midair and struck the Holy Lord hard. Boom, treason. Is it so difficult to say something to make a father happy? The Holy Master quickly recovered from his injuries and dodged the incoming attack. Everything just happened was just an act. Although Saitama is a conceptual powerhouse, the Holy Lord's dog talisman is also one. Roll. After the demon dragon spat, he turned around and left. Only, the heart that had been hanging was finally relieved. At this time, it can't be the succubus body, Ron complained and said with a smile. I can do either. Saitama shrugged, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Good. Everyone suddenly looked disappointed. Connor tugged at Ron's clothes. Can I play with Lord Thor for a while? Even if you continue to fight, I can't be hurt and you can't kill me, so why not just let it go? Winning or losing doesn't matter. This is the fight he has dreamed of. The Holy Master nodded and turned to look at Ron in the stands. I'll get something you like tomorrow, just as the Holy Lord and Saitama returned to the stands. Boss, this is a draw. I'll pay for the venue. Only the Holy Lord can resist Saitama's many attacks. Thank you all for your concern and support, thank you. What's so interesting about two little girls fighting? The Holy Lord said calmly. Why don't this be a draw? Chapter 149 Ping A is to rub the atomic bomb against the wave. To be honest, everyone was very disappointed, especially Rayleigh, T-Dolphin, Big Wolf and others who liked to watch the excitement. What's so good about little girls fighting? Could it be that in the duel arena, they turn flower ropes, kick shuttlecocks, and play house? Boring. It's so boring. If it was Liang Bing and Gai Sha who pulled their hair and scolded the street, it would still have some program effect. Just when Ron was about to nod Connor, Rayleigh crossed his legs and curled his lips. The old man is going home. Shocky is very well dressed today, which must be implying that the old man will go home early. Ron asked curiously, how pretty? After organizing the words in his mind, Rayleigh said with a serious face. No chestnut. Ron. I understand these 4 words. Why can't Lousy understand how it's connected, but? Can you say it sooner next time you have such a good word? Let's share and learn together. Immediately, Ron said softly, do you want to gamble? What are you betting on? Rayleigh put on a serious face of a good citizen. I never gamble. Ron ignored his words and said with a smile. The play between Bet Thor and Connor is definitely more exciting than Shengzu and Saitama. If you can't, you can drink in the tavern for nothing for a month. Before Ron could finish speaking, Rayleigh responded. If this is the case, the old man will take another devil fruit from the coffin book. This old thing really has a family background, Ron smiled. No problem. He stroked Connor's hair again, go and play. Connor nodded obediently, and after looking at Thor, the 2 petite figures disappeared into the stands at the same time. The next moment, a huge mushroom cloud rises in the center of the duel arena. Boom, accompanied by a violent roar. The aftermath spread, causing a strong wind to wipe out everything around. See this scene. Rayleigh was stunned. What just happened? Ron laughed and joked, it's just 2 little girls fighting. Heard the words. Rayleigh's heart felt a convulsion for no reason. What the hell? Lousy's devil fruit is missing another one. And everyone present was not surprised by the explosive fighting power of Connor and Thor. If the previous battle between Saitama and the Lord was pure violence. Although the movement was loud, the movement of the attack could not be seen clearly at all. Advertisement in Thor and Connor. These 2 seemingly soft and cute little girls, Flat A is rubbing the atomic bomb against each other. For a while, there are various gorgeous explosions on the duel arena. Others are happy, but a certain handsome guy wearing sunglasses has a black face all the time. It's all money, although what Lousy lacks most is money. But the maintenance fee across the number 1 area to number 30 area is sky high. Once or twice is fine. If it continues, Lousy will become poor in a few days. But, no one paid attention to his face. The people from the motherland on the side even said with bright eyes, oh, my dear God. Mushroom clouds. Lousy loves mushroom clouds the most. Explode, at the extreme point, completely blow up this place into ruins. The rest of the people also had burning eyes. The adrenaline soared rapidly under the explosions again and again. On the dueling arena, Thor directly fought Connor face to face. The originally 2 white and tender hands turned into green dragon claws, and they interlocked with Connor's fingers and began to wrestle. After a stalemate, Connor turned sideways, threw Thor into the air, jumped up, and received another roundabout kick. However, just when his short leg was about to kick, Thor held it with one hand and hit Connor on the head with a headbutt. Boom! With a muffled sound, the 2 separated briefly. Connor rubbed his red forehead in pain. Lord Thor, you struck too hard. Thor grinned. I'm sorry, the voice just fell. Connor's petite figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and when he put his hands together, terrifying energy was brewing. The next moment, a brilliant beam of light appeared. Close to the face and open up, Thor frowned slightly, and did not choose to retreat, but directly received the attack with one hand. Next second, this attack was crushed by Thor with his bare hands, turning into dots of light and falling from midair. Immediately afterwards, Thor hit Connor's head with all his strength and hit Connor on the forehead. What a coincidence. This time, it just bounced to the position where it was hit by the headbutt just now. Boom. With a crisp sound, Connor was stunned on the spot and made no further moves. After a few seconds, tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes, and then she squatted in the air and buried her head in her knees. Lord Thor, it hurts too much, advertisement, woo woo woo. Thor quickly stepped forward and hugged Connor. Did I use too much force? Then let's stop playing and go back to rest. Connor squeezed towards the softest part and nodded slightly. But when the two returned to the stands, Connor squeezed his head out of his arms and made a face at Ron. He looked like his plan had succeeded. In response, Ron just smiled helplessly. Really, Connor just wanted to play. It wasn't for fun, she just wanted Thor to coax her more. But at this time, Ron also became more and more determined that the idea he had at that time was right. Such a cute girl. One punch will definitely make you cry for a long time. And everyone who was watching the battle, looking at Connor acting coquettishly in Thor's arms, thought involuntarily. Later in the tavern, the more harmless a little girl is, the less likely she is to be messed with. Otherwise, he will die miserably. At this time, Pluton crossed his arms and said in a deep voice. Snow Emperor. It's time for the two of us to understand the grudges 10,000 years ago, right? Snow Emperor shook his head slightly. Why do we have to fight? You know clearly in your heart that love can influence everything. And force will only escalate the conflict between us again. 100,000 words are omitted here. Seeing that the Snow Emperor was unwilling to take action, Pluton had no choice but to give up. After all, if we force a war, we will only accidentally injure other innocent people here. Immediately afterwards, Ace Kano stood up slowly and looked at everyone present. Although I disdain unnecessary fights, but the weather is nice now, does anyone want to challenge me? At this moment, it is already noon. It was also the time when Ace Kano was the most powerful and the most arrogant. This is also the same arrogant statement. This makes Aizen, the motherland, Melwium and others extremely unhappy. Just when they were about to roll up their sleeves and get started, a mature, lazy female voice slowly sounded, finally caught up. Ron, now you can always let me fight enough. Well, this man is very angry. Do you want me to cool you down? Chapter 150 Ace Day vs Ace Kano. When the lazy tone came into the ears, everyone immediately followed the prestige. I saw Aceeds walking slowly from the entrance. She was wearing a beige one-piece skirt that was softly attached to her delicate body, outlining her undulating curves. The skirt just passed the thighs, and with the decoration of the boots, the two long white and greasy legs looked more rounded. If time pauses, even without any background and light, just standing there is the most beautiful picture of this woman. Immediately, under a light breeze, Aestus threw a baby swallow into the forest and threw himself into Ron's arms. Did you miss me? With the voice down, Thor, Ram, and Lakoa immediately looked at Aceeds with vigilance. Immediately afterwards, a trace of murderous intent spread across the stands. See this scene. Rayleigh and the others' eyes lit up immediately. Fight up, a bunch of women pulling their hair and cursing. This is what hunks should see. After Ron nodded, he asked. Where have you been these few days? Aestus let go of Ron, blushing and said. Take care of the trouble caused by the night raid. By the way, I recruited a few more interesting people, so I haven't come to drink these few days. As she spoke, she turned around slowly and looked at Ace Kano. Want to fight? I'm looking forward to fighting a strong man like you. Ace Kano raised his chin and said lightly, you are strong. But the gap between me and me is too much, but if you insist, I can give you a defeat, although it was already a minute past noon. But the aura emanating from Ace Kano's body was extremely terrifying. Now he is like a sun for a while. Everyone present couldn't help being a little suspicious. Is this fight really necessary? Ace Kano is sure to win. I like your attitude. I hope you won't lose so ugly later. Aceeds smiled, then jumped down to the dueling field below. Immediately afterwards, Ace Kano also followed. The two didn't continue to talk harshly, and the moment they stepped on the duel field, the battle had already started. Hope you please me. Aceeds chuckled, and the moment he stretched out his right hand, countless icicles appeared. The next moment, advertisement the icicle broke through the air and attacked Ace Kano. She's really a crazy woman. Ace Kano stood there majestically. But raging flames erupted from his body, spreading wildly outward like waves. As soon as the countless icicles approached, they were instantly gasified. See this scene. The smile on Aestus' face grew stronger. She likes to fight against the strong, but in the world of Jeanmei, there is no one who can compare with her. And now it's different, just judging from the aura that Ace Kano burst out just now. Definitely stronger than all the Tigu envoys in the world of Jeanmei. Immediately, Aestus quickly jumped into the air. Next second, The originally clear skies seemed to be blocked by something. As a result, the entire duel field was shrouded in shadow. Everyone looked up. It was a hockey puck with a volume of hundreds of meters, which was being dragged by seeds before smashing it down hard. See. The pupils of Rayleigh and the others shrank suddenly, and shock was written all over their faces. Getting hit by this puck will die. Moreover, a hockey ball of this size can be generated in an instant. How strong is her strength? Cannot imagine. But then, a scene that shocked everyone even more happened. The land of Ace Kano shattered and spread thousands of meters outward. Immediately afterwards, the sun flames on his body suddenly condensed, forming a huge fireball. Sun without mercy. For a while, the temperature of the entire duel field rose by tens of degrees. If Thor hadn't cast the barrier immediately, Big Wolf, Shenhai and others might have already run away. Feel the gift of the sun. Ace Kano moved his finger, and the huge fireball collided with the incoming ice ball. The moment the two attacks collided, a large expanse of steam rises. Cover the entire duel arena. Immediately, a violent roar sounded. The entire Sabaody archipelago shook together. It's not over yet. Exploding arrogance. Ace Kano squeezed his left hand hard, and the huge fireball was directly detonated. The fireball exploded in midair. The ice ball that collided with it was instantly melted by the terrifying temperature. At the critical moment, seeds immediately condensed countless ice walls in front of him. But the exploding fireball turned into countless golden meteors, driving a terrifying impact, directly crushing the ice wall layer by layer. Advertisement. It's getting more interesting. Seeds didn't panic at all. He dodged all the attacks in a flash. When this massive golden meteor shower is over, the ground also turned into a sea of flames. Do you want to continue? Ace Kano was carrying the axe, staring at seeds who fell on the ice. In the battle just now, he also knew that the ice that seeds condensed was just ordinary ice. There is simply no way to compete with his own flame. Certainly, until the battle is over, no one knows who will win or lose. Seeds pulled out the long sword that was not on his waist and said calmly. Language fall. The two rushed towards each other with weapons in hand. Between electric light and flint, the long sword and the divine axe collided no less than dozens of times. While they were fighting, Rayleigh couldn't help sighing softly. Young people today are so energetic. If it's an old man, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it long ago. Ron sneered. It's not because of you. Are you giving me 2 bottles of the good stuff? If you don't give it, you won't make up for it. It's best to stop for 2 days. Seeing Ron's refusal, Rayleigh murmured tearfully. I launched a charge in the middle of the night every day. The old man lasted for decades. His kidneys were weak, and his body was getting worse day by day. Now it's hard to find a remedy. You must say that you will not make up for it. Does this wine work for the old man? Can the old man know? Can you guarantee that your life is not in vain? If you don't give me a drink, I will be laughed at by Shocky every day. I have had enough of this life. I want to regain my glory. Okay. After hearing this, Ron's face darkened. What the hell? Pirate version, am I not a false god? Come to think of it, Ron ignored Rayleigh. P.S. What are you thinking? Just use your last struggle to please me to your heart's content. Being a pirate is really a waste of talent. If you sell medicine and give lectures, you will definitely have a lot to do. Moko Potmo. Several gaps also appeared on the blade. After a series of collisions, the two separated briefly. Aestus was a little weak, and he was wearing a rough dress. Now, Aestus said in a deep voice. Well, I have used half a pack since I woke up this morning. What a crime, after a short rest. No matter how much the old man begged, he would not be moved. Ron only said to focus on the dueling field below. This is the last resort. Everything in the world will freeze before me. 7 Mount Chapter 151 Lousy can beat you, but Lousy won't play anymore. Last resort. After hearing this, Ace Kano's eyes were still as calm as water. Although it was past noon, the strength in the body is weakening a little bit. But after dozens of confrontations, Ace Kano knew clearly. This woman is definitely not my opponent. Immediately, he swung the divine axe in his hand and slashed out a chi blade. Dust slash. Just when the air blade tore through the air and was about to hit seeds. Sudden. With seeds as the center, most of the space and time of the duel arena were frozen by a force. The entire space is rendered in a brilliant icy blue. Instantly, the gunpowder smoke stopped dissipating and was frozen in midair. Aestus on the opposite side, and the air blade in front of him were also suspended at this moment. Everything around is solidified into a constant state that never changes. On this space, only Acetus's blue shawl and long hair are automatic without wind, becoming the only moving scene in this beautiful picture. Everyone who was not affected was shocked when they saw this scene. The ability to pause time? Is this a bit too bug? Liang Bing asked curiously. Is the scope of this ability only so wide? Ron explained softly. If Acetus wants, she can freeze the entire time and space. Certainly, there are people who don't have that control. In a few days ago, Ron had wanted to use this trick to freeze Lucia and then sleep peacefully by himself. But finally, without even maintaining it for a second, the tiger tank broke free in an instant. Liang Bing's eyes lit up when he got the answer. If you have time, you can extract her genes and steady them. As a scholar, this heaven-defying ability is a fatal temptation for her. On the side, Geisha took a look at Liang Bing and made up her mind. On the dueling arena, Acides drew out the long sword around his waist again, and walked slowly towards Ace Kano, who was frozen in place. It allows me to use my unique skills. That's pretty commendable, isn't it? The voice fell. The long sword pierced out and sank into Ace Kano's abdomen. Phew. With blood gushing out, the icy blue covering the space gradually dissipated. Advertisement: the static world came alive again. Ace Kano, who regained consciousness, spat out a mouthful of blood. The Gundam's body was also covered with a layer of ice, forming a humanoid ice sculpture. Just when Acides was about to withdraw his long sword and declare victory. Next second, the ice covering Ace Kano's body melted. Powerful sun magic power filled the whole body. The scorching temperature caused the ground to collapse and turn into lava. Step by step, Ace Kano came to Acides. The move just now was amazing. As he spoke, he gently raised his hand, using his palm as a sword, and dropped it heavily. Holy sword. Ace Kano. Instantly, the space in front of him seemed to be completely cut, showing a straight line. Acides frowned slightly, just about to counterattack subconsciously. But the palm that was about to fall stopped. Acides asked lightly, "Why did you stop?" Ace Kano chuckled and said, "I lost. Now the sun has started to set." Ace Kano's strength, defense, and resilience are all greatly reduced. If Ace just chopped off the head, even if Ace Kano survives, he will definitely be seriously injured. Although now it's possible to go ahead and win this battle. But Ace Kano's inner arrogance and pride will never allow himself to do this. And the reason why I used Holy Sword Ace Kano just now. It's totally telling Acides. Lousy can beat you, but Lousy won't play anymore. Cut. It's so boring to just admit defeat when you can still fight. Acides curled his lips, then turned around and left. I'm looking forward to my next fight with you, Ace Kano said softly. We're always here. Acides came to the stands and sat down, and said calmly. At this time, Ron asked, don't forget, the losing party has to pay the venue fee. Heard the words. Ace Kano, who was still standing in the duel arena, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Although Ron wants venue fees, but what was given was not money, but props or weapons. You can't give him the magic axe. After pondering for a moment, Ace Kano asked. Jolin left a weapon in the tavern a few days ago. Is this okay? Advertisement? Okay. Ron nodded, then waved his right hand lightly. A magic circle engraved with countless obscure and difficult to understand inscriptions appeared and enveloped the entire duel field. Next second, the destroyed duel ground quickly returned to its original appearance, as if going back in time. For a moment, a brand new duel arena appeared in everyone's sight. See this scene. Doflamingo was so excited that he almost screamed. That's a lot of money left over, but before he could be happy for long, Ron's voice sounded in his ears. The devil fruit given to you includes the maintenance fee. This time I take action to save you trouble, totaling 1 billion berry. Remember to take your drinks to the pub. After Doflamingo heard this, his face suddenly darkened. What the hell? Are you still shameless? You earn the ticket money and venue fee. Now the attention has been drawn to Lousy. You can't always carry a sheep to collect wool, right? If I can't beat you, Lousy Highlands wants to let you know, what is the Black Hand of the Don Quixote family? Although that's what I thought in my heart, but Doflamingo still listed a big white fang. Okay boss, no problem. Ron nodded and then looked at everyone. Is there anyone else going to play? When everyone heard this, they shook their heads. Ron smiled and said, then go back and have a drink. Ron looked up and welcomed with a smile. Everyone was not polite and immediately sat down and began to enjoy the wine while boasting about the past. This is prepared with wheat, as the door was slowly pushed open. A little girl walked in slowly with a cigarette in her mouth and a bottle of beer in her hand. Everyone saw that several tables and bars were still full of wine. The next feature, what do you readers want to see? Jingle. The moment you return to the tavern and open the door. Welcome, teacher Yujie Xiaomeng. The strongest, the yandere, the sinister, or the pervert? Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. My name is Ron, and I own this pub. Especially Rayleigh, after a few glasses of wine, she even threatened to challenge Saitama to a duel. At the same time, she also pointed the way for Acides who arrived later. Just as the atmosphere in the tavern was cheerful. Chapter 152. What is this teacher's sense of immediacy? Teacher? When everyone uttered these two words from Ron's mouth, they subconsciously looked over. It was a petite little girl wearing a pink one-piece pajamas. Her hair, eyebrows, and pupils are all pink, and her eyes and face are full of childishness, making her look very cute. Certainly, the half-burnt cigarette in her mouth was too inconsistent with the beer in her hand. It doesn't match this cute image at all. The person who came was none other than Yujie Xiaomeng from the Magic Forbidden Book world. A legal loli, known as Human Ashtray. Although he is only 135 centimeters tall, he looks like a primary school student about 12 years old. But she is a class teacher, teaches chemistry, and specializes in the study of fire-making abilities. In addition, he is knowledgeable in various subjects. Hello, hiccup. Ron. Yujie Xiaomeng burped and responded drunkenly. However, when she looked around the tavern and saw everyone looking at each other, she suddenly sobered up. Bridge bean sacks. Something doesn't seem right here. A drinking tiger, a gray wolf doing scientific research, and a green creature playing chess with a little girl. And two monsters hugging each other and crying. This is a bit harsh. For a while, this legal lowly is a little confused. It wasn't until the cigarette burned out and his little hands felt a burning sensation that he came back to his senses. Just when Yu Yang Xiaomeng was hesitating whether to leave, Thor walked over with a smile. Don't be afraid, the people here are very kind. Isn't it? As she spoke, she turned to look at everyone. Heard the words. Big Wolf, Holy Lord, Devil Dragon, and Black Tiger grinned at the same time, and stretched out their hands to say hello. Hello. The voices of several people were uneven, hoarse, mixed with the trembling low roar of the Holy Lord. See this weird scene. If it were any other little girl, she would have run away without looking back. But Yu Yang Xiaomeng threw the cigarette butt into the beer can, lowered her head slightly, and said with a sweet smile. Hello you all. But, looking at you, you seem a little distressed. Are you worried about something? Heard the words? Big Wolf, Holy Master and others couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong with this script? Such a cute little girl, shouldn't she be so frightened that she burst into tears when she saw us? Moreover, what the hell was that tone just now? Why do you feel like a teacher? Advertisement, but they were really a bit distressed. The Holy Lord is because his son is too filial. Black Tiger couldn't get it because he loved it, and Big Grey Wolf didn't like his son because he didn't want to eat sheep. Just when the three of them were stunned, Yu Yang Xiaomeng also came to the bar and sat down, her short legs dangling there because they couldn't reach the ground. Want something to drink? Ron asked with a smile. As long as it looks good, I never choose wine. Yu Yang Xiaomeng waved her hand, and then skillfully lit up a 7-star cigarette. The light blue smoke was pinched into a long, narrow and straight line, soared into the sky, and then disappeared into the air. Rayleigh, who was watching on the sidelines, was stunned for a while. So skilled. Kid, you just called this little girl teacher, are you serious? How old is she? Rayleigh asked in a lowered voice. Real. She is a chemistry teacher and a grandmaster in social psychology, behavioral psychology, etc. An expert in psychology. As for age, unknown, she participated in an experiment to become immortal. Ron smiled, then took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet and handed it to Yu Yang Xiaomeng. After hearing this, Rayleigh suddenly felt a yearning in her heart. If used on Shocky, then Laozi must hold a spear every day, and he will be more than half a foot into the enemy, making him kneel down and beg for mercy. Of course. This is just a thought. Here. Yu Yang Xiaomeng opened the bottle cap of the wine, filled the glass, then picked it up and took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, an inexplicable warmth instantly rose in my abdomen. It tastes good, much better than the soju I've tried. Yu Yang Xiaomeng couldn't help but moan and said with a smile. Ron said softly. This wine is called Erguodo, you can like it. Refreshing compared to beer. The sweet aftertaste after the spicy taste of the liquor is even more fascinating. I love so much. Yu Yang Xiaomeng nodded vigorously, then turned to the stunned Holy Master and blinked. Do you three really have nothing to say? The voice just fell. The Holy Lord, Big Grey Wolf, and Black Little Tiger surrounded him. That posture, that look. Ron couldn't help but think of a sentence. Coach, I want to play basketball. Although Yu Yang Xiaomeng looks like an ordinary little girl. But, advertisement based on the understanding of the tavern by the Holy Lord and others, the more inconspicuous and small someone is, the more powerful he is. Saitama, Knight Ace Kano and Connor are living examples. Immediately, the three holy masters cried out their deeds. Let's start with Big Wolf. Yu Yang Xiaomeng turned around, crossed her legs, and said while smoking. Judging from your words, a wolf actually likes to eat grass. This is indeed a serious problem. But it's not a big problem. Big Wolf's eyes lit up. What should I do? Quite simply, your son needs some stimulation. This is the only way to stimulate his most primitive impulses. Yu Yang Xiaomeng thought for a while and said softly, for example, use a basin of fresh sheep blood. Big Wolf nodded, then turned around and shouted, Aizen. Prepare a basin of sheep's blood for this great king. Aizen nodded silently. Okay, King Big Wolf. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves, walked into the kitchen, and began to kill the live sheep. The movements are so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. Next, Yu Yang Xiaomeng said a lot to the Holy Lord and He Xiaohu. The Holy Lord benefited greatly from the spleen. I took the Devil Dragon back to the Devil World and started a one-day trip in person. According to Yu Yang Xiaomeng's words, the most important thing between father and son is companionship, not beating and scolding each other. But when it came to He Xiaohu, it was stuck. Yu Yang Xiaomeng's advice is to give up your current position and join the so-called righteous side. He Xiaohu refused without thinking. He couldn't betray his father for a woman. Even if it's a blue rabbit, thank you for your words, I'll pay for your drink. After He Xiaohu put down a few ingots of gold, he turned around and sat down in his original position, drinking alone. But when you see that they are of the same mind, why did you bother me and misunderstood your feelings? It hurts. At this time, Ron suddenly remembered that in his system warehouse, there seemed to be a dog licking experience obtained from Cha Do. This is definitely a good thing for He Xiaohu, you can try trading. So, Ron came to sit down next to He Xiaohu and said softly. I have a way for you to marry Blue Rabbit, but the odds are low. Want to try? Chapter 153 The Experience of Licking a Dog? After hearing Ron's words, Just as He Xiaohu was about to raise his glass to drink, his movements suddenly stopped, and his heartbeat accelerated wildly at this moment. Is there any way to marry a blue rabbit? Why the hell do you want to try it? Laozi will definitely agree. As for the words, low probability, He Xiaohu simply chose to ignore it. In his opinion, the two words probability are equivalent to certain success. For a while, He Xiaohu has even imagined the scene of Blue Rabbit wearing a red hijab and a phoenix crown, being carried home in a sedan chair with 8 carriages, bowing to heaven and earth, and then entering the bridal chamber under the watchful eyes of countless people. Finally, there is only one litter of tiger cubs left. Oh, shit. This picture is so beautiful. Seeing He Xiaohu with a silly smile on his face, his eyes flashed with infinite longing for the future. Ron used dragon magic to explore his inner thoughts. After reading it, Ron's face suddenly filled with black lines. Do you want your imagination to be so big? I even thought about what to name the child. Immediately, Ron coughed. Ahem. Wake up first, stop dreaming. It's not certain whether it will work or not, so don't hold out too much hope. After coming back to his senses, He Xiaohu said confidently. It will definitely work. Boss, what exactly is the solution? Ron said softly. I have a set of teachings that teach people how to chase girls. The fees are very cheap, just give me some unicorn blood. Ron chose Dolphin's dog licking experience because he thought it was fun. I never thought I could change it for anything, and now, by using some Qilin blood and extracting the genes, Geisha or Liang Bing can clone a Qilin. It can only be said that it is a sure profit but not a loss. Heard the words, He Xiaohu agreed directly without thinking, no problem. But as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. So many days since the end of retreat. Not to mention Qilin blood, I have never seen even a single Qilin hair. But the thought of marrying a blue rabbit, He Xiaohu was instantly full of confidence again. Laozi must catch Qilin. At this time, an undetectable ray of light penetrated He Xiaohu's body. Instantly, countless inexplicable words appeared in my mind. Brother, please coax her. When she is in a good mood, she will be willing to pay attention to me. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, bow. Your throat must be sore after you've been screaming all night. I gave you pear soup. Oh, by the way, I picked up the chewing gum you spit out yesterday and chew it till now. It still smells like you. Close black lens bracket. When all is understood, He Xiaohu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, as if he could drip water. What the hell is all this mess, even if I like Blue Rabbit again? Laozi is a dignified young master of the demon sect, with unparalleled martial arts skills. How could he say such things? But, what if it works? But, if my father found out, would he be angry to death? Thinking of this, He Xiaohu took a sip of wine and murmured in a low voice. Oh, forget it. Whether it works or not, you won't know until you try it. After speaking, he stood up slowly and said, Boss, I'm leaving first. Promise me that I will bring your Qilin blood as soon as possible. Welcome next time. Ron smiled and watched He Xiaohu leave the tavern. At this time, Yu Yang Xiaomeng's sweet voice sounded. Today's young people are really cool. It's all because of love. I have taken in many stray girls who have run away from home. This is the case. This is her interest. Help, teach, and persuade those confused children to find their own direction in life. But, Rayleigh on the side became interested and asked quickly. Where are the girls? If you can't live at home, the old man can help. The old man's bed is too big. Yu Yang Xiaomeng also understood in seconds. A blush flashed across her round face. Oh uncle, what are you thinking? Those girls are all on the right track under my guidance. That's all right. Rayleigh lost interest immediately, turned around and started drinking by himself. Originally, he thought that he was getting tired of driving an old car with hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Find a new car. It is considered a good deed for new car drivers who have passed the break-in period after mentioning it. Who wants to? Don't pay attention to this old guy, you can only think about dirty things. Ron said with a straight face. It's okay, I can still adapt to this kind of joke. After all, I'm a mature woman. After Yu Yang Xiaomeng patted her chest, she muttered softly. Actually, I am more worried about Accelerator than those girls. He's just too emotionally unstable. The key is. This B************* D actually said that I am a strange creature, but I am a teacher, okay? Yu Yang Xiaomeng became more and more angry as she talked, puffing her cheeks like a cute hamster. Then, she also said a lot about the deeds of Accelerator. Advertisement of course, most of it is killing, destroying. Ron smiled and asked, aren't you the best at teaching people? Didn't try to put Accelerator on the right track? Yu Yang Xiaomeng took a sip of wine and sighed heavily. He completely ignores me. It seems that I am the heir. I'm sure it's not that you are too short. Accelerator is too lazy to look down at you. Ron complained in his heart, and said softly, you will succeed. Of course, I'm a teacher. Yu Yang Xiaomeng nodded seriously, then picked up the wine bottle and took a sip. Next, the two chatted a lot, until the second bottle of wine was finished. Yu Yang Xiaomeng was ready to get up and leave. I'm leaving first, there's still class tomorrow. I'll be here. Ron smiled and said, welcome to visit next time. Yu Yang Xiaomeng nodded, jumped off the chair, turned around and left the tavern. At this time, the system's prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Open black lens bracket ding, customer He Xiaohu has finished talking. close black lens bracket. Customer Hei Xiaohu, black-hearted evil palm, Kuafu goes day by day. The host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Customer Yueyang Xiaomeng has finished talking. Close black lens bracket. Customer Yueyang Xiaomeng. Anti-aging technology of human cells, chemical theory, psychological theory. Host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Customer Yueyang Xiaomeng confides in the people involved. Accelerator will visit the tavern soon. Close black lens bracket. Ron said softly. Choose the black heart evil palm and the technology to inhibit the aging of human cells. Make a skill book and put it in the system warehouse. After speaking, Ron put the chair down and prepared to take a nap. During this time, the guests also left in 2s and 3s. When Ron got up and finished dinner, no one came to the door. Ron simply ended his business for the day, early the next morning. After Ron woke up, he was eating breakfast and reading the newspaper as usual. It is worth mentioning that this newspaper was run by the world government, and the news reported was not as explosive as before. It's all about the bravery of the Marines, the good deeds of the celestial dragons, etc. Ron felt sick to his stomach watching it, at this time. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. Jingle, as the door was slowly pushed open. Shenhai strode in and greeted with a smile. Boss, good morning. Ron looked up and raised his eyebrows, since the guests with the characteristics of teacher have already come. After the deep sea acted as the first guest to enter the tavern, the system will analyze the characteristics of the deep sea and invite guests from other worlds. Let's hope it's not some weird feature. Chapter 154. A white dove in a church cannot kiss a crow. Ron kept thinking in his mind about the characteristics of the deep sea. Animal activist? Pervert? Or exotic object fetish? What the hell? It seems to be full of strange characteristics. Just when Deep Sea came to sit down at the bar and took a sip of the wine brought by Thor, the system's mechanical beep sounded slowly in Ron's mind. Ding, guest. Shenhai has entered the tavern and started testing. Close black lens bracket. Ding, testing completed. Close black lens bracket. After system analysis, the characteristics of the Deep Sea are pervert, and the subsequent 4 guests from other worlds will also have the pervert characteristics. Close black lens bracket. P.S. Guests from other worlds randomly invited every day are not included. Close black lens bracket. It is indeed such a strange characteristic. After finishing the meal with a dark face, Ron took the unread newspaper and stood up and sat down at the bar. Why are you here so early today? Change to normal times. People from Shenhai and the motherland only come to the pub to drink near noon. My wife left, and I couldn't sleep all night. Shenhai took a sip of wine, his face full of loss and helplessness. Why? Ron asked curiously. Since we got married, our life has become a little boring. I just want to join a partner and make our lives more exciting. But she still can't accept it. Deep Sea smiled bitterly. Her name is Ambrosius. She is very beautiful and sexy. It also satisfies the part of me that is most lacking. Ron suddenly felt something was wrong after hearing this. The Ambrosius in your mouth is an octopus, right? No wonder. Whenever you want to join a normal partner, it is impossible for your wife to run away. You should have guessed it. That's right, she's an octopus. Whether it's the size, the feel, or the stimulation it brings to me, it's even far better than Timothy. Deep Sea murmured to himself, and Ambrosius is also willing to accept my wife. I'm even willing to have some intimate contact with her, but why doesn't my wife agree? Ron sighed softly. If it were any ordinary person, I'm afraid it would be impossible for him to agree. Whatever. After Shenhai waved his hand, he kept pouring wine into his mouth. As alcohol continues to stimulate the brain, his feelings for those sea animals also became more and more uncontrollable. What comes to mind is not even my wife, but octopus, dolphin, lobster. Ever since I had the ability to communicate with marine animals, Deep Sea's heart has undergone earth-shaking changes. The simplicity and sometimes cooperation of animals are far beyond comparison with humans. Advertisement therefore, his desire for sea animals has gradually become greater than that of human women. But this manifestation is not limited to the deep sea. Ever since I got superpowers, Black Robe, the deepest, darkest, and most invisible desires in the hearts of other heroes in the world are completely released. That's why countless heroes with extreme pervert have been created. At this time, I also fantasized about going deep into the deep sea with marine animals, and accidentally saw the newspaper in Ron's hand. After casually glancing at the contents inside, he couldn't help but sneered. Tisk tisk tisk. I didn't expect that this world also promotes truth, goodness and beauty. The world is as dark as a crow. Ron said softly, they can't do anything. You can't show all the dark side of this world, right? Like the doves in the church will not kiss the crows, for they will die in gossip. It's cruel and true, isn't it? Shenhai was about to refute and express his own point of view. But he saw that the door of the tavern was pushed open. Rayleigh walked in with a high head and shouted, it's cruel, that's right. But in Crow's world, whether it's a swan or a dove, they're all guilty. So, if the world government wants to do this, that's their business. Stop talking about such a heavy topic, it's better to be happy when you come here to drink. Ron and Shenhai raised their eyebrows at the same time after hearing this. Good guy. This old guy isn't feeling right today. Forget about not driving, he actually started talking about the philosophy of life. What do you two mean by that look in your eyes? This feeling. It's like saying, a dog that eats shit every day, why is it eating vegetables today? Rayleigh's face darkened and she asked loudly, insult. This is simply a naked insult, I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Ron denied it 3 times. Real? Rayleigh looked suspicious, and immediately took out a devil fruit and placed it on the bar. This is the devil fruit I promised you yesterday. The specific category is unknown. Okay. After Ron put devil fruit into the warehouse, he took out 2 bottles of wine from the wine cabinet and handed them to Rayleigh. This is deer whip wine, try it. See? Rayleigh couldn't wait to pour herself a glass. Gulu. The moment a sip of wine entered my throat. His body actually became a little hot, and dopamine and hormones were secreted crazily. Good wine. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle, can you give me a taste? Shenhai asked softly. Advertisement. Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, then poured him half a glass. When Deep Sea drank it, he couldn't help but moan happily. Oh, my god. Now I really want Ambrosius to test how powerful I am. Rayleigh lowered his voice and asked, Ambrosius is not an octopus again, is he? Ron didn't speak, just nodded silently. Rayleigh's face darkened suddenly. What the hell? If I had known earlier, I would not have given this pervert a drink. Such a waste, as time passes little by little. Regular guests such as the Holy Master and his son, Liang Bing, Geisha, Tushan Yaya, Ace Day, and Saitama also came to the tavern one after another. For a while, the originally quiet tavern became extremely lively. Boss, this is what I promised you yesterday. The Holy Master said and handed over a box. What's the use of this clothes? Ron opened it and saw a purple robe lying quietly inside. This is a wizard's robe. It can not only increase your own strength, speed, and magic power. You can also add more time when practicing trumpet. The Holy Lord lowered his voice to avoid being heard by the demon dragon. This dress. There are only 3 pieces in the entire hell. One was collected by the Lord, one was given to Ron, and the whereabouts of the other are still unknown. If the demon dragon knows the effect, he will definitely tear this robe to pieces. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in the Holy Lord's ears, like a demon whispering. Old stuff. Lousy heard everything. The Holy Lord turned around and saw the demon dragon looking at him with a murderous expression. If you hear it, what can you do? The Holy Lord said with a frown on his neck. Let's go to a duel, I win. Hand over your robe, I know you must still have it. The demon dragon said with a murderous expression. Walk. The Holy Lord roared and pulled his silly son towards the duel. Not long after the two left, the doorbell rang suddenly. Jingle. Chapter 155. Those who long for a peaceful life and inner peace. Pervert. Jingle. As the bell rang, the door was slowly pushed open. Everyone in the tavern also looked over subconsciously, and a tall man appeared in sight. The man has blonde hair and a thin face. Under a purple suit and a green striped shirt, his whole body is full of elite atmosphere. The person here is the ultimate villain from the JoJo world, Yujie. At the same time, it is also the first alien guest with the pervert characteristic. Although it looks like an office worker, likes to live a smooth, quiet life inconspicuously. But the real face is a standard murderer with serious hand fetishism, which shows the degree of pervert. And at this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone in the tavern, Yujie, who was standing at the door, felt the pressure doubled. But his strong heart made him accept that this is another world. He glanced at the tavern with an extremely calm expression. The tavern is spacious, luxurious and clean. The air is also filled with the aroma of wine that makes alcoholics fascinated. This is undoubtedly a perfect place to drink for Yujie, who pursues a high-quality life. Immediately, Kira Yoshikage swept past everyone. A wolf that can walk upright, 2 monsters who are talking to each other, angel sisters who are quarreling. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have been scared away. But he stood up straight and said slowly, my name is Yujie. 33 years old this year. I live in the villa area northeast of Duong Town, and I'm not married. Working in the Guiyu chain department store. I will go home before 8 o'clock at the latest every day. I don't smoke, and the wine is limited to light tasting. Go to bed on time at 11 o'clock in the evening, and be sure to sleep for 8 hours. Before going to bed, I also drink a cup of hot milk and do stretching exercises for 20 minutes to relax my body before going to bed. I sleep until dawn almost every day. Wake up in the morning like a baby without any fatigue or stress. Doctors say I'm normal. This self-introduction of Yujie lingers in everyone's ears. There is no lag in the middle, it's as if I've been in contact countless times. Only, the tavern was eerily quiet at the moment. Everyone looked at Kira in bewilderment. What the hell is this? The doctor said you were normal, you call him over. Lousy promises not to kill this quack. Advertisement. At this time, seeing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Ron broke the silence. Welcome, Mr. Kira Yoshikage. My name is Ron, and I'm the owner of this tavern. Please take a seat. Kira Yoshikage nodded, and walked slowly to the bar to sit down. What a coincidence. It happened that Shenhai and the people from the motherland were sitting next to him. The 3 of them just glanced at each other, and they were still sure in their hearts. This guy must be a pervert. Soon. Thor held a bottle of wine and put it in front of Yujie. Your wine, please use it slowly. Thanks. After Yujie nodded very politely, he glanced at Thor's weak and boneless little hand without any trace. Beautiful, so beautiful. This is definitely the most beautiful hand Kira has ever seen. None of the women he had killed before could compare with it. It can be next second. These white, tender, slender hands turned into a pair of dragon claws covered with green scales. Kira Yoshikage thought he was wrong, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming that you were not mistaken, he seemed to hear something break. Yes. It was my heart that was broken. This feeling was like seeing a peerless beauty just now and was about to strike up a conversation. But in the next second, I found that it was a flowery girl with her nostrils buttoned. It hurts, you better restrain yourself here. Otherwise, you don't even know how you died. Shen Hai saw that something was wrong with him and warned him softly. No, you don't understand my mood at all. Kira Yoshikage unscrewed the bottle cap, filled the wineglass, raised his head and took a sip, then murmured in a low voice. When I first saw that Mona Lisa, how should I put it? That. Although it's a bit obscene, but I'm bokeyed. Speaking of this, he actually calmed down again. Forget it, if it's gone, it's gone. This hand is also very good. After Yujie finished speaking, he took out a severed hand from his bosom and observed it carefully. Like that. It's like looking at the most beautiful woman in the world. See this scene. The people of the motherland and the deep sea on the side were silent at the same time. Original. Advertisement. The two of them thought that drinking freshly squeezed milk and playing with sea animals was pervert enough. Unexpectedly, there will be another more pervert in the tavern. Little devil, isn't this too pervert? Rayleigh also had a chill. You don't understand. Ron lowered his voice and explained. Kira Yoshikage, though pervert, but what I like is a peaceful, and trouble-free lifestyle. It's very real, just like an ordinary person, and the only difference between him and ordinary people is that he unreservedly expresses the dark side of his heart in some things that are restrained. If you look at Yujie's life from the perspective of God, more or less, you can see some shadows of yourself. Rayleigh nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Yujie asked curiously, Boss, you seem to know me very well. Ron nodded, of course. A pervert who compares the motive of killing to the irrepressible growth of fingernails, it's hard for me not to understand. Thank you for your compliment. Kira Yoshikage stroked the severed hand and said softly. However, that's just my inner desire, and I just want to live a peaceful and comfortable life, and I want to live a happier life than anyone else. Having said that, but the peaceful life, defined by Kira Yoshikage, is different. Peace of mind above all else. Killing people is a necessary way to seek peace of mind. For this reason, he can even ignore all rules and laws in the world. Ron smiled. I wish you a happy life, heard the words. Kira was silent. Can you really live happily ever after? What is happiness? Is it that intangible bloodthirsty desire? Or the inner peace defined by oneself? For a while, countless questions flashed through Kira's heart one by one. But soon, he came up with the answer. If this kind of life can continue, then I will be able to live with a Boki. At this time, Shen Hai, who was sitting on the side, grinned and said, I once heard Brother Xiao Zizai say it. You and I are both perverts obsessed with death and falling into darkness. If there is still a glimmer of light in your heart, then point the butcher knife at the person who should be killed. Isn't this sentence handsome? Yujie was stunned for a moment, then, as if looking at a fool, he glanced at Shen Hai. Sorry, that seems so silly to me. I only kill women. I can't live without killing women. Only destroying and possessing those beautiful existences can make me feel peaceful. Chapter 156. You claim to be righteous, but I am murderous in my heart, but there is still a glimmer of light. Pervert. This is definitely a pervert with a dark heart to the ultimate. At least, people from the motherland in Shen Hai think so. Just killing people. You still have to kill women. That's fine, and it's a pretense that only by destroying those beautiful existences can you calm your heart. Nausea. If this is in the country of the motherland, 100% will be subjected to cyber violence. How? Do you despise Laozi's S*X as a shopping bag? There was a long silence. Shen Hai took a sip of wine and said slowly. Like most of the guests in the tavern, you are more or less flawed in character. Let me guess, your special hobbies are probably caused by family reasons? Perhaps you are the deepest in the darkness, but family reasons have magnified the twisted part of your personality infinitely. Can I understand it this way? You don't know how to get along with people, but subconsciously long for the emotions between people. And the severed hand in your hand may be a kind of emotional sustenance? Like the people of the motherland, he needs to win people's attention before he can feel the meaning of life. Looking at the deep sea that talks eloquently, the motherlanders on the side couldn't help clenching their fists tightly. What does it mean to gain attention in order to find the meaning of life? Are you living enough? However, the people of the motherland finally resisted the urge to go deep into the sea. After all, Shen Hai is now the president of the Animal Protection Association and the vice president of environmentalism. In case you screw up, popular support must have plummeted. If that is the case, as Shen Hai said, the people of the motherland will completely lose the meaning of life. And Kira didn't say anything after listening to it, and then chose to remain silent. It seems that I am too lazy to argue, and it is also like a prophecy in the deep sea. He stroked the broken hand, his eyes were full of tenderness, as if he was looking at his girlfriend. When a glass of wine is drunk, Kira Yoshikage then put down a wad of banknotes and said slowly. I drank a lot today. Boss, the wine here is good and the people are very interesting. I will come to have a drink every day after get off work. Please save this bottle for me first. Advertisement self-disciplined people are always like this. No matter how much you like a thing, you will be very restrained and will not break the rules that have been held for many years. Ron smiled. Welcome to visit next time. Kira Yoshikage nodded, and then put the severed hand into a bag, then slowly got up, and wanted to walk outside the tavern. Look at the familiar craft paper bag. Ron felt happy immediately. It turns out that the timeline about Kira hasn't started yet. In this case, will Kujo Jotaro come to the tavern? Can I also play Oiler, Ola, Ola, Ola? After pondering for a moment. The system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Kira Yoshikage finished talking, close black lens bracket. Customer Kira Jiying. Cooking skills, Killer Queen. The host can choose one ability, close black lens bracket. Hearing the prompt, Ron said directly, pick the Killer Queen and fuse now. Ding, start merging the Killer Queen, making up for the lack of ability has been completed, close black lens bracket. As the system's voice fell, a phantom appeared behind Ron. The main body of the phantom is light pink, dressed as a boxer, with a face in the shape of a cat skull, and two cat-like ears standing on both sides of the head. It looks like a big pink cat. There's a third bomb. Losers eat dust. Ron murmured in a low voice with a look of surprise on his face. This is definitely a bug-level ability, if it weren't for the talented elementary school student Kawajiri Hayato. In the end, Kira Yoshikage will definitely be able to unite the entire protagonist group. Pity. No one went to the duel field to fight today, otherwise Ron would definitely experiment. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw Xiao Zizai walking in carrying large and small bags. He looked around and found that Akainu was not there, so he came to the bar and sat down. Boss, I've already taken care of things in that world. Ron asked curiously. How did you convince the leaders of Netatong Company? Xiao Zizi shrugged. I promised those old guys that I will never appear in the public eye in this life. Once my presence is discovered, the company can kill me at any time. After hearing this, Ron couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good guy. This really doesn't leave any escape route for yourself. But, from today on, the pirates on this sea will also suffer. Advertisement what they have to face is Xiao Zizai, who has completely unleashed his murderous nature. Soon. Akainu also rushed to the tavern after being notified by Geisha's secret communication. He said with a serious face, have you thought about it? Xiao Zizai nodded silently. The world is different now. Akainu lit a cigar and said calmly. Starting today. You're not just facing pirates, you're also facing a revolutionary army, Doflamingo. And numerous countries that have staged riots. Ever since Morgan's published that report about IM. More than half of the countries that have joined the world government have withdrawn. The Revolutionary Army and Doflamingo are also working secretly, allowing civilians in countless countries to begin marches, protests, and vent their dissatisfaction with the world government and celestial dragons. The world government has also sent troops to suppress it. Finally, after killing countless civilians, the situation calmed down slightly. But this also aroused the resentment of the common people. I will slowly experience the world. Although I am bloodthirsty, I never kill indiscriminately. Self-defense and eliminating demons are my standards for killing. One day, I discovered that the real devil turned into you, or the so-called world government. I will not hesitate to turn the butcher's knife around. Xiao Zizai lowered his head and took a sip of wine and said calmly. Watch your words. Akainu frowned slightly and couldn't help but scolded. Don't worry, Mr. Akainu. You and I are both people who lack reverence for life. Or a patient, you could say. You think you are righteous, but I am murderous in my heart, but there is still a glimmer of light. One day, your justice and the light in my heart will point the way forward. And now, let's start with the pirates. Xiao Zizi opened his arms and looked up at Akainu, like a crazy believer, praising the greatness of the Lord. Haha. Akainu smiled bitterly. I really don't know now whether inviting you to join Marine is the right choice. Xiao Zizai patted him on the shoulder. I won't let you down. Let's go see Naval Headquarters. With that said, he picked up the big and small bags and walked out of the tavern. But as soon as he walked out, Xiao Zizai came back and said to Akainu. All my money stayed in that world. Brother Akainu, help me pay for the drinks. Akainu. Chapter 157 Bloodthirsty Ghosts, Merciful Monks. Akainu regretted it. Just invite a pervert to join the Marine. Lousy has to pay for the drink? He had a faint premonition in his heart. Xiao Zizai will definitely be a big trouble in the future. There are endless asses to wipe, not to mention, even yourself may get involved. But, things have come to this point, and we can only take one step at a time. After paying, Akainu led Xiao Zizai out of the tavern with a dark face, went to the nearest port, and returned to Marin by warship to go through a series of formalities. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Rayleigh said with a smile, although Xiao Zizai is a little crazy. But, some of his actions may affect a group of Marines. Since the last battle with Xiao Zizai, combined with what he said, Rayleigh knew in his heart that this is an out-and-out lunatic. The things he did, the people he killed, it comes entirely from the steelyard in the heart, and the only remaining light in the heart. The world couldn't be more perfect for a guy like this born pervert. He was lucky, too, with a job that allows him to vent his instincts and a heart that is unwilling to fall. Ron smiled. You are right, in the near future, there will be a large number of people who support him in Marine. Rayleigh nodded and said proudly, let's wait and see, the old man's vision is very accurate. The voice just fell. The system's mechanical prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer Xiao Zizai has finished talking, close black lens bracket. Customer Xiao Zizai, dragon grasping hands, flower fingers. The host can choose an ability, close black lens bracket. After thinking for a while, Ron said, choose the flower finger and fuse it. Ding, start to fuse the Nianhua finger, make up for the lack of ability has been completed, close black lens bracket. Next second, everything about Nianhua appeared in Ron's mind. When using this trick, in the process of putting two fingers together, a small gravitational vortex will be formed between the fingers. The user can control the direction of gravity to attract different parts of the opponent's body. Bridge beam sacks. After knowing everything, Ron suddenly realized that something was not quite right. This is definitely a tactic used against the enemy. Instead of using it at night, if this trick is used on Lucia, Lousy can't become Deu? You can study it tonight, but let Rem prepare some extra sheets in case the flood happens. Xiao Zizai and Akainu left the tavern. Advertisement since the area from 1 to 30 is now given to Ron by the world government. Ports in the 13th area are also temporarily suspended. The two could only come to the number 70 area next door to take a warship to return. Xiao Zizai just stepped on the gangway, but stopped and turned his head to look backward. What's wrong? Akainu, who was walking ahead, turned around and asked. I didn't expect there to be traffickers in this world. Xiao Zizai sneered. Akainu followed his gaze for a look. I saw a group of traffickers pulling 5 or 6 women towards a dark corner. Actually, that's not a real trafficker. It's the thugs raised by celestial dragons, who specialize in snatching some beautiful women for them to choose. Chosen, these women would be the celestial dragons' playthings. If you don't like it, either you will be killed, or you will be rewarded to those thugs. So Marine saw it, and turned a blind eye, and at this moment, Akainu didn't speak, he wanted to see what Xiao Zizai would do. The ghost spider vice admiral snorted coldly. New here, I advise you to stay out of your own business. Otherwise no one can save you. Xiao Zizai glanced at him and said with a smile, dude, civilians are being oppressed. You guys turn a blind eye as Marines. Very good, it can be regarded as a new understanding of the world. Language fall. Xiao Zizai's figure disappeared in front of the Marine soldiers of number 1 middle school. Next second, the shrill screams resounded throughout the port. In this, there were also the sounds of limbs being torn apart, and Xiao Zi's pervert laughter. See this scene. Ghost Spider's expression changed drastically, and he shouted quickly. Go right away. These people must survive. If these thugs die, they will hit the celestial dragons in the face. When? All the Marines present must have had their shoes cut off. However, when Ghost Spider and the Marine soldiers on the battleship arrived at the scene, their faces were full of horror. The originally lush grass was stained red with blood. Various organs and severed limbs were arranged in an orderly manner, painting the scene in front of them as a hellish scene. Everyone, you are late. Xiao Zizai shook off the blood on his hands, his eyes were filled with scarlet red, and his face was full of pleasure after his desire to kill was satisfied. Do you know what you are doing? Ghost Spider growled tremblingly. Of course I know, but what was your original intention of joining Marine in the first place? Get paid and clock out. Sorry, if I wear the same uniform as you in the future, it will only make me sick. Advertisement, although first join Marine just to let myself release my desires reasonably. But more importantly, I still want the light in my heart to be infinitely magnified, so as to suppress the inner demons. Xiao Zizi's calm voice echoed in everyone's ears. After hearing this, Ghost Spider and all the Marine soldiers felt even more ashamed. Yes. When first joined Marine, wasn't it just to kill all the people like this? So what were you doing just now? Going to the theater? Watching these two mother and daughter being snatched away for those who slaughtered and abused them. A long time. A Marine major stood up, you're right. No matter who they are from now on, no matter what price they have to pay, they will be killed and smashed to pieces. Another soldier raised his sword high and said, clean the sea. Immediately afterwards, 1, 2, 3. In the end, all the soldiers raised their arms and shouted. Kill all the pirates and clear the entire sea, for a while. It was as if a seed had been planted in the bones of this group of Marines, constantly taking root and sprouting. Until that blood-red Bana flower fully blooms. See this scene. Akainu nodded with satisfaction, this was what he wanted to see. As for the celestial dragons, he will wipe Xiao Zizai's butt. Immediately, Akainu stepped forward and introduced. This is my newly recruited Vice Admiral, Xiao Zizai. Just as the Marines were about to applaud and welcome. But Xiao Zizai turned around and walked in front of a dead woman. She was killed just now when the trafficker's gun suddenly went off during the fight. He knelt down, clasped his hands, and silently chanted and prayed. Just now, he was like a murderous evil ghost. Is there anyone who is in darkness, but still has a glimmer of light in his heart? Just as everyone was drinking and chatting happily, the doorbell suddenly rang. P.S. Guess who this is and win a prize, jingle. As the door was pushed open, A bald middle-aged man with an average appearance and a small axe in his hand walked in slowly. At the same time, this moment, very contradictory. Inside the Wanjie Tavern, Akainu murmured quietly. But now, he has become a compassionate monk. Xiao Zizi's temperament change. Ron. Letting someone like this join Marine really poses a problem for me. But it couldn't be more suitable for him. Chapter 158 The Genius Inventor. I heard movement at the door. Everyone in the tavern turned their heads and glanced. Seeing that he was an ordinary person, he lost interest again. But, Aizen saw that Grey Wolf was distracted while completing Hogyoku, and he had the urge to strangle him to death. What the hell? Laozi comes to the tavern every day, either roasting sheep, looking for tools, and doing all sorts of things. Can you stop being distracted? Go find a polishing machine. Grey Wolf lowered his head and waved his paw. Okay, King Big Wolf. Aizen nodded, quickly ran to the kitchen, and asked Rem and the others where the polishing machine was. And at this moment, Ron, who was sitting at the bar, subconsciously looked up and was slightly startled. Bridge bean sacks. Why does this middle-aged man look so familiar? He is a bit hunchbacked, holding a small axe in his hand, and has a mustache that looks like a bad guy. Isn't this the bald Chang from the world of Bear Infested? Same as Big Wolf, although it looks ordinary, it is a concept level. As long as he wants, there is nothing that cannot be invented. Certainly, just like the big Grey Wolf catching the sheep, he couldn't chop down the trees no matter what. Welcome, Mr. Bald Chang. My name is Ron, and I own this pub. After coming back to his senses, Ron stood up with a smile and greeted. You. Hello. A voice guided me here. Bald Chang looked around the tavern, with a hint of surprise in his voice. He has seen talking bears, squirrels, and monkeys. But, what is going on with these two monsters who are holding their heads and crying? Like a man-eating demon in a fairy tale book. Immediately, while looking at the guests around him, he came to the bar and sat down. Soon, Thor held a bottle of Erguodo and placed it in front of Bald Chang. Guest, please use your wine slowly. Thank you. Bald Chang nodded, then opened the bottle, filled the glass, and then took a sip. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, the refreshing taste made Bald Chang's eyes suddenly light up. Is this Erguodo? This is much more fragrant than the Erguodo I drank before. Could it be that all the drinks I drank before were fake bars? Ron smiled. Maybe it's psychological. If you like it, drink more. Actually, advertisement the wine in the tavern has been systematically optimized. So both the taste and texture are countless times better than the original wine. Otherwise, just relying on the original taste of these wines, strong men like Pluton and Geisha would never be able to visit the tavern every day. Well, drink more. I didn't complete the tasks assigned by my boss, so I got scolded by him on the phone early in the morning. Bald Chang sighed and took another sip of wine. Didn't you cut down the tree again? Ron asked softly. That's right, but I can't understand. Why can't I chop down a tree no matter how hard I try or how wonderful I invent? Bald Chang said dejectedly. He felt as if the forest had cast a spell on him. Every time he was about to succeed or defeat the two bears. But in the end they all failed. Disaster, too difficult. I recall that back then, I was a tree-cutting champion. Maybe your invention is not strong enough, if you are willing to. You can communicate with Big Wolf. Ron lit a cigarette and said with a smile. Bald Chang followed his gaze and turned his head to look. The Grey Wolf with the sweet potato hat was nibbling on the sheep while developing something with sparks and lightning. See this scene. Bald Chang couldn't help but look confused. What's the deal between Laozi and this wolf? Did he eat himself? Seeing this, Ron explained with a smile. He is a genius inventor just like you. You can even rub rockets with your hands. Language fall. Before Bald Chang could respond, find Aizen at the polisher, just passing by the bar. After hearing Ron's words, his eyes lit up. An inventor like Big Wolf? If you let this man complete Hogyoku for yourself, does that mean he can abandon King Big Wolf? No. It's not abandoning, but once a cooperation is reached, Laozi will kill Big Wolf directly. Recently, Aizen really has enough of serving Big Wolf. Every day, I'm not looking for all kinds of weird tools, or I can't finish roasting sheep. That's fine. Advertisement if one is unhappy, it can range from scolding a few words to a big fight. This took a toll on Aizen's heart and self-esteem. Immediately, he came to sit down beside Bald Chang and said softly. I heard what you said just now. Is it because you can't see the tree? How about we cooperate? You help me complete one thing, and I help you cut down all the trees in the world. The bald head took a strong look at the man with the big back. What do you want to complete? Hold on. Seeing that there was something going on, Aizen got up and walked behind Big Wolf and said in a soft voice. Big Wolf, someone out there wants to watch Hogyoku, can I take a break from work? Before Bald Chang did not agree, or he was not sure that he could complete Hogyoku. Aizen dare not offend Big Wolf. If the bald head can't make up for it by force, then it's a chicken and egg fight. Take it and take it. Big Grey Wolf nodded, although he didn't say anything, he always felt weird in his heart. The man who just arrived will not be able to complete Hogyoku, right? Isn't it the end of the calf? If he could, Aizen would definitely kill himself immediately. Think of this. Big Wolf didn't dare to hesitate and quickly came to the bar with Aizen to sit down, staring straight at Bald Chang. This is Hogyoku. Aizen put the Hogyoku on the table and then described the function of the Hogyoku again. After the bald head listened, he looked at the blue-black gemstone in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim. What a powerful ability. If it is completed, after I fuse with Hogyoku, the two bears will definitely not be able to stop me from cutting trees. But, sorry, I haven't been in touch with this aspect, so I shouldn't be able to help you complete it. Heard the words. Big Wolf heaved a sigh of relief. A gleam of disappointment flashed in Aizen's eyes. What the hell? This will have to be used by the Big Wolf King for many years. Forget it, now as long as you can complete Hogyoku, you can suffer a little bit. Just when Aizen was about to return to his original position, Bald Chang suddenly changed the subject, but, since this wolf can make up for it, then I'll look into it, it should be fine, Aizen. Big Wolf. Chapter 159. It is my respect for you to draw the sword for you, and it is kindness to you not to light the axe and chainsaw. Aizen and Big Wolf looked at each other. The former's eyes were full of excitement. As for the latter, the pupils shrank suddenly, this moment. Big Wolf panicked a little. What the hell? Just drink your wine and it's over, what's the trouble? In case you can really complete Hogyoku, then Aizen should kill Ben the first time? Think of this. Big Wolf's brain was running fast, thinking about strategies. How about you try it now? Although Aizen tried his best to restrain himself, his slightly trembling tone could not conceal his inner excitement. Finally, the turned serfs sang, but, the only thing that makes Aizen have some doubts is that, wouldn't Bald Chang be as difficult to serve as Big Wolf? Say it in advance. I can't guarantee it will work. Bald Chang took over Hogyoku and kept watching carefully. Okay, you try first. Aizen nodded, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he glanced at Big Wolf inadvertently. Instantly, cold sweat broke out from Big Wolf's body. This is my research project. It's about to succeed, you can't come out halfway to grab the fruits of victory from the king. Big Wolf didn't dare to hesitate, and subconsciously snatched Hogyoku from Bald Chang's hand. He was anxious. Aizen couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw this, as if he was watching a show. The current situation is in Aizen's favor. If Big Wolf and Bald Chang fight because of Hogyoku, then come directly to raise the price with one hand. Whether it is to make Big Wolf shorten the time to complete Hogyoku, or let the bald head strengthen Hogyoku, it is an excellent choice. And at this moment, Bald Chang frowned slightly, subconsciously resting his right hand on the axe placed on the bar. Finish that Hogyoku. You may be able to complete the boss's task by yourself. How can a wolf spoil a good thing? Bring it, Bald Chang snorted coldly. Big Wolf didn't want to cause trouble either, so he just said lightly. Instead of cutting down trees for you, how about I invent a machine and let you do it yourself? Being able to do it myself for many years has never achieved the goal. I won't say anything about the joy that arises in your heart, but you should understand it in your heart. Speaking of which, Big Wolf felt a dull pain in his heart. What the hell? This is what I said to myself, advertisement. It would be great if I could catch the sheep with my own hands. Watching the live sheep slowly turn into delicious food in the boiling water. My wife must be happy to die, and at this moment. When Bald Chang heard the words, his eyes immediately lit up. Yes. Compared with the help of others, completing the tasks assigned by the boss by himself is the best way to find the feeling of the logging champion back then. For a while, the image of him driving a logging machine, chopping down trees, and beating the two bears suddenly came to Bald Chang's mind. After thinking about it, Bald Chang said slowly, you convinced me. I will not interfere with Hogyoku's affairs, however, the machine you make must be aggressive. Big Wolf nodded. Okay, I will prepare the logging machine and hand it over to you as soon as possible. If there is any deficiency in it, you can also tell me. No problem, the boss also said, let me communicate with you more. Bald Head said with a strong smile. Looking at the two talking freely, Aizen's heart was broken. It's hard to meet someone who can complete Hogyoku. Result. Was messed up again by the Big Wolf King. But it's okay, I didn't offend the Big Wolf King in advance, otherwise I would have been killed. After a while, seeing that Big Wolf and Big Wolf were chatting about logging machines in full swing, Aizen couldn't help urging. King Big Wolf, should we complete Hogyoku? The voice just fell. A big paw landed on Aizen's head. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound. Aizen almost staggered and fell off the chair, and his neat back became a little messy. Big Wolf said in a deep voice, don't think that my lord doesn't know what you're thinking. There will be another time. Hogyoku is up to you. For a while, Yuan Tiangong, Ace Kano, Yujie Xiaomeng and other new guests all looked over. They wanted to see how Aizen would react. Will he disregard the rules of the tavern in a rage and kill Big Wolf directly? But, Aizen just smiled gently, good Big Wolf, there will be no next time. See this scene. Yuan Tiangong, Ace Kano and others' eyes widened. Useless. It's so useless. If it were him, he would let Big Wolf know what a black hand is. Actually, advertisement Aizen also wants to turn his face. But I have endured it for so many days, it is too bad to turn my face now. Go and roast 2 sheep for the king. Sheep snatches, egg skins, kidneys and the like. After Big Wolf gave an order, he returned to the original position and continued to complete Hogyoku. Okay, King Big Wolf. Aizen nodded and trotted all the way to the kitchen. Soon, a strong aroma slowly floated out from the kitchen. See, Bald Chang looked at Ron curiously. Boss. Can Grey Wolf really complete Hogyoku? I'm not even sure. Ron smiled and said, of course you can, and you have to have some confidence in yourself. Concept level characters like Bald Chang and Big Wolf. Never think of them with common sense, suddenly. Looking at the Bald Chang in front of him, Ron suddenly remembered the spoof video from his previous life. Only strong, if that video is directly instilled into Bald Chang's memory. Then can he display this strength? Oh, yes, I have a dual field here. Do you want to play a game with the guests here? If you win the game, money is indispensable. It is enough for you to enjoy the new year in the countryside. Even if you lose, you only need to give one thing you invented as a venue fee. Ron asked with a smile. Bald Chang was overjoyed at first, but then his face drooped. Forget it. Your guests here are too strong. On this point, Bald Chang is still self-aware. Rayleigh said with a smile. You can fight with the old man, just to stretch your muscles. Only at night can you flex your muscles. Try to have Shocky in my shape all day long. Old guy, I hope you don't regret it. Ron smiled, then got up, and put his right hand on Bald Chang's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, a magic circle engraved with countless obscure characters lit up. Moment. Bald Chang trembled all over, only feeling that some strange pictures had been implanted in his memory. The moment when the magic circle dissipated, Bald Chang's whole demeanor changed. His eyes are firm, his face is stern, and his gestures are filled with the breath of a strong man. Let's go to the dueling field. Rayleigh urged, as if he was getting impatient. The bald head took a sip of wine and said lightly. I admit that your excellency's skill is good, but it's not strong enough for me to use an axe. Boss. Lend me the knife hanging on the wall. It is my respect for you to draw the knife for you, and it is my kindness to you not to show the chainsaw and axe to you. Rayleigh. Chapter 160 The Sense of Fate in Vicissitudes. When Bald Chang's voice echoed in the tavern, it wasn't just Rayleigh who was dumbfounded. Even the other guests present were stunned for a moment. It's changed, it's all changed. If the Bald Chang just now was an ordinary middle-aged man. That now, his whole body exudes a sense of fate in the vicissitudes of life and his desire for the strong. This knife is named Ace. Ron took Roger's saber from the wall and handed it to Bald Chang. Receive the knife. Bald Chang gently stroked the blade with his right hand and murmured in a low voice. It's a nice knife. Mom, I will go back to the village for the new year when I do my job. Since being assigned to that forest, Bald Chang never went home again, not because he didn't have time, but because he lacked money. Let's go. I hope you're not putting on a show. Rayleigh firmly grasped the long sword pinned to his waist, got up and walked out. But just walked out the door, he turned back again and said with a smile. Everyone, do you have any bets? I said in the manner. Actually, it was just a lie to say that the fight was to prepare for the fight with Shocky at night. The opening is what Rayleigh really wants to do. The guests in the tavern are all rich people. Just press the point casually and you will have pension money for the rest of your life. When everyone in the tavern heard this, they immediately became interested and began to place bets. Tushan Yaya's eyes lit up even more, and she began to ask Rayleigh to collect money. When a group of people arrived at the duel field, the odds have reached 50 to 1, certainly. The bald head must be the one. After all, no matter how aggressive your words are or how bluffing your temperament is, in the end you have to rely on your strength to speak. And when Rayleigh knew the odds, he whispered to Tushan Yaya. Little girl, give me a hand secretly. Tushan Yaya tilted her head and asked curiously, are you trying to suppress yourself? Rayleigh shook his head and said with a serious face, no, the old man has to keep his head down. The sound is small though, but the voice was still keenly captured by everyone. For a while, everyone who had placed a bet was stunned. Special code. This game is not just for you to open, but also for you to play. Advertisement. Don't you want to play a fake match, you old man? Seeing that everyone's eyes were wrong, Rayleigh quickly explained. It's a pity not to gamble with such a high magnification. Reverse betting is the real meaning. Saying that, after Rayleigh put down a bag of gold coins, he jumped up and landed firmly in the center of the duel arena. Then I'll push myself too. Bald Chang took out his pocket and stuffed some steel coins and small denomination banknotes into Tushan Yaya's hands. Okay, stop betting. As of now, the odds are 2 to 60. Tushan Yaya waved his hand and yelled childishly. With the voice down, Bald Chang pulled out, ace, and stood with his hands behind his back. Under the slight force of his calf, his body floated straight to the duel field below. Finally, it landed slowly opposite Rayleigh without stirring up a speck of dust. See this scene. The Holy Lord and the others who made a big bet were all remorseful. Missed. This time it was really wrong. It should be stud strong with a bald head. On the other hand, Rayleigh, although his old face full of wrinkles is calm, but his heart is already full of joy. Originally, he was thinking of releasing the water secretly to salvage a fortune. But now it seems that there is no need. Let's start. After so many years, I also want to see the edge of ace in the past. Rayleigh smiled, then drew the long sword from his waist. Swish. Instantly, a sharp sword light suddenly flashed in front of everyone sitting in the auditorium. I smell the scent of bondage on your excellency. Is it this knife? Well, I will give you the greatest respect. Bald Chang raised the ace in his hand, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Language fall. The figures of the two disappeared instantly. In a blink, the sound of swords clashing with each other suddenly sounded. Between sparks, Rayleigh and Bald Chang were not in love with each other and they separated immediately. Just a blow. It's just that the bald man wants to know the strength of Rayleigh, and Rayleigh wants to test the strength of the bald man. Competition between strong men with swords is often like this. First test, then explore, and finally strive to defeat the enemy with one move. I admit that you are very strong. I can even see the figures of my two best friends in the forest from your excellency. Certainly, it's just a shadow for a moment. Bald Chang stood with a knife in one hand, and there was a hint of nostalgia in his trembling voice. Advertisement, ha ha ha, then I'm really honored. Next time you take them to the tavern, I'll treat them both to a drink. Rayleigh smiled lightly, and then unconsciously clenched the sword in her right hand. The blade of the sword, which was glowing with cold light, was quickly stained with a layer of red and black. Thunder suddenly rose out of thin air, flowing freely around the long sword. No problem. The bald man twitched the corner of his mouth, and after flipping his body in midair, he used the inertia to swing out the sword with all his strength. Next second, a sharp blade flashed past. Except for Geisha and other big guys, the other tavern guests were stabbed to the point of closing their eyes subconsciously. The wine in the air spreads all the way, directed at Rayleigh. It's not over yet, when the sword light shot out of the sky. An ink-colored aura rose around Bald Chang's body and then turned into countless air blades and slashed out. Saitama's attack is monotonous. The Bald Chang was full of special effects, surprising everyone in the stands. Tushan Yaya's eyes suddenly lit up. This uncle's moves are so cool. The Holy Lord clicked his tongue and said in wonder, the power is very strong, I don't know if Brother Rayleigh can withstand it. Geisha touched her pointed chin. Tisk tisk. When he entered the door just now, the heavenly system analyzed him and he is obviously an ordinary man. What did Ron do? Liang Bing smiled and said, Sister. Have you forgotten that when the two of us analyzed Grey Wolf, we also thought he was an ordinary wolf? After hearing Liang Bing's words, everyone nodded silently. At the same time, an idea became more and more firm in my mind. In the tavern, any ordinary-looking customer must be a boss. At this time, from what he means, he seems to be very strong. Rayleigh murmured softly. Ron said seriously, they're not humans, they're two bears. At the same time, Demon Xiaolong asked curiously, Boss, who are the two close friends Bald Chang mentioned just now? Roger, I don't know if your moves can withstand it. But, the incoming attack was even more powerful than the four emperors. Everyone present. The legendary pirate did not flinch. Even with a losing mentality, he still raised his sword and faced him. Too strong. P.S. Updates will resume from today, and we will try to make up for what we owed before. Faced with the incoming sword light and countless air blades, a large amount of sweat couldn't help but fall from Rayleigh's forehead. One more chapter before 7 o'clock. God avoids. Chapter 161. If you are stronger, you can let me take out the chainsaw and fight with you. God avoids. As the name suggests, even God has to retreat 3 points. Since Roger was executed, in the world of pirates, besides red hair, there are people who are shunned by the gods. There is only Rayleigh, the deputy captain, who gets along with Roger day and night. Bring it on. Rayleigh's old eyes shone coldly, and he suddenly slashed with a knife. Boom, due to Conqueror's characteristics, the sword body collided with the incoming sword light. But waves of aftermath still erupted in the air. Countless black and red lightning bolts shook the sky in the duel arena. Finally, accompanied by a loud, bang, sound, the entire Sabaody archipelago began to shake violently, and the port on the shore set off a huge wave. However, at this moment, Rayleigh not only did not relax her vigilance, but her nerves became even more tense. Young people today are really amazing. Rayleigh murmured softly after wiping away the blood that spilled from the corner of her mouth. This money is really hard to make. I originally thought that if the acting was more realistic during the battle and more blood was spilled, the audience would be able to present a realistic fake match. But who knows, Bald Chang actually used all his strength. Now, the air blades followed by the sword light came from all directions, and after rubbing with the air, they made a clanging sound. Immediately, Rayleigh's body sank slightly, and he held the sword behind his back and swept out. Swish. A circle of blood-red sword energy appeared and collided with the incoming air blade. Boom. Another violent roar sounded. The horrific aftermath wiped out everything in front of him, and the stone bricks under his feet were turned into powder. When the smoke clears, all the clothes on Rayleigh's upper body disappeared. Chu Yu's muscles were covered with blood, looking very miserable. Just when Rayleigh wanted to struggle to get up, a familiar long knife was placed on his neck. Immediately afterwards, Bald Chang's voice rang in his ears. If you can do this without dying, I admit that your strength is very strong. If you were stronger, you can let me take out the chainsaw and fight with him. At that time, I can also escort you into the forest and feel the breath of my two best friends. That is worth pursuing for your whole life. He paused and asked calmly, do you want to continue? Advertisement, forget it, I've already lost. Rayleigh deliberately put on a bitter face and struggled to stand up. Actually, he can continue to fight, but the final result can only be loss. Instead of being so tired, he would be seriously injured. It's better to admit defeat as soon as possible and go back to the tavern to count the money. And this wave has already been profitable, excluding the 20 million venue fee that should be paid to Ron and the devil fruit that should be paid as the loser. The money left over from this gamble, it's enough to make Rayleigh hang out in Ron's pub every day for the rest of her life. Okay, let's fight next time. Bald Chang nodded and then shouted to the audience, "Boss, I won." Language fall. Ron's figure instantly appeared in the duel arena and said with a smile, "Congratulations." After saying that, he erased the strongest memory implanted in Bald Chang's memory. When Bald Chang came to his senses and saw Rayleigh covered in blood and the mess in the duel field, he asked in disbelief. "Boss, what just happened? I seem to have said some incomprehensible words just now, and I even defeated this uncle." "Really, this is difficult for anyone to understand. It just gives you some power for a short time, if you still want that power. You can exchange with me, just use the props you invented or bought. With one item, I can give you 3 days of power." Ron touched his chin and said softly, "No problem." Bald Chang nodded directly in agreement without any hesitation. Those unused props are gathering dust at home. With the kind of power he had just now, the two bears could no longer stop him from chopping down the tree. Back in the audience, the Holy Lord asked very thoughtfully, "Brother Rayleigh, do you need me to treat you?" Rayleigh quickly shook her head and refused, "No. I am very confident in my body, and I will recover in a few days." The Holy Lord has placed a heavy bet on Rayleigh. If a match fixing is discovered while using the horse talisman for treatment, you will definitely get a beating. Seeing this, the Holy Lord did not force it. Rayleigh just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Tushan Yaya's milky voice saying, "Uncle, this is the remaining money after settlement." After receiving the big bag containing banknotes, gems, and gold, Rayleigh first picked 2 gems and handed them to Yaya as hard-earned money. But when he looked down at the money in the bag happily, he was dumbfounded. Advertisement except precious stones and gold, it was full of coins from other worlds, and none of them were berry. His work was almost in vain, and he was beaten in vain. "Old guy, I can help you switch to berry." Ron looked at the hopeless Rayleigh and said with a smile. "What conditions?" Rayleigh asked warily. Ron stretched out his palm and said softly, "It's very simple, I want 50%. After some mental struggle, Rayleigh finally nodded in agreement. "No way. If you don't agree, this bag of money will be a generation of waste paper." Return to the tavern. Everyone was talking and laughing about the battle just now. Only Rayleigh, like an eggplant beaten by frost, lay wilted on the bar drinking wine. No way. Wealth and freedom are about to begin. In the end, he was awakened by the reality, and no one could stand it. "Old man, this is your money. Don't forget that the losing party also has to pay for props." Ron smiled and handed a bag of berries to Rayleigh. This bag of berry was exchanged from the system. Any money in the world will be converted into berry when it is finally settled into turnover in the system. "I know." Rayleigh glared angrily. "Even if I can't do it, I can still use a soft brush to clean the door." Rayleigh was also very impressed by the looks from everyone and looked at Ron with a smile. "P.S. I will reply to the update of 2 chapters a day first, and I will make up for what I owe before." "How about it, kid?" Ron nodded silently. "That's right." On the side of the deep sea, the people of the motherland, the Holy Lord and others understood instantly after hearing this, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but raise crazily. "This trick is enough for you to learn for a lifetime." Rayleigh suddenly became energetic and said proudly, "Teach the children who are eager to learn and make progress." "Certainly. Looking at you like this, how can you still have energy at night?" Ron asked curiously. "Rayleigh, but can you tell me more about the process?" "Talking about this topic, finally, please ask for an update. I was really sick a few days ago and it took me the past 2 days to get better, otherwise I wouldn't be able to sit still or lie down. Please rest assured, readers, this book will be finished." Chapter 162. Teacher Rayleigh started class. Take out a small notebook and take notes. Rayleigh was taken aback by Ron's words. "Tell me about the detailed process?" "It's here? Still in front of so many people?" Rayleigh was about to refuse, but when he turned his head, he saw people from the motherland, Shanghai and others looking at him eagerly. Like that. Like a very studious child, eager to learn new knowledge. But, isn't it embarrassing to say this in public? Ahem. The tricks of this old man are not rumored. You can learn if you want. Call the old man father, and the old man may reveal something. Rayleigh curled his lips, pretending to be inscrutable. However, he still underestimated the pervert of the motherland. Without the slightest hesitation, the native of the motherland said with a serious face, "You can almost be my father at your age. So, it doesn't hurt me to call you a word. Father," when the last 2 words rang in my ears. Not only did Rayleigh spit out a sip of wine, but even the people in the tavern were stunned. What's the situation? In order to learn something new, there is no need to sacrifice so much, right? Seeing that everyone's eyes were wrong, the people from the motherland explained silently while drinking. "I haven't seen my parents since I was a child. Not only was he locked up in the company's laboratory, but he was also injected with a large amount of number 5 chemical. Not long ago, I met my father. I thought from then on, I could have a family too. But, Not only did he call me a coward who could only cry, but he also killed me. Talking. He got up slowly and looked at Rayleigh seriously. I heard that you don't have a son either, if you don't mind. I want to give you an old age, see this scene. Everyone in the tavern was even more confused, especially in the deep sea, the eyeballs are almost popping out. There is no need to play so big, right? Good guy, the pirate version of Hurricane. Ron at the bar raised his eyebrows, feeling something was wrong. But, the words of the people from the motherland have had a great impact on Rayleigh, who has no children. He was stunned for a long time before slowly saying, okay, you will take care of me in the future. Advertisement, follow me. The old man has passed on all the knowledge he has learned all his life to you. Rayleigh got up, pulled the motherlander aside and started private teaching. Shen Hai wanted to listen in, but was stared back by the people from the motherland. A full 20 minutes. The homelanders yelled one father after another, calling Rayleigh's coaxing comfort. I can't wait to spend all my life's learning and dissipate my family fortune. The moment when the teaching is over. People in the motherland feel that they have been sublimated and the past few decades are really wasted. He stood up, pursed his thin lips, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old stuff. Finally, I got all your words out. Just now I yelled at my father one by one, Lousy felt disgusted. Heard the words. Rayleigh's mind went blank for a moment. So, everything just now was fake. Just when Rayleigh was in a daze, the people from the motherland narrated Rayleigh's words loudly. Especially Rayleigh's poignant, unsatisfactory evening. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized it turned out that the man who was also called father and sold miserably, after making such a big circle, was waiting here. But, although everyone sympathized with Rayleigh. But I still quietly picked up the small notebook and wrote down everything the people of the motherland said. By the time Rayleigh reacted, it was too late. He couldn't beat him again, and he was afraid that the people from his motherland would beat him up violently when he scolded him. Well, Rayleigh let out a long sigh, got up silently and left. Under the reflection of the setting sun his back is not as tall and straight as it used to be, it looks a little stooped, a little desolate. Just as he was about to leave the tavern, a huge claw held Rayleigh. It's the Lord, brother, do you want revenge? The Holy Master's voice was still low and trembling, but he tried his best to make it soft. Rayleigh nodded vigorously. Yes. Then go. The Lord took out the cow charm, rabbit charm, and horse charm from his body, and handed them to Rayleigh. Original. He wanted to give the dog charm to Rayleigh's as well. But then I thought about it. If the villain, the devil dragon, took the opportunity to sneak attack, it would be the end of the calf. Thanks. With tears in his eyes, Rayleigh hugged the Lord hard. That picture is so beautiful. No matter how much Ron talks coquettishly, there is still a sentence in his heart. The war man, devil, and his little pirate wife. Advertisement. And at this moment, the people of the motherland are still talking about it, and their words are full of sarcasm and ridicule. Suddenly, Rayleigh's voice rang in his ear. Is it fun? The motherlander froze for a moment. Before he had time to react, he was thrown out of the tavern. Immediately afterwards, a few kilometers away from the tavern, there were bursts of roaring. Among them, there are also the screams of the people of the motherland. See. Shen Hai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't ridicule with the people of the motherland just now, otherwise I would have to be beaten violently now. But, compared with the recorded knowledge, a beating is worth it. Immediately, Shen Hai, Big Wolf, Holy Lord and others silently put away the small books. The roar outside continued from the setting sun until night fell. It was enough to see that Rayleigh was really angry. It's fine to talk about the knowledge, and talk about the unbearableness of the night. It's not easy to kill. This is about the dignity of a man. After Rayleigh returned the charm to the Holy Lord, he left the tavern after saying his thanks. During this time, the other guests in the tavern also left one after another. Seeing that it was getting late, Ron prepared to end his day's business. At this time, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, customer. Bald Chang finished talking. Close black lens bracket, customer is bald and strong. Logging know-how, inventive ability. The host can choose one ability. Close black lens bracket. Ron was just going to wash up and go to sleep. With the voice down. P.S. I had a bad stomach yesterday, so I asked for leave. Ron chose Cyclops from the Homelander and Rat Charm from the Lord. Ron said softly, select the invention ability and integrate it now. But suddenly, a lazy voice sounded in my ear. I want to know, how do you say it's sweeter than me? Ron. Readers should know that FQ has a chance to ask for leave every month. There is one more chapter, which will be published before 6:30. Readers, please wait a moment. Ron instantly felt a bunch of things being force-fed into his brain. Then, from today, there will be no more updates. Ding, customer. Holy Master, people from the motherland, completed the confession. When all abilities are integrated, as for the abilities of others. Chapter 163 Orochimaru. Another hard night, early morning. Ron was as usual, no matter how tired he was last night, he would get up early. Finished dressing. After Ron covered Lukoa with a quilt, he finished washing and walked out of the room. Come to the tavern. Ram and Ram were still busy in the kitchen, and Thor was cleaning the tavern in preparation for opening. Connor was the only one sitting in a chair at the dinner table. She was chewing fried dough sticks in her mouth, making her originally round face look like a hamster preparing to collect food. Today's breakfast is still rich. There are breakfasts made by Ram, as well as steamed buns, fried dough sticks and white porridge made by Ron. Ron sat at the dining table, stroking Connor and reading the newspaper that had just been delivered today. Ever since Morgan's disappeared, his World Economic News was confiscated by the world government and renamed World News, close black lens bracket. As soon as he opened the newspaper, Xiao Zizai's blood-covered figure came into view. Below an accompanying text. Shocked, Marine Vice Admiral, Xiao Zizai, blood-bathed the Sabaody Archipelago area on his first day in office, close black lens bracket. Will Marine and world government support Xiao Zizi? Ron smiled, not disapprovingly. The only thing that worried Ron was Xiao Zizai's inner demons. If only killing could stop killing, the inner demon is naturally no problem. If it is not controlled well, the entire sea will turn blood red. Then scroll down. Then I saw 5 elders and the current manager of World News, trying to impress the common people. Bright red fonts were printed on the newspaper and read. After discussion by the world government, we strive to completely cleanse the 4 emperors within 5 years. After discussion, we will fly out of the Shichibukai system from now on, close black lens bracket. Later, Ron stopped reading because it was all nonsense. But, with the Kainu's current strength, even clearing the entire ocean is not a problem. The main thing is that the 5 elders don't want to. If there were no pirates, why would the franchise countries still pay heavenly gold? No more gold in the sky. How can celestial dragons and 5 elders build bigger houses, wear better clothes, and raise more powerful minions? Had breakfast. The tavern began its business for the day. Not long after Ron came to the bar and sat down, Gai Sha, Liang Bing, Shengzu and his son, Pluton, Big Wolf and other regular customers arrived one after another. Where's Rayleigh? Why hasn't he come yet? The demon dragon asked curiously. Normally, he would be the first to come. When he returned the charm yesterday, he left the horse charm behind. Advertisement. The horse charm can remove all external forces. Although kidney deficiency does not count, it can still extend his time for a while. The Holy Lord shook his head and said helplessly. Heard the words. The devil dragon couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Usually, even for his own son, it is a luxury to even touch the talisman. Why should Rayleigh give it to him whenever he wants it? Could it be possible that the two of them, nausea? Thinking of this, the demon dragon looked at the Holy Master with disgust, and then moved his butt to the side. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw Bald Chang hurry to the bar, took out a flashlight, and handed it to Ron. Boss, this is the shrinking flashlight I invented. He can shrink people and objects. Geisha was yelling at each other in the dark communication. Liang Bing's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this. Talent. A talent like Big Wolf. Although the technological level of their angels and demons far exceeds that of ordinary civilization. But, they cannot create this kind of technology. It doesn't conform to the laws of physics at all. Good. Ron took the flashlight and nodded in satisfaction. But, if this thing is transformed for Big Wolf, can you add a zoom in function, or local zoom in and zoom in? Think about it. Ron re-instilled the image of, only strong, into the memory of Bald Chang. The next moment, the bald and strong temperament has become like yesterday again, with a sense of fate and vicissitudes. Just then, Liang Bing and Gai Sha sat over at the same time. Bald Chang asked indifferently, what's the matter with you two? Again, Geisha first glanced at Ron with a face of complaint, and then said softly. Are you interested in coming to Angel Civilization? I can provide you with all scientific research resources, and I can also give you everything you want. Liang Bing curled her lips. Here we go again, sister, you still don't understand what he wants. As she spoke, she looked at Bald Chang, and said lazily. As long as you can join the demon civilization, cutting down trees is a trivial matter. Advertisement, this queen can give you strength. Before Liang Bing finished speaking, Bald Chang raised his hand to interrupt. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. In my life, I don't think about anything else. I just want to protect that forest and catch up with my 2 best friends. That's enough. The 2 of you should go back to the bar and stop wasting time on me. Even if Bald Chang said so, but Geisha still doesn't give up, and still wants to fight for it. Before he could open his mouth, Liang Bing covered his small mouth and dragged him back to his original position. In his current state, even if Angel Civilization and Demon Civilization are packaged and given to him, he will not agree. Let's wait until this state disappears, Liang Bing said with a smile. Geisha nodded silently, and didn't reprimand her for being rude just now. There was silence at the bar again. The Bald Chang who became Ji Chang also said less, just drinking wine silently, as if thinking about something. And Ron asked silently in his heart, System, how many points is this flashlight worth? Ding, shrink the flashlight, you can exchange for 1000 points, close black lens bracket. What about the ability to zoom in, and partially zoom out? It can be exchanged for 3000 points, close black lens bracket. After hearing this, Ron's eyes lit up, just wanted to call Big Wolf over. But suddenly, the doorbell just rang, jingle. As the door of the tavern was slowly pushed open. A tall, thin man with fair skin, wearing a white short plainer and clogs walked into the tavern. Since Jiraiya, The man looks extremely feminine. Finally, ask for a reminder. How did you become such a ghost? The man's magnetic voice trembled a little, enough to see the excitement in his heart at this time. Following the voice, Jiraiya turned around and glanced, and asked in surprise. What does it mean to be alive? I haven't died, okay. Purple eyeshadow, earrings and long black hair make him look like a woman. But, this timeline of Orochimaru's appearance is passed by Boruto, explain in advance. Are you still alive? P.S. Here comes the second chapter. However, when the man saw Jiraiya sitting on the table drinking, his pupils trembled slightly. Thank you readers, Orochimaru? And, hearing this extremely familiar voice. Chapter 164 Experience the fun of waiting for the wind to blow. This new guest is Orochimaru from the world of non-flammable. Konoha 1. Possesses near immortality. It is a guest randomly invited by the tavern every day, and does not belong to the pervert feature. Although he is from the same world as Jiraiya, but what puzzled Ron was, the two of them didn't come from the same timeline. This situation has never happened before, and at this moment. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru understood everything in an instant. This is, years ago, Jiraiya hadn't sneaked into Rain Shinobi village. Immediately, Orochimaru stepped forward slowly, reached out and pinched Jiraiya's face. Hiss. What are you doing? Jiraiya said with some pain. I just want to make sure if you are dead or if I am blinded, Orochimaru said with a smile. Then why don't you pinch your own face, because it hurts. You. Jiraiya just wanted to get angry, but she lowered her head and drank the stuffed wine silently. Something is wrong with this Orochimaru. It's not just that she looks more sissy. Even his behavior is somewhat weird. It became a little funny, just like myself. Smile. Aren't you happy to see me? You were not like this before. Orochimaru reached out and pushed Jiraiya, but Jiraiya ignored it and continued to drink, as if thinking about something. Can you talk to me? Otherwise, I'll turn into a snake and bind you, then get in through your mouth and occupy your body. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, stretched his neck half a meter high, and made a grimace. See this scene. Not only Jiraiya, but everyone beside him also couldn't laugh or cry. The man looked fine-featured. It turned out to be a joke. Okay. You're going to scare the kids. A wry smile leaked from the corner of Jiraiya's mouth, and he sighed softly. That's right, Orochimaru sat down with a smile, and put his arm around Jiraiya's shoulder. Advertisement at this time. The door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open. I saw Rayleigh walking in with his head held high and his chest held high, although his face was sallow. From the looks of it, he knew that last night must have won by the number of times. Men are like that sometimes. Since the time is not enough, we have to use the number of times instead. Come to the bar and sit down. Rayleigh looked at Orochimaru, the newcomer, and asked with a smile. Jiraiya, is this your wife? Looks good. Shouldn't some of the plots of making love to heaven be taken from her? Tisk tisk tisk. Sure enough, stories often come from life. Jiraiya was shocked inside, but just as he was about to explain, Orochimaru took the lead. Orochimaru squeezed his throat and let out a soft voice unique to women. Old man, you really have vision. We have been married for many years. Jiraiya froze for a moment, then sprayed Orochimaru's face with a sip of wine. Puff. Orochimaru wiped the drink off his face with his sleeve and said with a smile. You are not like this. Jiraiya frowned slightly and said lightly. Who the hell are you? That's not the Orochimaru I know. The Orochimaru he perceives as absolutely rational and indifferent. Never make such a joke. Seeing that Jiraiya's tone was wrong, Orochimaru also let go of him, and began to think about how to answer in his mind. To say he was Orochimaru many years after Jiraiya's death is clearly inappropriate. Saying that he is Orochimaru in Jiraiya's current timeline is wrong. He pondered for a moment. Orochimaru said slowly, whether I am me or not, you should know best in your heart. Originally, I wanted to turn into the wind and drive the windmill. And now, I want to experience the joy of waiting for the wind to blow. I am me, the Orochimaru you know, it's just that time changes a person. Heard the words. Jiraiya looked in disbelief at this best friend whom she had known for many years. This is not like what he can say at all, bridge beansacks. Suddenly, Jiraiya suddenly recalled that Ron had vaguely said that he would die in the future. When Orochimaru just entered the door just now, he also said, are you still alive? That being the case, could the Orochimaru in front of me come from the future? Although this conjecture is very bold, it is only in this way that everything can be explained reasonably. Advertisement. Think of this. Jiraiya was no longer stern, but asked with a smile. Are you from the future? After hearing this, Orochimaru's heart sank suddenly, and then he fell silent. It's not that I don't want to answer, but I was afraid that after answering, Jiraiya asked about his ending. I know what you are afraid of, don't worry. I won't talk too much if I shouldn't ask. Jiraiya took a sip of wine and said lightly. What do you want to know? Orochimaru asked softly. Why did you change so much? After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru said slowly. After you. Many years later, that is, after I was resurrected, I understood a truth. That's believing in the power of others. A person's power is limited after all. Even with the help of science, even if I obtain eternal life, I cannot surpass my personal limit. So I started to believe in Sasuke and tried my best to help him. I want to see how far I can go with him in the end. As strong as Madara, she wanted to change the world alone, but was defeated by the world in the end. Clever as Itachi, he wanted to bear the darkness alone, but Sasuke fell into a deeper darkness. When resurrected, after knowing all the truth, Orochimaru also understood the true meaning of Hokage's will, which is to believe in the power of others. So that's how it is. What about Naruto? Did he become Hokage later? Jiraiya took a sip of her wine and asked curiously. However, everything is calm. Before becoming Hokage, he was still taking the Chunin exam. Orochimaru rubbed his forehead and said helplessly. Ha 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 ha, as expected of that brat. Jiraiya laughed and patted Orochimaru's shoulder. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. I finally saw my friend return to Konoha, even though it was many years later. I also know that the apprentice can become a Hokage, although I haven't been able to see it with my own eyes. But, at the very least, it also filled up a little bit of regret in my heart. Orochimaru knew and saw the regret in Jiraiya's heart, so he said softly. The future, the past we cannot change. 9 times out of 10 things go wrong like we used to at Sannin. It is impossible to be glamorous and perfect forever, and there will always be deviations in some places. The same is true of the meaning of life. It's like you went out and saw a flower, and I, Naruto, Tsunade met you. Chapter 165 Use eternal life to explore all the truths you want to know. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya fell silent. If everything goes your way. How did that person grow up? If he chased Tsunade himself and watched Naruto become Hokage, he also chased Orochimaru back. Jiraiya like that. Definitely not the current Jiraiya, and it will definitely change. Jiraiya like that. And certainly not sneaking into Rain Shinobi village and risking their lives to bring the information out. Because he couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear to live like this. He couldn't bear to die like this after he had made up his regrets. I didn't expect you to be so wordy in the future. It really doesn't look like you anymore. Jiraiya wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes and asked with a smile. However, it seems that everything is calm. What's your plan? Orochimaru said lightly. Now I have obtained power and immortality. If it goes further, that's creating life. When Jiraiya heard this, her eyelids twitched. He knew the character of the friend in front of him. Properly pervert one. To create life, shouldn't Orochimaru be born himself? Then experience what it's like to be a mother. It's really possible. Don't think about it. Creating life is not difficult, and I don't bother to use mortal methods, but use science. That's the only way to create a perfect living body. And this life will be all my sustenance, and I will have a perfect sage mode when I was born. This life will live under the sun according to what I think in my heart. Orochimaru waved his hand and explained with a smile. For a fanatical scientific researcher, it flatters the revitalization of the country through science and education. Only science and technology is the primary productive force. Otherwise, wanting to artificially give birth to a person who can have a life in sage mode without hard work is just a dream. So did you succeed? Jiraiya asked curiously. Certainly? Orochimaru smiled and handed Jiraiya a photo of himself with a blue and white-haired teenager. The boy resembles Orochimaru, with the same amber eyes. Pale skin, slender figure, wearing blue and white clothes. His name is Mizuki, Orochimaru said softly. Advertisement. Now I'm partnering with Naruto's son. Unexpectedly, Naruto has a son. Jiraiya sighed and returned the photo. Next, the two talked a lot. From learning ninjutsu together to performing missions together. From becoming the legendary Sannin, the three parted ways. During this time, Ram also served a bottle of Erguodo to Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Ron at the bar beckoning a wolf to the bar. Now this flashlight can only shrink people. Can you add a couple of features, like zoom in, and zoom out like partial zoom in? Ron handed the shrinking flashlight to Big Wolf. No problem, it can be done in about half an hour. This is the longevity medicine you asked me to complete last time, and now all its side effects have been eliminated. After Big Wolf took the flashlight, he handed a black pill to hungry Ron. The longevity medicine was obtained from Yuan Tiangong a few days ago. Because the material is too difficult to find, Big Wolf was only delayed for a few days. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Ron smiled and said, I'll pay for your drinks this month. Boss, you're welcome. I'll go get started first. Big Wolf grinned, then trotted back to Sante and began to complete the function of the flashlight. I learned the lesson from the last time I was bald. Aizen didn't dare to say anything and just let Big Wolf direct him to get various tools. On the bar, when Orochimaru heard the words, immortality medicine, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. About longevity, he spent his whole life studying it. In the end, other people can solve all their problems with medicine? Can you let me see this elixir? Orochimaru asked softly. Here. Ron smiled and handed it over. Orochimaru looked up and down a lot. I found that this is simply a variety of herbs that soften all medicines. Can this lead to immortality? Unscientific, really unscientific? That means there are no instruments here. Otherwise, Orochimaru Highlands would have to analyze what herbs they're composed of. Advertisement, don't be surprised. It's just normal for anything incredible to happen in this pub. Just look at the wolf behind you and you'll know. Jiraiya took a sip of wine and said with a smile. After hearing this, Orochimaru subconsciously turned his head and glanced. I saw Big Wolf holding a chainsaw in one hand and an electric pickaxe in the other, frantically cutting at the flashlight, and then reassembling it. During this period, he kept sitting and conducting experiments and comparisons. When the flashlight is pointed at the wineglass and the button is pressed, the wineglass instantly becomes smaller. When pressed again, the wineglass instantly enlarges countless times. How is this done? Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank, and his voice was full of surprise. This is the magic of the tavern. Here are the top experts, scientists, and inventors from all over the world. Jiraiya grinned. We've known each other for so many years. Whether it's learning ninjutsu or performing the most dangerous missions, Orochimaru always takes his time. This surprised expression was the first time even Jiraiya had seen it. It's really interesting. After Orochimaru carefully felt the aura of everyone in the tavern, his eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Everyone here is not simple, at this time. Yuan Tiangong asked softly. Is it meaningful for you to pursue eternal life? Orochimaru glanced at the masked man and chuckled. What is the meaning of life in your eyes? That doesn't make sense, right? If there is, it exists only during the eternity of life. Life is meaningless because death will eventually occur, but if the death of some people can provide value for the study of human immortality, then these deaths are meaningful, in Orochimaru's opinion. Only by realizing eternal life can he use his eternal life to explore all the truths he wants to know. Yuan Tiangong shook his head and said with a smile. When you live for 500 years, or even 1,000 years, no one in the world is qualified to talk to you, and no one can truly understand you. You'll find out. It turns out that living is so boring and tiring. Orochimaru retorted, I've seen too many people die to know that life is fragile. When I learned a forbidden technique for a month, I realized that I couldn't learn all the ninjutsu in my only life. So, when I break away from the shackles of time and achieve immortality, all the Blood Eyes and Mangekyo will be just passers-by. Chapter 166 Impure World Reincarnation, Rayleigh's Fantasy. Some people say Orochimaru is evil. Only, these are his persistence in life and the healing of his war-torn heart. He wants to achieve eternal life. I don't want life to become so fragile, and if I die, I will lose everything. He will watch the wind blow with his eyes and push the windmill. This is what Orochimaru has been pursuing throughout his life. You are really persistent. One day you'll get bored. Just like me. After 300 years of baptism, everything in the world will make you feel boring. Yuan Tiangong didn't take Orochimaru's words seriously and just smiled. Even if it's another 1,000 years, I won't feel like this either, because I will learn all the techniques and master the truth of the world. Orochimaru took a sip of wine and said calmly, as you wish. I hope you will still feel the same way next time I see you. Boss, I'll come back next time. Uncle Yang's death has come, and I will personally go and watch. After Yuan Tiangong put down a few ingots of gold, he slowly walked out of the tavern. Looking at the retreating figure, Ron knew that he was indeed tired. In order to win the bet with Li Chengfeng, Yuan Tiangong bets everything, including his own life that has lasted for 300 years. Yuan Tiangong said that life is enough, which is too boring. But when you were about to die, he never thought that he still had regrets. Just as Ron was thinking, the system's mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, customer Orochimaru has finished confiding, close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Orochimaru, wind style, curse technique, sealing technique, genetic modification technology, impure world reincarnation. Host can choose an ability, close black lens bracket. Ding, bad customer. Yuan Tiangong has finished confiding, close black lens bracket. Customer Yuan Tiangong, Tiangong Ju, Huayang acupuncture, spirit binding ray. The host can choose an ability, close black lens bracket. Customer Yuan Tiangong, Huayang needle. Host can choose one of the items to copy, close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Jiraiya has finished talking, close black lens bracket. Ding, customer Jiraiya. After Ron thought for a while, he said softly, choose Yuan Tiangong's Tiangong Ju and make it into a skill book. Choose Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. As for Jiraiya's ability, Ron chose fire style. Ding, start integrating impure world reincarnation and make up for the lack of abilities, close black lens bracket. With the voice down, all the information about impure world reincarnation poured into Ron's mind. Advertisement: this is the forbidden technique invented by second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The principle of use is also very simple. It is to use impure world reincarnation to summon the souls of the deceased from the underworld to reality. This requires a part of the deceased's body as a medium. Then the living body is used as a container for the soul of the deceased, and the living body is covered with dust, transforming it into the appearance of the deceased. After Ron read everything about impure world reincarnation, he couldn't help but be curious. Is it possible to impure world reincarnation Roger now? Or Joey boy? Ron glanced at Rayleigh and asked softly. Old stuff. Is Roger's body still there? Rayleigh curled his lips. After execution, he was buried on the island of New World. There should still be bones. After saying that, he looked at Ron warily. What do you want? The sudden mention of Roger made Rayleigh instinctively feel that something was wrong. No. Something is very wrong. Is this kid Ron going to do something weird with Roger's body? I can resurrect Roger. Do you want to try? Ron said casually. Oh, I thought it was something big. Rayleigh waved her hand. Don't delay my chat with the Holy Lord. Holy Lord, you are telling me about the succubus. Finished. Rayleigh suddenly realized something was wrong. Bridge bean sacks. What did Ron just say? Resurrect Roger. Thinking of this, Rayleigh suddenly turned her head to look at Ron, with an unprecedented seriousness on her wrinkled old face. You said you can resurrect Roger? Ron shrugged. I'm not sure, but I can try. And, not only is the cost a bit high, but also digging Roger's grave is a bit unethical, isn't it? Rayleigh waved her hand. It's okay. I'm not short of money. Ims News robbed Morgan's of 500 million berries. Plus I still have 2 devil fruits in my hand. This should be enough, right? Ron nodded blankly. That's enough. Good guy. I can't tell that this old guy is so rich. But, you mentioned the money, but you didn't even mention a word about digging Roger's grave. And at this moment, Advertisement Rayleigh has already taken out the phone bug and started practicing with his old subordinates. Jabba, go dig up the captain's grave immediately and come to me at the Sabaody Archipelago with the bones. Jabba on the other side of the phone was confused. Are you crazy? Rayleigh said angrily. Back then, he burned down my house, and now I can dig his grave in exchange for it. Besides, I also want to resurrect him, with the voice down. There was a long dead silence on the phone bug side. A long time. Jabba's voice slowly sounded. Are you telling the truth? But Rayleigh didn't respond and hung up the phone directly. He leaned back on his chair and stared blankly at the roof of the tavern with his cloudy old eyes. How many years? I finally have a chance to meet you, Roger. For a while, the anger that had not been stirred up in many years rekindled the anger in my heart. Rayleigh even started to fantasize. If Roger is resurrected, can he gather his former crew members, form a Sunset Red pirate group, and travel the sea again? However, when Ron saw what he was thinking, he smiled and said, You'd better not think about it so much, not to mention that the crew of the Roger pirates now have a peaceful life. Whether Roger wants to live or not is another matter. Heard the words. Rayleigh woke up from her dream. These words were like a drop of hot urine, completely extinguishing his illusions. Please ask for an update, they all have their own lives. It also seemed like this legendary pirate was about to draw the curtain on his life. Rayleigh was surprisingly not angry, but smiled from the bottom of her heart. People can't always live in the past. The strong drink went down his throat, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Suddenly the tavern doorbell rang. There's no need to go back to the days of being hunted by Marines. It's like saying goodbye to the past. As he spoke, he raised the bottle and took a sip. But, in addition, at this time, thank you all readers. Jingle. You're right. Chapter 167 Guide the inner confusion and eliminate the inner pain. At the same time, Marineford, the largest meeting hall in Marine. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Garp, and other naval headquarters executives gathered here. Today's meeting is not about hunting down pirates. Instead, the Marine Marshal must be reselected. I quit. Let Kuzan fight Sakazuki, Kizaru said nonchalantly while clipping his nails. That's how people are. Once I enjoy the fun of paddling at work and playing badly, my body changes into a detached temperament. Not to mention, in Kizaru's view, Marshal Marine is exhausted all day long. While trying to appease the emotions of Admiral and other vice-admirals, he also had to be scolded by 5 elders. Not as relaxed as Marine Admiral. Moreover, how can he talk to the red and romantic female bodhisattvas after taking office as Marshal of Marine? Those are all great women who are willing to devote themselves to the abalone business. His spirit is absolutely breathtaking. Kizaru must kneel behind them and pray devoutly every night. Aokiji, whom I recommended to Kong, Sora, will take over. And the 5 elders are more bullish on Akainu. What do you two think? Sengoku ignored Kizaru, but looked at Akainu and Aokiji aside. Are you going to fight me? Akainu looked solemn and his voice was full of threats. Your character is too extreme. If you become the Marine Marshal, this sea will definitely be stained with blood. Aokiji took off the blindfold and said with a frown. As the chief of the Marine Doves, Aokiji is extremely displeased with the Hawks headed by Akainu. Not just character, it is even more cruel when performing tasks, and there are many bones everywhere. Then let's go to war. Whoever wins will succeed Mr. Sengoku and become the new Marine Marshal. Akainu exhaled a puff of thick smoke, said in a deep voice. Since the fusion of the second-generation divine body. Except for Doflamingo, no one in the sea is worth mentioning to Akainu. I hope you don't lose too badly, Aokiji said flatly. The voice just fell. Suddenly, there was a sound of phone bugs in the meeting room. Pulu pulu pulu. As soon as Sengoku turned on the phone bug, a man's urgent voice came. Mr. Sengoku, it's not good. Jabba of the Roger Pirates is heading for the island where Roger is buried. Advertisement, Sunbell, Spencer, and the former Roger Pirates sailed to the Sabaody Archipelago. Shall we try to intercept it? Heard the words? Not only Sengoku, but also all the Marine generals present could not help frowning. Since the public execution of Roger, although his subordinates are scattered all over the world, they have always kept themselves safe. Why did they suddenly show up together? Could it be? Was it throwing a big party before dying? No matter what, stop them. I'll send Kizaru for reinforcements. After Sengoku finished speaking, he hung up the phone bug and then looked up at everyone present. You heard it just now. Let's all start to act. The battle between Aokiji and Akainu begins in 3 days. With the voice down, the meeting ended, and all the Marine generals left one after another. Congratulations. When you take office as Marshal Marine, my actions will be completely unrestricted. Xiao Zizai stopped Akainu from behind. You'd better hold back. Mr. Sengoku is not really retired, he's paid a lot at Marine. The main responsibility is to supervise all government affairs. After Akainu gave instructions, he lowered his voice and said, also, don't think that I don't know what you did. Xiao Zizai pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose. Isn't it just that he secretly killed the celestial dragons? It's not like the world government hasn't discovered it until now. Shut up. Akainu's heart suddenly sank and he quickly covered his mouth. Seeing no one around, he slowly let go. I won't talk to you anymore, you are too boring. Well, I still owe Ron a devil fruit, so I'm really busy. Xiao Zizi smiled, walked straight past Akainu, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. What a madman. Forget it, let's go to Sabaody's land to talk to the queen. Akainu shook his head with a wry smile. Inside the Wanjie Tavern. Jingle. As the doorbell rang, the door was slowly pushed open by a man. Ron looked up subconsciously. It was a man wearing a top hat, a monocle on his right eye, and holding a cane. His whole body is full of the atmosphere of a gentleman. Welcome, Ripper. Mr. Jack. My name is Ron and I own this pub. Advertisement. Ron smiled and said hello, Jack the Ripper. From the world of Valkyrie at the end, he is a human player in the 4th match against gods. Start a duel with the demigod Hercules, who symbolizes the good and righteous side of mankind. The Valkyrie hierarchy described him as the scum of scum, and the embodiment of human malice. At the same time, he is also the 3rd guest from another world with the pervert trait. Good morning, Mr. Ron. Jack the Ripper smiled, took off his hat and bowed down, then came to the bar and sat down. His voice was a little weak, like he was seriously injured. Soon. Thor then put a bottle of wine in front of Jack the Ripper. Please use your wine slowly. Jack the Ripper smiled and nodded, thank you. Immediately, he opened the bottle cap, filled the wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Gulu. Feel the sweetness and excitement brought by alcohol. Jack the Ripper couldn't help but moan happily, ah. Fill the glass again. This time, he did not rush to drink, but said softly. Says the voice that guided me here, you can guide the confusion in my heart and relieve the pain in my heart. Is that true? Although he won the battle with the demigod Hercules. But the means are despicable. Then he stands on the opposite side of humanity and beats up a murderer who is working for humanity. Do you think this is reasonable? Instead, he killed the only god who loved him for a group of humans who hated him. What concerned him most was, just do whatever you can too. Can't he stand up and resist Zeus and all the gods? Ron lit a cigarette and said slowly, even so. P.S. To be honest, the character of Jack the Ripper is a bit contradictory. After colliding with the justice of Hercules, it lost a little impact. Finally, there are 2 guests with the pervert feature. Readers, you can talk about it in the comment area. Especially since the production team has now whitewashed him. If Hercules really loved humans, he would love you. Although he represents mankind, Jack the Ripper still accepts the most vicious language of mankind. Brunhild can do it, why can't he? Jack the Ripper was not impressed either. There is one last thing, please kneel down and beg for an update. Chapter 168. Holy Lord. This little brother can be a close friend. Ron's words were like a sharp blade. Every bite is spit out. It's like stabbing Jack the Ripper in the heart. It made his body tremble uncontrollably. That feeling. It was like being beaten by his mother when he was a child and scolding him with the most vicious words. Powerlessness, despair, collapse, pain, instantly. Countless negative emotions burst out in Jack the Ripper's heart. Yes. Both are demigods. Even Brunhild can have a ***LS**X with Zeus and other gods. Then why not Hercules? Just imagine, what if that battle of yours was your last? Hercules won, and then he knelt down and licked all the gods to let them go? Why? Ha 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 ha. You may be right, or Hercules may be too naive. But, if I could, I really would like to never be resurrected and never be born to a mother. That way. My mother doesn't need to suffer, and she and my father don't need to be killed by me. Jack the Ripper lit a cigarette, but he didn't smoke it, letting the smoke cover his cheeks. He didn't shed tears, his expression remained normal, and his body no longer trembled. Only, my right eye, which used to be able to see emotions, saw everything turn gray. Maybe, the world is like this for him, and at this moment. When everyone heard that Jack the Ripper killed his mother and mother. The pity in his eyes turned into disgust. Ron did not persuade him, he just placed a barrier of silence around Jack the Ripper so that he could not hear any sounds from the outside world. Now, he needed some peace and quiet, immediately. Ron put out the cigarette that was about to burn out, refilled it, and told everyone about Jack's story. That is an extremely tragic story. The birth of Jack the Ripper was a mistake. He was born with a right eye that can see emotional colors. And in the eyes of Jack the Ripper, mother's color is golden, warm, and the most beautiful color Jack has ever seen. But her mother is indeed a member of the seafood market. That meager income simply cannot support the mother and son. Therefore, Jack relies on the special ability of his eyes to obtain food in the city. But finally, Jack, the writer's father, married a noble woman. Advertisement. When Jack's mother learned everything, she collapsed and said to Jack, "You are just a prop to connect with the man you love." That moment, Jack's mother's color changed. It was a color he had never seen before. That is an ultimate hatred, the most vicious resentment of human beings. Finally, Jack stabbed his mother in the neck with the scissors. He doesn't want to see that color anymore, he wants to keep the most beautiful color forever. At the same time, it is also to relieve the mother. Soon after, Jack's father was also executed by him. After that, a pervert murderer is born. It is worth mentioning that the Jack the Ripper in front of him was not his original name. The real Jack the Ripper has long been killed by him, and has been drowned in the long river of history. The man in front of him just used this name, as a cigarette burns out. The story ends here, and Jack the Ripper's enchantment is revoked. The originally lively tavern also became silent. Everyone looked at Jack the Ripper silently, the disdain in their eyes disappeared completely, and it became extremely complicated. Those who kill their fathers and mothers are certainly unforgivable. But a woman who sells seafood and a writer on a whim. The two of them saw nothing but mistakes, but let a child bear it. Was Jack the Ripper at fault? This is an unsolvable proposition, and no one dares to answer it. There was a long silence. The devil dragon got up and hugged Jack the Ripper. Friend, I deeply agree with the matter of patricide. Because I have the same idea, but I've been working on it for 2 years and it still doesn't work. Holy Master. What the hell, still call please. Have you fed each other's bitterness to the dog these days? Really, it is still necessary to practice the trumpet. If your father hadn't done anything to hurt you, then you shouldn't be doing that. Even if you are a demon and are different from humans, that is still your father. Jack the Ripper took a sip of his wine and said silently. It seems to be the case. That old thing just won't give way. The devil dragon nodded thoughtfully. See, the Holy Lord slowly loosened his clenched fist and nodded in satisfaction. Advertisement good. This little brother can be friends. Immediately, the Holy Master pulled the silly son aside and started the education of love. Not long after, the two monsters hug each other and weep again. The picture is beautiful and harmonious. Although you have disappointed humans, but since it has been resurrected, you might as well have some fun. It's a way to pass the time. If you can come to the tavern often. The people here are still very interesting and kind. Ron said softly. Forget it, Brunhilde won't agree. Jack the Ripper shook his head slightly, according to Brunhilde. Jack the Ripper is the ultimate scumbag. If left unattended, do not know how many people will suffer. When you come to the tavern tomorrow, you can bring her here. I'll sleep with her. Ron smiled and handed him another bottle of wine. Then I'll try. Jack the Ripper nodded, with the voice down. The system's mechanical notification sounded. Customer Jack the Ripper. Killing techniques, fighting skills. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Customer Jack the Ripper. The glove transformed by Hork. The host can select this item to copy. Close black lens bracket. Without any hesitation, Ron spoke directly. Choose gloves. The next moment, there was an extra pair of black gloves in the system's warehouse. This is an absolute artifact. Anything that is touched can be turned into an artifact. Ron asked, how many points can this glove be exchanged for? Ding, you can exchange for 7,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Is it still the reason for the low combat power in the world? Ron stroked his chin and murmured under his breath. Although there are Zeus, Odin and other god kings in the mythology and the last Valkyrie, the combat effectiveness that can be expressed is really too watery. Poseidon can make a samurai of his day hacked to death. So funny. Immediately, Ron smiled and asked, have you knocked down the first level now? Jack the Ripper said softly. Scene 5, Shin Shawang and Pluton Hades. Ron asked curiously, the beauty god, will Aphrodite play? Chapter 169 God's Understanding at the Atmospheric Level. Beauty, Aphrodite. The goddess of love and beauty in ancient Greek mythology. When Jack the Ripper heard the name, he frowned slightly, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. That woman was one of the gods who advocated the eradication of humans. Think humans are vile bugs. But even so, Jack the Ripper also had to admit that that woman was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. None of them. If the real Jack the Ripper sees this Aphrodite who will definitely be crazy about it and will do everything possible to kill it. And in the cruelest way. I don't know, gods play irregularly. They never paid attention to humans from the beginning to the end. So, whoever they put on the field depends on their mood. Jack the Ripper shook his head and said softly, before Ron could respond. Rayleigh was the first to ask, is that woman named Aphrodite beautiful? Until now, Rayleigh had never seen Ron inquiring about a strange woman. As an old driver who has held the steering wheel for many years, he keenly sensed that something was wrong, and it's still very wrong. Prettier than any woman here. Jack the Ripper looked around, glanced at all the women present, and said in a low voice. As a veteran pervert killer, he knows human nature well. Especially for women, it doesn't matter whether this man is the one she likes or not. When he heard that he was more beautiful than himself, his mood would definitely become extremely irritable. And at this moment, although Jack the Ripper had lowered his voice, Geisha, Liangbing, Zuowang, Thor and other women in the tavern still caught their voices. Jack the Ripper first saw the happy red from them and instantly changed to unhappy blue. Instantly, Guy Shaw and the others focused their attention on Jack the Ripper. There is a faint murderous aura. Jack the Ripper was instantly terrified, and almost instinctively made a defensive posture. Boy, be sure to think about it in your heart when you speak in the future. Now you are finished. Rayleigh also said with a smile that he didn't think it was a big deal to watch the excitement. You say Geisa's B****ch is ugly, I can understand. Advertisement, but you said that my wife is not as beautiful as others. The old lady is a little confused. Liang Bing walked slowly to the bar and said with a smile. Bitcha. Is it fun to step on a handful? Geisha stepped forward and grabbed Liang Bing's ear and said. Little friend, before you say what you just said, you must show evidence. Otherwise, we're going to be very upset. Thor, Rem, and Mo Moonshadow nodded vigorously. I see. Jack the Ripper said with a wry smile. Ron also opened his mouth to smooth things over. He also said it unintentionally. Don't embarrass him. After Geisha and the others heard this, they restrained themselves and continued drinking, chatting, and cursing. At this time, Orochimaru brushed his hair, squeezed his throat and asked. Jiraiya, you say I'm pretty or they're pretty? After hearing this, Jiraiya spit out all the wine he just drank in his mouth. Puff. Perhaps it was Orochimaru's question, which directly caused Jiraiya's CPU to smoke, which made him stunned for a long time. After he came back to his senses, he squeezed out a word with difficulty from between his teeth. Get lost. It seems that this body is still not perfect enough. Otherwise, it will definitely make you feel like you can't open your eyes like a custom shop. Orochimaru touched his face with his hand inside. Heard the words. Jiraiya's fist that had just been loosened was clenched tightly again. Special code. It's okay to forget that the future Orochimaru is a joke. Why are you becoming more and more pervert? Recalling the scene where they slept together before, Jiraiya subconsciously covered his butt. Too dangerous. After some fighting, the atmosphere in the tavern became harmonious and lively again. Those sisters are quite interesting. They clearly dislike each other, and they even said they wanted to kill each other. But, why can't I see their murderous intent? Jack the Ripper asked curiously, how to explain. Their philosophies are different, but my sister is a girl controller. Ron lowered his voice and said, in the near future. Advertisement. Although Liang Bing won, he used a supernova to blow up Geisha and used a large clock to disperse the sacred factors throughout the universe. But, this is just the first layer of the surface. Second level. Geisha won. She put down her responsibilities and everything, and settled down to study all the knowledge she didn't understand. Atmosphere. Geisha's consciousness is spread all over the universe, peeping into her sister's privacy all the time. But my sister was completely unaware. Summarize it in one sentence. It's the couple who fall in love and kill each other in 10,000 years. So that's how it is. Jack the Ripper nodded thoughtfully. The voice just fell. The door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw a Kainu walking in with a cigar in his mouth and his head held high. He did not rush to the bar to ask for a drink, but walked up to Geisha and said in a deep voice. Queen Geisha, Mr. Sengoku is retiring, and I will take over as Marine Marshal in the near future. After hearing this, Geisha exited the dark communication and said with a smile. Very good. This way you have the absolute right to control Marine and clean the entire sea. Dye the seawater with blood. I'm looking forward to that day. Akainu said solemnly. I will. Finished. He didn't bother Geisha and went straight to the bar to sit down. Soon. Rem then placed a bottle of Modai in front of Akainu. Please use your wine slowly. Akainu nodded, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, took a sip, and said helplessly. Ron, you really packed a talent into Marine. Ron smiled and asked, what did Xiao Zizai do? Torturing and killing the surrendered pirates. Private execution of the scum of Marine. I can tolerate these things, and I can also help conceal them, and even deal with them. Akainu took another sip of wine and said with a wry smile. But, the most egregious thing is that he actually forged documents and entered Impel down at night. Magellan and Hanayabel didn't care, so they just let him wander around alone. In the end, a total of 120 pirates died overnight. To the end, Akainu took out another pile of photos and placed them on the bar. After Rayleigh took a look, she covered her mouth and ran to the toilet. The Holy Master frowned slightly. What is the difference between this and hell? After Jack the Ripper saw it, his eyes lit up. Talent. This killing method is so beautiful. Chapter 170. That's the condiment of my life. Only by adding it can I have a taste. If there is a devil in this world, the first thing Akainu thought of was definitely Xiao Zizai. On the photo, although it is vaguely visible that they are human corpses. But no matter which corpse, there is not a good piece of meat on the whole body. Various organs and bones are arranged neatly. There are even sheep and scorpions. The original ground of the prison has been replaced by a pool of blood, dotted with a little white and green. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as hell on earth. For a while, everyone at the bar frowned. Too cruel. You can't see this kind of scene even on the battlefield. Jiraiya couldn't help but take a breath. Orochimaru clicked his tongue. Human experiments are simply incomparable. The demon dragon also smiled bitterly and said, Father, are we demons so cruel? The Holy Lord shook his head slightly, except for the scene where Big Sister, Demon Pogang, eats people. I can't think of anything that can be compared. Hell is empty and the devil is in the world. Sometimes people are more cruel than demons. After hearing this, Akainu gave up his original idea of taking out some more photos. After all, these photos were really disgusting, and he didn't want to affect his drinking mood. If it was someone else, I would be a little surprised. But this is Xiao Zizi, everything is reasonable and within the expected range. The people he killed were all extremely evil people. Ron smiled and unconsciously lit a cigarette. Xiao Zizi is a patient. He is a conscious-born criminal. That irresistible nature has a strong pursuit of killing and cruelty. Not only is he bloodthirsty, he is even cruel. He kills his prey slowly and bit by bit, to feel the pleasure brought by the disappearance of life. In Xiao Zizi's words, that is the condiment of my life. Only by adding it can I get the flavor. So, it can be imagined how desperate the 120 prisoners who were impaled down and the pirates who surrendered were before their death. Those people deserve to be killed, but this kind of private behavior does not comply with procedures and rules. Mr. Sengoku doesn't know about this yet. Magellan wanted to report it, but I forced him to suppress it. Akainu had a headache, but said helplessly, he fully recognized Xiao Zizi. Especially the people he killed. I have prepared my homework in advance. That criminal has committed a heinous crime and that one has no conscience. Advertisement sneaking into impelled down that night. Xiao Zizi responded to the information he had checked in advance and killed them one by one. Waiting until you become Marshal Marine. These shouldn't be problems, right? What Xiao Zizi did must be what you think in your heart, right? Ron asked with a smile. Maybe. Akainu shook his head slightly and then looked at Rayleigh. Why are the old members of the Roger Pirates moving closer to the Sabaody Archipelago? As the vice captain of the Roger Pirates, you don't know that, right? Heard the words. Rayleigh's heart sank suddenly. What the hell? What is Jabba doing? Lousy asked him to dig Roger's grave, but he didn't ask him to summon his old team. Isn't this just so idle that it hurts? If Roger cannot be revived and attracts Marine's attention, he will break the hearts of the crew members again. Thinking of this, Rayleigh pretended to be confused and said, Sakazuki, you know me, I am a good citizen now. I have lost contact with my former crew members. As he spoke, the old man shed a few tears, choked with sobs and continued. Well, they are all a bunch of heartless people. Since the pirate group was disbanded, no one has come to see me in many years. They may have suddenly realized their conscience and want to come to me to have a party before they die. Sakazuki, don't bother me. Even though I'm older, I'm still nagging. Chowdu-sak. Don't leave, I haven't finished speaking yet. In the middle of Rayleigh's words, Akainu moved to another position at the bar with a dark face. This old guy is too verbose and doesn't say a word of truth. If it weren't for the rules of the tavern, Akainu really wants to hit Dark Hound to block Rayleigh's mouth. At this time, the door of the tavern was pushed open. I saw Xiao Zizi, wearing a righteous cloak, striding in, holding a guava covered with strange lines in his hand. Boss, this is the devil fruit that was promised to you. Xiao Zizi came to the bar and sat down, smiling as he handed over the devil fruit. Look at this devil fruit. Akainu suddenly had a bad feeling, so he asked. Where did this come from? Xiao Zizi shrugged, after we separated just now. Advertisement, I secretly ransacked the home of one of the world government officials. He seems to be of high rank. This guy is such a thief. I actually put most of the stolen money in the villa next to Mr. Dark Horse's house. The Dark Horse is the director of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau. Could be his neighbor. The level is at least Vice Admiral and above. Heard the words. Akainu felt difficulty breathing. Do you know whose property that is? Xiao Zi looked confused. I don't know. That's the Five Elders, the legal martial god, top man Voshuali, in the residence of Malinfendo. Akainu slapped her face, and she really wanted to die. What's in that villa? Marine's top brass knew this, and even Dark Horse pretended not to know. Who knows, let Xiao Zizi take advantage of the loophole. Real, I've long been unhappy with those 5 old guys. Don't worry, Mr. Akainu. I wore a hood and did it very secretly, no one noticed. Xiao Zizi smiled and patted Akainu, language fall. The phone bug in Akainu's arms suddenly screamed. Pulu pulu pulu. Turning on the phone, before Akainu could speak, Sengoku's roar still sounded. Topman Watchery Street's home was stolen. The person who stole it was still wearing a marine uniform. Find him quickly. Akainu asked with a confused look, how do you know it in such detail? That villa is full of surveillance phone bugs developed by Vegapunk. Snapped. There was a crisp sound, and Akainu was slapped on the face again. Gone. Why are you wearing a marine uniform? I know, Akainu responded, hung up the phone, and stood up to leave. Xiao Zizi smiled and joked, no more wine? There are many more. Go away. Lousy has to go back and wipe your asterisk now, Akainu said angrily, and after saying hello to Geisha, he left the tavern. Looking at his back, Xiao Zizi murmured in a low voice. This leader is really good, much better than the old guy who knows everything. P.S. There is another chapter that will be published before 6 o'clock. In addition, through talking about the guests who came to the tavern, there are also Li Xingyun, Erzu, and Accelerator. Some readers said that I forgot. I took a small notebook and wrote it all down. Finally, please urge me to update, and thank you all readers. Chapter 171 Rayleigh. I'm too difficult compared to the old guys at Natatong Company who are mean, old-fashioned and make things difficult for them at every turn. Xiao Zizi prefers to work under Akainu, as long as you can perform the task perfectly. He won't find anyone to restrict you, and will find ways to wipe your *** when you make a mistake. It's nothing more than a bit grumpy in temper and a bit extreme in the justice of his beliefs. Put aside these minor issues. Akainu is the perfect leader to beat the workers. Come here for a few days. How do you feel about the world? Ron put the devil fruit into the warehouse first, and then asked with a smile. Compared to my desires, this is a perfect world. Xiao Zizai took a sip of wine and said slowly, but as a human being, I hate this world. There is injustice, war, robbery, and killing everywhere. Actually, compared to pirates running rampant, celestial dragons are the biggest cancer in the world. Maranjoya, where they live, was watered with blood and accumulated corpses to build this magnificent wonderland that everyone yearns for. Although Xiao Zizai's original world also had a dark side, the safety of civilians could be guaranteed. But this world is different. The whole world is just a toy for the celestial dragons to vent their desires. Common people are like pigs in their eyes. Marine is a bodyguard and a watchdog. Even pirates are just tools to stabilize the situation. On the street, any woman or man who is attracted by the celestial dragons will be packed up and taken away by their men, and finally sent to bed. Xiao Zizai doesn't like this kind of world. What do you want to do? Ron asked with a smile. Rayleigh and others on the side also looked at Xiao Zizai, their eyes full of curiosity. Especially Jack the Ripper. From the moment he saw Xiao Zizai, the color in his eyes was so similar to his mother's. Deep in the rich blood color, there was the same golden light as her mother's. This is a contradictory person. Likewise, he should be a gentle person as well. You are born a demon, but you have a Buddha in your heart. With my current strength, I can only engage in assassinations. It's still a bit difficult to kill all the celestial dragons in Malinjoa, including those 5 old guys. Especially the supreme commander of the Knights of God, ancient Saint Figalandu Green. This old guy's strength is even comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Xiao Zizi shrugged, with a hint of murderous intent in his voice. I met that old guy during the battle in the Valley of Gods. Advertisement, he's strong, even tied with young Whitebeard. But it's still a little worse than me. Rayleigh raised her chin and said proudly. You sure? Ron wasn't the only one who looked disdainful. Even the Holy Lord, Demon Dragon, and Jack the Ripper cast doubtful glances. All right. I'm even 50-50 with him. Rayleigh continued to be tough. But seeing that Ron and others still didn't believe it, he had no choice but to lower his head and said with a face of shame. Actually, it's not 50-50, it's just that I was pressed and beaten the whole time. After saying that, Rayleigh really wanted to kill someone. What the hell? Lousy just wanted to show off, so there was no need to ask so clearly. Xiao Zizai on the side patted Rayleigh on the shoulder and said seriously. Uncle, don't be sad. I will find an opportunity to kill him. Apart from the 4 emperors, he is the person I want to kill the most. The pirates we have killed in the past few days are like bread, so we can satisfy our hunger. Only this kind of celestial dragons is the supreme delicacy to me. Xiao Zizai's voice was filled with yearning, and his originally dark pupils were replaced by scarlet. See. Rayleigh couldn't help feeling a chill, but at the same time she felt very happy. Fortunately, he has retired. If you are still a pirate now, if you are targeted by him. It's better to solve it once and for all. If it can't be solved, let Xiao Zizai seize the opportunity. Then his fate will definitely be worse than the pirates in the photo. At this time, Jack, the Ripper, came to sit next to Xiao Zizi with a drink in hand, and asked with a smile. Next time you kill the so-called celestial dragons. Can I be lucky enough to observe and learn from it? The moment when that kind of person dies, the last cry must be beautiful. Xiao Zizai tilted his head and glanced, but it was just a glance. He knew that this man was definitely the same kind. No problem. According to my information, tonight, St. Rosewater is holding a party in Area 35. Advertisement. Xiao Zizai did not refuse and readily agreed. Okay. Jack the Ripper nodded and then asked Ron. Boss, can I return to my original world later? Ron shrugged. It's up to you. But if you are seen by Marine, I will not protect you. Jack the Ripper raised a smile. Don't worry, this is my specialty. When killing people while alive, no one could find any clues about him. Now that the artifact is in hand, this is even less possible. Immediately, Xiao Zizai and Jack the Ripper chatted about the specific details of the night's operation. To kill the celestial dragons in public, you must be fully prepared. Not only do you have to get rid of those bodyguards and guards, but you also have to deal with CP0 and the Marines who are ready to reinforce. Not only that, Xiao Zizai also needs to make a sufficient alibi. To prevent Marine from self-examination. While the two were plotting, Rayleigh also began to brag about the romantic past with the Holy Lord, his father and his son, and Bald Chang. If I hadn't boarded Roger's pirate ship, I must be taken care of by a rich woman, and I will never have a hard meal from now on. I'll leave all the best to my brother, Ron asked with a smile. Fortunately, I got on Roger's pirate ship. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment. What? Kneel down and beg for an update, beg for feeding. You know shit. Ron, it's forbearance and wealth. Also, their requirements for men are very low. Rayleigh instantly thought of something bad. Do you know what the flower language of steel wool is? As long as you wish people a long life, call. It's not easy for those rich women. They are widowed in middle age and can only sit alone in an empty room, with nowhere to release the pain in their hearts. Thank you readers. So, as long as there are still such women, I am willing to sacrifice myself to fulfill them. Immediately, Rayleigh said unconvinced. I heard that some rich women have some little hobbies. Is it true? Chapter 172. Killing people can only be done with a nod. Words are the most heart-wrenching thing. Ron still underestimated the old driver Rayleigh. This wave. It's really stepping on the accelerator to the bottom, and it's hurricane on the highway. Seeing that Ron had nothing better to say, Rayleigh put on a victorious gesture and said, Little ghost, you are still too young. Some things, only an old man like me can understand. After flipping through the new yellow dictionary in his heart, Ron replied. Don't question my strengths with your weaknesses. Do you know one step to the stomach? Rayleigh's face darkened suddenly. I want to get back, but I have no choice, but what Ron said is the truth, so I have to let it go. At this time, the door of the tavern was knocked open, and a figure flew in from outside. It's Black Tiger. Just as he was about to hit the bar, the Holy Lord grabbed him with his backhand and hugged him in his arms. The four eyes are facing each other. He Xiaohu almost vomited when he saw the face of the Holy Master. But he still endured it and said in a deep voice. Boss, don't mind, it's the father who is here, and he has a bad temper. With the voice down, a tiger in a purple sleeve robe walked in slowly with its hands behind its back. This tiger is He Xiaohu's father, Black Heart Tiger. The leader of the demon cult, martial arts is unparalleled in the world. In the past few days, the Black Heart Tiger licked the blue rabbit, and the Black Heart Tiger couldn't stand it anymore. After some beatings, only then did He Xiaohu say that it was Ron and a T-Dolphin who taught him to do this. Therefore, Black Heart Tiger came here to ask for an explanation. Then, just when the Black Heart Tiger was about to start scolding, he saw the father and son of the Holy Lord, Sister Geisha, and Pluton and other big shots silently watching him. Although the Black Heart Tiger was not afraid, but under the faintly terrifying murderous aura, he still swallowed the words that came to his mouth. See, He Xiaohu couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. In case you scolded just now, I'm afraid that tomorrow the entire Devil's Cult will hold its banquet. You're Ron, right? He Xinyu came to the bar and sat down. After feeling the murderous aura just now, his tone became much softer. Ron nodded. Yes, welcome, Mr. Black Heart Tiger. Language fall. He Xinyu slammed a big fan on He Xiaohu's head, cursing. Treason. How can Boss Ron be as miserable as you say? What if the father fights with him? Advertisement. He Xiaohu said with an aggrieved face. Father, didn't you say that you want to punish the person who taught me to chase the blue rabbit? Before he could finish speaking, the Black Heart Tiger came over again with a big push. This time, Black Heart Tiger used 30% of his strength. With a crisp sound of pop, He Xiaohu spun around twice before barely stopping. Nizi, don't talk nonsense. Hai Xinyu rolled his eyes, then smiled and said to everyone. Everyone is laughing. I've lost my mind a bit these days, sorry, forgive me. Heard the words. Everyone also shook their heads with a smile. Good guy. How quickly this face changed, he even used his son as a shield. If they hadn't released their murderous aura just now, they might have started fighting now. But, the Holy Master glanced at the honest He Xiaohu who was being trained by the Black Heart Tiger, and looked at the silly son beside him, and couldn't help but look envious. We'll have to share experiences later. At this time, Thor also held a bottle of Motai and placed it in front of Hai Xinyu and his son. Please use your wine slowly. Thank you. He Xiaohu nodded, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took a gulp into his mouth. Gulu. With a sip of wine entering his throat, feel the unique aroma of Motai and the sweetness of alcohol. Hai Xinyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was very alert just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm dead by now. After thinking about it, Black Heart Tiger asked, Boss, what do you think about Hui's lovesickness? I won't marry anyone who isn't a blue rabbit. After thinking for a while, Ron said slowly. It's actually really easy. It takes 2 taels of 9-leaf heavy building, and a penny for silkworm chrysalis in the winter solstice. It can be fried like learning every other year, and it can heal the sufferings of the world. Rayleigh's eyes widened after hearing this. Is this the kid who raced with him just now? How did you become so cultured? Compared to Rayleigh's surprise, He Xiaohu smiled wryly and said. Boss. There are no silkworm chrysalis in the winter solstice, the snow cannot pass the next year, and there is no cure for lovesickness in the world. Ron smiled. Since you know, why are you still pursuing blue rabbits so hard? Isn't this looking for abuse? Black Tiger sighed. Advertisement, she only claims to be decent, and my father and I are evil. Good and evil have different paths and cannot be combined with it. But, I really like her. I like her emphasizing love and righteousness and her unyielding perseverance. Especially the surprise when she saved me. I'm afraid I will never forget it in my life. Hai Xinyu couldn't help sighing secretly after hearing this. It's over. This number is obsolete. After more than 10 years of retreat, when I met a female rabbit when I went out, I couldn't move my legs. Immediately, Black Heart Tiger started a series of questions. When you were thinking about her, who is she thinking about? When your enemy kneels and begs for mercy, what about her, who is she kneeling in front of? When she snubbed you, whose heart was warming up? After He Xiaohu heard this, he sat in place for a moment, his eyes were empty, and he didn't speak for a long time. Black Heart Tiger's voice was very soft, but every word is like a knife, piercing into the heart of the Black Heart Tiger. The other guests in the tavern were also dumbfounded. Too cruel. These words are too harsh for a licking dog. Killing is nothing more than nodding your head, words are the most heartbreaking. As expected of a dear father, in fact, it's no wonder Black-Haired Tiger. Let me ask, is there any father who is willing to see his son licking the dog all the time? And the woman who licked, still wanted to kill herself all the time. Not to mention, He Xiaohu will never forget Blue Rabbit for the rest of his life. Ron also wanted to see how Xiao Zizai and Jack the Ripper would carry out the assassination. Haixinyu got up slowly, nodded to Ron first, then took his son's hand and walked out of the tavern. It seems that He Xiaohu is really determined to lick the dog. Only then did He Xiaohu regain his senses and said with a sob, "Father, let's go back." It was about time for the meeting at Roswald Street to begin. He Xiaohu never said a word, and after drinking a sip of water, his father's words kept echoing in his heart. Peas. There is still a chapter to be published before 6 o'clock. He Xiaohu's originally straight back became a little rickety, as if his spine had been taken away by someone, and he looked extremely bleak. Regarding the follow-up plot of Pirates, because there are too many guests from other worlds, some arrangements cannot be made, but I will try my best to arrange them. Thank you readers, from noon to nightfall, from the tavern full of guests to only the Black-Haired Tiger father and son years left. Finally, ask for a reminder, it's been a long time. Just when Ron was about to close the door, with a sigh, Ron also walked out of the tavern, closing the door behind him. This moment. During this time. Chapter 173 Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Sabaody Archipelago number 36 area, the top floor of the hotel with the highest specification. The decoration of the banquet hall can be described as luxurious to the ultimate. There are all kinds of exotic fruits, expensive red wine, well-cut cigars and desserts on the table. What's weird is that, in this banquet, apart from a few waiters, there was never a single woman. The center of the banquet hall. Dozens of men in sexy clothes twisted their bodies wantonly to please Saint Roswald sitting on the main seat. Ha ha ha. The quality of the newly found batch is really good. Saint Roswald hugged a feminine-looking man, his face full of satisfaction. Since getting older, he thought about changing his taste. Who knew? This change actually caused the celestial dragons to fall into it, unable to extricate themselves. My lord, enjoy yourself, and I won't disturb your pleasure. The captain of the bodyguard standing beside said flatteringly. Go down. This is a reward for you. I hope the quality will not disappoint me next time. After Saint Roswald threw him a bag of gold coins, he waved his hand lightly. The captain of the bodyguard quickly took it, and after flattering him again, he turned and left. But just as he opened the door of the banquet hall. Next second. Boom. Hearing a gunshot, the head of the bodyguard captain exploded. White, red, splashed all over the floor. Call. Do you really dare to take it if I let you take it? As a pariah, just do your job well. Saint Roswald smiled and blew away the white smoke from the muzzle, his eyes full of contempt. All the subordinates seemed to be no stranger to it. The corpse was disposed of very neatly and the scene was cleaned up. The banquet continued. The soft music drove the man's graceful dance posture, and Saint Roswald was also twisting his fat waist crazily. Suddenly, the door of the banquet hall was kicked open. The music stopped abruptly. The eyes of everyone present have forgotten the past. I saw two men wearing masks walking in slowly. One was a thin, white-haired man in a dark red suit holding a cane. The other man wore a red-faced mask, and a pair of rimless thin-rimmed glasses outside the mask. I really know how to play. I've heard that some celestial dragons are as good as Longyang, but I didn't expect it to be true. Xiao Zizai smiled, and a trace of scarlet flashed faintly in his eyes under the mask. What a grand feast. Advertisement, I don't know if the two of us have disturbed you. Jack the Ripper bowed slightly, and greeted him very politely. Ron, who was watching the show outside, slapped his face directly after seeing this scene. It's really a crouching dragon and a phoenix chick. We discussed together for an entire afternoon, and in the end, did you just break in with integrity? It's so beautiful. How is this scene different from robbing a bank while wearing stockings? You two are strong in your own world. This behavior is really cheap. You complain about it, can you stop touching it elsewhere? Yujie, who had turned into a black cat, showed his sharp claws and said angrily. Ah. Ron continued to stroke the cat and sighed softly. Sure enough, cats can't be kept. They have unstable personalities and tend to be violent. When I was a kid, I saw a cat pull out a pistol and kill a one-eared mouse. Yujie. It's the black cat sheriff again, isn't it? You see, if the old lady's meowing punches you, it's over. In the banquet hall. After looking around, Xiao Zizai said to the man celestial dragons found to please him. If you don't want to die, get out, with the voice down. The group of men who had been so carelessly entangled with Saint Rosewaiter just now felt relieved and swarmed out of the banquet hall. Soon, in the huge banquet hall, only Saint Rosewaiter and a group of bodyguards were left. I can't wait any longer. Let's start, it won't end well when Marine comes. Jack the Ripper smiled and walked slowly towards Rosewaiter Saint. Tap 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 tap. The urging footsteps slowly approached. It's like Shinigami is coming with a scythe. Kill him. Saint Roswald didn't even have time to lift up his pants, and commanded with a panic look on his face. Heard the words. Bodyguards and guards immediately protected Saint Rosewaiter. It can be next second. A horizontal red line appeared on the necks of these people. Several heads fell to the ground. The blood dyed the expensive wool carpet into a beautiful picture. That is the silver thread that Jack the Ripper refined with an artifact. Human skin is like paper in front of it, leave this person to me. Advertisement, killing celestial dragons gives me more satisfaction than killing pirates. Xiao Zizai stepped forward slowly and grabbed Saint Rosewaiter's fat face. Whatever. Jack the Ripper shrugged, language fall. A fishy smell poured into the nasal cavity, take a closer look. It turns out that Saint Rosewaiter was so scared that he peed. You are Xiao Zizai, the specially appointed Marine Vice Admiral, right? Saint Rosewaiter asked with a panicked look on his face. Originally a Marine Vice Admiral, this celestial dragons didn't bother paying attention. But the almost cruel killing method has spread throughout the Marine and world governments. That's right, Xiao Zizai admitted it openly, immediately. He pulled out a frozen fish from behind his butt. What do you mean? Jack the Ripper asked in confusion. Is this a last supper for the celestial dragons? This is what Rem told me. The fish jelly is very strong and can be used as a stick. The visual impact is also strong enough. That's a nice note. Xiao Zizi explained, his eyes turned scarlet, like a ghost crawling out of purgatory. No, don't kill me. As long as you let me live, I can give you everything you want. Women, power, money, and can even use connections to get you appointed Marine Marshal. As long as you don't kill me. Saint Rosewaiter prayed while struggling to move back with his two short legs. However, Xiao Zizai didn't respond. After the chi was attached to the frozen fish in his hand, he inserted it directly into his stomach, and then pulled it back. The fins just caught the intestines and pulled out a large part of it. Ah! Saint Rosewaiter's screams echoed in the banquet hall. On the side, Jack the Ripper's eyes were full of excitement, and even his breathing became a little rapid. This technique is so beautiful. Although the belly was open, not only was there no damage to the internal organs, but even the amount of bleeding was kept to a minimum. Jack, do you know? For me, killing is regardless of age or weakness. These are all fragile and bright lives. Slowly experiencing the moment when life disappears is the meaning of life. Xiao Zizai spread his hands with a look of enjoyment on his face, as if a believer was singing the praises of the Bible in his hands. Before Jack the Ripper could respond, the next scene made him almost convulsed with excitement. Chapter 174. It's really contradictory, but it's so gentle that it's the ultimate pervert. Ron, who was in the dark, couldn't help but look confused when he saw Xiao Zizai killing someone. What is this all about? Why are all the frozen fish coming out? Frozen fish god of war Gao Kasheng? Don't tell me, it looks a bit like it. They all wear glasses, and they are all crazy. Xiao Zizai's killing method is really disgusting. Don't you feel nauseated? Yujie buried his head in Ron's arms and asked with a look of disgust. Fine. I have seen scenes before that are more indescribable. Those are two dark and damp doors. Not to mention the bumpy road, a little angel died inside. Ron touched his chin and said very seriously, Yujie. The best thing you said was the gate, in the banquet hall. The originally magnificent scene now looked a bit gloomy under the reflection of blood. Coupled with the minced meat and skulls dotting the ground, this place is vividly described as a purgatory on earth. Lord St. Roswald, do you know how I would enjoy this delicacy of yours? Xiao Zizai threw away the frozen fish in his hand and raised a gentle smile on his lips. But, when this smile appeared in Saint Rosewaiter's eyes, it was more terrifying than a ghost. He asked tremblingly, what do you want? Maybe the range of motion is too large. The torn-out organs were shattered, and a large amount of blood poured out, mixed with undigested food. Take a good look. This will be the last thing you see in your life. Xiao Zizi smiled and put his hand on Saint Rosewaiter's shoulder. Immediately, a surge of power followed. Madly get into the fat body of Saint Rosewaiter and travel all over the body. That's a lot of chi used by the hands of great mercy and compassion. Almost instantly, this energy not only separated Saint Rosewaiter's skin and flesh. The skin fell off and the flesh and blood were turned into powder. Saint Rosewaiter's originally fat body quickly became shriveled like a deflated balloon. See this scene. Jack the Ripper raised his head and covered his face, so excited that his whole body could not stop shaking. Oh my god, did you see that? This is definitely the most beautiful picture. The previous killing method of killing with one knife and spraying blood from the carotid artery was really inferior. There is no way to compare with this cruel and ultimate method. Advertisement at least. Jack the Ripper, a guy with a twisted heart, thinks so. Let's go. Marine reinforcements are probably arriving soon. Xiao Zizi put on his mask again and walked out of the banquet hall. According to the previous plan, after killing Saint Rosewaiter, he must immediately go to a public place to cover up his alibi. Otherwise, people in Marine and world government will definitely be suspicious. Good. Jack the Ripper nodded, but when he looked up and saw the thin figure in front of him, the warm golden color that was wiped out by myself appeared again in front of my eyes. In the dark, is there such a light in the heart? It's really contradictory, and it's so gentle that it's ultimate's pervert. Jack the Ripper smiled, and then disappeared at the end of the corridor. Now, in the banquet hall, only Saint Rosewaiter was left waiting quietly for death. Soon, reinforcements from Marine and world government arrive. Leading the team are Akainu and the chief of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, Dark Horse Vice Admiral. However, when they saw the tragic situation of Saint Rosewaiter, their stomachs instantly became turbulent. Some Marine soldiers even bent over and retched. It's not just the smell of blood that makes people sick. It is even more of a visual impact caused by the tragic situation of Saint Rosewater at this time. His internal organs were completely damaged, and his fat and flesh were completely smashed by chi and flowed all over the floor. This was also the reason why Xiao Zizai didn't give him the final blow. Xiao Zizai wants celestial dragons to remember this pain forever, even if they go to hell. Get all the surveillance phone bugs in the hotel immediately. Akainu immediately issued the order after seeing celestial dragons being put on a stretcher and sent to the hospital for treatment. Not long after, a soldier hurriedly ran over. Report, all the telephone bugs in the hotel have been damaged. Heard the words. Akainu breathed a silent sigh of relief. He knew in his heart that Xiao Zizai must have done this. If he still wants to do what he did today and didn't destroy the surveillance phone bug, then even Akainu can't protect him. But Akainu's heart just dropped. Then I saw Black Horse picking up a frozen fish from the corner. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Killing people with frozen fish, this is the first time I've seen it in so many years. Frozen fish, plus techniques for killing celestial dragons. Mr. Akainu, do you think it looks very familiar to you? Black Horse weighed the frozen fish and asked with interest. What looks familiar? Akainu pretended to be confused. I have read all of Xiao Zizi's mission reports. Advertisement, looking at the entire sea, I'm afraid he is the only one who can come up with this kind of murder method, right? Dark Horse asked with a smile. Then ask him where he is now. Akainu said and took out a phone bug. Soon. When the call was connected, the caller's expression changed to one of comfort, and Xiao Zizai's voice came out. Oh, yes, this is it, use a little harder. Akainu asked with a dark face. Where are you? Don't tell me about the Red Beauty in Sabaody Archipelago. The technician number 18 that Mr. Sengoku always looks for is really good. You need technology, and you need appearance and technology. Everyone, in any position, is Grandmaster, Xiao Zizi joked with a smile. Long before killing the celestial dragons, Xiao Zizai and Jack the Ripper went to Red Romance. Seeing that time was almost up, Jack Hypnosis the Ripper killed the two technicians, and then lifted the hypnosis after the matter was over. A perfect alibi has been achieved, did you hear that? Akainu stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Zizai. After hanging up the phone, he silently looked at the Dark Horse. Black Horse nodded and said with a dark face, don't let me find out. Whatever. Akainu lit a cigar and turned away. His mission this time is to catch the murderer of the celestial dragons, not to investigate the case. So it's nothing to do now. What Akainu has to do now is to go to Red Romance to settle the score with Xiao Zizai. And all expenses are counted on Xiao Zizai's head. You can't wipe your butt for nothing, right? At the same time, Ron, who was in the dark, saw that the matter was over, and returned to the tavern with Yujie in his arms. Just finished washing and getting ready for bed. The system prompt sounded in Ron's mind. Ding, customer. Xiao Zizai, Akainu, Black Hard Tiger has finished confiding. Close black lens bracket. Customer Xiao Zizai, Golden Bell cover, Dragon Gripper. The host can choose an ability. Close black lens bracket. Customer Black-Hearted Tiger. Black and white are impermanent, black shadows are everywhere, black-hearted is evil, and the black-hearted tiger rips out the heart. Host can choose any one ability. Close black lens bracket. Ron thought for a while and then said softly, choose Xiao Zizai's Dragon Gripper and the Black-Hearted Tiger's Black Tiger to dig out the heart. As for Akainu's abilities, Ron chose Armament Hockey. But, the Dragon Gripper and the Black Tiger digging out the heart always feel weird. When the integration is complete, Ron was about to close his eyes and sleep when a familiar voice slowly sounded. Ron, it's Lukoa every night. Can you let me see how many bullets are left in the gun? Chapter 175. Giving up doesn't mean forgetting. The pain of a moment is worth the pain of a lifetime. Bullets in the gun? Shouldn't the metaphor be so appropriate? After Ron complained, he followed the voice and looked. I saw Thor standing barefoot at the door. She was wearing baggy pajamas, but she couldn't hide her beautiful figure. You. Just when Ron was about to say something, Thor rushed over directly. Ron's eyes went dark for a moment, but he also knew it in his heart. Tonight. Destined to be another sleepless night. Early the next morning. The battle is still not over. If it weren't for Ron's strong physique now, he might have become a man. But, Dragon Claw Hand, Nianhua Finger is really good. One specializes in the upper 3 roads, one specializes in the lower 3 roads. Call. Get up, it's time to start business. Ron flicked Thor's sweaty bangs on his forehead and said softly. Ron, I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep all day today. Thor buried his head in the bed, looking like he was about to put on a bad show. Ron had nothing to do with her, he could only get up and wash up by himself. When came to the tavern table and sat down, then he saw that the table was already filled with a hearty breakfast and a newspaper. Connor shook his short legs, buried himself in cooking, and asked. Where is Lord Thor? Why haven't you seen her come out yet? Ron casually said, maybe he hasn't woken up yet. Oh, then I'll call her later. Connor nodded, heard the words. Ron's eyelids twitched. In case Connor finds Thor in his room, after seeing the battlefield that was not cleaned up in time. Then she has to overturn the tavern. Just when Ron was thinking about how to lie to Connor, Lukoya said with a smile. Connor let Thor sleep, she's a little tired these days. Then, alright, Connor nodded obediently. Advertisement. Ron had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lakoa continue. It's said that Hoya hurts ding. I don't know if someone was hurt last night. Ron also pretended not to hear, picked up this morning's newspaper and started to read. The first thing that caught my eye was what happened last night. Celestial dragons. Saint Roswald died of illness last night, and the franchise countries all over the world mourn collectively today. Close black lens bracket. Below this read title, then praise the great achievements of Saint Roswald. Like what to donate actively, to save women and strong men from human traffickers, to support poor people. Seeing this, Ron was also dumbfounded, also donate. It would be nice if Roswald Street didn't steal money from the common people. As for men, did you buy it for your own enjoyment? However, probably because the Revolutionary Army would take the opportunity to cause trouble, the world government did not announce the cause of Saint Roswald's death. The news that followed was a bit boring, the only thing worth seeing. That is, the world's largest chicken farm built by celestial dragons collapsed overnight. You don't have to think about it. Either Doflamingo did it or the Revolutionary Army did it. After breakfast, Ron came to the bar with a bottle of wolfberry water and sat down. Not long after, the tavern welcomed today's first group of guests. It's He Xiaohu and Black-Haired Tiger. The footsteps of the father and son were a little vain, and the eyes were full of tiredness. It should be that they didn't sleep all night last night. The two just came to the bar and sat down. Lakoa put 2 bottles of wine in front of them. Please use your wine slowly. Thank you. After He Xiaohu thanked him, he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured half a bottle into his mouth. Tears slid from the corners of his eyes and mixed with the spilled wine, and finally spilled on the ground. It's like a heart that was thrown on the ground and then stepped on hard. Seeing his son heartbroken, as a father, Haisinu was also very distressed. He said slowly, "We talked all night last night." Hor said, "He gave up, and from now on he will devote himself to cultivation and strengthen the demon cult." Ron said softly, "That's fine, a moment of pain is better than a lifetime of pain." In the original book, He Xiaohu fell into madness because he couldn't accept Blue Rabbit's constant rejection. Advertisement in the end, when chasing Kijian again, because of Daben's ridicule, he walked into the minefield he set up angrily, so he died and disappeared. Not sure after he gave up now, will the original story be changed? Giving up doesn't mean forgetting, the pain of a moment is worth the pain of a lifetime. He Xiaohu pointed to the position of the heart, and said in a deep voice. Whenever I think of Blue Rabbit, my heart can't help but twitch. Father's words just woke me up. From now on, we will be enemies, and I will not soften my heart. Men are like that. It does not grow with age, only after experiencing the beatings of the society, the emotional setbacks will gradually become mature and strong. Then I'll wait and see, Ron said with a smile. I will kill 7 swords with my father. After He Xiaohu nodded vigorously, he discussed the countermeasures with his father. The planning is meticulous and the methods are vicious. During this time, the Lord and his son, Saitama, Pluton, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others also came to the tavern one after another. This makes the tavern less silent, at this time. Xiao Zizai and Jack the Ripper returned to the tavern one after the other. Mr. Akainu was also there last night and knows that I killed the celestial dragons. Thank you all readers. Brother Xiao Zizai took me to Hong Romance for a walk. Jack the Ripper said with some embarrassment. This is purely a leader rewarding his subordinates. This is worse than beating me up and scolding me. It's a male guest inside, hold the cards in hand, please go to the Red Romance on the 3rd floor. When Ron heard this, he immediately regained his spirits. P.S. Kneeling to remind you to update, feed, you know me, you can't say you're not interested in women, but you're not too interested. In order to clear the suspicion, Red Romance, the two had heavy dark circles under their eyes, and it seemed that they hadn't slept all night. Xiao Zizai nodded, smiled wryly and said, that's right. But he didn't scold me, he just let me stay there for a whole night. Where did you go after you left the hotel last night? Ron asked curiously. Ron.